Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. Join Frank Race for the adventure of 17 Black.
Saratoga, city of sport and health, where you can watch the thoroughbreds come thundering into the stretch or increase your physical efficiency with its spring water and sunshine. But my sport at the moment wasn't taking place in the sunshine. And I'm afraid the healthful effect of its atmosphere was rather dubious.
Number 17, Black. Now you're coming up, Mr. Race.
Well, it's about time after what I've dropped here tonight. I'll let that ride again.
Aha! At last I find you.
Oh, hello, Mark. Thought you were in New York.
Place your bets, please. I was sent up here to find you. We gotta get going. Come on.
Won't you hurry? I'm busy.
You're gonna be busy. You got a hasty task for Universal Indemnity, the embezzlement job, and they want you right now. Number 17, Black. Looks like you're in the groove, Mr. Race.
I've got luck on my shoulder. Leave it right there, Eddie. I'm letting it ride.
Oh, no, we ain't, Eddie. Push it this way. We are heading for New York.
Oh, but, Mark, I'm just beginning to win.
You ain't gonna win by leaving it there. Let's blow. This is important. Place your bets, please.
Yeah, well, I suppose you're right. Come on.
Certainly I'm right. Nobody can keep playing one number on that thing. It just ain't in the book.
Yeah, hold on a second.
17, Black. You see what I told? Hey, you won again.
Yeah, I would have won. You hadn't picked up the bet.
Hey, look, maybe we want to go back and play that thing for a while, huh? You're hot.
Come on, Mark. We're heading for New York. Who talked to you from the insurance company, Reed?
Yeah, Chester A. Reed. I told him you want a little time to yourself, but he said I would forget you anyway. He told me all about it, see, so I could break you.
What's the story?
Some guy keeping books for a construction outfit took 70 G's of the company's money. He was bonded for Universal.
Reed wants me to go after him,
huh? No, not the guy. He's dead. Suicide. Reed wants you should see if you can find the dough.
At Universal Indemnity, I got the details. The alleged embezzler had been a man named O'Connor with a home in Yonkers. I had Mark drive me over there to see his wife.
What's the use of talking about it? Johnny's dead. After a while, I suppose I'll be able to tell myself I've still got a baby.
Baby?
He's a year old.
How you fix for money?
I've got the rent for another month. Got some ground meat for supper. Guess I'll have to get a job pretty soon.
Didn't your husband have insurance?
$8,000 worth. But we'll never get any of it. Not if they call him suicide.
Oh, that should have occurred to me. How did he die, Mrs. O'Connor?
He was found in the garage. Shot in the car. Carbon monoxide.
I see.
They'll never convince me that he committed suicide. Not Johnny. He enjoyed life too much. He was right in the middle of making a crib for the baby. And if he stole that money, where is it?
I understand it was a confession.
A fake. Even if it is in Johnny's handwriting. Here it is.
Mm-hmm. I'm taking the only way out. When they audit my records, they'll find I've misappropriated $70,000. Try to forgive me, Johnny.
He never took that money.
Possibly not, but it's missing. And your husband is dead. If we're going to prove him innocent, you'll have to help me.
I'll do anything.
Did your husband have any friends in the company or particular enemies?
Irving Dalton, the chief accountant. He always treated Johnny like a laborer. See, Johnny used to carry a hod. But when the baby was coming, he took a night school course in bookkeeping to better himself.
Did Dalton hire your husband?
No. T.J. Thomas does the hiring. He's general manager.
Does Thomas have a financial interest in the company?
I think he owns a third. The rest of it belongs to Mr. and Mrs. Maynard.
Well, possibly Mr. Thomas can help a little. I'll see him tomorrow. In the meantime, take this.
Oh, no. I couldn't.
We'll call it a loan. You've got that youngster to think about. And for the time being, stay with your baby and forget about getting a job. Take me back to the city, Mark.
What's cooking?
Know anything about a family named Maynard?
Oh, certainly a hard bunch to get along with. The old man's a retired cement finisher. See, the boys, they don't believe in labor of any kind.
No, you're working in the wrong neighborhood. The Maynards I refer to are the big-time contractors.
Oh, big shots. No, I know. The rest.
What is it?
That sedan behind us. What's that they're waving out the window? It's a Tommy gun.
Right. You better do some twisting. They're waving it at us.
I can. You got a gun?
In my hand. Well, against that firepower.
He's gaining on me, Race. We're going to get it. Race, okay.
Let me get my arm free.
Let me help.
He's coming up with that machine gun.
He's lining us up, Race. He's going to... You got him. That guy's running.
Watch out. I didn't kill that one. Just hit him in the leg.
Yeah, but he lost the chatterbox. We're okay. Yeah, let me help you out. Yeah, easy. Take it easy. What kind of a deal is this anyway?
Looks like a lethal deal, Mark. Somebody's playing for big keeps. You didn't go to an ordinary lumber yard to find the offices of the Maynard Construction Company. They took up half the 14th floor of a skyscraper. I was impressed by the handsome paneling, the ancestral portraits, and the cocktail party that was going on. Well, that place was rocking. It was only after quite a bit of elbow fencing I was able to force my way to a waiter. He promised to locate T.J. Thomas for me, but it was at least 15 minutes before I got a reaction.
Mr. Race?
That's right.
I'm Irving Dalton, chief accountant for the firm. You've been moving around so you're a little dazed. You didn't come here on business, I hope. Not this afternoon.
What are you celebrating? Lifting a mortgage?
Just a little party in honor of State Senator Humphreys.
All this for a state senator? What would you do for a governor?
I understand you want to see Mr. Thomas.
Yes, T.J. Thomas. General manager, isn't he?
That's correct, but you see...
And it says general manager on this door.
It also says private, Mr. Race, and if you don't mind...
It's a long elevator ride up here. I'd like to conclude my business this time.
So, if you ask me, I don't think it's a good idea.
Really, darling, no one asked you.
Hold it a second. Don't mind. This is rather private. Sort of board meeting.
No, I don't mind at all. I'm most anxious to talk to the board.
Now, wait a minute.
My name's Race. I represent the Universal Indemnity Company. I'm here concerning the claim on your bookkeeper, O'Connor.
Oh. Well, in that
Come
case...
right in, Mr. Race. I'm Sandra Maynard. This is Mr. Thomas, our general manager, and my husband, Arthur Maynard.
What do you want to know, Race?
Several things. But first, I'd like to express a personal opinion. Your bookkeeper didn't steal anything, and he didn't commit suicide. He was murdered.
Dear me. Headlines. Sandra, my darling, your Welfare League group will buzz about this one.
Oh, Arthur, shut up.
This is very interesting. Are you ready to prove that someone else misappropriated the money, Mr. Race?
Not yet. But that much money doesn't just disappear.
It's an outright case of embezzlement.
Brought straight from South.
I should think so.
Oh, of course. You know all about the records, don't you, darling?
I don't know what keeps me from clawing your face. And I'm warning you, Arthur, if you don't stop...
Witnessing American Donna books has never been to my liking, so I eased out of the room. And bumped into as delectable a bit of fabric as I'd encountered in several days. A tawny blonde with a benign eye.
You look sort of grim.
You know those people in there?
Sandra and Arthur Maynard? I'm sure I know them.
What's the pitch on the relationship?
You sound like someone sent out to watch the silver.
And I've run into a defendant of the family honor.
Oh, not me. I know them, but I don't play in their yard. And never will.
They don't get along. It's embarrassing.
That's because they're going to be divorced. He used to be her teacher at college. I guess they never straightened it out.
Make quite a clatter out of it, don't they?
This whole party has turned into a clatter. I think I'll go home. You care to come along?
Most encouraging invitation I've had in weeks. Lead on, fair lady. Lead on.
What's the matter with that cab driver back there? Sounded like he was putting up quite a squawk.
Mark? No, he's a very unreasonable fellow. Just because he waited half an hour for me, felt he should drive us to your apartment.
When I've got my own car, he must be nuts.
Yeah, it's a night to send anybody by me, Doris. Full moon, sky full of stars. Perfect night for romance. Or murder.
What makes you say that?
Just a thought. Do you, always carry so much luggage in your car?
I'm a nightclub singer. I'm going away for an engagement.
Oh, too bad.
You come with me.
What I'd do, push your piano around?
There.
Yeah, maybe I should come along and push your piano around.
Come inside. Hold me, Race.
Delighted. But first, let's have a little light.
What are you doing?
Removing this pistol from your purse. What is it? Part of the new look?
Oh, Race, don't be like that. I'll go for you if you let me. I might even postpone going away.
How would you like to talk about a man named Johnny O'Connor and $70,000?
Come on. There's something that might interest you in the bottom drawer of that bureau.
Seems to be stuck.
So are you, sucker. Nice work, Doris. Now we can get rid of this chump for good.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I came alive regretfully. The hazy conviction that my head had grown at least double and was still trying to expand. I told myself irritably this was no procedure for establishing Johnny O'Connor's innocence, nor securing his insurance for his wife and child. Then I caught voices, and I knew my best bet would be to play dead.
Any sign of life back there, Rocky?
Nah, he's out cold.
Better take a look and see if he's coming to.
Relax. Will you? When I slug them, they stay out for hours.
Flash a light on him and make sure.
Okay. Out cold as a mackerel.
Good. Here's the top of the hill.
You, Want him up front, don't you?
Yeah, right behind the wheel. Here, give me a hand.
Yeah. There we go. Oh, this guy's big.
It's hard to lift, all right. Let's give another heave. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Now pour the liquid open.
This ain't no new idea, you know. It's got to be done right or the cops get help.
It's good enough. Now, put the car in high.
I want to stay. Why don't you go through that guardrail on the curb?
Nothing doing. We're getting out of here.
All set.
Okay, then. Let it go.
Said to grab the wheel. I lifted the car, pulled me, threw me sideways in the seat. Getting up, but the reflexes were off. That curve. I had to get control. If I didn't... Don't ever do that to yourself. I just sat there for a few seconds. And I staggered to a phone booth and asked Mark to come out and meet me.
All I can say is it was your own fault. If I'd have been tagging along, it probably never would have even happened. I warn you about that dame.
Well, she's very attractive, Mark. In spite of what occurred, I shall continue to think of her wistfully.
Nah, she had a look. You know me, I never miss on dames.
I agree.
As the poet says, they're the most dangerous species.
Most dangerous of the species, Mark.
Take it from me, they ain't of anything. When it comes to working angles, dames are all by themselves. What are we gonna do with this car?
Take it back.
It ain't cracked up as much as my cab was. Ain't a bad car at all. Whose is it?
The registration says it belongs to Thomas and Humphreys. Used car sales.
That's where we're taking it? At midnight? The joint will be shut tight in Atlantic City in December.
Well, let's get inside.
You know something? They could call this breaking and entering.
Do you mind?
Not so long as the cause is just. They need a new door here. You want my flashlight?
Yeah, street lights enough. You take that filing cabinet and see if you can find any papers on the car. I'll try the desk.
Okay. How do they file these things? By license number, make a car, what? I ain't having no luck.
Never mind. Take a look at this.
What do you got?
Here's a registration application for the car. Made out in my name. According to this, I own it.
Then unload it as soon as you can. It needs new rings and a rebore.
A tight little arrangement.
Look, I don't get it.
I do. If I'd been killed tonight, Mark, this slip would have been mailed to the Motor Vehicle Bureau in the morning. It would have covered my accident very nicely.
Looks like you're up against tough pitching, nice.
And there's more to this than just the missing $70,000. I wonder if I could squeeze any information out of Sandra Maynard.
Squeeze another time? In this case, chum, that ain't good.
Well, you're wrong, Marcus. In this case, it ain't bad. The home of Sandra Maynard turned out to be one of those structures that a locksmith and a couple of carpenters could turn into a hotel over a weekend. The lady of the house greeted me in a sequence, something that gave almost as much flash as she did. I instantly recognized one quality in her that I tabbed as dynamite. While you were with her, she'd make you forget all the other women you'd ever known.
After our scrambled meeting last night, this was rather unexpected. But it's nice. Cigarette?
Thanks.
There'll be drinks along the moment. Manhattans and martinis. I'm sure you must like one or the other.
There have been occasions when I've gone for both, to my eventual distress.
You're attractive, Ray. Then I suppose you already know that.
You're rather direct, Mrs. Maynard. I'm sure you make good use of the trait.
Saves time. Oh, don't say Mrs. Maynard. I hate the name. Call me Sandra. Everyone does. Even my chauffeur.
I'm flattered.
I wonder. Have I stepped off on the wrong foot?
With your facade, why worry?
Suddenly I do find myself worrying. Do you mind if I try to impress you, Ray?
I think I'd enjoy it.
Why did you come to see me?
To talk business.
Can it wait?
I don't think it should.
Ray, I have a feeling you might be crusading.
Did you know Johnny O'Connor?
Do I look the type to know anything about a construction company? I inherited the thing from my father. I care so little about it, I've given my husband a quarter interest to get rid of him. What about your Johnny O'Connor?
He was the bookkeeper who was supposed to have committed suicide after embezzling $70,000.
And you don't think he did? Either one.
Well, it seems that he handled the expense accounts for the firm. Entertainment bills, items like that.
I don't get the significance.
The state's attorney general's been asking for funds from the legislature to investigate contracted bids for public works. Been complaints that your company's had inside information on supposedly sealed bids. So a lot of expense vouchers in your office became too hot to hold. Expense vouchers that might have been linked with the bribing of public officials.
What does all this have to do with that bookkeeper?
Well, shall we say that with all those vouchers missing, say, $70,000 worth, O'Connor would be the patsy with nothing to back up the entries in his books. Especially if he weren't around to offer excuses.
I'm afraid you've lost me, Race. I let Thomas run the company.
And you know nothing about this?
Nothing. But I do know one thing.
What's that?
I'm glad you came into the picture.
Thanks. I'm gratified.
Oh, stop looking at your watch. You don't have to rush off, Ray.
Yeah, it's getting late, and I have another call to make.
On another woman?
On your chief accountant, Irving Dalton.
I want to see you again. If you'd care for my case history, I'm 26 and rather wealthy. In about 60 days, I shall no longer be encumbered with a husband.
An interesting deposition. Don't worry. You'll never be lonely.
There's nobody home, Race.
Should be. This hour.
Yeah, why don't you try to knock?
Nothing like the direct approach. Should have learned that earlier this evening from Sandra Maynard.
There's going to be a light switch here somewhere. That's better. Now, wait. Race.
Yes. It's Dalton.
Look at his throat. Somebody must have choked the wadding out of him.
He must have been showing signs of weakening.
Let's get going, huh?
No, let's look around.
Uh-oh.
Open the door, but keep behind it.
Okay. Didn't know if it'd find your way, Dalton.
Take a better look, Thomas. You'll notice he isn't awake.
Say, what is this?
Well, I know some inquisitive gentlemen who'd call it homicide. Where do you think you're going?
I'm getting out of here.
Not yet.
I had nothing to do with this.
Possibly not. But I have a hunch we can tie you in with Johnny O'Connor's murder.
I had nothing to do with it.
Oh, then you know it wasn't a suicide.
No, I...
Mark, dial the homicide bureau.
Now, wait a minute. Why can't we sort of talk this over?
We can. Why don't you start in?
In the first place...
Look outside the window!
There were lights still on in the home of Sandra Maynard. I told Mark to drift around the grounds, keep his eyes open, and then I rang the bell. The butler, appearing in a robe, insisted that his mistress had retired. I had him take me to her bedroom suite where we found her still up. She dismissed the butler.
You mind if I go on brushing my hair, Ray?
Not at all.
Doesn't disconcert you?
You know very well it disconcerts me, but at the moment there's something else.
What else, Ray?
I just came from Dalton's apartment. He's dead.
Wait.
And so is T.J. Thomas, your general manager. Dalton was strangled. Thomas was shot.
Race, you're not serious. Who could have done it?
The police might think you did.
I? Race, you're kidding. You don't think I did it, do you?
The person who killed Dalton had the strength of a man. Do you have a pistol?
Pistol?
Have you ever had one?
Yes. Yes, of course, but my husband's had it for some time.
You can prove that?
Well, I think so. The butler knows that Arthur has had it.
But the permit was issued in your name.
Yes, it was, but...
There's a bullet in Dalton's apartment. The bullet that killed Thomas. The police are going to find it. When they check it in ballistics, your butler's testimony isn't going to be much good if they find that gun here in your room.
But I told you I don't have the gun.
I have a feeling that your husband is going to plant it here.
Oh, Race, I'm all upset. Why would he do that?
First, to cover himself. When he gave him that interest in the firm, he decided to make it pay off in a big way. He got Thomas and Dalton on the hook, and they started the bribery pattern for big profits. But you're the principal owner, so he's going to try to tag you with the guilt. Another thing. If you were to be executed for murder, he'd get another big chunk of your estate, since he's still your husband.
Race, what am I going to do?
Well, we can wait for him. Then, when he gets here...
I'm already here, Miss Race. What's the matter, my darling? Lost your poise? Emulate Mr. Race. He's quite controlled.
That's your gun he's holding, Sandra?
Yes, that's it.
You've caused me a great deal of trouble, Mr. Race. The obvious suicide of O'Connor satisfied the police. Why didn't it satisfy you?
Johnny O'Connor didn't have your educational background, Maynard. He'd never have used a word such as misappropriated. Not even in a suicide note. He used the same word when I interrupted that office meeting. Even Thomas was satisfied with embezzled.
You smelled murder in one word?
2 words. It was a simpler one. O'Connor would have said books. Thomas called them books. You used records. The note said records.
I admire superior intelligence, Mr. Race, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to dispose of you.
You'll be a bit involved, wouldn't?
Not at all. You came here to charge Sandra with crimes. She shoots you with the same gun that killed Thomas. Her gun, as you pointed out. She then commits suicide. Mr. Race, stop looking behind me as though there was someone there.
Ah, but there is.
I'll take care of Race. Yeah. I tell you, Race, you just can't beat an end wrench in a pinch. All you need is the right guy to flip it.
Marcus, never have I been so happy to see your ugly face.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins, came to you from Hollywood. The series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time, 1 week from today, for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production.
Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began in the darkness of the human mind and ended in raging flame.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Ever look at people as you pass them on the street and wonder what their lives are like? Where they've been, where they're going, and what they'll do when they get there? Me, I'm a sucker for the guy who wears his heart on his sleeve with just the scars showing. Or a pair of eyes that look out of a soul eaten away by loneliness. The old lady eating her dinner alone in a booth for four. The lone drinker in a plushy bar who toasts his reflections in the mirror and wishes that he was too drunk to see it. Sometimes the busiest street in the city can be the lonesomest spot in the world. And tonight it had seemed like that as I drove through the dark city. I was well into the warehouse district when I saw a flash. It was like an explosion, only there was no noise, no sound, just this flash and then flames. It was a 3-story warehouse, the old wooden type, and the flames worked fast. I started past to find a box to turn in the alarm when I saw a man, and he was running into the fire. I stopped the car and took off after him. The only light in the building was from the fire, and the man was nowhere in sight. Hey, you! Here I was making like a regular stout-hearted Frank Merriwell. First one to a fire and no one to save. And then I heard him.
Tony! Tony!
I followed the sound of his voice. He was standing at the foot of some wooden steps, yelling his head off.
Tony! Hey, Tony!
Hey, you!
Hey, what are you doing?
Come on, Pop.
Huh?
Let's watch it from outside.
Let go of me.
Now, come on, now, come on.
Leave me alone. Let go of me.
Hey, come back here, you fool!
Go away. Leave me.
Papa, you hurt?
My leg. I hit it when I fell.
Well, let's see if you can walk.
I can walk if you'll help me. I'll go with you, mister.
Yes, I figured you would. I half carried, half dragged the old man. The smoke was so strong that my lungs ached. I felt lightheaded. Outside, a crowd had gathered. A line of policemen were keeping them back out of the fireman's way. One cop came over to us.
Hey, you guys, you work here?
You came in after me.
Who are you?
I'm Strongheart the second, only don't let it get around.
Oh, you, Randy?
Oh, yeah.
The old man's leg hurt?
Isn't broken. It's just banged up a bit.
You guys stay put. I'll get the ambulance boys over here.
Okay, we'll be here.
I'm not saying
Now,
that.
you stay where you are.
I gotta get going.
What's the rush, Pop? Any good reason why you shouldn't wait around?
You mean did I have anything to do with the fire?
Well, did you?
No, I didn't. I didn't have anything to do with it.
Okay. Nobody's accusing you. What's it all about? Why did you run in there after the fire started?
That's my business.
Well, you're going to have to answer questions. You might as well start with me.
Oh, get me out of here, mister. Get me home, and maybe I will.
I led him through the crowd and to my car. I followed his directions through the dark streets. He seemed to be looking for something. He leaned forward, watching in the lights of the car, turned his head to peer at everyone we passed. And all the time he was silent. Finally, I broke the ice. Maybe I'd better know who you are, huh?
Hey, I'm Ben Graham.
You said you were going to talk.
Yeah, it's my son, Tony.
Were you looking for him in the fire?
Tony went there earlier. When I saw the fire start, I thought he might still be in there.
And you ran in to find him?
Tony used to work there.
Used to?
Yeah, he was a night watchman there and several other warehouses. You see, he's not like other people. I was afraid they'd see him there.
Oh, like...
Oh, it's not what you think. He's not crazy. He stays inside himself, if you know what I mean. He don't like people. He sleeps in the daytime. He lives at night.
What happens with the jobs? Does he quit?
He was fired. Every time. Fired.
Why?
He thinks it's because of the cane.
Well, he uses a cane?
Yeah, ever since he was a boy, he's touchy about it. One reason he doesn't like people.
Ben, why do you think he started the fire?
Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't say anything like that.
No, you didn't have to. It shows.
I don't know what to think.
There have been several warehouse fires around here recently.
5. Less than a month.
Yeah. Are they the ones where Tony worked?
Some of them, but it's not only that.
Well, what else, Ben? Why are you afraid Tony started those fires?
3 out of 5 of them are Man with a cane was seen coming out around the time of the fire, and I gotta find him.
Have you asked him about the fires?
Oh, I've tried. We don't talk much. Oh, this is my place. It seems like we're strangers. When I mention fires, he slams out of the house.
Well, I'll talk to him then when we find him.
I mean, I talk to you, mister. He's funny about that.
Well, we'll see. I'll go in, will you?
No, don't. You wait here. Don't come up there. I'll bring him out to you.
Ben Graham staggered up the short walk to his little shed. What was he hiding? What was he afraid for me to see? I heard him open the door without a key. The light switched on. After a few seconds, switched off, but Graham didn't come out. I waited a few minutes and then made my way to the darkened house. There was no sound from the inside. I called as I felt for the door. Ben! There was no answer. I found the knob. Before I could turn it, the door was yanked open.
Look, I told you to wait. I told you to wait in the car.
Well, I saw the light go out. When you didn't come back, I thought something was wrong.
Come on, there's nothing wrong. Get back into the car. Tony's not here.
We gotta find him, Ben.
I know, before the police do.
But where?
Oh, we'll try some of the warehouses. That's where he hangs out.
Which ones? Are they near here?
Yeah, around.
Well, then why don't we leave the car here and walk?
No. Get in.
What are you hiding, Ben? What do you want to get me away from?
Wanted to find out or not?
All right. Where to?
Block down and block over. Young and Wilson's warehouse.
You seem to know a lot about these warehouses yourself.
I've been working in them most of my life. That is, I used to.
Mm-hmm. This Young and Wilson, is that where the next fire is supposed to take place?
I hope not, mister. I hope not. Slow down. That's it ahead.
The building's dark.
The watchman's inside. Over here.
You do know your way around.
Yeah? What do you want?
Tony here?
Who wants him? Oh, you. Get away from that door. Don't come around here, Graham.
Have you seen Tony?
No, he's not here. Now get moving.
What is all this?
You're a stranger around here, you'd know.
I'd know what?
About Ben. He's a bad luck omen. Anywhere he goes, trouble starts. Somebody gets hurt or a fire breaks out. Once a watchman was killed. There's always accidents. It's him.
What kind of superstition is that?
Maybe a superstition to you, but not to us. All the watchmen know. Ask any of them. Now move on.
Oh, what's that all about?
It's true what he says.
Oh, coincidence.
Call it any name you like. It happens. I can't help it. It just happens.
That's why you're not working now?
Oh, nobody will hire me. They all know. Sometimes they think up excuses, but mostly they're like him. They run me off.
Well, you could get some other kind of work.
No, I've tried, but they ask me where I worked, and when they check, they find out they don't need me. Listen. Stand back. Here's Ken.
Tony?
Soon see when he turns that corner.
What are you doing with a gun?
Keep out of the way.
You're not going to...
Shh. Don't talk.
That's not a cane. That's a nightstick.
Policeman.
Hey, you! Over there!
He won't find me here.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute.
Now, what's the matter with old Screwball?
With who?
Ben Graham.
Oh, you know him?
Sure. Everyone around here knows him. I'd have a black cat cross my path than Ben.
Why?
Wherever there's trouble, you'll find him. See the fire tonight?
Oh, yes. Why?
I'll bet he was there. Every time there's a fire, someone swears Ben was there. Hey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What was it the watchman had said? Somebody gets hurt or a fire breaks out? What about the fires where a man with a cane was always seen and another man who nobody wanted around? But why did Ben run when he saw the police? Why was he carrying a gun? I decided I wanted to see the Graham shack again. What was he hiding in that house? What was it he didn't want me to see? The little building was dark when I went up the walk. If either Tony or his father was there, he didn't want anyone to know about it. I knocked once before I turned the knob. I thought I heard a movement in the corner. Ben? Tony? Anybody here? I felt along the wall for a switch. There was a sound like the cry of a cat.
What do you want? Please answer.
answer me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I frightened you. I'm looking for Mr. Graham.
My husband or my son?
Both of them.
What is it? What's happened?
Oh, nothing's happened. I just wanted to see them.
There is something. I know there is.
No, it's nothing, really. Now, why don't you lock the door when I leave so no more bad dreams can come in, huh?
I can't lock the door. I can't move out of this bed.
Oh, you're paralyzed. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have laughed.
It's all right. I like to hear it. No one laughs here. Won't you sit down?
No, I can't stay. I've got to find Ben or Tony.
What have they done, mister?
Oh, they haven't done anything.
You're just like them. They won't tell me anything either. I lie here alone in the dark. Can't move. No one will tell me anything.
Well, I just wanted to give them a message.
No, you didn't. Don't try to fool me. Nobody wants them. Either of them.
I'm sorry I disturbed you, Mrs. Graham. Is there anything that I can do for you?
You can talk to me. Just talk to me. They don't talk, Ben and Tony. They're dark men, both of them.
Why do you say no one wants them? Has there been trouble?
There's always been trouble. What are they into now?
I don't know. I better go find them.
Is it the fires?
You know?
I've guessed. It is. It is the fires.
Now, don't upset yourself. Ben and Tony are all right.
They won't tell me. They won't talk about the fire. I ask them and they won't answer. But I know.
I tell you, they're all right. I just talked to your husband, to Ben. I thought he came here.
They don't come here. All these years I've laid here alone. They don't come here but to sleep and to eat.
Well, Ben was here a little while ago.
He turned off the light and waited in the dark. What did he want? What was he waiting for?
We were looking for Tony.
What has he done? I've got a right to know. I'm his mother.
Well, Ben thinks that Tony started the fires.
Tony? Tony started the fires. He did. He did. Tony started the fire.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Yes, it was adding up, but it wasn't making sense. First, I drag a man out of a fire, a man who's carrying a gun. And now a frightened, paralyzed woman who wanted someone to listen. I could feel that tingling on the back of my neck as Martha Graham talked. She was terrified at the mention of fire. I sat in one of the chairs beside her bed and tried to calm her fear. She wanted to talk, and I couldn't stop her.
Tony started the fire. It burned our house. That's how I got like this. That's why Tony uses a cane. He was a little boy then. Tony loved matches. He liked to watch them burn.
Well, don't think about it now.
I think about it all the time. Sometimes I dream about it. Everything burning all around me, my clothes on fire, and Tony in the corner screaming. I can see it over and over.
Isn't it better if you don't talk about it, Mrs. Graham?
Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. That's all I hear. I want to talk. It's better than lying here alone, not able to move.
Now, don't excite yourself. Why don't you get some sleep?
All right. If you'll stay, I'll talk about something else.
Do you have any idea where Tony is?
In one of the warehouses. That's where he always is.
Well, I'd like to see him. Do you know which one?
What time is it?
Well, let me see. It's a little after 2. Why?
Then he's at the Holland warehouse, about 3 blocks from here. It's where he goes at 2.
I don't understand. You mean he goes to different warehouses at certain times?
Yeah, Tony makes a few dollars. The watchmen help him out. But he never talks to me.
Well, it's hard for all of us to talk sometimes. You say Tony will be at the Holland warehouse at 2.
Yeah. Tony tells me where he'll be. I don't worry if I know.
And Ben, will he be there too?
If he's looking for Tony, he will.
Oh, thank you. I must be going.
Will you do something for me, mister, before you go?
Well, sure. What is it?
Laugh for me. I just want to hear you laugh.
Laugh, she says. She hits me between the eyes and tells me to laugh. I stayed with Martha Graham a little longer, promised her I'd come back, and I set out to find the Howland warehouse. It was larger than the other buildings around it and stronger. It was made of cement and steel, and it towered above its wooden neighbors by several stories. I tried the front door, no luck. I rang the bell, I waited. No one came. I tried beating on the door. That didn't do any good either. I started to turn away, and then...
What do you want?
Who are you?
I'm the watchman here.
I thought the watchman stayed inside.
I just stepped around the corner for 2 o'clock coffee.
Oh?
Don't worry, the place is guarded. There's a fellow inside.
Who, Tony Graham?
Yeah. You know him?
Well, in a way. Is his father with him?
That jinx. I wouldn't let him near the place.
Oh, you too, huh? Well, let's go in. I want to talk to Tony.
About what?
I'll tell him.
Come on.
Where's your light?
Got a flash here. Tony! 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 That's funny.
Well, it's a big building. He's probably on one of the other floors.
Shouldn't be. We punch a time clock here. This is the time we're supposed to check in on this floor.
Now, where is the clock?
Over by the stairs. Lights are there, too. It's not like Tony not to be here.
You mean you've left him here before?
Sure. He helps a lot of the guards. Kind of relieves them like. We all pay him a little. That way he can have a job and his old man don't know it. Better with these lights.
Well, there's your light and there's your clock, but no Tony.
Can't understand it. Let's try upstairs. We'll take this freight elevator.
Are you in all the aisles here at least once during the night?
It'd be pretty hard to do with all those rows of boxes and crates. Hey, you don't think something's happened to him, do you?
I hope not.
I don't think he's up here. I don't know where he is. Listen.
Tony and Ben, behind those boxes, they're coming.
I tell you, I didn't have anything to do with these fires.
Oh, you'd say that. I knew you'd say that.
But I didn't. Why would I start these fires?
Because you're a firebug, that's why.
I'm not. You've told me that all my life, but I'm not.
Ben.
Who's that?
What are you doing with that gun?
Stone, you followed me.
What are you doing up here, Tony?
I came up here to punch the clock. He followed me up. He's going to kill me.
This is the only way.
There's always trouble where he is. I told you.
Shut up. It's not my fault, everything that happens. It's not my fault about my family either. Look at us. Me. Nobody gave me a job, and Martha.
I know, Ben. I saw her.
You know all about us, don't you? Oh, but Tony. Well, there he is. A firebug.
What's that?
Hey, fire! The building's on fire! You brought it, Ben Graham. I told you not to come here. I'm getting out.
Another fire, Tony.
I didn't start it. I've been up here with you.
I know you started it just like the others.
I didn't start them. Oh, listen to me, Pa. I didn't do it.
You have no proof he started them.
How many times did I stop you when you were a kid? You always liked to play with the fire and watch things burn.
All kids do. That doesn't prove
In our house, you set that on fire, too. Everything we had went up. We've never had anything since.
Haven't I been punished for that fire? Look at me, haven't I?
Yeah, but not for the others. You'll never do it again, never.
Put that gun down, Ben. You can't do that. That's murder.
He's got to be stopped. It's got to be.
But not that way. What if he didn't do it? What if you're wrong?
I can't be wrong. I know him.
You don't know him at all. You don't even know what he's been doing at night.
Oh, yes, I do. He goes from one warehouse to another. I've been following him. He's been in every one of those buildings just before they burned.
Every one of them?
You see, even you were beginning to believe.
The fire bell has stopped.
That means the watchman's turned in the alarm. It's automatic. The fire truck should be here soon.
The sooner the better. Look at the smoke has started to seep in. Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
You're not getting out of here, Tony. I can't let you.
Listen, you can't do it, Ben. It's like a lynching. You can't be the judge and executioner, too.
I can't take any more. Martha, the way she is, and Tony like this. You know what they'll do to him. An asylum. I couldn't stand that. It's better this way.
Smoke, will you put that gun away, Ben?
Tony, I don't want to do it, but it's the only way.
There's one other way.
Stay away from me, Stone. I don't want to hurt you. Stay away.
I'm not much of a target with the smoke.
Stay away.
The gun. Give me the gun. Give it to me. Grab the gun, Tony.
I got it.
All right, now, come on. We're getting out of here.
Let it in now.
Come on.
Let go of my arm.
I said come on. Tony, show us the way out.
If I can, Mrs. Stone. If I can.
The room was full of smoke, and the concrete floor was warm from the fire below. We worked our way to the elevator, but from the smoke and sparks growing up the shaft like a giant smokestack, we knew it was useless.
The stairway. Over here!
Bennett stopped struggling. He wanted to live, too. We followed Tony by the sound of his cane. He stopped before he reached the steps. Flames outlined the square of the stairwell.
Tony, take us to the fire escape. Where is it?
The other side! Down this way!
Ben was coughing and gasping for breath. Once he stumbled, nearly fell. For a second time in one night, I was helping him out of a fire. Through the smoke, we saw the light of the red exit sign. We leaned against the door and we found it open. A policeman was on the landing.
I was coming after you. Watchman said you were here.
He helped us down to the street and away from the building.
You just took another one out. Over here, the firebug.
The firebug? Oh, no.
Ma, you're walking.
Oh, no.
Martha, it can't be.
Who is she?
The old man's wife.
But she can't walk. She's paralyzed.
What's it all about, Martha?
My men and those warehouses, they acted like I was already dead.
She was hurt in the fire a long time ago.
Oh.
You can walk. Better than me.
Nobody'll care.
Oh, sure we do, Ma, sure.
Did you start those fires?
Yes, I started them. That's what they did to me. And after I was hurt, they left me alone. They let me lie there alone. First, I got so I could talk, but you wouldn't talk to me.
I couldn't, Ma. Seeing you there like that and knowing it was my fault.
Nobody came in. All those years, nobody.
You can walk.
Then I got so I could walk.
When was that, Martha?
About a year ago. First, I thought I'd go out and see people. But I don't know anybody now.
Why didn't you tell us?
I was going to surprise you, Ben. But you didn't want me. You wouldn't stay around.
Don't you see it was because it hurt us to see you like that?
Oh, when you look at me, you'd look away. So at night, I'd follow you. You didn't even look around. Then I got to understand. You didn't want me. It was the warehouses you wanted. I was jealous of those warehouses. Just like they were people, and I hated them.
Martha, no. Oh, no.
So one night I watched you both go into one of the buildings. And I was left outside alone, just like I'd been so many years. I wanted to kill it, to destroy it.
Oh, Mom.
And when you came out, I went inside. There were some papers and things in the corner. I started a fire, and then I ran out.
Tony, I thought
then
that
I hid, and I watched. And fire trucks came, and people. I had to laugh. I'd brought all those people. They came because of me.
Yeah. You come with us, Mrs. Graham.
You? Where?
He'll take you to a hospital. There'll be people there.
People? People? Will they talk to me? Will they talk to me?
Why, sure they'll talk to you, Martha. They'll talk to you. Some story, huh? Brother, sometimes the night is even deeper than we think. A moral, too? Well, it seems to me it sticks out all over the place. The Graham's loneliness proved about as deadly as poison. Even more deadly. At least poison kills quickly. But there's an answer to loneliness, and it's so simple it chokes you. Loneliness is a prison that separates you from the world. And you can escape from that prison in only one way. By freeing another. Oh, yes, indeed. None but the lonely heart's stone. Copy, boy.
The Columbia Network takes pleasure in bringing you Suspense. Suspense. Stories from the world's great literature of pure excitement. A new series frankly dedicated to your horrification and entertainment. Week by week, from the pick of new material, from the pages of best-selling novels, from the theater of Broadway and London, the sound stages of Hollywood, will parade the most remarkable figures ever known. CBS gives you suspense. Tonight's presentation is one of the finest of the contemporary stories of mystery and terror. John Dixon Carr's famous novel, The Burning Court.
A glass of sherry by the fireside of a beautiful suburban home. What could be more comforting? You're an admirable host, Mr. Depard, and it's really a shame our first meeting is under such a cloud. It's also a shame I have so little time to tell you which one of your guests here murdered your uncle last week. Now, let's see now. I believe we're all here. Your wife, your friend, Mr. Stevens, Captain Brennan.
Yes, and incidentally, yourself. Just who did you say you were?
Well, no wonder you've had so much difficulty with the case, Captain. My name is Cross, Gordon Cross, the writer. As a matter of fact, it's because of my just completed book, Poisoning Throughout the Ages, that I happen to be here now. And Ted Stevens there happens to be a member of the firm which publishes my work. I'd never seen him until tonight, but I've been told what happened. This afternoon, he began reading my manuscript for the first time on the train. The commuter's train, which every afternoon deposits him safely and soundly here in Crispin. I imagine he was halfway home by the time he finished the first chapter. Then he turned a page. Attached to the following leaf was a picture. And looking at it, the young man stiffened suddenly and all but cried out his shock. It was a picture of a young woman, and under it had been printed, famous poisoner Marie Dobré, 1676. Ted Stevens was looking at a picture of his own wife. Imagine his 25-year-old wife in 17th century costume. The face, the features, even a wistfulness of expression were identical. Even the name, Dobré, was his wife's maiden name. But no, that was ridiculous. This woman in the picture was, well, one of his wife's ancestors. Yes, that was it. Simply an amazing family resemblance. Marie would be waiting for him at the station, and he'd have to tell her about it. He wondered why, however, she'd never told him about. Oh, well, but you don't discuss such an ancestor, do you? Ted Stevens glanced down at the chapter to which the picture had been attached. It was entitled, The Affair of the Non-Dead Woman.
Hello, Ted.
Stevens was almost jolted from his seat. It was Dr. Weldon, professor of English at the college, an old friend of his. Quickly, he thrust the picture beneath the manuscript and moved over.
Hi, I didn't see you, Doc. Oh, here, have a seat. Oh, I thought maybe you were giving me the, what do they call it? The brush off? Oh, no, say, as a matter of fact, Doc, you're the one man I do want to see. Yeah? Very flattering. Remember those discussions we used to have about murders? Better than bridge anytime. Well, I got the idea that you'd made sort of a hobby out of the old cases, the historical ones. Well, I've studied quite a number of them, yes. Ever hear of a woman named Marie Dobré? Marie Dobré? Marie Dobré. Oh, yes. That was her maiden name, of course. One of the finest specialists in arsenic poisoning you could ever hope to find. Oh, we're almost at our station, Ted. Let's get to the door. Yes, a real charmer Marie was. Must have disposed of 100 husbands, lovers, suitors, and just plain friends before she was caught. What happened to her, Doc? She was beheaded and burned. Crispin!
Oh, absurd, laughable. Ted Stevens kept saying this to himself, and yet what he knew was a foolish dread followed him straight through the small suburban station and clung to him as he reached the street. And there in the roadster was Marie, leaning toward him a little to hold the door open and smiling at him.
Oh, Ted, what on earth are you staring at?
That streetlight shining on your hair. I like that.
Oh, you're tight. Come on, get in the car.
Then, like a wisp of smoke, it was gone. The whole ridiculous fear, the delusion. When at home, Marie brought the cocktails into the living room. The logs were burning brightly in the fireplace, throwing a soft, dancing glow upon a room that was darkening with dusk. To you, Marie.
And to you, dear.
As Stevens placed his glass down, he noticed the manuscript of my book. It was there on the table, right where he'd placed it when he first came in. Deliberately, he turned from it, and then turned back. The manuscript had been moved. Only an inch or so, but it had been moved. Keeping his back to his wife, he thumbed through that early chapter and discovered, just as he knew he would, that the photograph was gone. For a long moment, he thought of what to do. Then slowly, he turned around.
This book by Cross I brought home.
Yes?
There was a story of poisoner in it. Rather funny. Her name happens to be the same as yours. Oh, your maiden name, that is.
Oh, that is odd, isn't it?
Darling, was she a relative of yours?
Why, Ted, you're serious.
In a way, yes. Oh, I don't mean it's really important. It's just that, well, when you run across a person who's a dead ringer for your own wife and who lived 300 years ago and was a top-flight poisoner, well, you like to hear about it, that's all.
What on earth are you talking about?
Darling, be honest with me. Didn't you look at this manuscript when I was out of the room?
No.
You didn't take out a picture of a poisoner named Marie Debray?
I most certainly did not. Oh, Ted, what is this all about? What are you getting at?
Oh, just this. Somebody took that picture out of that manuscript since I've been home. Now, who's that? Well, I'll take a look. Wait, I don't feel like... Why, it's Mark Depard.
Mark? Ted, wait a second.
Yes?
Ted, whatever it is he wants, promise you won't do it.
Promise I won't do it?
I mean, promise you won't get yourself involved. Please, Ted, don't go out tonight.
Say, what in the world is... Well, anyway, we can't let him stay outside. Mark, how are you? Come on in.
Thanks, Ted.
Just thinking about giving you a call later.
Oh, let me have your hat.
Oh, thanks. Marie, I hope you'll excuse me for popping in like this, but, well, I wanted to talk to Ted. It's rather important.
Oh, I don't mind at all.
Come on, Mark. We'll step into the library. Oh, you mind, dear?
Of course not, Ted. I'll be making the sandwiches for her.
Oh, grab that chair in the corner, Mark. Well, let's hear it.
What's the trouble? Ted, my Uncle Miles was murdered.
Murdered?
Oh, the talk hasn't reached you yet, but it's already started. Nothing definite, of course, just that there was something wrong about Uncle Miles' death.
But I don't... Mark, are you sure of this? You know he was murdered?
I don't know. Of course I don't. I just don't see how it could be any other way. Uncle Miles, you know, had been sick for quite a while, but last Saturday he seemed so much better that Miss Corbett, that was his nurse, decided to take the day off. And, oh, well, you know all this. You and Marie were over that afternoon. Anyway, Lucy and I went to the club that night, to that masquerade party, and we left the old boy completely alone. I've cursed myself 1,000 times since.
But what about your housekeeper, Mrs., what's her name? Henderson. Wasn't she around?
Sure. In that little house out in back. We told her to look in now and then, but, well, that wasn't good enough. It was after midnight when Lucy and I got back. Uncle Miles was dying. Ted, it looked exactly like one of his regular attacks, but then later, after he was gone, I happened to glance under the chest of drawers in his room. There was a small silver cup under there, almost drained, And Uncle Miles' cat. The cat was still warm, but quite dead. Oh. I managed to get the cat out of the house and buried without anyone seeing me. Next day, I had the contents of the cup analyzed.
It was poison?
Yes. Arsenic.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Help me open the crypt.
What?
I want to have a private autopsy performed. Help me get Uncle Miles' body out of that vault. Oh, I know it's a tough job. The thing is sealed solid, but we can do it.
You mean without the police knowing about it?
Without anybody knowing about it. Mrs. Henderson's visiting her sister, and I managed to send Lucy over to the club.
You must be crazy. You're playing with dynamite, Mark. This is something you've got to tell the police now.
I can't take that chance.
But they'll have to know sometime. You're only delaying...
I've got to know first, I tell you. You don't understand, Ted. There was somebody in Uncle Miles' room that night, handing him something in a silver cup. Mrs. Henderson was on the porch by the window. She saw her.
She saw her?
Ted, she thinks it was my wife.
Oh, Lucy.
It doesn't mean anything to Mrs. Henderson yet, because she doesn't suspect anything, but, well, Ted, you've got to see why I've got to be sure, why I've got to know how Uncle Miles died. Because it wasn't Lucy, Ted. I know it wasn't.
Of course not, Mark. She had an alibi. Well, she was with you at the club, wasn't she?
Yes. Except for half an hour.
I see.
You'll help me, won't you, Ted?
When do we start?
As soon as you can make it.
Okay. Come on now. I'll get your hat. You trot on ahead, and I'll come over as soon as I can see Marie.
You're not going to tell her about this?
Of course not. I'll think of something. Don't you worry about it.
No, thanks, Ted. Thanks a lot.
Marie?
I'm coming.
Darling, Mark asked me to...
I know, Ted. Here. You better take these sandwiches with you. You'll be hungry.
Oh, but you knew I was going out?
Yes, I knew.
You listened to us?
I couldn't help it, Ted. I had an idea what Mark's visit was about. The talk about his uncle's death. There's a lot of gossip about it in the village. That's why I tried to tell you. Why I didn't want you to get mixed up in it. But it's too late now, isn't it? I mean, you're going. I can tell by the way you look. Ted, wait a second. There's just one thing I want to tell you before you leave. And that is that no matter what happens, no matter what you find or think or believe, I love you. You'll remember that, won't you?
I'll remember you said so, Marie.
By the light of a dim kerosene lantern, Mark and Ched Stevens pounded their way through the thick shelf of rock that covered the Depar's ancestral tomb, pried open the great slab of stone which lay across the subterranean door, and then at last descended to the dank, ink-black chamber. They found the coffin. They dragged it from its crypt and placed it on the cold stone floor. They unclamped the lid and opened it.
Mark, it's empty.
What? That's impossible. It can't be.
But it is, Mark. You know what this means? That body wasn't in this coffin when it was placed here.
I'll swear it was, Ted. From the time that coffin was closed on Uncle Miles, somebody, the undertaker or Lucy or me, somebody was with it until it was buried. And the crypt was sealed right after.
Then somebody beat us to it. Somebody's broken in here ahead of us.
Broken in? Listen, Ted. Lucy and I have hardly left the house since the funeral. Do you think anybody could break in here, smash through that stone and cement without our seeing them or without our hearing them?
Well... What?
Well, you might as well come on out then.
But who was that?
Me, Mr. Depard, up here. My name's Captain Brennan. I'm from the office of the Commissioner of Police. Like to talk to you if you don't mind, Mr. Depard. Here, follow my flashlight up.
But I don't understand. How did you know about this?
By listening, mainly. You mind if we go up to your house, Mr. Depard?
Why, no. Not at all.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Freddie.
Look here, Captain,
Freddie, this is Mr. Depard, Lieutenant Gray.
Oh, glad to know you, Mr. Depard.
And Mr. Ted Stevens, isn't it?
Well, how did you know my name?
Very simple. I got the names of everybody who was here at the Depards the day the old man died. You and your wife were included. Oh, here we are.
But I don't... Captain, who gave you those names?
Why, your housekeeper, of course.
Mrs. Henderson?
You didn't think Mrs. Henderson saw the dead cat, did you, Mr. Depart? But she did. She also saw you bury it. And we've been interested in the case ever since. Well, nice place you have here, Mr. Depart. Now, let's see. According to Mrs. Henderson, your wife was wearing some kind of a masquerade costume that night. What kind of a thing was it?
Well, it was there, you can see it. It was copied from the dress in that old painting over there.
Oh, yes. Funny, where's the woman's face?
It's always been that way, long as I can remember. Somebody must have thrown acid on it or something. Can't blame them much. She was a poisoner.
A poisoner?
Yes. The story goes that one of my ancestors was responsible for her execution. Marie Dobray, her name was.
Oh, yes. I've read about her. Learned all the poison tricks from one of her lovers, guy by the name of Godin Saint Croix. Oh, yes, Mr. Stevens. We cops read now and then.
Did you say Godin Saint Croix?
That's French. We call it cross. Absolutely no limit to a cop's education, is there? But to get back to your wife, Mr. Depart, she was dressed like the famous Marie. Now, when Mrs. Henderson looked through that window...
Just a minute, Captain. Mrs. Henderson can't prove she saw a thing, and you know it.
What do you mean?
I mean you haven't any right to insinuate that my wife was in that room.
Well, who's insinuating? I'm trying to say that Mrs. Henderson, after thinking it over, realized that she was tricked by the costume. The woman she saw in the funny clothes, handing the cup of poison to your uncle, wasn't your wife at all.
What?
Because your wife is an unusually tall young woman. And the one Mrs. Henderson saw was fully half a head shorter. More on the order, let's say, of Mr. Stevens' wife.
My wife? Why, this is absolutely ridiculous.
Well, I don't know. Why, what's the matter, Mr. Stevens? You're trembling like a leaf. Tell me now, just for fun, where was Mrs. Stevens that night?
She was home. With me.
The whole evening?
Certainly.
She retired early?
Yes, we both did.
You, I suppose, were sound asleep by midnight.
Yes, I was.
Then how do you know where your wife was?
Well,
Look here, Stevens. She had to have a costume that would match Mrs. Despar's. How did she manage that? Where did she get it?
Well, she never had one. She never had a dress like that.
And what about her motive? Why did she poison him?
I don't know.
Not for money, certainly. Then what was it? Hate? Did she hate Miles Despard?
Yes, she did. No. Oh, I don't know. I don't know, I tell you.
Brown?
Yes, Freddie?
I phoned and got hold of Mrs. Despard, the nurse, all right. That Mrs. Stevens, couldn't reach her. Her phone won't answer. Okay, have her picked up.
I'm going home.
Stevens, come back here.
I'm going to get my wife.
Want me to stop him, Brown?
Let go.
Marie, where are you? It's Ted. Marie, what have you done? Marie.
Oh, good evening.
Who are you?
I? My name is Cross. Godin Cross.
Cross? Where's my wife? What have you done to her? You fiend, what have you done to my wife?
Why, nothing at all, young man. Here, sit down.
You're lying. Something's happened to her. The police just phoned. There wasn't an answer. Why are you here?
Why am I here? Well, because your wife, reading my chapter on the Dobrays, realized I knew more about the family than even she did. Because she found my phone number on the front cover of the manuscript. And because I know an exceptional case when I hear one. Does that answer your question?
No, you know it doesn't. Can't you see I've got to know whether...
Yeah, I see. Whether your wife is that Marie Dobray, who was burnt. Burnt by order of the High Tribunal for all poison cases. The burning court of France. Witchcraft, black magic. The world across the threshold. You're quite sure, no doubt, also, that I'm Godin Saint Croix, who first wooed her. No, my boy. No, my real name happens to be, of all things, Tom Simpson. Most unsuitable for a distinguished writing career. And Marie Dobray is no more your wife's real name than mine is Godin Cross.
What?
Your esteemed wife was an adopted child, Mr. Stevens. Adopted by people in Canada named Dobray. Remote members of the real family of poisoners.
I can't believe it. Why didn't she tell me?
Why? Because until I told her half an hour ago, she didn't know it herself. You see, in the course of my research on the family, I found out about it. And in the course of talking with your wife, I found out something else. How for years she was haunted by the fear that she might be a poisoner by inheritance, by blood. And you can see, can't you, why she never talked about it, her past to you?
Yes, yes.
And yet, Mr. Stevens, you had all but made her forget that past. You. And that's why she was willing to lie, to steal a picture, do anything, in order to hold you to her.
Yes, I see that now.
You know, young man, I rather think she loves you. But as you will see, though, she comes only when I call her. Mrs. Stevens?
You mean she's...
Yes, Mr. Cross.
Marie, it's you. You're all right?
Oh, yes, dear. We're both all right now, and nothing can change it, ever.
Marie, listen.
Don't say Marie, dear. Say Maggie.
Maggie?
Well, that's my name, my real name. Maggie McTavish. And it's a lovely name, dear. The most beautiful, gorgeous...
Darling, please. You don't understand. The police, they think you had something to do with Miles' death.
They think I did.
So, now, Mr. Stevens, before we go back to the Depas, don't you think you'd better tell me everything that's been said and done up to date? Having just saved your wife's soul from the burning court, now I'll wrest her body from the electric chair. Yes, Mr. Depas, truly excellent sherry. Don't you think so, Miss Corbett?
Yes. It was very nice.
Well, that, ladies and gentlemen, is how I happen to be here. So let us consider first that supernatural hocus-pocus in the crypt. That body that walked out of the sealed tomb. That body that never was in the tomb.
Never was in the tomb?
No, Mr. Depas. The murderer knew that very soon Mrs. Henderson's story would bring about an investigation. He had to get rid of the well-known corpus delicti.
Yes, but who could have kept the body out of the tomb?
Who, Mr. Depas? Why, you, sir.
What? I don't understand.
Well, it's very simple. You had the opportunity. I believe you said yourself you were alone with the body before the burial. And you had the strength. I dare say you carried it down to the furnace. Where it's now probably nothing but ashes.
Ridiculous. Why would he spend an hour smashing into a crypt for a body he knew wasn't there?
Why, Captain? To impress Mr. Stevens, his witness. And also, apparently, you.
Oh, that's perfectly fantastic.
Fantastic? Oh, no, Lucy. Just comic. And I suppose, Mr. Cross, that I also put on a woman's masquerade costume, went into my uncle's room, and handed him a nice cup of arsenic.
No. That had to be done by a woman. Your accomplice, as matter of fact... Oh, now, come. You mustn't all look at Mrs. Depas, because Mark Depas' one noble act was his frantic effort to prevent his wife from being charged with the crime. A crime which he and Nurse Myra Corbett committed.
Myra Corbett?
Were you?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Stevens, this quiet little lady beside me.
Why would I do such a thing?
Money, Miss Corbett. A cutout of Mark Depas' inheritance. Payments for services rendered.
That's an absolute lie, Cross.
You see, ladies and gentlemen, Captain Brennan never bothered to check Miss Corbett's whereabouts on the night of the murder. Why even think of the nurse? She was the custodian of the old man's health.
Oh, you're crazy.
And yet who but a nurse could so naturally offer the old man a cup? A cup he was sure contained medicine.
You're making it up. The whole thing. You're just
And
making
who
it up.
but Miss Corbett, living right here in this house, would know what kind of masquerade dress she must copy? Would know when Mrs. Henderson would pass the window that night, pass and see her, and accept her, she hoped, for Lucy Depas.
No. That's not true.
Oh, yes, Miss Corbett. Yes, Miss Corbett, that dress was the touch that wrecked you. That was your own idea, wasn't it? Not Mark's. You weren't content with a mere murderer's share of the profits. You wanted a wife's share, half of the whole estate. You wanted Lucy Depas convicted and out of the way for good. Well, I give you a toast, Miss Corbett, with Mr. Depas' excellent sherry. To a particularly ruthless poisoner. And yet, you know, on the whole, I'm rather partial to female poisoners. Why, only tonight I...
Here, let me get to him. Mr. Cook, what's the matter, Brennan?
This man's dead. And from cyanide, if I know anything. Cyanide from that glass of sherry. Cyanide that a nurse could get quite easily. That glass was right beside you, Miss Corbett, and nobody else was near it. Too bad he didn't drink it as soon as you hoped. A second ago, we had nobody to use against you. But we have now, Miss Corbett. We have now. And I arrest you for the murder of Gordon Cross.
Now close to 5 months ago that the prominent author was murdered. And tonight, Myra Corbett pays with her life for that crime. The former nurse, at first protesting her innocence, in recent
Yes,
years has grown...
I'm in here, dear.
Oh. I thought you might... Oh, what did you cut it off for?
Huh? What do you mean?
The radio.
Oh, yeah, well, I thought you wanted to talk.
Poor Ted. Don't you think I know you better than that? What was on the radio?
Well, there wasn't... Okay. It was about Myra Corbett. She goes to the chair tonight.
Oh,
I didn't think you wanted to be reminded.
I don't really. But making such an effort to hide it only keeps it alive, doesn't it? All right, darling. Know what I came in to ask? If you wanted a cocktail before dinner?
The largest one you've got.
Fine. I'll get out the ice cube.
I know. If I'll fix up the fire. Okay, Maria. A deal. Where are some papers to start it?
Right there by the bookcase. And the name's not Marie. It's Maggie. Because, darling, Marie's dead and gone forever.
We're never dead. Neither of us. It was your hand that touched that glass. I know that now. And I could return the favor. But instead, I shall ask that you dispatch your husband. This one, like all the others. Now, just a little bit of poison in the drink, Marie. Any kind of a drink.
What kind, Ted? What kind of a cocktail shall we have?
Oh, any kind, darling. Any kind at all.
You've just heard The Burning Court from John Dixon Carr's famous novel, the first in Columbia's new series of outstanding classics and chills by world-famous authors. Tonight's play, ladies and gentlemen, has one rather special significance we think you'd like to know about. As you perhaps have heard, every fine comedian is said to cherish a secret desire to do an abrupt about-face. Well, tonight you witnessed the fulfillment of one such desire. The role of that literary and quite infamous diehard, Gordon Cross, was portrayed by none other than Hollywood's expert provoker of laughs, Charlie Ruggles. The play tonight, as all plays in this series, was produced and directed by Charles Vander, written by Harold Medford and scored by Bernard Herrmann. Next week, we bring you an intensely exciting and moving drama, The Life of Nellie James. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. Many things were changed during the war. The face of the earth was altered, and the people of the earth changed. Before the war, Frank Race was an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race.
New York in the spring, just after a rain, with the sun sneaking a look at you now and then. Everything glistened, particularly the girls in those transparent raincoats. I was walking right alongside one of them, a blonde who was putting ideas in my head when...
Mr. Race, Frank Race, hey!
It was Mark Donovan, coming in fast as usual. I crawled into his cab, a vehicle that looked as though it must have gone through the Battle of the Bulge.
I've been looking all over for you. Called company apartment from Intercontinental Maritime Underwriters. Guy named Chalmers Latham.
An interesting piece of news. Start beating those signals, Mark. A guy named Chalmers Latham. I remembered him from the Rotogravures. First family, good-looking, shoots golf along with the pros. Frank Merriwell in business. He drew salary as an executive vice president in charge of claims. And at the moment, he wasn't happy.
I don't believe we've met before, Race.
I don't believe so.
I heard of you through McCormick, our chief adjuster. Attorney, aren't you?
That's right.
The OSS during the war, quite a lot of foreign service, decorated several times.
You've got me.
Might I ask why you prefer not to practice your profession?
Well, I got fidgety in courtrooms. It's a handicap. Irritates the judges.
I'd like to point out, Race, that the function of this office is to adjust claims, not to investigate them.
But you've had one come along that looks fuzzy.
Not one, two. Two freighters operated by the same firm. The claim in each case is for total loss.
How did they go?
Overdue and presumed lost. Frankly, they just disappeared, without traces. Ship, cargo, and crew.
Well, sounds like an interesting assignment.
As I just mentioned, our function is to adjust claims and, well...
You don't want to make a fuss.
You understand. Now, the claims may turn out to be perfectly legitimate. So I suggest that on the surface, you make it apparent that you're not working for us. Pardon me, Lord. Yes? Put Mr. Dean on. No, wait a second. I'll talk to her out there. Excuse me a minute, Race.
Quite all right, Leb. It took at least 15 minutes. And when he came back, he kept moving around, smoking rapidly.
You free this evening, Race?
I could be.
I'd like to take you to Sally Deneen's for dinner.
Informal or white tie?
White tie. I'll pick you up at 8.
I left Latham's office and headed for the elevator, but I never quite got to it. The interception came in the shape of a paunchy personality with a pair of eyes that reminded you of grapes. Peeled grapes. His face was round and without guile. And he spoke with the voice of a choir boy.
We're taking the stairs.
Well, I'm not seeking exercise. You know, that's a long way down.
I said we're taking the stairs. You go moving your flippers and you'll pick up a crop of bruises.
I got the feeling I'd pick up more than that. Those orbs told me he'd been smoking a brand they don't advertise. We took the stairs.
Stay close to the buildings. And remember, one phony move and I'll plant a slug in there.
There were several cabs around, but no sign of Mark Donovan. We walked about 4 blocks to finally turn in at a short blind alley, a loading dock. On hand were a couple of citizens who'd been fair game for any dragnet. One of them was an ordinary hood, but the other... Well, you remember the way a bootlegger used to dress when business was good? Slouch hat, double-breasted Chesterfield.
Hello, Race. My name's Jacklin. Eddie Jacklin.
Should that make me happy?
I'm not here to stall around. What'll you take to turn down that job for Intercontinental?
I might be able to answer that better if I knew what they intended to pay me.
Now you're doing the stalling.
Like I told you, Eddie, you don't have to offer him no dough. Just let me push him around a little.
Like this? Great eyes.
I heard you were pretty handy with that commando stuff.
Well, he could have been friendlier about things. Walked me several blocks without uttering a civil word.
I try to be friendly with people I do business with.
You may as well get it straight, Jacklin. I'm not doing business.
I had an idea you'd say that. So I made plans.
With a 45 in your hand. I respect you.
Nemo, flag us a cab. All right, Race. Drift toward the street.
Jacklin gave the cabbie an east side address, and we lurched away. Our flying start made me glance at the driver. I had to swallow a grunt when I saw it was Mark. His eye in the mirror caught mine, and I got set for his play. And I wasn't long in coming. Getting a clear stretch ahead, he gunned the cab to about 50, then slapped on the brakes. I braced myself, and when Jacklin and Nemo went forward, I grabbed both of them behind the heads and pushed hard.
Get him outside, Frank.
Get out, Jacklin.
On your head, Frank, on your head.
I was conscious of a sickening splash, and we all sprawled on the pavement. Nemo and I came up together, and I went at him with the sharp edges of my hands. He took 2 or 3 and then broke away into camp.
Come on, Race. Let's get out of here. Fine fare you turn out to be. Wait for me, says the man. That is the last I see of him.
Well, if you'd been watching, you'd have seen me come out of that building with a gun barrel bruising my backbone.
I took 5 minutes, maybe, to snag me a cup of coffee.
How much coffee do you drink in a day?
This is only my 9th cup. Since noon, that is. Why don't you have some more?
Mark, do you know about a family named Deneen?
Oh, the big shots. Yeah, I know. Followed them around once or twice. There is a girl that's a pip.
Do they own ships?
That's right, sure. The girl and her brother had a big court fight in 44. Hit all the headlines. Some kind of battle about running the company.
No, we weren't reading very many newspapers in 44.
What is cooking on all this, anyway?
Dinner. They're home this evening. On the way over, Latham had briefed me on the family, but at that, I wasn't quite prepared for the militant aunt who presided over the household. Miss Deneen's aunt, Carrie Farrell, must have been about 45. The complexion had the look of freshly stirred oatmeal. She spoke in tones that seemed to be directed at someone behind you, about 50 feet behind you. Carrie's Mr. Farrell always seemed to be smiling, apologetically, as though he felt himself to be a traitor to his sex because of being her husband.
Race? Well, that's an odd name, isn't it? Has anyone ever told you that the race doesn't always go to the fleetest?
I'm afraid that doesn't quite make sense, Carrie.
Does to me. I'm sure it does to Mr. Race. Come along. Sally isn't here yet, but we won't wait for her.
We were dabbling with a chocolate souffle, and I was wondering why Latham had bothered to set this up when she appeared in the doorway. You know, the loveliness of some women affects you gently, like the sampling of fine wine. With Sally Deneen, it reached out and took you by the lapels and said, "Look at me." She wasn't a blonde. She didn't need to be. Not with that coloring. Not with that thick, dusky hair. Her eyes were large and sultry. When they settled on me, I wasn't conscious of where I was.
Sorry I'm late, everybody. Hello, Chalmers. What have you been doing lately?
Fretting about your ships?
Oh, bother the ships.
Yeah, that simply amazes me, the way you all accept the situation so resignedly.
What else can we do, Chalmers? None of us here knows a thing about shipping.
Bob does, or should. By the way, Sally, where is your brother? I thought he'd be here tonight.
With me here? Don't be silly, darling.
Well, I wanted to see him because, well, I'm going to be frank with you. I hate to have to do it, but I'm forced to investigate the loss of those 2 vessels.
What?
And we'll keep it as quiet as possible.
And I gather that Mr. Race will do the investigating.
Yes.
Well, whatever you think best, darling. As Uncle Matt said, we know very little about shipping.
Nice dinner, Latham. I enjoyed it.
What did you think of them?
Interesting people. Do they share ownership of the company?
Sally and Auntie and Brother Bob. Farrell is in only to the extent of marriage.
How are they financially?
I'm not sure. You see, Race, I have an emotional interest in their affairs.
I caught that.
How soon can you leave for San Francisco?
That's where the ships are?
Most of them.
Well, I'll be phoning for a reservation while I change my clothes.
Good. And, Race, there'll be a $1,000 bonus if you make good use of that discretion of yours.
Frisco and fog. According to all reports, they're like bread and butter, particularly in spring. So the sun was a newly minted gold piece. The only cloudiness visible was in my taxi driver's face as the car in front of us made a left turn from the right-hand lane. The cabbie dropped me at a hotel that matched the weather, the Mark Hopkins. And while I was smudging the register, I heard myself being paid. I signaled bellhop and led me to the bar. Sally was there.
Surprised, Mr. Race?
Frankly, yes.
What will you have to drink?
A bourbon and soda, please.
Since you'd like to know, I wheedled your destination out of Chalmers.
What did you use to get out here? A rocket?
Well, I imagine I caught an earlier plane. Trust I don't look travel-worn.
You look... Well, if you don't know how you look, you're not the girl I think you are.
As a compliment, I'm afraid that one is tinged with cynicism.
No, I'm not being cynical. I may get that way later, but I'm not now.
I like you, Race. You mind?
What about Latham?
Will you believe me?
If you level.
I'm leveling, Race. Chalmers doesn't know I'm not interested. It isn't my fault.
It's good enough for me. Let's drink to the new cities. New acquaintances.
Let's drink to Oz.
I spent the next couple of days kicking around and asking questions about missing ships. And I drew a lot of blanks. Then I ran into Sally again at night in the lobby of the hotel.
Tell me, Race, have you been avoiding me?
I've been circulating around. That's the way I earn a living.
Aunt Carrie and Uncle Nat flew out. I'm having dinner with them. Why don't you join us?
Here at the hotel?
No. We have a house out here that we keep open the year round. In Francisville. How about dinner?
Oh, well, I'll enjoy that. But I'm afraid I'll be a little late. See, there's a ship in the harbor I want to have a look at. The Hackensack Victory.
Oh, that's one of ours.
I know. Maybe you'd like to go along.
Couldn't we make it tomorrow?
Let's make it tonight. Think of what it'll do for your appetite.
You're a very persistent man.
The Hackensack Victory is an exact counterpart of the two ships that disappeared. You don't have to come if you don't want to.
I'll come.
We found the Hackensack Victory with the gangplank down. When we reached the deck, I led Sally aft to a cabin door that bore a brass plate, identifying the quarters as belonging to the master.
The captain may not like this.
Don't happen to know him, do you?
To the best of my knowledge, I've never even seen the man.
Now, what do you want?
We just thought we'd like to have a look around.
Now, we've got no time for sightseers.
Captain, this is Miss Sally Deneen, one of the owners.
Now, how would I know that?
Maybe you'd like to see her drive this
I'm not interested. I'm sorry, but you'll have to go ashore.
I think we better do that, Race. He's perfectly within his rights.
All right, Sally. If you say so.
Oh, I'm starved. Wonder how far we'll have to walk to find a cab.
You're starved, and I'm curious.
What about?
The world is full of sounds, mostly words. Your mind is watching while your ears listen. Surprising what people will tell you without intending to.
Have I told you anything, Ray? Without intending to?
You didn't want me aboard that ship.
Well, that's ridiculous.
You know, there's something funny about it. About the master's cabin. They've been redecorating it. Did you notice it? All that cluster of wood shavings on the floor and the smell of paint. Maybe you didn't notice.
Not particularly.
They've been doing something to the ceiling beams. Now, why would they do that?
Race, why don't you forget your job? Right.
She stopped as she said this. So I stopped, too. I reached out, took her by the shoulders. I didn't have to do anything else. Her arms went around my neck, and for a few minutes I did no thinking whatsoever. When we broke it up, Sally seemed a little shaky herself.
It was nice, right?
I thought so, too.
Shall we have that dinner now?
If you don't mind, I'll pass it up for now.
And in the meantime?
I'm going back on that vessel.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
There was something wrong with the Hackensack Victory. I was sure of that. And I couldn't drop the feeling that Sally Deneen was in on it. The gangplank of the ship was up, so I picked a mooring line and managed a hand-over-hand passage that put me aboard. No one seemed to be around, but the master's cabin was unlocked, and I pushed my way in. It was the same lad. And he started to be trucking it again until he glimpsed the Smith & Wesson in my hand.
Well, what do you want now?
Just a little talk. Why don't you sit down? First, I'd like to know why the remodeling job. The beam up there.
I don't know what you mean.
That beam has just been cased with another piece of wood. Very skillfully, too.
Why would anyone want to do that?
This vessel carries a serial number. It's to be found on her engines, on her compass, on her keel. It's usually carved into the main beam of the master's cabin.
Who'd want to be changing all that?
I thought maybe you'd like to tell me.
Not saying a word about anything.
Maybe you'll talk at police headquarters. Put on your coat.
You can't arrest me. Where's your authority?
In my hand. Get that coat on. He was right. I had no authority. But somehow I was going to get him inside a police precinct. He left the cabin and went to the waist. We got halfway down the gangplank.
That's you, Kennedy?
Yeah, but watch out for this fella. He's hijacking me.
Well, if it isn't Race. Going somewhere, Race?
They were at the foot of the gangway, all of them. Jacqueline, Grape Eyes, and Nemo.
Take it carefully. He's got a gun on my side.
We got rods, too. 3 of them. Why don't you try coming by, Race?
Listen, Jacqueline. Listen carefully. I'm coming down with Kennedy in front of me. And you lads are going to back away to the left. Make any bad moves and I start blasting. I've forgotten the Grape Eyes wasn't exactly the rational type. I never cared for high dives, but it was either Jacqueline or a jackknife. I must have been a sad sight parading around with that oil slick all over me. But I paraded. At police headquarters, I wrote a description of Captain Kennedy and swore out a warrant for his arrest. Then I went to the hotel and scrubbed myself for about an hour and crawled into bed. I slept hard until... Yes?
Good afternoon.
Oh, hello, you. Oh, I'm sorry about last night. Adventure reared its delaying head.
All is forgiven. As a matter of fact, we're getting together tonight. Aunt Carrie, Uncle Matt, you and I. You aren't too busy.
Ooh. Is this for dinner?
In your honor. The address is 122 Roland Lane.
St. Francis Wood?
That's it.
I'll be there scrubbed and cold. 122 Roland Lane turned out to be an attractive sort of place. Monterey style, not unusually large. When I got inside, I was provided with the surprise of finding Chalmers Latham on hand. He drew me to one side.
Anything to report?
First you told me. Did Sally Deneen and her brother ever patch up that disagreement they had a few years ago?
No, they never patched it up.
Where is the brother?
Haven't any idea.
Does anyone have any idea?
What are you getting at?
If the brother were to die, would Sally come into any money?
To the best of my knowledge, his will cuts her off for the customary $1. There's Carrie and Matt. I'll talk to you later.
Well, what have you been doing with yourself, Mr. Race?
Suppose I could say I've been looking for victory ships.
Oh? Are there a lot of them?
Good heavens, my dear. There were hundreds of them built during the war. And many a welder lost his life working between their double hulls.
Some of them weren't built very well. A number of them are broken apart at sea.
And that could have happened to ours, couldn't it, Race?
Yeah.
You look pensive, Race. Did you hear me? I said you looked pensive.
Yeah, it must be this cigarette. I'm trying a new brand.
Oh, come now, Race.
Or maybe it's because I just realized what happened to those 2 vessels.
You what?
All right, Race, let's have it.
If you own ships insured for $250,000 apiece, it's sometimes profitable to collect that insurance, isn't it?
Quite profitable.
But it would be more profitable if you could collect the insurance and still have the ships, wouldn't it? More profitable and less open to detection.
What are you driving at?
Victory ships. And the fact that so many of them were built. Ships that are exact duplicates except for their registry. Some of them are worth $250,000. Others you can pick up as salvage for a few thousand.
Please come to the point, Mr. Race.
The Hackensack Victory was originally bought for a salvage price, wasn't it?
I think so. I believe our company had it refitted.
And that happens to be my point. The Hackensack Victory was never actually rebuilt.
What?
The Hackensack Victory isn't the Hackensack Victory at all. It's the Jackson Victory, one of the ships you were supposed to have lost.
Why, you must be insane.
And it makes quite a picture. You have a sound vessel insured for a fat amount. You buy a battered sister ship for a couple of dimes, sink it somewhere, then transfer its identity to the valuable ship and declare the good one lost. Sweet maritime racket for somebody.
But who? Who among us would do a thing like that?
I beg your pardon, madam. There's a phone call from Mr. Race.
It was the hotel, relaying a message from police headquarters. They picked up Kennedy and wanted me to come in and identify him. Sally had come to the phone with me, and I told her about it.
Never mind calling a cab. We'll take my car. Come on.
What could I say? We went to the car and blew out of there. It took me several minutes before I realized she was headed away from the city instead of toward it. I let out a yelp.
Just relax, Race, and everybody will be happy.
Hey, you little ninny, what are you trying to do?
I'm sorry, Race. Company's been losing money for some time. I guess that brother of mine just couldn't take it. But I care for him, Race. I care for him, even though we don't get along. I care for him too much to see him disgraced.
Hey, you little idiot, slow down.
Don't move, Race. I'll wreck us if you do.
I knew what I had to do. Grab the wheel with one hand and hit her with the other. They'd be touch and go, but... Hell, have you ever tried to stop a speeding car with an unconscious girl flopping all over you? I took time out to make sure she wasn't too badly hurt. Then I swung the bus around and headed it back. She came around pretty soon, but didn't say anything. Just sat there letting me make the plays. The police had Kennedy all right, in the hospital. But it wasn't easy to identify him. His features had been altered too much, and he was unconscious, almost dead. I left the place, and Sally and I drove slowly back to St. Francis Wood. It was pretty late by then, and the house was dark. But I went in anyway. In the dim light of the living room, I took Sally in my arms. And in spite of what I had done to her, she responded.
All right. When we care for each other the way we do, is it necessary for you to be so hard about things? Can't you work for me instead of the insurance company?
Sally, what do you think happened to the crews of those two ships?
Well, I don't know. It hadn't occurred to me.
It occurred to me. I believe they were murdered. And, Sally...
Yes?
I think your brother has been murdered, too.
Oh. I'll take it, Race.
I'll let her. She needed something to concentrate on after a fall-up like that. Quite a lot of conversation seemed to come from the other end.
That's good.
Finally, still holding the phone, Sally turned to me.
It's the police. Captain Kennedy is regaining consciousness, but they don't expect it will be for long. They want to know if you have any suggestions.
Yeah, let me have him. Hello. See if you can get a statement from him, will you, Inspector? And keep driving at him with one name, Matthew Farrell. Keep repeating it to him, and I think you'll blow the whole thing wide open. Oh, that's funny.
What's the matter, Race?
The line seems to have gone dead.
It's been dead for several seconds, Race. I cut it just before you offered my name to the police.
Uncle Matt!
He stood there fully dressed and was gripping what seemed to be a Luger, gripping it steadily.
What made you suspicious, Race?
In New York, you said you knew nothing about shipping. Tonight, you spoke of welding double hulls. And then I imagine there's a will, isn't there? Bob Deneen's will, leaving his share of the company to you and your wife.
My wife had nothing to do with it.
No, I can believe that.
And you're going to have nothing to do with it. Either of you. I'm sorry, Sally.
Oh.
He had a gun on me, but he was looking at Sally. It was a chance I had to take. I dove at him.
Hey!
That's all right.
Oh, he's
dead. Yes. Had to be him. Us.
Oh, Ray.
Yes, Sally. I know. Violence isn't part of your world, is it? You really don't have any courage.
We were all right. Until you came.
I'm sorry to disturb your sheltered little world, Sally. But hiding from things doesn't make it a better world than mine. Maybe we'd better take a rain check on each other. And, give Chalmers Latham a message for me, will you? Just tell him there's no charge. This one is on me.
Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins, came to you from Hollywood. The series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time 1 week from today for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. This is the Bruce Ells production.
Nice country this train goes through, eh, Walton?
Maybe you think so, but the train ain't taking you where it's taking me, copper.
I expect to go all the way with you.
All the way?
Yep.
Don't I wish it? And you first.
Well, almost all the way. Yes, this is a beautiful country.
Yeah, with a beautiful electric chair waiting for me at the end of the line.
Well, Walton, that's something you should have thought about. What's the matter with this train?
Feels like we hit something.
Stop it. You're not getting out of this drawing room to see why.
Grab him, Walton. What? I'll finish the job.
Yeah, I got him.
What is...
Nice work, Pete. Slug him, quick. Nice going. Get the keys off him and get me out of this slave bracelet.
Where'll I find him?
I hope you picked a good place to stop this train.
Sure I did. There's a thick woods alongside the track.
Yeah?
Bill's waiting on the highway with a car.
Good.
Here's the copper's keys.
Okay, get me out of these cuffs so I can get going.
Where to?
To the guy who wanted to send me to the chair. That rover boy named Boston Blackie.
Now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Come here, baby.
No.
Why not? Who buys your furs? Who buys your jewels? Who got you that nice new car?
Oh, you did, Henry, darling.
Come on, Sal. Give us a kiss, huh?
No,
I paid for it, didn't I? In advance?
Just the first couple of installments, darling.
Who is it?
Me, Joe.
Okay, come in.
Hey, Mr. Lewis, did you hear the news?
What news?
Tom Walton. Oh, hi, Sal.
Hello, Joe. What's all the excitement about?
Tom Walton, he got away from the cop taking him up the river.
Got away?
Yeah, and he's heading back to town, too, from what I hear.
So what's there to get excited about, Joe? Walton doesn't have anything against us.
No. Got plenty against Boston Blackie.
And so have you, honey.
Yeah, that's just the trouble. I shut my mouth off in public about killing Blackie.
That's just what Walton's coming back to town to do.
Yeah?
What'll we do, Mr. Lewis?
We can't let Walton get him. It looked like I did it.
Yeah.
Joe.
Yeah?
You and I are going over to Blackie's.
Okay. Why?
Because I gotta protect the guy I hate more than anybody else in the world.
Hello.
Hello, Blackie.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Blackie, did you hear the news?
About Tom Walton? Yeah.
Well, Blackie, the police can't find him. They know he's on his way back to the city, but they haven't found a trace of him.
So what?
Well, so don't you think you better do something?
No,
He threatened to get even with you for your part in convicting him.
I know. I just hope he'll try.
Oh, Blackie.
But things have been so dull lately.
Blackie, Walton knows his way around. He said he'd escape, and he did it.
So what? I'm not worried about him. If I'm going to start getting gray hairs, it'll be over Henry Lewis. He's the guy I've got to keep away from. You see, he would...
Blackie, what's happened there? What's the
Hang up that receiver, Joe.
Sure, Mr. Lewis.
Well, Joe, if you didn't bust Blackie's skull with that gun butt, we're okay.
Are we?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what happens now?
Now we hide Blackie until the cops grab Walton. Then it'll be okay for me to get sore at Blackie again.
Police Department homicide, Sergeant Matthews.
What?
You've seen Walton, have you? Okay, where? 110 Wellington Street, huh? This is the fifth tip we've had that somebody's seen him. I hope that 5's his number. Thanks. Yeah.
Faraday speaking.
Matthews, Inspector. Walton's been seen again, this time at 110 Wellington Street.
Okay. Only as Blackie would say, let's hope Wellington Street is Walton's Waterloo. Looks like another false alarm, Sergeant Matthews. The cops are all standing around doing nothing.
Well, at least they got here after the alarm I heard broadcast. Hey, officer, any luck? No. Anybody see Walton?
That's what I thought. Another phony tip. Come on, Matthews. Let's get back to headquarters. Come in.
Inspector Faraday,
Get out of my office, Miss Wesley. I'm busy.
But, Inspector, this is important. I've tried to reach you ever
I've
since...
been out looking for Tom Walton. You try to reach me ever since what?
Ever since I was talking on the phone to Blackie. When all of a sudden something happened to him.
Yeah?
I heard other voices, and then somebody hung up on the phone.
Uh-oh.
Inspector Tom Walton threatened to get Blackie, and he did.
So it seems. So Walton grabbed Blackie, huh?
Yeah.
That Walton didn't know how well off he was with just a whole police force looking for him. He'll find out if he tries to handle Blackie.
Oh, brother.
Feeling better, Blackie?
Oh. I'll let you know as soon as I get my head back.
Okay.
Right now, it's floating on the ceiling. Who are you?
Just a fella. Fellow works for Henry Lewis.
Lewis sent you to crack my skull and bring me here.
Yep.
Wherever here is.
Sure, he wanted to grab you and keep you away somewhere so Walton couldn't get you. Hitting you on the head, though, was my own idea.
It was?
Yep.
What'd you use, a steam shovel?
Nope. My gun. The back of my gun.
I think I like it better than the front of it. Must you point it at me?
Sure. Because you're slippery. You're liable to get away. Mr. Lewis told me that.
Why didn't you tie me up when you knocked me out?
You can get out of any kind of ropes. Mr. Lewis told me that.
Did Mr. Lewis tell you I don't like guys who bang me on the head?
You should like me. I was doing you a favor.
Mr. Lewis told you that.
How did you know?
I don't know. Just a passing thought. What's your name?
Joe.
You know, of course, I'm getting out of here, Joe. Right now.
I don't think so, Blackie. I ain't supposed to let you. That's why I'm holding this gun.
It's because you're holding that gun that I'm now holding my head. Give me some water, will you?
Oh, no, Blackie. You get it. I gotta watch you every second.
Well, come on, then.
You bet I will. Mr. Lewis said for me to stay right in back of you, no matter what you did.
You'd be awfully uncomfortable if I decided to lean against the wall.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Want a drink of this water?
Later. Right now, I gotta keep my eye on you.
No, here, have a drink. Have the whole glass full.
Hey! I'm all wet.
You're not kidding. I'll take that. Hey, come on, give it to me.
Oh, that gun.
Sorry, I've got it. And here's your receipt. When you come to, Joe, call Mr. Lewis. Tell him what happened. See what Mr. Lewis says about that.
Hello? I want to speak to Mary Wesley.
Speaking.
Miss Wesley, Boston Blackie's girlfriend?
Yeah, do you know anything?
Look, I'll do the talking.
You know something about Blackie?
I said I do the talking.
Who is this?
Nobody important. Just call me Sal. But Blackie's important, isn't he? At least to you?
What do you want?
Oh, you're the one who wants something. Blackie, maybe?
Yes, where is he?
Oh, that'd be telling. Not that I mind telling, but I don't want to do it for nothing.
You know where he is?
I sure do.
Where? Tell me, what's happened to him? Is he all right?
So far, so good. But I'm going just so far without being paid.
Oh? How much do you want?
$10,000 will do.
$10,000?
Now, don't give me that old gag about not having
But
it.
I don't, and I don't know where I can get it.
Well, you better get it. Next time I call, I want to see you with $10,000 in your hand, or you'll see your friend Blackie with a hole in his head.
This is the back of Blackie's building, Walton, but this is as far as I'm taking you.
That's okay, Bill. I'll go the rest of the way myself.
How are you going to get in Blackie's apartment?
I don't know yet. I'll figure out it. Hey, look.
Yeah?
They're washing the windows in this building today. That gives me an idea.
It is one of the window cleaners standing by the basement door there right now with his pail and stuff.
Yeah, I'm in luck, Bill. I'll knock that guy out, tie him up, gag him, and dump him somewhere, then go to Blackie's apartment and wait for him. See you later, Bill.
Okay. Good luck.
Thanks. Now beat it. Hey, buddy, you got a match?
Oh, sure, mister. Got a whole box over in the pocket somewhere. I'll find them for you.
Yeah, there's no hurry about it. Hey, look.
Huh? So do I.
At this! Pleasant dreams, buddy. Now I'll take those overalls and that pail of yours up to Blackie's apartment and see to it that he kicks the bucket.
Hello.
Hello, Mary. This is Blackie.
Blackie, where are you? What happened?
I'll tell you all about it when I see you. I just phoned to say I'm all right.
Well, thank goodness. I thought Tom Walton had found you and you were dead.
Walton, and he was near me.
Oh.
It was Lewis and one of his men who grabbed me.
Louis.
But I got away from him.
Oh, Blackie, you better go to the police.
And how far they laugh at me?
Oh.
Nothing doing. I'll handle this my own way.
Mm-hmm. And what way is that?
Well, Lewis and one of his boys grabbed me in my apartment, so they won't try it there again.
Mm.
I'm out in the country, so it'll take a while, but that's where I'm going, to my apartment, where I'll be nice and safe.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Killer Tom Walton escapes from the police officer taking him to prison and returns to the city to kill Boston Blackie. Gangster Henry Lewis, who has publicly threatened Blackie with death, knows that he has to protect Blackie from Walton or be accused of murder himself. But Blackie escapes from Lewis's protective custody and is on his way back to his own apartment, unaware that Walton, disguised as a window cleaner, has gone there. As we return to our story, Lewis and his girlfriend are in Lewis's apartment.
Come here, baby.
Oh, I'm happy where I am, Henry darling.
Oh, baby, that's no way to treat the guy who makes you look so good.
I was born looking good. He just gave me the accessories to match.
Well, come here and let's see. Who could that be?
I don't know, but remind me to thank whoever it is.
Hello, Mr. Lewis.
Joe, what are you doing here?
I'll tell you, Mr. Lewis, I had tough luck.
You didn't kill Blackie, did you?
He almost killed me.
What?
He got away, Mr. Lewis. He grabbed my gun and got away.
Oh, you don't.
You dumb ape. I told you what would happen if you didn't hold Blackie.
Well, I did my best, Mr. Lewis, but he... What's the idea of clipping me?
I've only just started.
Why don't you both stop?
Stop. I'll show him what happened when he doesn't do as he told.
Lewis, I'm telling you, don't clip me no more.
No, okay. Call this anything you like. Boy, you... Well, thanks, Sal. Thanks for breaking that vase over this mug's head.
It wasn't anything, sweetie. You were losing the fight. You shouldn't hire men you can't lick, Henry.
Oh, no?
Besides, a new dress would thank me much better than anything you can say.
Don't bother me about a new dress. I gotta locate Blackie.
If the dress were nice enough, maybe I could do it for you.
You?
Uh-huh.
All right. That's an idea. Only remember, baby, you're going after him for me.
Are you Boston Blackie?
Huh?
You're Boston Blackie, aren't you?
Uh-huh. And you're beautiful.
We'll talk about that later. I'm Sally Brumwell, and right now I need your help.
Well, help must be the only thing you need because you certainly have everything else.
Thanks. Will you help me?
Sure. But first I have to go up to my apartment here and change. Come along with me, will you? After I get washed up, I'll try to clean up whatever trouble you're in. Here we are. Now, when we get inside, you just sit down, Miss Bromwell, and read a magazine.
Uh-huh.
I'll be with you in a minute.
Oh, you won't slip out the back way, will you, Blackie?
With you here? I got hit on the head, Miss Bromwell, but not that hard. After you?
Thank you. Are we alone?
Yes.
That's what you think.
What?
Faraday, what are you doing here?
Miss Wesley phoned me, said you're on your way up here and might need help.
You still haven't answered my question. Oh, excuse me, Miss Bromwell, Inspector Faraday.
Nice to know you.
How are you?
What happened to you, Blackie?
It's a long and stupid story, Faraday, but...
Good what?
What's that window cleaner's pail doing over there?
It's probably waiting for the window cleaner to come back and use it.
The windows in this apartment were washed just yesterday, Inspector.
So maybe somebody gave him a dirty look.
Perhaps I ought to come back some other time.
No, please, Miss Bromwell. Stay right where you are. The inspector won't make any more bad jokes, will you, Inspector?
You make enough for both of us.
Do
Suppose there is a pail in your apartment. What do you want, a shovel and a pile of sand so you can play?
Faraday, listen, if Tom Walton got into this apartment, he'd come in disguised. Maybe as a cleaning man.
You think he's here now?
No, you probably scared him off when you came in.
Your phone's ringing, stupid.
How can a phone ring smart?
Your telephone, Tobe.
I know it's my telephone. I've seen it before. Wait a minute. Hello.
Hello, Blackie.
Oh, Mary, I'll call you back. I'm busy.
Oh, well, okay.
Well, Faraday, goodbye.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere.
Perhaps in your profession you're not.
What?
But I have a date with Miss Bromwell here, and to be subtle about it, you are in the way.
What's Miss Wesley's phone number?
Who?
Okay, Blackie, have it your way. Only when Miss Wesley hears about this, I think you'd be better off if Tom Walton got you.
Any after effects of that smack you got in your head, Joe?
No, Mr. Lewis. I'm sorry we had that battle. I like working for you.
That's all right, Joe. We have a job to do now that'll make everything all right. If Sal takes care of her part of the deal.
She'll be able to get Blackie out here, you think?
Well, I don't know why not. We're safer out here than at my place. Well, look. Turning off the highway. It's our car. Look out the window.
And Blackie's with her.
Good. Get ready. When he opens the door, slug him as hard as you want this time. Get back at the door, quick.
Okay.
He'll be coming through this door in a minute.
Glad you could make it, Blackie.
They're just outside the door.
Here. You see, what I want to show you is in the living room, Blackie, to the left of the door.
All right.
Now, Joe.
Good.
That got him.
Yeah. Close the door, huh, Sal?
Sure. Well, Henry, aren't you going to thank me?
I'll thank you, baby. The usual way.
That'll be a fur cape in addition to the new dress.
Good enough. Thanks to you and Joe, Blackie isn't going to get away from me now.
Yeah.
Joe, you know what to do now, don't you?
Sure.
Mind if I know what he does
What?
now,
What
Lewis?
is it?
Stay right on, all of
Getting
you.
out of here.
Matthews, take over.
Yes, Inspector Faraday. Keep your hands up, all of you, and don't take them down till you're told.
And when they come down, you're going down to headquarters. Then we'll get Tom Walton. Hiya, Bill.
Never mind the higher bill stuff. Did you get the job done, Walter?
Nah, his pal Faraday came up to the apartment. I had to beat it.
Oh, great. This'll go on forever.
No, it won't. I'll get Blackie yet.
Not the way you're going. Look, I'm not going to put you up forever. You're too hot.
I've been expecting this.
You can't blame me, Walton. The cops are looking everywhere for you. I don't want you around when you get grabbed.
You thinking of kicking me out of here?
No, Walton.
Just be sure you don't think about it. Look, I'll get Blackie this time and then beat it to the town.
That's what you said before.
I know, but this time I got a plan. You see, I just remembered something.
Yeah? What?
Blackie's got a girl.
Well, Blackie, next time you leave this apartment of yours with a stranger, let me know where you're going.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good thing I was smart enough to follow you.
Smart enough? I knew you were in back of us. That's why I had the gal drive slowly. I suspected the trick, but I didn't know it was Lewis. I thought it was Walton.
All right, you wanted me to follow you. But we didn't catch Walton.
That makes everything even. He didn't catch me either. That's my phone, the one you pointed out to me, remember?
Well, answer it before I really answer you.
Hello.
Hello, Blackie, this is Mary.
Oh, yes, Mary.
Blackie, I want you to come up to my apartment right away.
All right. Alone?
Yes?
I get it. Put Walton on.
Huh?
I said put Walton on the phone.
Oh, yeah, just a minute.
Hello, Blackie. Think you're smart, don't you?
Smart enough to guess you were up there.
Well, let me tell you what that guess did. It killed your girlfriend. If I can't get you, I'll get her.
No, wait a minute. She's not the one you want. I am. I'll make a deal with you.
I'd like it a lot more if you'd make a target for me.
That's just what I will do. But you've got to let Mary alone. Listen, Walton.
Keep talking to him. I'll send him.
Quiet, Faraday.
So Faraday's there.
Well,
Okay, Blackie, that does it. I'm getting you by remote control. Your girlfriend goes.
now wait, Walton. It's really me you want, and I'll set it up so you will get me. If you leave Miss Wesley alone.
How do you do that?
She knows the location of a shack that I have in the country. Nobody else knows it, not even Faraday. And I guarantee to lose him. Come on up there with her. And if I set myself up so you can get me, will you let her go?
What about cops?
That shack of mine is out in the open. There's no place for any cop to hide. There won't be any policeman, I promise.
So long, Blackie. I'll think it over.
Where is that shack of yours, Blackie? Where is it? I'll have the whole place loaded with cops.
No, you won't, Faraday, because I'm going up there alone, and you won't follow me up there.
Why not?
I made a bargain, and I'm going to keep it if it's the last thing I do. Which it might very possibly be.
Well, I drove around his shack for 15 minutes, Walton. Nobody in sight.
So, Blackie's keeping his word, huh?
Yeah.
Good. You got an honest boyfriend, kid.
I wish you were here in the car. He'd take care of both of you, believe me.
That's enough out of you.
Leave me alone.
Bill, stop the car by this tree.
Yeah.
There isn't a thing between me and that shack of Blackie's except open space.
Yeah.
Even if the joint in there was loaded with cops, it wouldn't help them any. Maybe they'd get me, but they'd never take a chance with your gun in this gal's back. Watch me. Don't take your gun off the gal, and don't let me out of your sight.
Don't worry. Be careful, Walton.
Nothing to worry about. Not a thing.
What happens to me after Walton gets back from the shack?
You get killed, too, dearie.
I...
Matter, too young to die? There's Walton at the door with his gun in his hand. Go ahead, look. Maybe you get a kick out of seeing your boyfriend get it.
Okay, Bill.
You're right. When Walton grabbed that door, it set off an explosion. I'm going to take care of you and then beat it out of here.
That's what you think.
Okay, Blackie, you tricked Walton, but you got to trick me.
Oh, attaboy, Blackie.
I'll take care of him. He'll be asleep for a while. Come on, Mary, get out of the car. There we are.
Okay, I'm getting out. But, Blackie, what happened?
I got here before you did. Wired the door to an explosive and waited to see what happened behind this tree. The explosion distracted Walton's friend, who had the gun on you. You know the rest.
Blackie, you're wonderful.
Yes, I know. But I'll tell you something. Walton had a pretty good plan for rolling me out.
Oh.
Coming to this shack knowing I wouldn't do anything about it because of what might happen to you.
Well, if it was such a wonderful plan, Blackie, then what happened to it?
You saw it, didn't you?
Well...
It just blew up in his face.
Blackie, I hope the police are going to make sure that Mr. Walton doesn't get away from them again.
He's on his way to prison with a 4-man guard this time. They'll get him there, Mary.
Well, I hope so, because he almost got us out at your shack.
Almost isn't quite good enough.
Well, it's good enough for me. I'm surprised, though, that he agreed to come out there in the first place. He might have known it would be a trap.
He was sure it wouldn't be, Mary, as long as he had you with him. And he looked around plenty before he drove up to the shack, didn't he?
Oh, yes, for quite a while.
I was sure he'd look around for a long time. I knew I'd have time to rig up something to trap him, but I think Walton would have come after me, trap or no trap.
Anything to get revenge, huh?
Walton knew he was going to the chair, and it didn't matter to him whether it was for 1 murder or 2.
Or 3. He was going to kill me, too. Do me a favor, will you, Blackie? Next time an escaped murderer comes after you, leave town.
I've got a better idea than that, Mary. Next time somebody threatens to kill me, you leave town.
Oh, good evening, Miss Anderson.
Good evening, Joe. Table for two?
The best in Joe King's fraternity house, Miss Anderson, for the prettiest model in the city.
That's what you tell every model who comes in here, Joe, and don't deny it.
I won't. Every model in the city comes in here, and each one of them is the prettiest. You're meeting the usual, unusual young man tonight?
No, I'm having dinner with Clyde Winston, the photographer.
Oh.
We'd like a rather quiet table to talk business.
Oh, I'll give you the quietest table in the place. Right this way, Miss Anderson.
Thanks. I was at Mr. Winston's studio this afternoon. He wants to talk about giving me a contract. I've been trying for a contract with him for a long time.
So is every other model.
Don't I know?
Well, how about this table?
Oh, this one will be perfect, Joe, thanks. I'll wait for Mr. Winston before I order.
Oh, of course. Uh-oh. Maybe you'd like to switch to a table for three.
Well, why do you say that?
Well, here comes your regular young man. And he looks as if he's looking for you. But when isn't he? Shall I...
Never mind. He's already seen me. Hello, Bill.
Good evening, Joe.
Hi. Well, I'll be seeing you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. Bill, what are you doing here? I told you this morning I was meeting Clyde Winston this afternoon and made a date with him to have dinner.
You met him this afternoon?
Yes, at about 4. Why?
Why?
Yes.
Because this afternoon at about 4 o'clock, Clyde Winston was murdered.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Candy. How's the one-woman Scotland Yard?
Oh, okay, Inspector. If business was any better, you fellows could all retire on your big fat pensions. Is Mallard in his office?
Oh, sure. I just left him there. He's working on a deal, but it's all right.
A deal? Oh, I won't bother him then.
It's all right. When last observed, he was perched neatly on the horns of a dilemma.
Ouch. Well, in that case, I'd better go in, Inspector.
Righto. Drop around any time. High heels sound so much nicer than flat feet.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Lieutenant Mallard.
Candy, for Pete's sake, I wish you'd knock when you come in here.
Why?
Well, I might have been,
What, Mallard, dear?
asleep or something. Well, now that you're in, pull up a chair and set a spell.
I heard you were busy.
You heard I was busy, so you barged right in?
I can always barge right out again, you know.
No, stick around. I've done all I can for now.
What have you got, a murder?
In homicide, I'd be working on a purse snatching. Here, take a look. Ever see anything like that before?
Nope. Looks like a small medallion of some kind.
I don't think so. Near as I can figure, it's the symbol of an order or a cult. You recognize the characters on it?
Oh, they seem to have an Egyptian flavor.
That was my thinking, too. However, I'm not an Egyptologist.
You can always take it over to the University of California.
University of California?
What's wrong with that?
Well, it'd be like cutting off my own nose. I've got Stanford and 6 points in the big game.
After what UCLA did to them?
Oh, no, sorry.
From now on, I will knock before I come in here. And if I get an answer, I'm going to leave.
You've got a point there.
I know I have.
I mean about taking this over to the university.
Hey, wait a minute. Why didn't I think of it before?
What?
Rembrandt. He has a brushing acquaintance with the Egyptian language and writing.
Rembrandt? Rembrandt Watson? Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not. He spent quite a bit of time in Egypt before the war. Come on, get in the car and we'll drive over to his place. I've got to see him anyway.
I'm sorry, Candy. No can do. I got to be in Judge Wallach's court in 10 minutes.
Well, let me have it and I'll take it over to him. If Rembrandt comes up with anything, I'll report right back.
Okay, just don't lose it, that's all.
Why? Can't you get another one?
Well, not this particular one, we can't. We took it off the body of a woman they found floating last night in Stowe Lake.
Stowe Lake in Golden Gate Park?
Mm-hmm.
What a charming place to take your last bath. Oh, I almost forgot what I came here for to begin with. Here's the book I borrowed from you, Mallard, dear.
Book? Which book is that?
Latest facts and figures on the rise and fall of crime throughout the Western Hemisphere, plus a comprehensive digest on criminal trends in the United States as compiled by police departments of major cities throughout the country.
Oh, thanks. Did you get anything out of it?
The book? Heck no, I just barely managed to get through the title.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
I slipped the medallion into my coin purse, slipped the coin purse into my handbag, slipped Mallard a peck on the cheek, and slipped out of the Hall of Justice. I climbed into my car and drove over to California Street opposite old St. Mary's Cathedral, almost bordering Little Alley facing St. Mary's Square. It is there that a very old friend of mine lives, Rembrandt Watson, the eminent Pacific Coast photographer.
I'm so glad you came by, Dove. Today of all days, I need the firm stanchion of your friendship upon which to brace myself.
Rembrandt, what on earth are you talking about?
Never has the weight of gloom rested so heavily on me shoulders. Never has the mantle of depression hung o'er me head as it does now.
Oh, put the hand back in the icebox. What gives here, Ducky?
You are gazing upon a man about to be bereft of a home.
You mean you're being evicted?
Not yet. One must face eventualities.
Can't you pay your rent? Is that it?
Oh, don't be silly, Candy. I have plenty of money.
Well, then in heaven's name, why the Hamlet routine? What do you mean you're going to be evicted?
Well, simply this, girl. A bunch of uncouth varlets are going to build an underground garage in the square next door. May I ask what is so funny?
Well, you probably won't have to move. Chances are they'll never touch this building.
But think, Candy. The dirt, the noise.
Well, I've never known either one to affect you before, Rembrandt.
It's not myself I'm thinking about. It's Henry, me great Dane. All those steam shovels and riveting machines that have to give Henry a nervous stomach.
And on a Great Dane, that's something.
Yes, isn't it? And here's something that'll prove I'll be evicted. Look, this morning's paper.
Mm-hmm.
Right down here.
Preliminary to construction of a garage beneath St. Mary's Square was approved yesterday by the Board of Supervisors Finance Committee. The project, recommended by the San Francisco Parking Authority, involves use of St. Mary's Park subsurface area and 7 adjacent parcels of privately owned property in the area bounded by Kearney, Pine, California, and St. Anne Streets.
There. Do you see what I mean?
Well, I'd hardly call this hovel a parcel, but yes, I do see what you mean. Well, what are you going to do about it?
What can I do about it? Look for a new place to live, that's all.
Laddie boy, I'm glad you said that. I've been meaning to have a word with you for quite some time. Now, you're doing a whale of a good business. More and more, you're catering to an extremely fashionable clientele.
That's true.
It's about time you lived the part. Your photographs are becoming known throughout the country. You couldn't have stayed here much longer anyway.
But it has such atmosphere, Candy.
That it does, especially when the wind's from the east. I tell you what, you help me on a little deal right now, and I'll spend the rest of the day looking at places with you.
Oh, Candy, will you? I was hoping you'd say that. You're a lamb.
In the spring, I am.
Oh, I get it. Spring lamb.
Yes.
Oh, la. I feel ever so much better already.
Attaboy. But before you bound completely out of your skin, Ducky, take a look at this. Wait a minute. There.
Fascinating. What is it? An amulet of some kind?
I don't know. That's why I came to see you. What does it say on there?
It's in Arabic. Awfully fine print. What did I do with me glasses?
On your forehead.
El Madi, El Hada, El Mastaqbal. There's one I can't seem to translate. Wait a moment. Oh, of course. Milky.
What does it mean, Rembrandt?
Well, I'm not exactly sure of my translation, but I'm taken to read the past, the present, the future are mine.
That sounds good enough to me. Let me make a phone call, dear, and I'll be right with you. Tell me, Ducky, does that expression mean anything to you? Have you ever heard it before?
No, there are literally thousands of such sayings in Arabic. You could refer to almost anything.
That's what I was wondering about.
Headquarters, DeLucci speaking.
Oh, hello, DeLucci. This is Candy Matson. Is Lieutenant Mallard there?
Lieutenant Mallard? No, Miss Madsen. He left with Judge Wallach and the jury on that Happy Dan supermarket killing. Out of Lake Merced. Probably be there the rest of the afternoon.
Oh, okay. Would you write this down for me?
Okay.
El Maji, El Hader, El Mustaqbal, Hu Milky.
Miss Madsen, this is a phone conversation?
It's legit.
Well, in that case, Gesundheit.
Thank you. Now, have you got that?
I guess so.
Good. Just sign my name to it and put it on Mallard's desk, will you?
Sure, if you say so.
Thanks, DeLucci. Goodbye.
Candy, are you crazy? Mallard won't understand that.
Crazy? Just the other way around. This is one night I know I'm going to get Mallard to call me.
Candy, you fool. But you're a nice fool. Just having you assure me that moving from here is the right thing to do has removed all me troubled thoughts. Transformed me into a blithe spirit.
A blithe spirit? Well, come on, blithe spirit. Let's go haunt for houses. Knowing Rembrandt as I do, he's the sort of a man who would open a doll factory across the street from a boys' school. But in this case, I was going to make sure he'd fit the locale to the business and vice versa. But what was the locale to be? Suddenly I had it. There was a barn type of building out on Octavia Street, just off Pacific. Used to be a dance studio, but somehow or other I seem to recall a for rent sign on the place. And that's where we went.
What is it, Candy? Looks like the place might have been a stable.
I imagine it was at one time. I do know it was a dance studio for a while.
It's for rent, all right. There's the sign.
Mm-hmm. I hope we can get in. You'll like it, I'm sure. It's just ideal for a photography studio. And it has plenty of room upstairs for living quarters and a fine big backyard out in back for Henry.
Sounds ideal. If I could only see it.
Let's walk around to that little wooden bridge at the side. Maybe there's a window we can peek through. If not, we'll run down to the real estate office.
You see?
Mm-hmm. The outside needs fixing up, but not too much.
No, as a matter of fact, if the place is any kind of shape at all and the owner is willing to talk business, I might be interested in buying the place.
What?
Well, why not? Now that I'm in the mood, and I've saved a fair amount of money the past year or two.
Oh, here's a window. Oh, pretty dirty. Wait a minute.
Can you see anything, Candy?
A little. Enough to give you an idea how much space you have in the studio itself. Here, take a look.
Oh, it's wonderful. Just perfect. I could do all the portrait work up in front there and put all the equipment back in the...
Oh, Ducky, what is it?
I saw a man in there.
Let's see. He's motioning to us. I don't understand what... Is there a door down that way, Rembrandt?
Wait till I take a look. Yes, I see one.
Oh, that's what he wants. Come on.
Who do you suppose he is, dear?
Caretaker, maybe. We'll find out.
Was there something you wanted?
We're just looking around. We saw the sign out in front. Are you the caretaker?
No. I am the owner.
Oh, then you live here.
Again, no. There was a fire here last night. I came over to investigate.
A fire?
Yes. There wasn't much damage done. One of the neighbors saw it, and the fire department arrived almost immediately.
Lucky for you. How much rent are you asking?
I'm afraid you'll have to take that up with the real estate people. I let them handle all my transactions.
Would you be willing to sell?
I might, but that's something you have to discuss with them, too. That sounds odd, does it not? But much better off if I don't transact my own business.
Sure. Would you mind if we looked around? Mr. Watson here is rather interested.
I'm afraid that is out of the question. You see, the electricity have been turned off. You would have to use matches.
We'll be very careful, sir.
I've got matches right here in my purse.
No. It is impossible. After what happened last night, I'm afraid things might be misunderstood. I should be accused of...
Accused? Accused of what, Mr.
And what did you say your name was?
I didn't, and neither did you. We have a quaint custom here in the United States.
I am not interested in custom. I'm only interested in keeping my appointment.
You'll keep your appointment, I assure you. Do you remember high-low, Rembrandt?
Oh, yes. A quaint little device used with a great deal of success on the gridiron.
Yes. Would you like to take high and I'll take low?
A pleasure, really. Now?
Now. Get his arms if you can, Rembrandt.
I'm trying to take this like an eel.
I think he needs a little persuasion on the head, like so.
Oh, dear. I hope you didn't tap him too hard.
No, he just went sleepy by for a little while.
May I ask the reason for this unwomanly outburst on your part, Dove?
You certainly may, Slugger. Look, up there on that beam above us.
Oh, dear. Where are my glasses?
Back up on your forehead.
Now, what did you want me to see?
Up there, a sign on that beam. Just barely visible, but you can make it out.
Candy, no. El Mahdi, El Hada, El Mastaqbal, Milky.
Sure. I saw it when we first came in. When the boy on the floor mentioned matches, it gave me a perfectly natural chance to open my purse and flash the medallion. He saw it all right. He stopped like he'd been sapped.
He was?
Twice, yes. Once by the medallion, once by me. I think we've got something, Rembrandt. Come on, let's get to a phone and call Mallard quick. And may I say something, Ducky?
Certainly, dear.
Well, I shouldn't say it, but that was the prettiest high-low I've ever seen.
From San Francisco, the National Broadcasting Company is presenting Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
I left my gun with Rembrandt, who by this time was sitting on our little friend. I took off, found a grocery store about 3 blocks down, and placed a call to Mallard. Fortunately, he was in, and after I told him what was happening, he was out again, this time headed for the former dance studio. I ran back to the place, and Sleeping Beauty was showing signs of coming to, with Rembrandt still riding a choppy sea on the guy's twisting chest.
I'm so glad you're back, girl. Miss Steed is beginning to buck a bit, and I did so want to avoid smacking him on the noggin again.
Yeah, I don't blame you. After a while, it begins to hurt. Here, give me the gun, Rembrandt. Thanks. Now, stand back. If the Joker tries anything, there's going to be badminton with bullets for birds.
Did you get Mallard?
Yes, he'll be here in a moment or two.
In the Hall of Justice? That'll be forever.
You don't know Mallard when he has a chance to play with that siren.
Oh.
Yeah, Tessman's snapping out of it.
Oh, I think, miss, you will regret exceedingly what you have done.
Maybe so, maybe no. Now, care to tell us about this past, present, and future are mine stuff?
I'm not saying a word.
Does it surprise you I know the translation? You might as well tell us. You'll have to in the long run.
I have nothing to say, and I mean that.
I'll bet you do. Wait a minute. See who it is, Rembrandt.
It's Mallard and his platoon system.
Good. Open the door for them.
Well, this is cozy. All you need is a 4th for bridge. And I kibitz?
He's all yours, Footflat.
Okay, get 'em, boys. Let's go.
Hey, wait a minute. You haven't seen the building.
The building can wait. This cookie's hot, and I want to keep him that way. Like I said, boys, take him away. Give him that big hall of justice.
123 O'Leary, and we were at the jailhouse on Washington Street. 456 O'Leary, and our lad was whisked away into the inner sanctums for a pleasant little game called Information, Please. 789 O'Leary, and Mallard was back in his office snorting fire at me. And when he snorts fire, Sister Susie, it's frightening.
What are you trying to do? Have the whole city administration down on my neck?
Why, Mallard, what do you mean?
I'll tell you what I mean. We've arrested a man who's completely in the clear. He can shoot the works at us, sue us for false arrest.
Wait a minute. Something's off the beam here. What's his name?
Tessman, Al Tessman.
How do you know he's in the clear?
Because we checked just now. He's been a respectable citizen of San Francisco for over 20 years. Owns a lot of real estate around town. Fine reputation, excellent credit, the works. And you have to stir up a hornet's nest.
I don't know what to say.
I do. Go home and stay there. I have a hunch the guy's going to press an assault and battery charge against you and Rembrandt. And he's got every legal right to do it, too.
Yipes. I wonder how I'll look in stripes. Mallard was just plain out and out sore. Judging the mess on its face value, he was entitled to be sore. But I'm not the gal to take things on face value. That sign on the beam out at the old studio definitely had a link with the inscription on the amulet. I was sure of it. And I was sure that Tessman was a link, too. So I fell back on the private eye's first lesson, how to shadow a suspect. The use of doorways, trees, buildings, shrubs, fences, and etc. So hiding behind an etc., I waited outside the Hall of Justice until I saw Tessman leave the building. All he did was snag a cab and disappear into an apartment house on the top of Clay Street. I checked the ground floor and found there were only 3 outlets. The main entrance, the service entrance alongside, and the garage around the corner. I parked across the street where I could see all 3 and waited. And waited. About 2 a.m., I figured Tessman had holed up for the night, so I went home and got myself a nice little jolt. My penthouse was a mess. It looked like a senior-grade monsoon had ripped through the place. It stacked up that Tessman couldn't have done it, so there must be somebody else who wanted in on the act. As far as I could tell, nothing was missing, so I straightened up as best I could and hit the sack. The alarm went off at 5 o'clock the next morning, and I struggled into my clothes, drove over to Rembrandt's place, rustled him into my car, and we took off.
You're mad, Candy. Positively mad. What's the idea of waking me up in the middle of the night?
It's not the middle of the night, Ducky. It's morning. Remember, the early birds get the worms.
For a change, I'd like to see the early worm get the bird. What are we doing gallivanting about like this?
We're putting the shadow on Tessman.
Is he the worm?
One of them. In spite of the fact that Mallard whitewashed him. Here we are.
How lush. The Blake Essex.
We'll just park here. Hunch down in your seat, Ducky. I hardly imagine our worm has departed yet. A half hour passed by. Just as the sun peeked over the East Bay hills and scattered its own bright rays on the water of the bay, a car backed out of the Blake Essex garage. It was Tessman, all right. He wheeled the car down Clay Street, and we followed. He turned left on Taylor, and again when he reached Pacific. I had a hunch where he was going. He crossed Van Ness Avenue, and we did likewise. That was when Rembrandt spoke up.
I hate to mention it, dear, but I think the shadowers are being shadowed.
How do you mean?
I've looked behind several times. There seems to be a car following us.
Just a coincidence. I wouldn't worry about it. Look, our boy's turning off onto Octavia. Just as I thought, he's returning to the studio.
What do we do now?
Go as slowly as we can. Give him time to park the car, get inside the building, and then go in after him.
Are you sure you know what you're doing, Candy?
Nope.
Oh. Well, then it's all right.
We'll go past Octavia to Laguna and down to Broadway and come back from that direction. That should do it. Now to double back along Broadway.
I dislike being repetitious, girl, but the car's still following us.
Well, there's nothing like a showdown. Here we are at Octavia. Let's find out. Look, across the street at the studio. Out in front there. Bags of cement, sand, and a pile of bricks.
That wasn't there when we left yesterday.
No.
There's our friend, Candy, if he is.
Well, I'm going to find out about this right now.
Please, Miss Matson, remain seated in your car.
There's a gun, Candy.
That's a naive observation, Rembrandt. Looks more to me like a cannon.
I assure you I won't hesitate using it. Now, if you and Mr. Watson will get out in an orderly manner and walk across the street into the studio, there will be no trouble.
Looks like we have no choice. Come on, Ducky. This should be great sport. When you have a gun that size poking into your nose, it's easy to be convinced. We walked across the street and into the studio. Even with the brilliant morning sunshine outside, the place was dark and grim. And Tessman lad was waiting to meet us, wearing the very latest in smirks.
Just as you planned, Master.
It was so easy. They fell into our trap beautifully. And now they shall feel no pain. To work, Tessman. There can be no further delay.
Yes, Master. It shall be done.
He calls me Master. And that is as it should be. Now, Miss Matson, now that you've so conveniently returned to our shrine, the amulet, please.
I haven't got it. I left it at home in another purse.
It wasn't in your place last night.
So you're the character who wrecked my apartment.
That is right. And now, if you will be so kind as to empty your purse on the table there.
You better do it, Candy.
Yes. There seems to be no alternative.
Now the coin purse, please. Ah, yes, the amulet. Thank you.
There's a streetcar token, too. You can have that if you want it.
The past, the present, the future are mine. Mine, Miss Matson. An old saying of one of the ancient pharaohs. I adopted it for myself. Rather brilliant, wouldn't you say?
I'd say you need a new scriptwriter.
Now I shall tell you about your future. This building, being on a hill, was built on solid rock foundations. My faithful servant, Tess Mann, is an expert stonemason. You see that chamber-like affair hewn into the rock? Tess Mann is going to build a brick wall across it. You are going to be sealed inside, also like the ancient pharaohs. Only it will take more than a Howard Carter or a Lord Carnarvon to discover you.
The guy was a madman, and a madman usually keeps his word. Tessman went to work. Little by little, the ceiling wall of bricks took shape. Once I pressed my hand against the bricks. They must have been using a fast-hardening mortar mix of some kind. The wall was as firm as the ages. Zoma smiled. Finally, there was an opening just large enough to crawl through. That's when Zoma spoke up.
Enough, Tessman. I will complete the work.
As you will, Master.
My mission here is finished. You three are the only ones who know about me. And so I shall destroy all evidence and move on to newer fields. Tessman, in you go.
What? Master, no. No. I have served you faithfully.
I said get in.
No, I won't die. I won't. Not even for you.
What? The fool. The future belongs to me. You two, get him.
What?
Shove him into the tomb. Now. I trust you won't be quite so idiotic. Suffocation isn't too unbearable. I think I shall call this the Tomb of the Wayward Three. Yes, that will be good. Is he in?
Yes.
Very well. You may follow.
Go ahead, Rembrandt. I'm sorry I got you into this.
It's all right.
And now for the final act. The complete obliteration. Ah, yes. People all over the world have lost their way. They struggle in darkness. It is up to me to bring them the truth. For after all, El Hadi, El Hader, El Mostaqbal Humilki, all mine.
What about that woman you dumped into Stowe Lake, Zoma?
A very generous lady. She contributed over $15,000 to the cause. But then the poor thing began to doubt me. Said something about going to the authorities. Most unfortunate. It was then that even I, Zoma, made a mistake. I forgot about the amulet I had given her. She was still wearing it about her neck. I will not make that error again. And now, like the final toast to life, the last brick. Sleep well, foolish ones. Forever.
Get your hands straight up in the air, Mac.
You desecrator!
I said get your hands up!
Yes, I will, like this!
Candy, where are you?
Over here, Mallard. Behind this brick wall.
A fine thing, that's all I've got to say. Running around and messing things up. Boy, he's really got you tucked away, hasn't he?
Come on, Mallard. Get us out of here. We can hardly breathe.
We?
Rembrandt and I.
Oh, no.
Your pal Tessman, who's past breathing.
Boy, you can sure do it, can't you, Candy? I think I ought to leave you in there. You almost messed this whole thing up.
I did? How?
Why did you think we released Tessman?
Tessman.
Yeah, I know. Ali Tessman. I'll call him Tessman. Because it was the first lead we got on this joker Zoma. We've been after him for months.
Why?
Playing on the superstitious people with a yen for the occult. We had nothing to go on until we fished that woman out of Stowe Lake with the amulet around her neck. And you have to go and stick your pretty nose into the picture.
What about Tessman?
Up until he met Zoma, he was okay. doing quite well in real estate. Then along came the master. Tessman turned over the studio for Zoma to use as a temple. But after he dumped the tomato into Stowe Lake, Zoma realized he'd have to liquidate his affairs and get the bejavers to other parts of the country. With you and Rembrandt making like cops and robbers, he knew he had 3 people to get out of the way. And he almost got away with it.
But how did you get here when you did?
Sheer luck, Cupcake. I was only returning to make a routine checkup on this joint. Sister, are you lucky?
You can say that again.
All right. Sister, are you?
Oh.
On second thought, maybe you aren't.
What do you mean, Mallard, dear?
If there's one thing I can't stand, it's an interfering woman. I think I'll just leave you in there.
Mallard, no.
Irene, good night. Irene, good night.
Mallard, you can't do this.
Irene.
Get us out of here.
Okay, on one condition.
Sure. What is it?
Promise you'll go to a Roy Acuff movie with me tonight.
Roy Acuff movie. What do you think, Rembrandt?
A fate worse than death.
That's what I thought, too. So long, Mallard. On your way out, just seal in that last brick, will you?
Listen again next week at this same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
The part of Tessman was played by John Grover. Zoma was Lou Tobin. Henry Leff is heard as Lieutenant Ray Mallard, and Jack Thomas is Rembrandt Watson. The program stars Natalie Masters and is written and directed by Monty Masters. Bill Brownell creates the sound effects, and Eloise Rowan is heard at the organ. Our engineer was Frank Barron. Any resemblance to actual people is purely coincidental. The characters in the story were entirely fictitious. The program came to you from San Francisco. Dudley Manlove speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Damon Runyon Theater. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theater brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, Tight Shoes. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. All this begins because Rupert Salsinger is a very conscientious character. I remember that it starts of an evening in Bilby's shoe store, which is on Broadway near Mindy's. Things are quiet until in walks Corky Lambert and 3 of his boys. For a second, Corky just stands there looking around. Then he yells,
"That's the guy, boys. Toss him around a little. Break him apart."
Hey, wait a minute. What did I do?
Mr. Lambert, what is it? What's wrong? Bilby, look at my feet. Why, you're not wearing shoes. Shoes? Here, look. That lame-brained clerk of yours told me these this morning before I go to the track. Look at him. But I don't see anything wrong with him. Look, I'll talk to you later after my boys wreck your clerk in your store. Please, tell me what's wrong.
Mr. Bilby, I sold him what he asked for.
You sell me tight shoes. They kill me. I get to the track and my feet hurt, and what happens? It takes my mind off the horses and I drop $1,000.
I tell you, I sold you 8.5, the size you asked for.
Then my feet hurt me so bad I have a few harsh words with my doll and she bangs me over the head with a hard object. Look, Mr. Lambert, I'll fix it up. I'll exchange the shoes. I'll fire this nitwit of a clerk. You will? Yes, I promise. Only please don't wreck my store. I got nothing against you, Bilby. When you sell me shoes, they fit. But these...
Oh, I swear, you asked for 8.5. Look inside. That's the size of those shoes.
Shut up. Mr. Lambert, I assure you, look, take any pair in the place, free. Take 10 pairs. All I want is that this clerk should be flattened. I'll fire him right away now, please. Okay, Bilby. But if I come in here again and see that kiss of his, so help me, I'll tear this place apart. Come on, boys. Let's go.
You dope. You said. Mr. Bilby, I sold him 8.5 like he asked for.
He takes a size 11.
Then why did he ask?
Put 11s on his feet and tell him they're 8.5.
Well, how was I to know that?
You know it now, but it won't do you any good, because from now on, you don't work here.
But the job, I need it, Mr.
Get out. Get out. And if you so much as pass here on the other side of the street, I'll shoot you.
So Rupert Salsinger is out of a job because of a pair of tight shoes. And that's not the whole thing, which ends up very strange indeed. And what the events are that follow, I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Tight Shoes.
Well, Rupert is out of a job. He takes it hard because he is in love with a doll named Minnie Schultz and wishes to marry her. So he is very low and deep and walks around until dark. He takes a good look at the East River, but changes his mind because it is very muddy, and he has got on his best suit. Then he drops in a little place, and the scene is as follows.
The injustice of it. The terrible injustice.
Were you speaking to me?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, I thought you were.
I was talking to myself.
Oh. Would you like to talk to me?
Who are you?
Well, you look sad.
I am. I may kill myself.
Do you think it will help things?
This world is full of injustice. Frightful, unfair injustice.
Is it?
Oh, but what would you know about that? You.
I can learn.
Huh. I can see you know nothing about injustice.
Have you ever been sued?
Oh, what's that got to do with it?
I have. Dozens of times. Sometimes I think it's a career.
Oh, go away from me. Leave me die in peace.
Well, I'm only trying to help.
Help? You? Huh. Look at you. Expensive clothes, full dress.
Well, how do you know I'm not advertising something?
Your shirt front doesn't light up.
Oh, should it?
Look, I don't know who you are, but I don't like you.
Why not?
I can tell from looking at you that you never worked in your life.
Come to think of it, I haven't.
Yeah, there you are. So what would the loss of a job mean to you? Nothing. What would losing the chance to marry the girl you love mean to you? Nothing. Go away.
You interest me.
Oh, who are you anyway?
My name is Calvin Colby.
Oh, I thought so. Playboy. Strictly a hurrah Henry.
I feel sorry for you. You look so sad. I don't like to see people sad.
That's just talk. Someday people of your class will find out what it means to be the butt of injustice. Once the barricades are up, look out.
Look, Mr.
Salsinger, Rupert Salsinger. Remember that name, buddy, because someday it will be a flaming torch of liberty.
Well, you can't get lighted up on a soft drink. Look, I'm very interested in all this. Why not tell me about it?
What for?
Well, I don't know. It just sounds like a good idea. Besides, the idea of barricades in New York intrigues me.
Oh, dilettante. Typical of your class.
I'm a good listener. What do you say, Rupert?
Mr. Salsinger?
All right. Mr. Salsinger. Begin at the beginning.
Now, although this Calvin Colby is strictly a hurrah Henry like Rupert says, he is nevertheless a nice guy. So, Rupert tells him the story. And when he finishes, Calvin says,
Ropey, that is undoubtedly the saddest story I've ever heard.
Not only that, but I'll lose Minnie.
Yes, you'll lose Minnie. Oh, the bitter injustice.
Cal, what'll I do?
Ropey will do something.
Minnie is so wonderful. Have you got a girl?
Oh, lots of them. But they all turn out to be plaintiffs.
Then you are the victim of injustice, too. You are the victim of this this?
I certainly am.
We should rise against the injustice. Carry a sort of liberty down Broadway.
Make it Fifth Avenue. I live up that way.
Cal.
What, Rupee?
What can I do? Minnie's father wants her to marry Gus Schmalk.
Who's Gus Schmalk?
He owns a drugstore.
Capitalist.
Exactly.
Let's go throw some barricades at him.
Yeah. Oh, but you're all dressed up. You had someplace to go.
Oh, yes, I forgot now. But even if I could remember, you'd come first. We must right this wrong. We must carry something or other down Broadway. Rupee, what do you suggest?
We'll fling our challenge at the world.
Wonderful. Let's go fling some challenges.
So Rupert and Calvin start walking. Nobody pays any attention to their challenges, although several gendarmes give them the eye. But as it does not seem a good idea to fling challenges at cops, Calvin and Rupert find themselves uptown, where the scene is as follows.
Rupee, where are we?
This looks like Columbus Circle to me.
Oh? This looks like a nice place to start our campaign.
All right, let's begin.
Oh, wait a minute, Rupee. Look.
What?
Do I see men standing on boxes?
Yeah.
Good. I thought for a moment I was ill. Hey, why are they standing on boxes?
They are making speeches.
Well, what about?
Injustice.
Oh, there's too many of them. Look, 2, 3, 5 of them. They're too scattered. What they need is the centralization of ideas. They need the strong guiding hand of an organizer, one man to speak for them all.
You are absolutely right.
And my father always says organization is the greatest thing in the world. You must meet my father someday. And my mother. They're my parents.
Coincidence. Don't let it worry you.
Rupert, I have a wonderful idea. Get me a soapbox.
Why?
I'll tell the world about the great wrong done to you. Here, help me up on this bench.
Oh, wonderful. Up you go.
Yeah,
up you go.
Now we'll go to work. Here you are, ladies and gentlemen. Here you are. Step this way. I have something to say. Rupert, drum up some business.
Oh, sure. People, comrades, here's your leader. Step up and listen to him.
And what are we giving away? Nothing. Step up. Step up.
Step up. Step up. Listen to the truth.
I speak against the injustice of the world. I speak of my friend here, this downtrodden man who, because he needed a pair of shoes, was thrown out of a job and cast from society.
Here.
What?
Here.
Oh. Never in my life have I been so disturbed by such a wrong. Look at my friend. He has no shoes.
And what's he got on his feet?
I'm glad you asked that, friend. What has he got on his feet? Shackles.
Oh.
He has given the best years of his life to his employer. Now that employer thrown him aside like an old shoe. Yes, an old shoe.
Here.
Come on. Thank you. Now what shall we do to right this wrong? I say on to Bilby's shoe store. On to Bilby's.
On to Bilby's. The symbol of man's inhumanity of man.
So Calvin steps off the bench and starts to walk. Now, a guy in full dress who wants to march on a shoe store is a curiosity even in New York. So the citizens around there who have got nothing better to do line up behind Calvin and Rupert, and the parade starts. At first, there are only a few, but before they get 2 blocks, this increases to several hundred. They are almost to Bilby's, and by now, Calvin Colby forgets what this is all about and says to Rupert,
Rupert, there's something I don't understand.
What is it, comrade?
I remember starting out earlier with you, but I seem to have gotten mixed up in a parade. Is it St. Patrick's Day?
No, we are marching to Bilby's.
What's that?
The shoe store.
Oh. Why?
to right a wrong.
Oh, the cry is forward. On to Bilby.
There it is.
Halt, friends.
Halt.
Friends, we are here. This is the place. Look at it. Look at its bloated owner standing in front. His iniquitous and sordid mouth open even at night to suck the blood from his slaves. Forward!
Soul-singer, what is this? What the devil?
I have come back, Mr. Bilby. So this is Bilby.
Who are you? What are these people doing here?
Bilby, the hour has struck.
Look, whatever this is, cut it out. You get away from here and take
Insult to injury. Friends, follow me.
Follow what? Stop it. Get away. Go back. You'll wreck the store.
Shoes, the symbols of slavery. Destroy them.
No, get away from those cells. Police, help, murder, police.
The Bastille has fallen.
My shoes, my stock, my store, fire, murder, police.
Run, you coward.
Rupert, what is it, comrade?
I'm sleepy.
Well, the citizens in the parade see their chance to get some shoes, and they take it. It is not 5 minutes before Bilby's store is wrecked, but everybody has a pair of shoes. Some of the shoes get all mixed up. In fact, for weeks afterward, parties are running around Broadway trying to match up odd shoes. The fun is finally stopped by the gendarmes. And what happens later, I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Tight Shoes.
Like I say, the gendarmes break up the festivities, and Rupert and Calvin are bounced in the clink. But it seems that Calvin's father has quite a few shekels and some influence, and springs them. Then it comes up the next morning in Calvin's apartment.
All right.
Hello, Dad. Hello, Dad. Calvin, this is the last straw. I put up with your nonsense and playboy tactics for the last time.
Why, what did I do?
Do? Have you read the papers?
Well, I will as soon as I can focus my eyes. Why?
Why? I waded through 100 reporters in the lobby downstairs, grabbing my coat, asking me for a statement on social justice.
Oh? What social justice?
Do you know what you did last night?
Vaguely.
Your mother has had to leave for the Catskills, and she hates the Catskills.
Well, I'm sorry, Dad, but I don't know.
It says, strange as it may seem, one of the town's most glamorous playboys, Calvin Colby, ended up last night in a new role, that of a thinker. Calvin, what the devil do you mean by becoming a thinker?
Please, Dad, I guess I...
This is the last straw.
Hello.
Who in the name... Who is that?
Good morning.
Oh, that's Rupert Salsinger.
Oh, your friend of last night.
Oh, I feel awful.
Rupert, this is Father. Dad, this is Rupert Salsinger.
You radical.
Me?
Yes, you.
Now, look here, Dad. Don't blame Rupert. I guess it was my fault.
Listen, you think of something to say to those reporters downstairs before you do anything else. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir, I hear you.
All right. If you have any regard at all for your mother, you'll do something to get her out of the Catskills.
Oh, I'm sick.
Listen, Rupert, talk to the reporters.
Me? What'll I say?
Anything.
Oh, I wonder what Minnie will say.
Who's Minnie?
I told you, my girl.
Oh.
Well, Cal, your father hates me.
My father hates me.
Hey, listen, I got an idea.
No, I will not march again.
No, listen. You fix it up with me for Minnie, and I'll talk to the reporters.
That's the deal. Where do I find Minnie?
Here, I'll write down the address. Her father owns a delicatessen on 2nd Avenue. And please, Cal, hurry, because after all this, she's liable to marry Gush Milk.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
What?
May I help you?
Oh.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no. I'm sorry, but I'm looking for Minnie Schultz.
That's me.
You? You're... Oh, no.
Oh, yes. What do you want? Who are you?
Are you sure you're Minnie Schultz?
Yes. Well, what are you staring at?
I'm sorry. My name's Colby, Calvin Colby.
You're Calvin Colby?
Oh, I think so. I came to tell you that Rupert is all right.
Oh, Mr. Colby, that was a wonderful thing you did last night.
What?
Wait till I come round the corner.
The rest of you matches.
What?
Nothing, but... will you swear you're Minnie Schultz?
Is there anything wrong?
Wrong. Nothing that 5 million more of you wouldn't cure.
What?
Rupert's all right.
Oh, he's with you?
At my apartment.
Oh.
Well, that's what I came to tell you. I guess I'll be going now.
Oh, wait.
Yes?
I read all about it in the papers. It was wonderful for a man like you, with all your money and position to fight for Rupert and other people.
But you see, I really didn't do anything. I was...
Oh, and you're modest.
Modest?
Well, most people in your position wouldn't even look twice at Rupert. They wouldn't care. But you actually... Oh, it was wonderful.
You really think so?
Yes, I do.
How is Gus Schmelk?
Why?
I just thought I'd ask.
Are you going ahead with your work?
My work?
Well, you're not going to stop now. Why, everyone's talking about you. How you changed overnight from being a
Playboy?
Yes, into a wonderful person.
Look, Miss Schultz,
Please, call me Minnie.
Yes, Minnie. Well, look, I have to tell you that...
Yes? What are you going to tell me?
You really think it was wonderful?
Splendid.
And you think I'm wonderful, too?
You say Rupert's all right?
Just fine.
Well, why didn't he come to see me?
Well, he had to talk to some reporters.
Oh.
So I came instead.
I'm glad you did.
You are? Why?
Did you want anything else, Mr. Colby?
Calvin.
We have some nice bologna.
$1 worth.
That's a lot.
Make it $5 worth.
Why? Are you giving a party?
Oh, no. It'll take you longer to slice that much.
Well, 1 hour and $75 worth of delicatessen stuff later, Calvin Colby leaves Minnie Schultz, and he has got a look in his eyes. It takes him 5 hours to get back to his apartment, because he walks around in circles that keep taking him past the delicatessen. But he finally gets there, and the scene is as follows.
Calvin, my boy, I've been waiting for you.
Oh, hello, Minnie.
Minnie? Calvin, what's the matter with you?
Oh, Dad.
What have you got there? What is all this stuff?
She sold it to me. She sliced that bologna with her own hands.
Listen to me. Calvin.
I'm sorry, Dad. What did you say?
My boy, I'm proud of you. I thought last night's escapade was another of your harum-scarum stunts, but this... Listen to this. The statement you gave the reporters this morning.
I gave? What statement?
Calvin, are you...
No, Dad.
Well, listen to this. It behooves each of us in this age of mad commercialism to give a thought to his neighbor. It is our privilege as human beings, nay, our duty as human beings, to reach out and give the other fellow a helping hand. Justice must triumph. Calvin, your mother is coming home from the Catskills.
Dad, let me see that paper. But this... Rupert!
I'm proud of you, my boy. I must admit that for the first 25 years you kept us guessing, but now... keep up the good work, son, and I'll do everything I can to help you. Goodbye, son.
Rupert, are you here?
Were you calling me, Calvin?
Look, what did you tell those reporters?
I was carried away.
You weren't, but you will be. Why, you made me the biggest phony that ever came down the pike. I'll be the laughing...
You want me to answer that?
I don't care.
Colby? You Colby?
No, that's him.
Oh, Colby, my name's O'Hara.
Oh, how are you?
Proposition for you, Colby. Great stuff in the papers. My name's O'Hara, 6th Ward.
O'Hara, 6th Ward.
Who are you?
Rupert Salsinger.
What'll they think of next? Well, Colby, what do you say?
Say what to what?
Run for Congress, social justice ticket. We need a man, you're it.
What? Me? Why, you're crazy.
Strike while the iron is hot. You're a cinch. You'll get votes.
Now, wait a minute, O'Hara. I don't know...
time. Got to get an answer now. Take it back to the big boy.
Well, look, take him.
Him? Why?
Well, he's your man, the little man wronged by society. He'll get more votes than I could.
Maybe.
Me? Me run for Congress?
Either one of you makes no difference. We got to have a man who's going to win. Toss a coin.
I step aside for my friend and colleague, Rupert Salsinger.
What do you say, Salsinger?
Yes, I'll run. I shall step into the legislative halls of our nation with the true spirit of democratic ideals spurring me on. My every effort will be bent toward making...
Just save it. We'll tell you what to say, when to say it. See you later, Congressman.
Yes, sir. May I be... Oh, hello.
Hello, Minnie.
How are you, Calvin?
Oh, fine.
How's Rupert?
Oh, he's busy, but he said to tell you he'll be down to see you the first chance he gets.
I haven't seen him in 2 weeks.
Well, Minnie, you know how it is. One thing and another.
Uh-huh. I know how it is.
But I'm sure that when he gets straightened around, he thinks about you a lot.
Sure.
You love him, Minnie?
I promised him I'd wait for him until he got a good job. He never did have much. I always felt sorry for him.
I see. Minnie.
What?
Nothing.
What were you going to say?
Nothing, honestly.
Oh. Looks like it's going to rain.
Uh-huh. Looks like a storm.
With lightning and thunder.
Uh-huh. Minnie, there's something I have to tell you about me. That night when
What?
You thought I did a wonderful thing.
Oh, it was.
And you thought I was wonderful.
I still do.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll be going. I've got some things to do, and it's hard to get a cab when it rains.
Well, say hello to Rupert for me, will you?
Sure. See you later.
Well, that is that. It seems Minnie will not tell Calvin that she is in love with him, and he will not tell her because of Rupert. Anyway, he gets back to his apartment, where Rupert is still staying, and the scene is as follows.
Oh, Cal, I'm so glad you're back.
Why, what's the matter?
Minnie phoned. She said she won't wait any longer.
She won't?
No.
She won't?
She'll give me a half hour to get down there, Calvin. I gotta get dressed. Help me.
Oh, sure.
I'll never get a cab in this weather.
Well, take the subway to 2nd Avenue. Walk over from there.
Yeah. Oh, my shoes. Where are my shoes?
Oh, where did you take them off?
No, I remember now. I sent them out to be fixed. Calvin, I haven't got any shoes. I can't go out without shoes.
Well, send for some.
Sure, Bilby's. Get Bilby's. Tell him to get a pair of shoes up here right away. I only got half an hour.
So they send for some shoes, and Rupert flies out to get the Minnie's. Calvin waits in the apartment. A half hour goes by, then an hour. By this time, Calvin knows that any chance he has got is gone when something happens.
Hello?
Rupert?
Minnie, is that you?
Yes. Calvin?
Yes. What's the matter?
He didn't come, Calvin. He didn't come. He didn't love me after all. I waited for him for 3 years, and he couldn't get here in a half hour.
Well, look, does that mean you... I mean, Minnie, listen, will you wait any longer?
No, I won't.
Minnie, I love you.
You love me?
Yes, ever since I first saw you.
Why didn't you say so?
Oh, Minnie, never mind that. Now I'll explain later. Listen, I'll be right down there.
Oh, I love you. I'll wait.
How long?
Until you get here.
Listen, Minnie, if Rupert gets there first, kill him.
Well, Rupert does not get there, but Calvin does. And he is very happy now, married to Minnie, and managing the Schultz-Colby chain of delicatessen stores. Rupert is a congressman and marries a wealthy widow. However, I often wonder why he does not get to Minnie's on time. Well, I find out later. And what the payoff is, I will tell you in a minute. I often wonder why it is Rupert does not get to Minnie's in time. I find out one day when I go into Bilby's shoe store to buy myself a pair of kicks. Old man Bilby puts a pair on my feet and says,
There. How's that Broadway?
They're a little big, I think.
You take 8.5. These are 8.5. You should have a little room at the toes. There's nothing worse than tight shoes.
Yeah, I guess you are right. I will take these.
No, sir, nothing worse than tight shoes. For some people.
Huh? For some people?
I remember the time I saw a man sitting on the curbstone in agony because he couldn't walk. He was in a hurry to get someplace, too.
Oh? Who is that?
I got even with him for wrecking my store.
Wait a minute. Do you by any chance mean Congressman Rupert Saltzinger?
I sure do. He had to have a pair of shoes fast once, so I sent him a pair. Took them up myself. They felt all right at first, but after you walk a block in a pair of shoes a size too small, well, yes, sir. He walked as far as he could, then couldn't take another step. Yep, ain't nothing worse than tight shoes.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, Tight Shoes. Listen in again next week for the Damon Runyon Theater. The Damon Runyon Theater with John Brown as Broadway is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production.
The makers of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, Camels are the favorite cigarette of people in all walks of life. Among them are singing stars, actors, announcers, people whose voices are their fortunes, people whose cigarette must be mild.
Make the Camel 30-day test and see how mild a cigarette can be. Puff after puff, pack after pack. See why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. We make homicide pay for $100 a day.
Oh, that's pretty terrible.
Oh, you should catch me on a bad day. Nothing.
Am I going to see you tonight?
Not if you keep turning out the lights.
Who turns out the lights?
Oh, well, what difference does it make? It's fun.
I'll expect you at 8, and you be here.
Honey, of course.
How's business?
Oh, about as dull as 50 miles of dirt road.
We'll have dinner home.
Bless your little pointed head.
And your empty pocketbook.
Uh-oh.
What?
Mr. Diamond? Yes, sir. Come right in, will you? Pull up an old bank book and have a seat.
Thank you. Client?
Well, keep a good thought, honey. You may be gorging yourself at 21. Bye.
Bye.
I'd like to hire you, Mr. Diamond. Well, I'd love every minute of it. I charge $100 a day in expenses.
All right.
He reached for his wallet. While he was counting his money, I was looking at him. This was the biggest man I'd ever seen. I was getting a nosebleed just trying to see over the second button on his vest. He had a pair of shoulders that looked like the mayor should lay a cornerstone for them, and the muscles under his coat stood out like smuggled shot puts.
My name is Collins. I'm B.E. Rollins, private secretary.
Oh, is that the B.E. Rollins?
Yes, he's a very wealthy man.
Well, there's an understatement.
He wants to retain you to find his brother, Martin.
He does, huh?
Would you mind coming with me? Mr. Rollins would like to see you in person.
Well, tell me a little more about Rollins' brother.
I'd rather let Mr. Rollins do that himself.
I'd rather hear some of it from you first. I don't want to see Rollins if I'm going to turn down the job.
Very well. Mr. Rollins' brother Martin was released from prison 5 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, he sent a letter threatening Mr. Rollins' life.
Oh, and your boss wants me to find his brother before he makes good the threat. Is that it?
That's it, exactly.
Well, why doesn't he call the police? Show them the letter and get the protection he needs. It'll certainly be a lot cheaper than hiring me.
Mr. Rollins doesn't want any more bad publicity. There was enough of it when Martin was sent to prison.
And why did Martin get sent to prison?
He embezzled $100,000 from the company funds.
Did Rollins try to save him?
He was guilty. Mr. Rollins prosecuted him to the full extent of the law.
Was the money ever recovered?
No.
Goodbye, Mr. Collins.
You won't take the job?
Oh, now you've guessed.
But why? Mr. Rollins is prepared to pay you handsomely.
Well, I don't doubt it at all, but it's too pat. Martin's killing mad because his brother sent him to prison. Rollins receives a threatening letter, but won't call in the police, yet he wants Martin found. Why?
I told you. He doesn't want any more bad publicity.
So I take the job and maybe find Martin. Then B.E. Rollins is a potential killer in the house. What's he going to do? Try and keep his mind off of things by letting him shrink heads in the basement?
Remember, Mr. Diamond, they are still brothers.
So were Cain and Abel.
You mean you think Mr. Rollins intends to kill his brother, and that's why he wants you to find him?
Well, that's a little crude, but it's certainly a possibility.
That's utterly absurd.
Maybe so, but no one would blame him. You better try Hearthstone of the Death Squad.
Now you're being ridiculous. Mr. Rollins is a highly respectable businessman. His reputation is spotless.
Well, then this looks like too good a time for him to start getting dirty. Goodbye, Mr. Collins. He got up, started to say something, but changed his mind. He turned and walked to the door, ducking his head as he went out. Someday he was going to forget the duck and take the whole wall along with him. 10 minutes later, I got a phone call. Yeah?
Is a man named Collins in your office?
But he was. He just left.
Did you take the job?
Well, who's this?
If you didn't take the job, you're fortunate. If you did, you'd better catch up on your insurance payments.
Oh, I think so, huh?
I think so. This is a family matter, so leave it that way or you're liable to get yourself killed.
Look, would the Sherlock and me show if I deduced your name was Martin Rollins? Hello? Hello? When I brushed Collins out of my office with a quick no, I wouldn't have taken the job he'd offered me for a share in Manhattan Island. But when somebody starts threatening me, it's like telling a 5-year-old kid to stay away from the cookie jar. The quickest way to get me to do something is to tell me not to and try pushing me around. I looked up the Rollins address, and in 20 minutes, my cab pulled up in front of a big old English house that looked like the summer training camp for the U.S. Mint.
Yes? Why, Mr. Diamond.
Tell Mr. Rollins I want to see him, will you?
Come in. I'm happy you've changed your mind.
Just tell him I want to see him.
He's in the garden. This way, please.
We went through the big house and out through the glass doors into the garden. B.E. Rollins was sitting in a chair, feeding the birds. He was reaching his late 60s with the sour look of a man who didn't want to. As he threw the breadcrumbs out on the gravel walk, a big diamond on his little finger flashed in the afternoon sun.
Mr. Rollins?
Huh? Oh, Collins. Who's that with you?
The detective you sent for, Mr. Rollins.
Oh, yes. Pull up that chair and sit down, young man.
Oh, thank you.
Just feeding the little birds. Here, Birdie. Been doing it for some time.
Oh, swell.
Well, what are you standing around for, Collins? I want to talk to this detective in private.
Yes, sir. If you need me, I'll be in the library.
I won't need you. Here, you feed the birds for a while. Makes you feel good.
Oh, sure. Here, Birdie. Birdie?
That's fine. What's your name, young man?
Diamond, Richard Diamond. Oh, hey, get a load of that little fella. He's grabbing enough crumbs to stuff a pheasant.
He's the greedy one. Always does that.
Reminds me of some people I know.
Yes. Well, Mr. Diamond, I suppose Collins told you why I wanted to see you?
Yeah, and I can't say I wanted the job at first.
So Collins tells me. What changed your mind?
A phone call. I think it was from your brother, Martin. He told me not to work for you.
And you don't like being intimidated? Good. I think we'll get along, young man.
Tell me, have you got the letter he sent you?
Have it right here. Read it. I'll take over with the birds for a while.
All right, thanks, sir. My dear brother, I spent 5 years hating you, but I learned a trade. I used it drawing blueprints for your shroud. Signed, Martin. Well, this will never get the Pulitzer Prize.
Martin always did go in for the dramatic. Well, do you think you can find him?
Was this the first you've heard from him since he went to prison?
Yes. I will admit the letter has me worried. Aside from the dramatic, Martin has always been a hothead. Since boyhood, he's envied my get up and go. We never got along. It was even too much for my mother. She died very young.
Probably overworked from knitting straitjackets.
Don't be flippant, young man. Well, will you take the job?
$100 a day and all hospital expenses.
Fine, fine. See Collins. He'll take care of the fee.
Now, tell me one more thing. Can you think of anyone who might know where your brother is?
Only one, and I'm not sure if she's even still in New York. She was going with Martin when he was caught. I only met her once, but I will say, if nothing else, my brother showed good taste. Yes, indeed.
Oh, that's nice. What was her name?
Carter. Virginia Carter. Lived someplace in the village, I think, but that was 5 years ago.
All right, thank you. Now, what about your secretary, Collins? Can you trust him?
Collins is above reproach. He's been with me for 15 years. Knows everything about me. Almost a member of the family.
Does he know anything more about Martin?
No more than I do. Now I'm getting tired, and I want to finish feeding my birds. Good day, young man. Here, Birdie. Birdie!
I left the old man sitting with his friends. He'd have one good deed to take along with him anyway. I went back to the glass doors, and a butler showed me the way to the library. But the cupboard was bare. Collins wasn't around. Collins! Collins! The shot had come from the direction of the garden, and I went back out in a hurry.
Mr. Diamond! Mr. Diamond, over here!
What's wrong, Collins?
It's Mr. Rollins. He's dead.
B.E. Rollins was sitting in the chair with a bullet hole just over the heart. His head was resting on his chest, and he still held the breadcrumbs in his hand. He seemed to be smiling like he knew he was going to be able to feed the birds for a long time now.
Martin did it.
He did?
I saw the whole thing.
I thought you were supposed to be in the library.
I started out of the library and came around the other way. As I rounded the corner of the house, I saw Martin standing behind that tree. I started to yell, but he fired and climbed over the wall. Mr. Rollins was dead when I reached him.
Let's call homicide.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
Not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. That's what noted throat specialists reported in a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days. That's how mild Camels are.
Make your own 30-day Camel mildness test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days and enjoy the rich, full flavor of Camel's costly tobaccos. And see for yourself how mild Camels are pack after pack. See how well Camels get along with your throat week after week.
Yes, that's the sensible test of cigarette mildness. For only by steady smoking can you judge the day-in, day-out mildness of a cigarette.
Start your own Camel 30-day test today and see how mild, how flavorful, how thoroughly enjoyable a cigarette can be. You'll find out why people say, once a Camel smoker, always a Camel smoker.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Hello, Rick.
Hi, Walt.
Well, the great private detective. What do you want the police force to do for you now?
Get rid of one of their stupid sergeants?
Now, I don't like...
it is?
Okay.
Okay, yeah. This is Mr. Collins, Walt. Lieutenant Levinson, Mr. Collins.
Hello, Mr. Collins.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
The body's in the garden.
B. Rollins, huh?
Yep, big time.
Rollins Investments.
That's right, Lieutenant.
Any idea who killed him?
Mr. Collins here says it was Rollins' brother.
That's right, Lieutenant. I saw Martin shoot Mr. Rollins.
There he is.
Gee, on such a nice day, too.
Isn't Otis a dream, though?
Oh, such a one.
Well, right over the heart. Otis, you go... What are you doing, Rick?
It was a letter from his brother.
A letter?
Sure, I read it myself. Holy Ike, it's gone. We searched the whole garden for the incriminating letter and came up with a big fat zero. Then I remembered something that the old man had told me about Martin. Something about a girl named Virginia Carter. I questioned Collins, but he didn't know her. So I put the old mind to work and became my usual shrewd self. I went back in the library, grabbed a phone book, and found the only Virginia Carter listed. It was a wild, long shot, but I grabbed a cab, and 40 minutes later I was standing in front of her door. When she opened it, I got the quickest scalding in history.
Hello.
Oh, I bet you have a hard time finding something to wear in July.
You like it? It's French silk.
Love it, love it.
What's on your mind?
Now, Virginia Carter?
Mm-hmm. Now, if you'll stop panting long enough, maybe you'd like to tell me what you want.
Well, I'd like to know about Martin Rollins.
Oh, I have not seen him in years.
Maybe you've got a picture of him?
I've got lots of pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there is one of Martin someplace.
Well, let's look through the whole flock. I've got lots of time.
Before I let you in, you better tell me your name. I don't want you to steal anything from me.
Baby, if anybody stole something from you, they get their fingers burned off at the elbows.
Mm-hmm. You can come in.
She opened the door and walked ahead of me like she'd just oiled her sacroiliac. She led me into the living room and sat down. The shades were drawn. I had a hard time finding the couch.
Right here.
Oh, wow. Well, how do we look at the pictures? With a magic lantern?
I thought maybe you wanted to relax for a minute.
Well, put something in a glass. I'll cool down.
I don't drink. I never keep this stuff around.
Well, that doesn't leave you much of a field. Or what do you major in?
Cigarettes. Have a Camel?
Oh, yes, any time.
I haven't got a match.
Well, just hold on to it. It'll light up.
I think I better get the pictures. I'll be right back. Just make yourself comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo. Ba-da-dee-doo-da-dee-dee-dee. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo.
We can start with these. If Martin isn't in this pile, I've got lots more. You're not in a hurry, are you?
No, not a bit.
Good. This might run into overtime.
There was one trouble with the setup. Looking at the pictures with her sitting close was like trying to read a mail order catalog in front of a blast furnace. She handed me one picture at a time, describing each guy in the photographs. I've seen draft boards with smaller clienteles. Several times she stopped and looked at one of the pictures like Diamond Jim eyeing a 10-course meal, then passed the guy to me. After 24 photographs, I started thinking she was the reason for the rise in the vitamin market, and I was just going to mention an old snapshot I had of myself when she thumped one of the collection with a polished fingernail.
Martin Rollins, here he is.
Well, he figured to show up sooner or later. How long ago was this taken?
Well, I could not say exactly, but I'd guess about 6 years.
Well, you should keep a file. How'd you get along with Martin?
All right, I guess. He had money, and he showed me a good time.
What else do you know about him?
He has a brother with a checking account at Fort Knox.
Any unusual habits?
Yes, but they wouldn't help you find him. Oh, yes, he used to play a saxophone.
A hobby?
No, not exactly. He played around town with several other small bands. He was a nut on jazz.
Did you make money at it?
I guess so.
Well, thanks, baby. I'll stop around again sometime and take a look at your parlor.
I'll spin a nice soft web.
Mind if I take Martin with me?
Not if you bring back a picture of yourself.
Maybe I'll just bring my camera. You can take it.
Good. That's why I keep the room so dark. I like to develop things.
I hated to leave, but my hair was on fire. She'd given me one lead. Martin was a musician of a sort, and sometimes he made money at it. I started to cross the street to catch another cab, and I was halfway there when I heard the car. That was an old trick. You drive by fast, open your door, and if anyone is in the way, he winds up with a face full of automobile. I picked myself up and thought about chasing him, but he was so far down the street I couldn't even get the license number. I grabbed a bug-eyed cabbie and had him take me to local 802 of the Musicians' Union. I went in, and a little short guy with a twitch looked up at me from behind a big desk.
Something I can do for you, Pops?
Bad twitch.
Yeah, too much bop.
Tell me, do you know a Martin Rollins? Plays the sax?
Has he got a card?
He makes money.
Then if he ain't, he better have.
Well, see if he does, will you? I'm an old friend. I'd like to get in touch with him.
You look like a cop.
And I've got a shiny little badge.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll see what I can find. Cop, huh? Now look what you done. You got me twitching more than ever.
Between twitches, he found what I was looking for. Martin had just renewed his card. It didn't show a home address, but his mail was being sent to one of the swing joints on 52nd Street. I said thanks and left him in the middle of another twitch. I walked out on the sidewalk, looked at the long gray shadows stretching out from the tall buildings. One of them moved and ducked around a corner. I was being followed. Fingers, can I bother you for a minute?
No, but you can talk to me. Move in, lean on the piano.
Good. You know a Martin Rollins?
Well, sure, he blows here.
Which one is he?
He's off tonight, got a phone call and took off.
You know where he lives?
Yeah.
Well, here's 5. Come down and remember the address.
What do you want him for?
Here's another 5. What difference does it make?
Solid. It's got a little pad on 5th Street, 59 East. Now, don't put me on, Dad. You got troubles?
I'm going to ask him.
Crazy. I like your style. And when you got time, drop back and listen to the band.
I don't think I could stand the altitude.
Crazy guy.
I went out fast, and 10 minutes later, I was standing in front of Martin Rollins' apartment. I tried my knuckles and waited. I tried again and put my ear to the door. I didn't hear it at first because it was so faint. A light scraping sound like rope over wood. I tried the door. I had been right on both counts. It was a rope, and it was rubbing on wood. Brother Martin was making the sound effects, but he was doing it the hard way. He was on the other end of the rope, hanging by his neck. He was turning slowly like a weather vane in a soft breeze. The chair was tipped over at his feet, so I picked it up and sat down to think. I started to get up when something in my stomach jumped up and kicked my mind into high gear. I looked up at the dead man, and what I saw threw the suicide theory right out of the window. Sitting in the chair, my head was just on a level with his shoe tops. If he had used the chair to stand on, he would have still needed a ladder just to tie the rope to a beam. I've seen a couple of guys who hanged themselves, but never one who jumped 4 feet in the air to do it. I shoved the chair under him just to make sure. He cleared it by a good foot. I started to think of all the people who had been connected with the case, and the phone rang. I knew Martin would have trouble answering, so I helped him out. Hello?
Hello, Martin.
Well, he's tied up right now.
Who is this?
Well, hello, honey. Still collecting pictures?
Oh.
Hello? Hello? Antisocial.
Well, Mr. Diamond, did you bring your camera?
We'll play spin the bottle some other time. How did you know my name?
But you gave it to me this afternoon.
You're a bad liar, baby, and look out, I'm coming in.
Now, wait a minute. I'm expecting someone.
Well, if it's who I think it is, you better hide all the rope in the house. Now move it out of the way.
Oh,
You heard from Collins yet?
I don't know what you're talking about. Now get out of here.
Collins, Rollins' secretary, just killed Martin Rollins. He stretched his neck out so far he started looking like an ad in National Geographic.
What?
Yes. He strangled him first, then stood on a chair and hung the body to a rafter.
How do you know Collins did it?
Because he forgot he's a foot taller than most guys. He gave Martin a boost, left him hanging too high.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, I think Collins knew I'd come to you. I think he promised you the moon if you fingered Martin Rollins. He wanted to get Martin, but he wanted someone else to do it for him. He knew old man Rollins would remember you and tell me.
You're crazy.
Oh, well, we'll see. How much did Collins promise you?
He didn't promise me a thing.
You don't think he's going to let you go on breathing when he finds out the law is after him? You're the only hole in his story.
Wait a minute.
He just left Martin waiting for oxygen. He's probably on his way here right now.
He didn't say anything about killing Martin. I want to get out of this mess.
Now, that's better. Tell me everything you can.
Well, he met me about 3 months ago at a party. We started to see each other. One day he told me he was in some kind of trouble and asked me to help, and I said I would. He told me that he had been in a deal with Martin and that Martin had gone to prison for it.
So Martin had come back and wanted his share, is that it?
Yes. He promised me 50...
It all happened in the time it takes you to change your mind. He must have come in through the kitchen and started shooting. She went down like a diver with a bends and died on her face. He was trying for me when I jumped to one side and knocked over the only light burning in the room. He came close, but the flash of his gun gave me his position, and I threw enough lead to start a pipeline. He stumbled back into the kitchen, but he was dragging it. I heard him drop, and I moved in after him. The moonlight slanted down through one of the windows and splashed out on the hard floor. He was lying in it, on his back, like he wanted to get that far anyway. Don't try again, Collins. I still feel like shooting.
Forget it. No reason to kill you now.
Before you close your eyes, tell me something.
Better make it quick.
Why didn't you go out and get Martin Rollins yourself? Why hire me to find him?
I didn't want anyone to know I was looking. You were the alibi. With Rollins dead and Martin a suicide, you'd swear Martin killed the old man.
Because Rollins showed me the letter? You forged it?
Yes. Yes, I shot Rollins and took the letter.
And you planted that phony call to my office?
Yes.
Well, you nearly got away with it, Collins. You just forgot how tall you were when you hanged Martin. I thought sure Martin was the one who was trying to run me down.
I'm a rotten driver.
How bad is it?
You must have been a good cop. I caught all three. It should be raining out. Too nice a night to die.
Not a cloud in the sky.
Must be nice to look at. No. Keep standing up. You'll never see it from down here.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
That question was asked of doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
The brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Camel's costly tobaccos are properly aged and expertly blended for your smoking enjoyment. Make the sensible cigarette test. Not just a puff, not just a sniff. Smoke Camels for 30 days and see how mild, how flavorful, how enjoyable a cigarette can be.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as a tribute to the men and women who have served our country, the makers of Camel cigarettes send gift cigarettes each week to hospitalized servicemen and veterans. This week, the Camels go to veterans' hospitals, Fayetteville, North Carolina, and Des Moines, Iowa. U.S. Air Force Hospital, Bolling Air Force Base, Washington, D.C., U.S. Naval Hospital, Memphis, Tennessee. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, was written by Blake Edwards. Our director is Helen Mack. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg as Virginia and Ted Osborne as Rollins. Tom Tully was Collins, Arthur Q. Bryan is Lieutenant Levinson, and Wilms Herbert Otis.
Men, pack your pipes with Prince Albert. The rich flavor and natural fragrance will tell you why PA is America's largest selling smoking tobacco. Prince Albert's Choice Tobacco is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite, and it's crimp cut to smoke cool and even. Get Prince Albert. It's the national joy smoke.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Suspense, which is usually heard at this hour on Thursday nights, is taking its customary summer holiday. Suspense returns to the air 2 weeks from tonight, on Thursday, September 1st.
You are standing at the doorway of a cabin on Cashier Creek. Up on the ridge, the bloodhounds have caught your scent, and between you and a fortune, between you and escape, yawn the white jaws of a deadly cottonmouth.
We offer you Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Tonight, we escape to the worn-out acres of a poor farm somewhere in the southern mountains with Irvin S. Cobb's great tale of vengeance, Snake Doctor.
Far back in the southern mountains, it's quiet and hot and lonely. One pine-scarred hill is very much like the next, and one winding creek differs little from another. The area through which Cashier Creek twisted was the same as all the rest, except for the snakes. Deadly, venomous, cottonmouths moccasins. There are probably more snakes along Cashier Creek than anywhere else. Most people lived in constant, deadly fear of these snakes, but there was one man who even seemed to like them. A man they called Snake Doctor. His cabin was near the creek bottom where the cottonmouths were the commonest, and he earned his meager living by rendering down their soft fats, bottling their oil, and selling it. Snake Doctor seemed harmless enough, but there was one man who believed he was a colleague of the devil, who hated him, because he wasn't afraid of the snakes. This man was Jafe Morner, the Snake Doctor's nearest neighbor. Jafe was that dangerous kind of man who suspected, feared, and hated anything he didn't understand. And he understood neither cottonmouths nor the Snake Doctor. Jafe was ornery, ignorant, and shiftless. He'd rather shoot squirrels than chop cotton. He'd rather fish than hoe corn. And that's what he's doing now. Fishing down at the Big Hole with his son and heir, Finney, who's old enough but not quite bright enough to handle a gun.
Missed him, doggy.
Finney, you blame fool. I told you not to touch my gun.
Trump on him, Pa, before he gets in the creek.
What?
The cottonmouth.
What?
Trump on him in front of you.
Cottonmouth. The vomit. The unugly vomit.
You got him, Pa. Keep your foot on him. We'll stop fetch a stick.
You don't need to, son. He's dead. Now, come here.
Pa, how'd he hit anything with that rifle? I had a bead draw right on him, and I...
You darn fool.
What do that for, Pa?
Stirring up that filthy snake whilst I'm a-fishing.
Heck, he was sunning himself not more than 2 feet from you. He was just 2 feet from you.
Never mind that kind of talk. Won't be no fish around here till Confrontation after all that racket. Well, come on, let's go home and get us some victuals.
Jafe Morner tossed his bait can into the creek and threw a stick after it. He stood there watching the stick drift slowly toward the big hole where the creek widened behind a jam of driftwood. Jafe watched as the eddy caught the stick and sucked it beneath the dam. Jafe was curious. He moved downstream a rod or two and waited, watching the water boil up from under the driftwood. But the stick didn't come up. That was strange. It must have caught under there in a tangle of water-soaked and sunken logs. Probably it'd stay there for months. Perhaps stay there always.
Let's get some bills, Pa.
Jafe thought about this, and an idea began to form in his slow mind as he and Finney started for home.
How much oil you reckon's in this, and Pa? Daddy?
What you jawing about?
This old cotton man. How much oil you reckon?
Throw it down.
Throw it down? Why for? I'm gonna
Throw it down like I say.
Oh, I was aiming on rendering the old cottonmouth fat like the snake doctor does. I was going to sell it and make myself some money.
I don't like the squirming things around me.
But it's dead.
Leave it where it dropped.
You scared on cottonmouths, Pa?
I know better than to get myself bit by them.
Tip Bailey knowed a fella got himself bit once. We're in a drap of liquor for miles. So he goes to work and he cuts open a live chicken. And he put on his leg where the bite was. Fella lived, too. Reckon Mr. Rives ever gets himself bit? I mean, handling cottonmouth like he does?
Who?
Mr. Rives.
Who?
Mr. Rives. That's old Snake Doctor's real name. Ma says I oughtn't call him Snake Doctor.
Never mind what your ma says. Nobody in my family's calling no snake-loving scum Mr. Rives.
Heck, that's what I say.
All right.
Could have made myself some money rendering that cottonmouth fat down in the oil. How much you reckon old Snake Doctor makes out in the oil he sells?
I don't know.
Tip Bailey says old Snake Doctor's got more than $1,000 hid away somewheres in his cabin.
More than that, most likely. Cussed old miser don't spend nothing. Ain't got nothing save that rack of bones mare of his.
Tip Bailey says whenever old Snake Doctor sets foot out in his place, he's got the granddaddy of all cottonmouths that he leaves out in the cabin to stand guard over his money.
Yeah.
Tip Bailey says he'd seen old Snake Doctor put him in his pocket. Live ones, too.
Snake Doctor ain't fitting to be live himself.
Ma says he ain't so bad. Says he don't mean nobody harm.
Your ma better be careful who she's associating with.
She says he just don't have good sense. Had the fever too much. Daddy, you ever been in Snake Doctor's place?
I don't have nothing more than I have to do with that snake-loving hoodoo.
Tip Bailey says he'd bet it wouldn't be no task at all for some no good to poke around the Snake Doctor's shack and maybe find all the money and make off with it. Blame the son's doing near rendering me down. Look at my head. Full of sweat. Look, Daddy.
Huh?
See? Full of sweat. Darn near God full of sweat come off. Why turning down that way, Pa? It's coming on noon. Dinner be most ready.
I'm going to tell the snake-loving hoodoo that there's some of them cottonmouths on the creek side of our deadening.
Heck, he knows that.
I'm going to tell him he's got my leave to catch him. You don't need to come along.
Well, if you're going over to his place, I'd kind of like to see it for my own self. Go on in, Pa. He ain't at home. Elsewise, he'd have showed himself by now.
I reckon.
Can you see any snakes?
I told you to keep an eye out for her.
I bet it's in one of them chinks, Pa. Pa, I bet the money's in one of them.
I ain't looking for no money. Must be a dang snake himself, living in a place like this.
I know you ain't looking for any money, Pa, but if'n you was, wouldn't you look at that chink right up there?
Where?
Right there, second log by the fireplace on the right. You see that there hole?
Yeah. I reckon I would look up there.
Since we're here.
I might as well see for myself.
Pa, I wouldn't be a mite surprised if old Snake Doctor had him. Pa,
Was you looking for something, Jake Marner?
Snake Doctor.
Yeah. I was looking for you.
I want here.
Yeah. Look here, you old hoodoo. What's the idea of sneaking up on folks who's took the trouble to come all the way down here to do you a favor, huh? Come on, Fenny. We're getting out of here.
Yes, sir. Like as not, they had a dang old moccasin squirching around in his pocket while she was talking to you. Daddy, do you mind how his eyes was when he come in? Do you mind how he kept looking up at the wall where I said I bet he had the money between the chinks?
Fenny.
What?
Don't you say nothing to your ma about us being at the snake doctor's place, you understand?
Why should
well,
I?
Just don't. And don't you go nigh it again. Cuss old varmint. You'd have thought we was prowlers where you acted.
Yeah, prowlers. Ma, dinner about ready.
You Paul with you, son?
Yeah, I got time enough for dinner to go down the spring and get me some cold water.
If you stir your stumps, you can. Catch anything, Jeff?
You think I can catch fish with Fetty flying off my gun at cotton mouths all the time?
Ain't this heat more than a body can bear? Ain't a quarter but the creek. That poor old Miss Rives come by here a spell ago, mighty nigh shook to pieces with a chill.
Oh. He come by, did he? Well, did he come in?
Just for a minute.
Just for a minute, huh? What'd he want?
He wanted could have given him something for his ailment. Just about could drag one sour foot afore the other. Barely could make it up here from his place. I give him a dose out in our butler's acre drops. Would have given him a little smidgen of liquor, only I couldn't.
You would, huh?
Please don't, Jeff. Don't whop me. Don't, Jeff. Don't whop me. Just poor old Mr. Ives.
Mr. Ives. Mr. Ives. How many times I gotta tell you that old hoodoo's name is Snake Doctor?
You don't mean nobody no harm.
He made a skin of lostwit's hide and tallow, and you calling him Mr. Ives. Huh. You be calling him Honey and Sugar next. Without I learn you.
Please, Jeff, please.
Pet names, huh? Well, I aim to... What's his name now? Well, what's your poor Mr. Rives' name now?
Snake Doctor.
Kizzy Morna rubbed the ugly red welt on her scrawny arm and gave the frying pan full of sizzling side meat a hopeless nudge. She prayed that time and food might take the edge off Jafe's temper. Finney slouched in from the spring, saw the mark on her arm.
Pa been whomping you again, Ma? What'd you do this time?
She silently dished up the hogback and cornbread for her two men. While they sat at table, she ate on her feet, serving them between bites, as was the custom in the Morna household. After dinner, Finney stretched out under the chinaberry tree, and Kizzy sat on the porch, fanning herself and dipping snuff with a peach twig, scouring it back and forth on her gums. Jafe took his ease on the floor of the back room, but he didn't sleep. The meanness was stirring in him, and his hatred of the man he couldn't understand, the man who'd got rich off of cottonmouths. His mind was working on something he'd seen that day and another thing he'd heard. He was adding them together. That stick had disappeared under the log jam, and the snake doctor's money. It was 4 o'clock before any of them moved, and then Jafe spoke to his wife for the first time since noon.
Busy? Where's that there vial of drinking liquor?
By the window. You took it out in your pocket before you laid down.
I ought to carry a vial of liquor with me. I might get bit by a moccasin as soon as Pa would.
You better not let me catch you. You find it, Jay?
Yeah, I just remembered. I won't be needing to tote no spits along with me while I'm going.
I wouldn't take no chance, Dave. Just one cottonmouth bite.
Cottonmouth's all down the slashes, else along a creek. Well, I'll be all this evening's up along Bailey's Ridge in the high ground.
You fixing to go shooting?
Aim to gun me a chance of young squirrels twixt now and dusk time. Heard them barking all around me this morning.
Reckon I'll come along,
You
Pa.
stay in here, son.
Oh, dang it. You'll be steaming in the place when the rain comes down. Pa, you might be needing me just...
You stay here.
Oh, dang it.
Kizzy, you set me up a snack of cold supper on the chef. Likely I won't get back till it's plumb dark.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Escape. But first, that wonderful variety show with a purpose, CBS's 1 hour-long program, This is Broadway, will be round again tomorrow night on most of these same stations. Comedian Abe Burrows, Broadway playwright George S. Kaufman, Master of Ceremonies Clifton Fadiman will all be here, playing host to the top stars of show business. Hear these top stars and their top acts. Then listen closely as the expert showmen on This is Broadway help them with show business problems. And now, we return to the second act of Escape and tonight's story, Snake Doctor.
Jafe Mourner turned north through his struggling cornrows, and in a minute he was lost from sight. He kept on for nearly a mile till he came to a wild red mulberry tree. Where there are mulberries, there are bound to be squirrels. Very neatly, he shot 2 young grays right through the head. But Jafe was a master marksman. And unsuspected by any who knew him, Jafe had another quality. One that made him more dangerous than the rest of his kind. Jafe had an imagination. Today it was in excellent working order. He tied the brain squirrels together and swung them over his shoulder. If needed, they'd be his alibi. And then he sat down under a tree for a while.
Got plenty of time. Don't need to get down to Snake Doctor's place till about dusk. When he comes out to feed that swayback mare of his. Mr. Right.
He sat out 2 brisk thunder showers and the intervals between them. And then he set off in a wide arc down Bailey's Branch along the skirts of Little Cypress Slash, down to the sunken flats edge in Cashier Creek. It took more than an hour of careful traveling before he came to his destination. A screen of haw bushes, less than 50 yards behind the Snake Doctor's cabin.
No matter how ailing he is, you'll get up and come out to feed that rack-a-bones mare. Mr. Eyes. Well, I'll learn him to go colleaguing around another man's woman.
Jafe Mourner let his jealousy heat him to white hatred. At this moment, he was avenging his honor. Didn't admit even to himself that the real reason he was here was the Snake Doctor's money, hidden behind the log by the fireplace.
Home-wrecking, snake-loving varmint. 10 minutes from now, I'll chunk him down a big hole in the creek like I did that stick this morning. And he'll go down and never come up. And nobody will miss him. Nobody will know he's gone for leastwise a week, maybe a month. And maybe if I get around to it, I might come back this way someday. Poke around that cabin of his and just to see if it's true. His having all that money hid away.
Jafe Mourner's speculations were cut short. The cabin door opened and a figure stepped out into the growing dusk and walked toward the stable. He saw the Snake Doctor's loppy old straw hat. At this distance, he couldn't miss. And he didn't. The figure jerked backward and then went face forward. Jafe started for him, then he stopped. His eyes bugged. His mouth formed a scream that he couldn't utter. His rifle dropped to the ground. He had just killed a Snake Doctor, killed him dead with a .32 caliber slug through the head. And there on his door still stood Snake Doctor, whole and sound, staring at him.
Jafe Mourner, what have you done?
The scream came at last, for Jafe Mourner had seen the devil. The Snake Doctor who arose alive from his bullet-riddled body. Jafe whirled and ran into the deep, darkening woods, whimpering like a whipped puppy as he tore through the brush. Escape. He must escape this thing. He must get under the shelter of a sound roof. He must have the protection of 4 walls around him. He ran and ran for hours. It was close to midnight when he came out on a dirt road a short distance southeast of his own land. Beyond the next bend, he'd be in sight of home. And then he stopped. Around the bend, coming toward him, was a joggling light, a lantern hanging on a buggy. Jake flattened himself in a clump of brush to hide until the traveler passed. And then, just as the rig was opposite him, he heard a call coming from the other direction.
Hello there! Who's jogging?
Oh, there. Oh, steady, boy. Me, Davis Ware. That you, Tip Bailey?
Yes. Fortunate air from the junction. Tolerable tired. What brings you out this time of night, Davis? Somebody sick?
Sick nothing. There's been a parcel of trouble popping in these bottoms tonight. Steady, boy. Steady.
What do you mean?
A killing. That's what I mean.
You don't say. Who got killed?
I'm fixing to tell you. It happened just around dusk time down at old snake doctor's place.
Yeah? Was it him was killed?
Give me time, Tip. It seems like snake doctor's been a-chillin' lately.
Mm-hmm.
He was pretty bad off today, so Miss Kizzy Morner, she footed it down from her place to his'n, fetching some physic with her and a plate of hot victuals.
You might have thought it, Miss Morner. Might have thought it.
You want to hear this?
Yeah. Go on.
Oh, boy. Well, pretty soon after she got there, it seemed like he was tired. And he tried to get up out of his bed to go and feed that old crowbait nag of his'n. It started in again by then, pouring down hard. So she made him stay where he was, and she put on his old hat and throwed his old coat around her. And he wanted to keep out of the wet. And no more, and she got outside, and a shot came from the edge of the woods, and down she went with a bullet through her brains.
Killed her?
It
Kizzy.
was a dog.
It was
But
Kizzy.
who done it?
It was that low-flung husband of hers done it, that's who.
They shot it was him?
Sure thing. Oh, boy. Sure thing, they're certain. Snake doctor jumped up when he heard the shot, and he catched a quick look at Jafe over the fence. There wasn't a long streak in Kiz's arm where he must have whopped her during the day.
Why, hanging's a sight too good. Did they catch him?
No, but they gonna.
Sheriff get there yet?
Oh, but he's due any minute with his pack of hound dogs.
Oh.
Trail ought to lay good. Ground being damp the way it is.
Oh, for sure.
Old snake doctor, he's a-saying the Lord's going to strike the murder down in his track.
Amen.
But me, I'm a-putting my main dependence on them bloodhounds.
Oh, poor Miss Marner. She always was a good-hearted, hard-working woman.
Kizzy.
And mightily put
She's
upon
dead.
by that skunk.
I
Jake.
shot Kizzy.
Say, did you hear something just there?
Can't say I did.
Yeah. Oh, probably a rabbit breaking through the brush, huh?
Listen,
Yeah?
the sheriff's a-coming.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear them hounds of his'n?
Oh, just for sure.
I gotta hurry. Get out, Bessie. Come on.
I'll see you back at the morning.
You sure will.
Jafe didn't waste no time mourning his dead wife. He had a chance against a pack of bloodhounds if he started right away. But Jafe's imagination went to work again as he backtracked along the creek bottom in the spotty moonlight.
Gotta throw those dogs off the trail. You gotta wade the creek, even if it is full of cotton mounds. Must be all around me now. Folks say don't strike in the water. Hope them folks is right. Yeah, I gotta get back to the snake doctor's. Get his money while he's still up at my place with Kiz's remains. Get his money and the rest will be easy. I'll make for the deep timber, cross country to the river, make it by tomorrow sundown. Hire me a shanty boater to ferry me to the Arkansas side. It'll get me a haircut and catch me a train for somewhere else. And I gotta get Snake Doctor's money first.
Snake Doctor's cabin was dark and empty when Jafe reached it. Only a few dull embers in the fireplace. But he knew where the chink was. He'd find it in the dark. He scrabbled at the logs, felt some bark give, felt the clay mortar crumble under his fingernails. There it was, a hole big enough for a man's arm. He plunged his hand into it, touched something slick and smooth, and then something sharp plunged into his thumb. At that moment, the fire flickered to life. Jafe yanked his hand out of the hole, saw two tiny bleeding punctures in his thumb. At the mouth of the hole stretched the wide-open jaws of a cottonmouth. It worked fast. He felt the pain leaping from his thumb to his hand, seeping up his arm. If only he had some liquor. If he had a fresh-killed chicken to slap on the wound, but he had nothing. Then a sharp, horrible pain wrenched his heart, and then a second. And there in the firelight, the huge cottonmouth poised in its crevice. Jafe leaped out of the shack, started blinded for the timber. He staggered, stumbled, then he pitched forward on his face, his open mouth full of weeds and muddy grass stems. The cramping fingers of his outstretched right hand almost touched a reddish-black smear on the wet, trampled grass.
Good riddance, by gravy. I'd call it that, wouldn't you, Doc?
I reckon there's a sort of rough justice in the way he died. Look, his hand reaching out, just about touching the blood where his woman fell. But in all my life, I've never known but 2 or 3 people actually was bitten by water moccasins. And until tonight, I've never had personal knowledge of anybody dying from the bite of any kind of snake.
Is that a fact?
You know that, quit that crazy. I'm going to take that rifle off of you, Finny Mourner.
I'm going to kill the dang reptile and kill my paw.
That Mourner's boy kicking up the fuss?
Yep, and no good like his paw.
Let go of me. I'm my own boss, man.
What's the trouble, Tip?
Oh, Finny here's went out in his hay.
I'm going to kill the snake that bit in my paw. Then I'm going to give that snake doctor a whomping for keeping a reptile in this place.
Your pa got what was his due, Finney. Snake doctor ain't to blame.
He's a hoodoo devil.
Looky here, boy. Mr. Rives give me all his savings, nearly $100, to pay for burying your mother decent. That's how much he thought of her. Now go on home. Behave yourself.
I'm going to get
Go on, Finney. There ain't no reason for you hanging around here.
Somebody ought to kill that reptile that bit in my paw.
Doc, just a minute ago, you started to say something about snake bite not killing. But how about them 2 marks on his thumb? Them snake's gashes like some I've seen.
No, that don't explain how it... Huh?
Oh, it's Finny Mourner. He's in the cabin.
The fool kid. Come on, Doc. He's probably shot.
Well, we're too far off.
I shot it, but I didn't hit it. It's going to get me like he got my paw.
Said he shot at something in the cabin. Come on, Doc. Let's go see.
All right, we'll find out. I don't see anything.
Oh, Finney's had enough happen to him yesterday and today to upset even a bright boy. So we can't... Oh. There it is.
What?
That cottonmouth up there in that hole in the log.
Oh, that. Snake doctor told me about that varmint. Look at him closer, David.
No, sir. Not me.
Go ahead. It's just a stuffed snake.
Stuffed?
Mm-hmm. Snake doctor believes in precautions because that hole's where he hides his money. That snake would scare away anybody who didn't know it was stuffed. But just to be sure, old snake doctor lined the hole with coils of barbed wire.
Oh, I see. You mean them marks on Jafe's thumb got off the barbed wire?
That's right, sir. Lots stronger hearts than Jafe Mourner's would stop beating at a scare like that.
Well, I'll be switched. Old snake doctor's a cute one, ain't he?
Escape, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Tonight brought you Snake Doctor by Irvin S. Cobb, adapted for radio by Fred Howard, starring Bill Conrad as Jafe with Paul Frees as Finney. Featured in the cast were Ira Grossell as the narrator, Bill Lally, Ruth Parrott, Wilms Herbert, and Edgar Barrier. Music is conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week...
You are groping through the midnight dimness of a gigantic department store, and suddenly you realize that 100 eyes are staring at you from the shadows, and 100 hands are reaching for your throat, and your most urgent desire is to escape.
Next week, we escape with John Collier's story, Evening Primrose. Be with us next week at the same time when once again we offer you Escape.
Ethelbert is at the bar, and Ann and Casey are about to enter on another thrilling crime photographer adventure. Tonight it's a story entitled Big Danger, and it'll be along on most of these same CBS stations in just a moment. This is John Jacobs speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
No, stay where you are. Do not break the stillness of this moment. For this is a time of mystery. A time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the Haunting Hour. No escape. Considerable imagination enters into the planning of the supposedly perfect murder. Considerable imagination is used so that time, place, alibi, and evidence are dealt with conclusively. Yet the most important piece of evidence that can expose the murderer and his crime is most often left intact. His imagination. His mind. 8 o'clock of a foggy April evening. Paul Perry, in his penthouse apartment overlooking a backyard of rubbish and the East River, is very busy tonight, planning murder. Simple murder. First, he prepares his props. A chair is in the way. An end table obscures the path just a little. And that floor lamp might be turned over and broken, and he's rushed to the window. The window. That's right. The window. The window through which Paul Perry will fling his wife and watch her plunge 16 floors to the yard below. Simple and final murder. The stage has been set. But first, there is a witness to dispose of.
Excuse me, Mr. Perry, but what should I do about Mrs. Perry's dinner? It's getting cold.
Never mind, Hannah. Mrs. Perry is probably eating out.
Yes, sir. Will there be anything else, Mr. Perry?
No. No, I don't think so. As soon as you finish your work, Hannah, you can take the evening off.
The stage has been set, but Mrs. Perry is working to foil her own murder. Wearing her gray coat and a red pork pie hat, Mrs. Perry left her penthouse apartment in the afternoon. Now it is after 8 o'clock. And where is Mrs. Perry?
4th Precinct, Homicide, Lieutenant Dugan speaking. Yeah? Yeah. Okay.
My name is Joan Perry, Mrs. Joan Perry, and I want you to protect me from my husband.
Hold everything, lady. You're in the wrong division. This is Homicide.
I know. My husband is planning to murder me.
How do you know?
I know.
Has he threatened you?
No.
Have you any evidence of his planning to murder you?
No.
Well, I give up. Why does he want to murder you?
Because I won't give him a divorce. Oh, you've got to protect me. He's going to kill me. I know, I tell you, I know.
Has he hit you or beaten you at any time?
Oh, no.
Are there any grounds on which we can issue a warrant for his arrest?
I don't want him arrested. Then he'll suspect that I know.
Then what do you want from me?
I want you to protect me.
Well, lady, you're in the wrong place. What you need is a private bodyguard. Excuse me. 4th Precinct, Homicide, Lieutenant Dugan speaking. Yeah. Hold it.
Mrs. Perry! I'll call you back in a minute. Mrs. Perry! Give me the front desk. Hey, Joe, a lady wearing a gray coat and a red hat is leaving the building. Stop her. Oh. No, never mind.
Something's wrong with the switch. The lights don't go on. Paul! Paul! Hannah! Is anybody... Ah! Good morning, Mr. Perry.
Good morning, Hannah. Well, you needn't bother with a setting for Mrs. Perry. She called last night to say that she was staying at her mother's for a few days.
Yes, sir.
Well, what's on the menu this morning?
Orange juice, eggs and sausages, cake and coffee.
Great. I'm hungry.
I'll get it, Mr. Perry. It's the delivery boy from the cleaners to pick up Mrs. Perry's clothes.
It's the... what?
The delivery boy for Mrs. Perry's clothes.
Tell the boy to come in here.
Oh, you want the delivery boy in here?
Yes, bring him in.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Perry.
Shouldn't have jumped down Hannah's throat like that. It's probably some mistake.
Now, what's cooking, mister?
You're here for Mrs. Perry's clothes?
You got it the first time.
Well, when did she give you the order?
She was in the store first thing this morning.
She came into your store this morning?
That's right. Hey, what is this, a third degree?
Huh? Oh, no. No. You see, Mrs. Perry is staying at her mother's for a few days, and this sounds like a practical joke. Can you describe her?
And how? She's kind of neat looking, and she was wearing a gray coat with a red hat, if you call that a hat.
That's Joan. But last night...
Look, do I get the clothes or don't I?
What? Oh, you'd better come back some other time.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? I haven't got all day to hang around.
Maybe she's all right. Maybe she didn't get hurt. Oh, but that's ridiculous. 16 stories down to the yard and no ledges to land on while falling. But I'd better make certain. No, it's a clean drop down to the yard. Can't see her from here with this fog. Maybe she's not there. But she's got to be. She's got to. Better go down to see for myself. Can't see her. But she's here someplace. You just don't get up and walk away after you fall 16 floors. You don't. No, you don't. Maybe behind this box. No, she's not here. She's not here. Joan! Joan, where are you? Why are you hiding? I'd better watch it. I'm starting to act like a lunatic. There must be a logical explanation to all this. Maybe she fell into the river. Yes, that's it. She fell into the river and was swept away with the current. But then, who was in the tailor shop this morning? Yes, Hannah. What is it?
There's a man here to see Mrs. Perry.
Well, did you tell him she's away for a few days?
He says that Mrs. Perry made an appointment to see him here.
Where is he?
In the foyer.
All right, tell him I'll see him.
Yes, sir.
How do you do, Mr. Perry? Harvey's my name. Hope I'm not disturbing you. But your wife made an appointment this morning to see me today at 2:30, and here it is, 2:30, right on the button. Always prompt. That's me. It inspires confidence.
You saw my wife this morning?
Just missed her by a few minutes. I get to my office at 10 every morning, right on the button. Always prompt, but yes, I was a little late this morning.
Well, then, with whom did she make that appointment?
My secretary took care of the details. She opens the office every morning. A very efficient young lady, Miss Shepherd is. Yes, sir, very efficient.
Mr. Harvey, I think your secretary made a mistake.
What? Why, what do you mean?
Well, you see, my wife couldn't have been in your office this morning because she's with her mother in the country since last night. It Must be two other people.
My gosh, this is something, isn't it? I wonder how Miss Shepard made such a mistake. She's very efficient. Do you mind if I use your phone? I'd like to call my office.
Help yourself.
Thank you. I'm sorry to be such a nuisance. Hello? Miss Shepard? Harvey speaking. I'm checking on that 2:30 appointment you arranged for me this morning. There seems to be some misunderstanding. Yes? Yes, Mrs. Perry. And the address? By gosh, that's right. Just a moment. Well, Mr. Perry, my secretary just confirmed this meeting. She herself spoke to your wife this morning.
Ask her to describe Mrs. Perry.
Well, Miss Shepard, what did this Mrs. Perry look like? Yes, young, good-looking, wearing a gray coat and a red hat. Just a moment. Anything else, Mr. Perry?
No.
That's all, Miss Shepard. I'll be back at the office within the hour. Goodbye.
Oh, I'm calling my wife at dinner time, and I'll ask her about it. Sorry that you had to come here on a wild goose chase.
Oh, it's all in the day's work. Oh, by the way, if you should ever want to get in touch with me, here's my card. Good day.
Frank Harvey, broker. Life insurance. Accident insurance.
Hello?
Hello, Mimi, darling.
I was wondering when you'd call. What time are you coming over?
About 7. Mimi,
Yes?
do you know a man by the name of Frank Harvey?
No. Should I?
I don't know.
Is anything wrong?
Wrong? I know there's nothing wrong, but it's a little late for April Fool's Day.
Are you sure you're all right? You sound as if this fog is getting you.
The fog? Yeah. Yeah, that's it. See you at 7.
I'll be waiting.
She said the fog is getting me. The fog. Maybe it is. Hello?
I'd like to speak with Mr. Paul Perry.
Speaking.
My name is Baxter. I'm the credit manager at the Mapleton department store.
Very interesting.
There's a Mrs. Perry here, and she wants to open a charge account with us. She
There's
told...
who?
Mrs. Perry. Mrs. Joan Perry.
And she's in the store now?
Why, certainly.
What does she look like?
I beg your pardon?
Describe her. What's she wearing?
Just a moment. She's wearing a gray coat and a red hat.
Keep her there. Don't let her get away. I'll be right over.
Paul Perry had planned the perfect crime. He decided to do away with his wife, Joan, in order to marry Mimi Foster. He hit his wife over the head and threw her out of the window to the backyard, 16 stories below. But, strangely, the next day, there were indications she might not have been killed despite her fall. First, her body was not to be found when Paul went to the yard to look for it. Then, several people told him they had spoken with his wife that very day. And finally, when Mr. Baxter, the credit manager of the Mapleton department store, called him to say Mrs. Perry was in his office to open a charge account, Paul frantically told him to keep her there.
Which way to the credit manager's office?
Second aisle on your left.
Yes? Well, where is she? Where is who? My wife, Joan Perry. You called and said she was here. Well, where is she?
I'm sure I don't know.
Well, someone called me a few minutes ago, said his name was Baxter. Is your name Baxter?
Well, yes, but I didn't call you.
It's a trap. That's what it is. A trap. And I walked right into it. But who wants to trap me? Who? That man on the phone said his name was Baxter. It wasn't Baxter. But whoever he is, he can't know anything. Say, maybe I didn't get a phone call from Baxter. Maybe I'm just letting my imagination run away with me. Yes. Yes, that's it. No one called. No one.
It's the delivery boy from the cleaners to pick up Mrs. Perry's clothes.
Look, do I get the clothes or don't I? Harvey's my name. Your wife made an appointment. Always prompt. That's me.
Stop it! Stop it! I've got to get hold of myself. I can't give myself away to Mimi.
darling.
Sorry I'm late, Mimi.
I suppose you had the usual trouble trying to get away from your wife.
She's not home. Mimi, let's go away. Far away, someplace where no one will know us, where no one will bother us.
It wouldn't be right.
Okay, then forget it. Forget it for now, anyway. Come on, let's get going.
All right, darling. I'll be ready in a minute.
Hope the fog lets up soon. Might as well be in London.
How do you like it? How do you like my new hat?
Where did you get it?
I just bought it today.
Take it off.
Take it off? Why? I like it.
I said take it off. It's Joan's hat.
Oh, Paul, why must everything remind you of Joan?
Take it off!
All right. I'll take it off.
I'm sorry. It's just that I hate her so.
I know.
Darling, let's not stay here all night gabbing about her. We're going out to have fun.
Yes. Yes, we're going out to have fun.
All right, then. Let's go.
Where to?
Haven't you heard? The circus is in town.
I haven't had such fun since I was a kid.
I'm glad. Darling, we'll always have fun, won't we?
Of course, dear. Why did you ask?
Nothing or nobody will stand in our way.
Now stop being morbid. Come on, I want to see the sideshows.
Hello, Mimi.
What? Frank, how are you? Oh, I almost forgot. Frank, this is Paul Perry.
Oh, it's all right, Mimi. I've already met Mr. Harvey.
Harvey? Paul, this is Frank Dugan.
I don't know by what name you know him, but he was at my house this afternoon as Mr. Harvey. Oh, by the way, Mr. Harvey, did you sell many insurance policies today?
Look, Paul, a joke's a joke.
Just a minute, Mimi. I'm afraid, my friend, that you're confusing me with someone else. I've never seen you before in my life, and my name isn't Harvey.
Well, if that's the way you want it, pleased to meet you, Mr. Dugan.
Same here. Well, I have to look for my friends.
Call me, Frank, when you get a free moment.
I will, Mimi. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Frank. Now, Paul, what was all this nonsense about some insurance?
I tell you, Mimi, that man came to see Joan this afternoon about some insurance.
Either you're drunk or you're imagining things. And I haven't seen you take a drink in the last 2 hours.
That Dugan or Harvey even gave me his business card.
So what?
So what? That card said Frank Harvey, broker, life insurance, accident insurance.
Harvey may have given you such a card, but I'm certain that Frank Dugan didn't.
What makes you so certain that Dugan and Harvey aren't one and the same person?
Because Frank Dugan happens to be a police lieutenant with the homicide squad. You've been acting strangely all evening.
Strangely? Please, darling, don't nag.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I'm worried.
What about?
You silly.
There's nothing to worry about.
I hope you're right.
Maybe I'm imagining things. Maybe I never saw Harvey. But he gave me that business card. At least I think he did. That card. I must get that card. It's in my blue suit, I think. And I've got to get rid of Mimi. I've got to get home and find that card.
Thanks for taking me home, darling.
I'll call you in the morning.
You're so abrupt. It's as if you're anxious to get rid of me.
I've got to get home. Good night, Mimi. That card. Frank Harvey, broker, life insurance, accident insurance, 75 Johnson Place. So I wasn't dreaming. I wasn't having nightmares. For a while I was beginning to doubt my own sanity. But here it is, all right. Now to find the house. 75 Johnson Place.
Hello. Has Lieutenant Dugan come in yet? In 15 minutes? Well, please tell him that Mimi Foster called. I think that something's happened to Mr. Paul Perry. Will you tell him to meet me at Mr. Perry's apartment on East 73rd Street the moment he comes in? Thank you. Goodbye.
Hey, buddy. You help a fella out?
What's that?
I ain't had nothing to eat all day, mister. You spare a dime? I'm hungry, mister. I've been hungry all day.
I'll make it worth your while if you'll tell me where Johnson Place is.
Oh, this is Johnson Place. What number?
75.
Yeah, that's it. That's right along here. Come on, I'll show you, mister. Yeah, that's 67, 71. Then there's an empty lot. Yeah, and it's right here.
79. There is no 75.
Maybe it's on the other side of the street.
No, there's nothing on the other side of the street. Empty spaces, only empty spaces.
Hello, Paul.
What are you doing here? In front of my door.
I was worried, and when I called and there was no answer, I came right over. I didn't phone from the lobby. I came right up in the elevator. I was just ringing your doorbell. Where were you?
I just stepped out for a pack of cigarettes. Come in. Sit down.
Paul,
Yes.
what's eating you?
Not a thing. I feel great.
But before at the circus,
I
you...
took a walk and the fog cleared my head. Sit down. I'll get you a drink. You look as if you could use one. Just like last night. The same scene, same fog. The path to the window in the living room. Hannah out for the evening. But tonight I have a new leading lady. Well, what shall we drink to?
Let's toast your quick divorce and our happy marriage.
Very nicely put. And I drink to you, my sweet little double-crossing wench. You dropped your drink, my pet.
I'm going home. You're drunk.
You're not going home. Sit down.
What do you want?
This is goodbye, Mimi.
Well, that suits me fine. Goodbye.
Sit down. You don't understand. This is goodbye. Curtains. Fade out.
No. No.
Dugan can't help you now. Nobody can. Nobody helped Joan last night.
Joan?
Where were you watching from when she went out the window?
Oh!
Go on. Go on. Yell your head off. You'll never be heard above those river noises.
Paul, I don't want to die.
Oh, it doesn't hurt. Ask Joan. She'll tell you.
Oh.
It's as easy as falling off a log. Only this way, it's falling out the window. And you've got a farewell symphony. Listen. That's beautiful music.
Why? Why do you want to kill me?
Because you're the only witness to last night.
No.
Because you're trying to throw me over for Dugan.
No.
Because you're going to turn me in so that I can't stand in your way.
No.
Because I killed for you in the first place.
No, that's not true. I didn't know about Joan until you told me, and I love you, you poor fool. I love you.
You lie. I don't believe you.
It's the truth.
You think you can trick me again like you've been doing all day?
I don't know what you're talking about.
First for the cleaners, dressing up as Joan, then getting Dugan to pose as a phony insurance salesman.
No, tonight at the circus was the first time I'd seen Frank in a month.
Ha, it's a shame. You would have made a great actress.
You've got to believe me. I'm telling the truth. No, please. Paul, no!
I got here just in time.
Frank, he suddenly went crazy.
No, he didn't. He's as sane as you are, Mimi. Wait till I put the cuffs on him.
And he's not dead?
No, I'm not dead.
Well, that'll keep you, Perry. You're under arrest.
I'll sue the state for this.
Oh, no, you won't. Murder is a tough rap to beat.
You're crazy. You can't prove murder without the corpus delicti.
Mrs. Perry, or what there's left of her, is on a slab at the morgue. I was too late last night.
But she jumped.
Just as Mimi almost jumped. No good, Perry. Besides, I heard your confession.
Frank, how did you know?
We expected this second attempt at murder. We couldn't prevent the first, but you weren't in any danger, Mimi. We knew exactly what he would do, step by step. We planned it so.
What do you mean?
We knew he killed his wife, but we needed a confession. So we worked on the only part of him we knew would be vulnerable, his mind. No matter how well planned a murder may be, the murderer can't escape himself. No matter how you look at it, there's no escape.
From shadows and stillness, mystery weaves a spell of strangest fascination, charging the mind with doubts and fears. For mystery is a strange companion a living memory in the haunting hour.
Too sure about that, Wentworth.
What do you mean?
Don't forget that skeleton there. He was once a man, too. Until he was trapped in here or murdered.
What of it?
Oh, nothing. Nothing except...
Midnight. The witching hour when the night is darkest. Our fears the strongest. Our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Line is Dead. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Faith Blau is The Line is Dead. The gash in the green lawn of Brookside Memorial Park awaits the body of Albert Lockridge, scientist and explorer. There are few who have followed him to his last resting place, for Albert Lockridge was not one who was prodigal with his affection. And so beside the yawning grave stands his wife, Lenore.
Albert.
Finishing the short service, the minister says,
And so, unto dust, you are now committed. You may lower the casket.
Strong hands grasp the straps attached to the coffin. The pulleys sing their discordant dirge, a strange melody, heard over the soft weeping of Lenore Lockridge. Suddenly...
Listen, knocking in the coffin. Albert, we hear you. We know you're alive.
Raise the casket. Raise the casket. Yes, sir.
He is all right, isn't he, Dr. George?
He seems to be, but...
But what?
Well, you can't blame me if I'm a little hesitant in giving my opinion.
You mean you're not sure that he will?
Yes.
Oh.
After all, Mrs. Lockridge, my position is a little awkward. I signed the death certificate feeling certain that your husband was dead. And now I'm naturally reluctant to predict just what course his convalescence will take.
I think I understand. The only thing that really matters is that my husband's lying in his bed at home and not in the cold, black earth of Brookside. Isn't that true?
Well, you're a very sensible woman.
Albert will get better.
Probably. But we'll have to watch his heart.
His heart?
These strange spells when his heart seems to stop, when I thought it had stopped. Each attack is an added strain.
But the strain of regaining consciousness in the coffin, he withstood that when even a healthy person might not have.
Oh, he's a hard person to kill.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Well, this time it was a pretty close call. If he'd come to even 10 minutes later, Mrs. Lockridge, no one would have ever known.
Albert.
Lenore? Lenore? Is that you?
Albert, the doctor says you'll be fine if you'll only rest.
I can't rest. I've got to ask you a question.
Dear, you've been through so much, too much for any one person, so save any questions you may.
No, this question can't wait. That sealed envelope, Lenore. The one on my desk.
The one I'm supposed to read after you're...
Yes, after I'm dead. Lenore, you haven't read it, have you?
No, Albert. I plan to read it after the funeral, just as you told me to.
Sure? You haven't read it?
Of course.
Get it for me. I want to see for myself.
Albert, no, you've so little strength.
But I must know.
You will.
I must know now. Because if you read it, I don't want to live.
Albert, I swear I haven't. Please believe me.
You saw it?
No. Look at me. You can see I'm telling the truth. Look at me.
Yes, I think you are telling the truth.
Well, Mr. Lockridge, another few days, and we'll have you out of that wheelchair.
Sometimes I wonder why you go to all this trouble with me, Doctor.
It's my job.
Yes, but there's so many people who really enjoy life and yet die. Twice now I've been pronounced dead, only to return to life, almost reluctantly.
Reluctantly?
Yes.
You tried awfully hard to get out of the coffin.
The sheer horror of being buried alive. I've always been terrified of it.
Since childhood?
Yes. My nurse locked me in a closet whenever I misbehaved. I always thought I'd be left to die there. Oh, it's not the fact of being dead that bothers me. It's the fear of being buried alive. It's the choking, the futility of crying out.
Yes, it would be a horrible way to die, but...
Excuse me, Doctor. There's a Mr. Burton here to see you, Mr. Lockridge.
Good. Show him in, nurse.
Nurse, take our patient out on the sun porch. I'll send his visitor there.
Mr. Lockridge?
Sit down, Mr. Burton.
Thank you.
Nurse, if you don't mind.
Not at all. If you need me, just call.
Now, Mr. Burton, as I understand your business...
I'm a telephone engineer specializing in special types of telephone systems.
Yes. But perhaps you've read about me in the paper.
Yeah, sure I have. You're the guy who came back from the grave.
Yes, I'm the guy who came back from the grave. And it strikes me, Mr. Burton, that an occasion might again arise when I might want to do the same thing. That's why I called you.
Come again?
Sometime a doctor again may pronounce me dead. Perhaps I will be, perhaps I won't. And if I'm not, I'd like to feel that I could call for help.
I don't get it.
Mr. Burton, in case it should happen again, I'd like you to install a private telephone from this house to my grave. And Lenore, you must promise to keep the phone installed and in working condition for a year after I'm buried.
A year? Darling, that doesn't make any sense.
With a stop-and-go heart of mine doesn't make any sense either.
But, Albert, a year?
The first time my heart stopped for 6 hours. The next time, nearly 2 days. Who can tell?
Well, a week, a month, perhaps.
I think I'm asking very little.
Well, then think of me, darling. Think of waiting day in and day out for the ring of that telephone. Think of the jumping at every stray bell, at every noise. Darling, you're condemning me to a slow death, like being in a grave above ground.
I still think my request is a modest one, and the least that a wife who loved her husband would do for him.
Albert, don't start that again.
After all, I shall be in my grave. Perhaps I shall be waiting, too, waiting for help that will never come.
Will you please stop this morbid talk? Nothing else seems to be on your mind lately. Besides, it's terribly late, almost midnight.
When death comes to a man slowly, he gets time to think about it. Too much time.
Stop it, please.
It seems to me that you are only too anxious to get rid of me.
Albert, how can you even think such a thing after... I've been a good wife, haven't I?
Yes, but you might have made Oliver Wentworth an even better one.
Albert, please don't bring that up again.
What would have happened if Oliver had come back from that expedition with
I
me?
don't know.
You would have married him, wouldn't you?
Perhaps, I don't know. No.
How can you say that? You were engaged to him, weren't you?
An engagement doesn't always mean marriage.
You did intend to marry him, didn't you?
Of course I did. What of it? You know I intended to.
And you only changed your mind because he was killed. That's why you turned towards me.
Well,
I was nothing in your life.
You were very sweet to me, Albert, then. I could see that you loved me in your peculiar way. I appreciated everything you did for me.
Appreciate?
Oh, Albert, why dig looking for a sore spot? It's not fair to me or to you.
I was nothing in your life, was I? As long as Oliver was alive.
What are you trying to prove?
All the time we've spent together, I've played second fiddle to Oliver Wentworth.
Look, Albert Lockridge, when we married, I said I'd put all thoughts of Oliver out of my mind. Well, I've done it. At least?
At least what? You mean you've tried, but you couldn't. Oh. I knew it. You've never loved me. He's always been in your heart.
What are you talking about?
You just said it. If I had died, you would never have given me another thought. But all the time, here, in my own house, he's been living his own memory, haunting you, haunting us. I can't go on like this. This just can't go on. I've struggled with him long enough. He's got to go. No matter what I have to do to crush his memory, I've got to kill it.
Albert.
Lenore?
What is it?
Lenore, help me. There's a chair in my heart.
I've got you. Now, slowly. Slowly?
I don't think I can make it.
Of course you can. Of course you can. You've got to.
All right,
Doctor, are you sure?
Absolutely, Mrs. Lockridge. And this time the two heart specialists agree with me.
But, Doctor, in view of what happened before...
We've tried to take that into consideration. But even so...
Well, can't you postpone signing the certificate?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Lockridge. My colleagues and I all agree that your husband is dead. There can be no delay.
Very well, Doctor. Thank you for everything.
Goodbye, Mrs. Lockridge.
Goodbye, Doctor. Hello? Mr. Burton? This is Mrs. Lockridge speaking. My husband died yesterday. He's to be buried tomorrow at Brookside. Will you please be there as he desired to install a telephone in his grave?
A man who was afraid, not of death, but of being buried alive. A telephone to a sealed grave, and the great beyond. Will we hear from Albert Lockridge again before the clock strikes 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
And now, back to Murder at Midnight and... The Line is Dead.
One minute. Oh, Dr. George.
Good evening, Mrs. Lockridge.
It's awfully nice of you to call.
I was worried about you.
Oh, I'm all right. I'm fine.
I couldn't come to the funeral. I tried to phone you, but...
The phone's disconnected.
So they said. And so I came over. I rang the bell several times. No answer either. Finally, I knocked.
I've had the doorbell disconnected, too.
You mustn't cut yourself off from the world like this, Mrs. Lockridge.
Believe me, Doctor, that's not my intention. As long as I stand guard at this telephone, I want to be sure that the only bell that ever rings in this house is the one that tells me that Albert's not dead, that he's still alive there in his coffin, that he needs help.
You're really going through with this?
He asked me to. It doesn't seem too much.
Oh, you're only deluding yourself, Mrs. Lockridge, believe me. Waiting this way is only a perverse and completely futile sort of mourning.
I know you can't understand.
I can't. But I do know that this morbid watch will only deepen your grief. Prevent you from making any kind of adjustment to his death.
What difference does it
make? Now, you're a young woman, Mrs. Lockridge. You have a whole life ahead of you.
All the more reason for spending some of it as he wanted me to. Doctor, my husband was not the sort of person who inspired affection.
I know.
But in his odd, sometimes unaccountable way, he did love me. Now that he's gone, no one on earth holds any fond memories of him but me.
A heavy responsibility, Mrs. Lockridge. Still, you must take care of yourself.
I will, Doctor.
Assume that he is dead. Mourn him as you will, but don't live in a state of suspended animation. For instance, if he's left a will, don't put off reading it.
There are some papers which I was supposed to read after his death. They're in a sealed envelope in his desk.
Read them. Read them immediately.
No, not yet.
You should. Perhaps they'll contain some message of comfort. Get the envelope now.
Not now, Dr. George, but very soon. Just a moment. Yes? Oh.
Lenore.
Oh, no. No, it can't.
It is. I know I shouldn't have come just like this without warning.
But I've always thought...
That I was dead? Yes, I know.
That's what Albert told me, and you never came back.
No.
Why?
It's a long story, Lenore. A story you ought to hear.
You know that Albert died yesterday?
I know. That's why I came.
Why didn't you come sooner when he was alive? Were you afraid to meet him?
I was afraid to meet you.
Me? Why, Albert?
By the time I returned, you and Albert were already married.
But even so, we both would have
I
welcomed...
wonder. You see, I knew you thought I was dead. No good would have come of such a meeting. But now everything is different.
Different?
Yes, of course. I loved you then. I love you now.
Oliver.
I've come back for you.
Oliver, you don't understand. How can I even think of such things today?
Lenore, I had to come. I've waited so long. I couldn't wait a day longer.
Can't you see? It's useless even to think about that now. He may still be alive.
I know.
No, it's not right to speak as you do. Not today.
I was afraid you'd think so. Lenore, I wanted to avoid this, but now I see I must tell you. Lenore, neither of us knew Albert Lockridge.
After all, Oliver, I've lived with
I
him.
still don't think you ever really knew him. I never did, even though I worked with him for many years. That is, until the day we stood in the great hall of the old Aztec temple. The temple we found on that last expedition. The one from which I was not supposed to come back from. We were trying to find a door to an inner chamber.
There must be an opening here somewhere, Wentworth. In every Aztec temple ever found, there was always a room near the altar used to keep ceremonial objects.
I know. Wait a minute. Sounds like a little hollow here. Now, what about that slab on the floor?
What about it?
I think that it might... Certainly sound different. If I were an Aztec priest, and I stepped on it like this...
What? Wentworth, the door. We found the door.
Solid stone. And still working after all these centuries. Let's take a look inside.
You got the flashlight?
Yes, take the hammer.
Right.
Uh-oh. It's not very pretty. It is a human skeleton, isn't it?
Yeah.
Probably trapped in here and left to die.
Ugly death.
Look, Lockridge. Those dishes.
Swing the flashlight over. Gold. Solid gold.
There are more over here. Look, stacks of them.
That's them. We found the treasure.
Now, wait a minute, Lockridge. Let's get this straight. In the first place, I don't think we'd be let out of the country with these gold plates.
Oh, but we can melt them down and smuggle them out.
Melt them down? Why, these things are priceless. Besides, the university sent us here. If the gold belongs to anyone, it's theirs.
No one ever has to know.
Oh, yes, they do, because I'll tell them.
Huh? It's all very well for you to play the heroic fool. You've everything you want.
What the devil do you mean?
You know perfectly well. You got all the money you need. Besides, you have Lenore.
What's she got to do with it?
You do have Lenore, haven't you?
You act as if I took her from you.
You were afraid of me?
Oh, Lockridge, don't be an idiot. Lenore would no more look at you
Oh, wouldn't she? She'd marry me if you went in the way. I know it.
Oh, you fool. She's just being friendly to you because I asked her.
We'll see. If you weren't around.
But I am around. And as far as the gold plates are concerned...
I said we'll see. After all, that skeleton there, he was once a man, too. Until he was trapped in here.
What of it?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. Nothing except...
When I came to, I was there in the dark. Flashlight, the gold plate's gone. Left there to die. Trapped behind a stone door.
Oh, no, Oliver, no.
When Albert Lockridge closed that door, in his heart, in his twisted brain, there was only one intention. Murder.
How did you get out?
By luck more than anything else. I had the hammer and I knew where the stone latch was. I started chipping away at it. To this day, I don't know how long it took me, but when I finally got out, I was a sick man. Exhausted. And by the time I was well enough to travel, come home here, you were already married.
And he told me that you'd been killed by natives. Of course, that was a lie, but... Oliver, I still can't believe that your story's completely true either.
But why?
A man who's been the victim of an attempted murder would see that the murderer was punished. You didn't. Didn't even try to.
Well, Lenore, how could I? He was your husband.
Well, why should that?
Could I brand you as the wife of a murderer? Loving you as I did, as I do? I had to wait. But now let's forget this horrible past.
I can't, no matter how I feel I can't. After all, there's no proof.
No, don't you believe
me? It's not
me?
just that. Don't you see? At any moment, the telephone may ring telling me that he's alive. If I knew your story were true, perhaps I'd feel differently, but... No, my place is here. I must stay here.
Lenore, please. If you feel any love for me at all...
Will you go, Oliver? Please.
If that's what you wish... Yes, Lenore. I'll go. But remember... I love you.
I don't know why it should matter now, but I still hope you told the truth, Oliver, for them. The papers in the sealed envelope. I promised Dr. George I'd read them. Lenore, there are many things on my mind as I sit writing this last word to you. Many things which no human mind should have to bear without telling another. As I look over my life, I know now it has been an empty mountain.
I've never had a straightforward human emotion and acted on it. My work has been a sort of shadow play which gave my hollow existence an outward tinge of reality. No friend has really touched me, for I cannot be reached. I married you more out of perverse vanity than love. And yet, perhaps because of your loyalty, some spark of love has been kindled in me. Bear this in mind when you go out to the garden. For there, underneath the sundial, you will find a treasure of gold, which should take care of you when I cannot. I had intended to use this gold myself, but I could not because it might incriminate me in the murder of Oliver Wentworth.
People might ask questions, but you... The murder of Oliver Wentworth. Then his story was true. Oliver! Oh, Oliver! Oliver! Gone. Well, he can't have gone far, and if I hurry... Oliver! Oliver! Oliver, I'm coming! I'm coming! Oliver!
Telephone ringing in an empty house. A man who is not dead, lying in his coffin, fighting for breath and waiting for an answer that will not come. A fitting payment for
murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death stands waiting at a newly dug grave and the clocks strike 12 for
murder at midnight.
The parts of Mr. and Mrs. Albert Lockridge were played by Mr. and Mrs. Raymond Edward Johnson, with music by Charles Paul. Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Now is the time to tell of the unaccountable, of apparitions by night and phantoms in shadow. Time to tell strange tales of fantasy and the supernatural. Mystery Theater presents The Hitchhiker by Alan King.
The stretch of road between Bainville and Bowden is about 15 miles. I used to drive over it about once a month.
By Alan King.
The stretch of road between Bainville and Bowden is about 15 miles. I used to drive over it about once a month with George Kirby. George was supervisor for the J.K. Land and Land Company, and we used to make a monthly inspection trip over his territory. We usually worked it so that we ran into Bowden at night. It isn't a big town, but there's a good hotel there, and we could always make it back to our hometown before dark the next day. We would take turns driving. When George was driving, sometimes I'd sit with him. If I was pretty tired, maybe I'd move into the back seat and sleep for a while. This particular night, about 6 months ago, he was driving and I was sitting in the front. It was a poor sort of night. It had been raining, and there were patches of mist that came at you when you least expected them. I'd been telling George about a farmer I'd met. This'll kill you. The guy looks me right in the eye and says, "Boy, you won't sell me one of those things. I invented one myself 10 years ago."
Did you see it work?
Sure, he showed me. You should have heard the noise. Sounded more like a young threshing machine.
You gotta hand it to those farmers. You know, those guys can make anything and fix anything. Well, I remember one once in Indiana someplace.
George,
Yeah,
look out. There's someone in the...
Where? Oh, my God.
Come on, quick.
Where is he?
He must be underneath.
I hit him, I know that. Yeah, he's underneath. Looks like he's wedged under the crankcase or something.
Well, is he alive?
I don't know. Are you hurt badly? Can you move? Must be knocked out. Wait, I see.
His legs are clear.
I think we can get him out. Tell you what, son. Get in. Put the car to low then. Ease her forward when I tell you.
Okay, George.
But easy, son.
very, very slow.
We got him out. I'm not sure if he was alive. His face was all mucked up with gravel and oil. But he was dead when we got to Bowden. We talked to the police. There was an inquest later. George wasn't held. It was an accident. George Kirby and I went about our business.
I'm Larry Mason. I'm a salesman. I drive that stretch of road between Bainville and Bowden once a week. In one place, you come to a curve where there's a sort of ravine on one side and quite a drop on the other. It's not dangerous. There's a good, strong guardrail, clearly marked. The locals just call it the Gap. This night, a few weeks ago, I was driving alone, just coming to the Gap, when I saw somebody ahead of me at the side of the road. It was a man giving me the thumb. I pulled up and opened the door. Want a lift?
Thank you.
Come on in. Going down to Bowden?
Yes.
Be there in 10 minutes. Don't often see anybody around here at night. Cigarette?
No. Thank you.
Think I'll have one.
Don't blow that light out.
Huh?
Hold it there a moment.
Well, what's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?
It's all right. You can put it out now.
Well, thanks.
What is your name?
Larry Mason. Why?
You're not the man.
I'm not what man?
I'll know him when I see him.
Well, who is this man? What do you want him for?
He killed someone.
Killed someone?
It was here, on this road. He ran him down and killed him.
Oh, an accident.
They said he wasn't to blame, but he was driving the car. The man was just standing there, hitching a ride, just as I hitched a ride with you.
Well, maybe it was foggy or something.
A driver should be careful in a mist.
Look, suppose you find this guy, what are you going to do?
Kill him.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't go around killing people like that. They said it wasn't his fault, didn't they?
Yes, but I know better. I will find him.
I didn't like it. I was sure the guy was batty. Anyway, he didn't say any more then. He seemed to shrink back in his seat, almost as if he wasn't there. I stepped on it. The sooner I got to Bowden, the better I'd like it. And just as we were pulling up, I spoke to him again. Look, about this guy you say you're looking for.
Yes.
You're not really going to kill him, are you?
Yes, I am.
But why?
Because he killed me.
What?
I'm the man he ran over in his car and killed.
Whether the door on his side opened or not, I haven't any idea. But I do know that suddenly he was gone. I just sat there. I lit a cigarette and kept telling myself the guy hadn't been in the car. He hadn't talked to me. And all the time I knew I didn't know what I knew. I threw the cigarette away and went in for a coffee. Biddy Kirk was behind the counter with the usual grin all over her fat face.
Hiya, Larry.
Hi, Biddy.
Coffee?
Yeah.
And what else? We got some nice... Hey, what's the matter with you? You look like you want something stronger than coffee.
Coffee will do. Nothing to eat.
Are you sick or something?
No, I'm not sick.
Okay. Here you are. Here's your coffee.
Thanks.
Look, are you sure you're okay? You don't look very good.
I'm okay. Say, Biddy.
Yeah?
Do you remember about... Oh, I guess it must have been a few months ago. There was a
Hey, Biddy.
Chuck.
Larry?
Hi.
How's the coffee tonight, Biddy?
Strong enough for you.
Swell.
Coming up. Anything to eat?
I don't know. I'll drink the coffee first.
Okay. Here. Well, call me if you want something. Gotta get back in the kitchen and get some sandwiches made.
You just drive in from Bainville?
Yeah. Why?
Oh, I just wondered.
What's on your mind? Lose a big order or something?
No, I gave a guy a lift down here.
So what? So did I. Do it all the time. What's new about that?
There's something funny about the guy. I picked him up just the other side of the gap. Gave me the creeps.
Wait a minute. What'd this guy look like?
Oh, pale sort of hair, dead-looking, grayish sort of face.
Yeah? Go on.
He talked about an accident. I lit a cigarette, and he sort of peered into my face when I struck the match. And then he said, I wasn't the guy he was looking for, or something like that.
Where did you drop him?
Brought him right into Bowden. Stopped the car, and he was gone, just like that.
Larry, I picked up that guy myself. Just the other side of the gap.
I shouted at him. It wasn't the same man. He was kidding me. It wasn't possible. But the description tallied. The only difference was he'd only ridden a couple of miles with Chuck and hadn't said anything about the accident.
Accident? What accident?
I'll tell you in a minute. First of all, when I'd brought him into Bowden, how did he get back to the other side of the gap in time for you to pick him up? You were right behind me.
He couldn't. Not unless he's got a twin brother. Or unless he's a ghost who likes hitching rides.
Yeah. That's about the only explanation.
Hey, what is this? You trying to tell me you believe...
Just a minute, chum. Biddy?
Yeah? Getting hungry out there?
Can you come out a minute?
Sure. Now, what'll it be? Corned beef on rye?
Biddy, I want you to tell me something. Can you remember an accident between here and Bainville?
Oh, I can remember plenty of them.
Oh, yes, I know, but this one... Well, I don't know the name of the man who was driving. I don't even know when it was, but he hit a hitchhiker.
A hitchhiker?
Can you remember it, Biddy?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, that was George Kirby. He was driving not very long ago. And Sam Henderson was with him. Yeah, they had the inquest up in Bainville. Yeah. It was a misty night, I remember. George said at the inquest he couldn't see very well, and he hit this guy before he even saw him.
Who was the guy he hit? Do you know?
Oh, he lived up by the gap. I didn't really know him. Seen him in here a couple of times. He was a writer or something. Well, what's all this about?
Well, what did he look like?
Pale sort of guy. Looked like he needed a good meal. Kind of mousy-colored hair.
That sounds like...
What sort of a voice had he?
Oh, I don't remember. Yeah, kind of quiet and slow, I think.
That's what I wanted to know. Okay, thanks, Biddy.
Anything to oblige. I guess I'll go back to my sandwiches. Give me a shot when you're hungry.
Okay.
Come on, Larry. What is all this?
Chuck, the guy you and I picked up is the guy George Kirby ran over and killed.
Are you out of your mind, Larry? He's dead.
Dead or not, the guy I picked up looked right into my face and said he was after the guy who ran him down and killed him. And
you're making this up.
And when he found this man, he was going to kill him. I don't know how long we sat there arguing it out. In the end, we didn't know whether we were sane or crazy. We had all the facts. They'd only fit into one pattern. And that pattern was impossible. In the end, we did come to one conclusion.
It seems to me, whatever way you look at it, this George Kirby may be in danger.
Yeah, but from what? Or from whom?
Somebody's threatening him. Or trying to scare him.
Somebody pretending to be a ghost.
There must be two people pretending to be a ghost. There's one thing certain. The man you picked up tonight can't be the same man I picked up. It's not physically possible.
Chuck, I don't believe in ghosts any more than you do. But what happened tonight can't be explained.
It must be.
Well?
Maybe these two men we picked up were twins.
Triplets. The third one was the guy who was killed.
Well, that's fantastic. Is a ghost any less fantastic?
No, but... Well, anyway, we gotta warn this guy, Kirby, that someone's after him.
We don't even know him.
Oh, we can leave a message with Biddy. Give her a shout. I want something to eat anyway.
Oh, Biddy, how about a sandwich?
Getting hungry now, eh?
Yeah, give me a corned beef and rye and a dill, and another cup of coffee.
Now, how about you, Larry?
That'll do for me, too, I guess. And, Biddy,
Yeah?
will you be seeing this, George Kirby sometime?
Don't guess so. He comes in pretty regular.
Could you give him a message?
Sure. What is it?
Well, just tell him that... Well, we found out that somebody's threatening him, see?
Threatening him? Who is?
Well, we don't quite know.
Tell him not to pick up anybody between here and Bainville.
I don't get it.
It's all right, Biddy. He's in danger. And we don't know him, so the only thing we can do is leave the message with you.
Well, I'll tell him. But he'll probably laugh in my face.
Well, maybe he will. But tell him anyway, see?
What's the matter with you, Biddy? Something on your mind?
Yeah, I got a message for you, George.
Message?
Too bad you weren't in a week ago. The guys could have told you themselves.
What guys?
Oh, Larry Mason and Chuck Reynolds.
Never heard of them.
Well, they left this message anyways. Said to tell you somebody's threatening you.
Threatening me?
Yeah. And to not pick anybody up between here and Bainville.
What's this, a gag?
Well, I don't know. I tell you, George, I don't know what it's all about.
Well, who was threatening me?
Well, I didn't hear much because I was back in the kitchen. But they did ask me about that accident you had. Asked a lot of questions
Well,
about
it was an accident. They said so at the inquest.
Yeah, George, I know that.
Nobody's got any right to rake that up and threaten me.
Sure, George. It wasn't your fault. We know
It wasn't,
that.
you hear? It wasn't my fault. Who's this Larry Mason and Chuck, whatever his name is anyway? I don't know them. What right have they got to come around?
Now, don't get excited. They wasn't threatening you. They said somebody else was.
Yeah? Well, I'll bet they're trying to put a scare into me or something. Well, you can tell them from me. They can keep their trap shut or there'll be trouble.
The next time I saw Biddy, I heard how George Kirby had taken the warning. That's what you get for trying to help somebody. Anyway, I'd done what I could. And as the days went by, I began to feel as though I'd dreamed the whole thing. It was all too fantastic. Then one day I met George Kirby face to face. I'd gone to Indianapolis for a sales meeting. I was sitting in the hotel lobby after dinner when a big man came up to me, looking full of fight.
Are you Larry Mason?
Yes?
I'm George Kirby. I want to talk to you.
George Kirby?
Yeah. I just want to tell you, I don't like being threatened.
Now, look, I wasn't...
I got your message. I don't like that sort of thing.
Don't be a fool. I'm not threatening you.
Sounds like it to me.
Listen. I picked up a guy between Bainville and Bowden. He looked me over carefully, asked my name, and then said I wasn't the guy he was looking for. But then he said he was looking for the man who killed somebody in an accident on that road not long before.
Go on.
He said when he found that man, he was going to kill him.
Is that all?
I figured he was a kind of a nut. He tried to make out he was the man who was killed.
I'm supposed to believe all this?
I don't care whether you believe it or not. But I'll tell you this. That same night, a friend of mine picked up the same man. And we both talked it over and decided the least we could do was to warn you.
Thanks.
Well, we figured maybe the man you killed had a brother who maybe thought you'd got off easy.
David Quinn hasn't any brothers. I found that out.
Well, anyway, that's what happened. Now you know about it. You can do what you like. The way he treated me, I didn't care what happened to George Kirby. But whether I cared or not, I was to be there when it did happen. And because I was there, I found myself giving evidence before a coroner's jury. A jury inquiring into the death of George Kirby.
Now, Mr. Mason, will you tell us what you saw on the night in question?
Well, I was driving from Bainville to Bowden. I guess I left Bainville about 11 p.m.
Did you see the Kirby car?
Well, there was a car ahead of me. I could see its taillights. But I didn't know then whose it was.
Yes, go on.
As a matter of fact, it passed me.
I could see it for a while, and then it went around a curve, and I lost sight of it.
But when did you see it again?
A few minutes later, I came around a curve myself, and there was this car picking up a hitchhiker. Before I caught up to it, it was on its way again.
You're certain that someone got into the car?
Yes, quite certain.
In fact, you will swear to it?
Well, Yes, I will.
Is there some doubt in your mind?
No, someone did get into that car.
I see. And then what happened?
It drew ahead of me again. Then I came to the place in the road they call the Gap, and there was a car piled up against a rock on the south side.
The car you've been telling us about?
Yes.
When you say it was piled up against a rock, is there not a sort of cliff at that point with guardrails protecting motorists?
Yes, although there are a couple of places where there are big rocks.
You mean the guardrail runs a certain distance, and then there is a rock, and then the guardrail continues past it?
That's right.
And this car was piled up against one of these rocks?
Yes.
What did you do?
Well, I stopped and ran over to the car. It must have turned over at least once. The top was all smashed in, and so was the front. Kirby was behind the wheel. He seemed to be crushed, and there was another man in the back who didn't seem too badly hurt.
That was Samuel Henderson?
Yes, I got him out of the car, and then I tried to get at Kirby, but I couldn't move him. So all I could do was watch for a car passing, which I did. I flagged it and sent Henderson down to Bowden for the police and some kind of a tow truck.
And you waited there until they came?
Yes.
Was there anyone in the front passenger seat of the Kirby car?
No.
Are you quite certain?
Quite certain, and there couldn't have been.
Why do you say that?
Well, because the front was so badly crushed, he would still have been there.
But you told us a moment ago that you saw the Kirby car stop and pick up a hitchhiker. Do you still say that?
Yes.
Then how do you account for the fact that there was no one else in the car when you found it?
I can't account for it. Maybe he was in the back seat and got out before I arrived.
Perhaps. We shall see about that. I may wish to examine you further on this point. You may step down now. Mr. Henderson, you were riding with George Kirby on this trip?
Yes, sir.
Will you tell us what happened after you left Bainville?
Well, I was dozing in the back seat. We take turns driving. I was asleep, I guess, till something woke me up.
What was that?
The car stopping. I sort of opened my eyes and saw George lean over and open the other front door, and a man got in.
No doubt about that.
None at all. I didn't see him very clearly. I didn't really want to wake up. I was tired.
Did you, in fact, stay awake?
More or less. George was talking to this hitchhiker, but the man said almost nothing. That is, until just before the accident.
What did he say then?
He said, you are George Kirby. And George said, yes. Then the man said, you killed David Quinn. That woke me up.
David Quinn was the man Kirby had killed in an accident some months before?
That's right, sir. I was startled. George looked at him and said, so what? Then the man said, I have been waiting for you. George started to say something, and then suddenly the man said, look out, there's someone ahead. And he seemed to reach over and grab the wheel. The car swerved, and we crashed. I don't remember much else till Mr. Mason pulled me out.
Mr. Henderson, you realize that all you have told us is on oath.
I realize that, but it's true, every word of it.
Was there any person sitting beside George Kirby in the front seat when you recovered consciousness?
No.
Yet you insist that there was someone there till the moment of the crash.
I do. I have said that on my oath, and it's true.
How do you account for the fact that there was no one there afterwards?
I can't account for it. I only know that's how it was.
Very well. You may step down, but do not leave the court. You are a trooper with state police?
Yes, sir, I am.
I understand you were called to the scene of the accident in question between 11 and 12 at night.
Yes, sir.
What did you find on arrival?
I found the Kirby car piled against a rock on the south side of the road. It had hit the guardrail and bounced off it and then turned over. Mr. Mason was waiting for me. I found George Kirby pinned behind the steering wheel, apparently unconscious. I had brought up a truck from the police garage, and we had to use tools to get the door off on the driver's side so we could get Kirby out.
How badly was he injured?
He was dead when we got him out.
What did you do then?
I took a statement from Mason, and then I went back and examined the marks of the car on the road. I saw that it had apparently swerved right over to the guardrail.
How do you come to that conclusion?
By the skid marks. Kirby must have applied the brakes, and they left marks.
Did you examine carefully the front of the car and the roof?
Yes, sir. The whole front and top had been smashed.
In your opinion, if anyone had been riding in the front passenger seat, could he have gotten out?
He could not. I will swear to that.
You have heard the evidence of Mr. Mason and Mr. Henderson to the effect that Kirby did pick up a passenger.
Yes, sir. All I can say is he must have got out before the crash.
But Mr. Henderson says he did not.
I don't know about that, but I will swear that no person was in that front seat at the time of the crash. It couldn't be.
They had Henderson and me back on the stand, and they made monkeys out of us. It wasn't so bad for me. The hitchhiker could have got out of that car without my seeing him. But Henderson wouldn't budge an inch from his story. In the end, we both slunk out of the inquest with everyone convinced we'd both committed perjury. Henderson took me over to the hotel to have a drink in his room. I sure needed it.
Who was he, Mason? Who was he?
You know, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I know, and yet...
And yet it couldn't have been. You imagined it. And I imagined I gave him a lift 3 or 4 weeks back. I imagined he said he was going to kill George Kirby. And Chuck Reynolds imagined he gave him a lift, too. I imagined him. And I'll never forget him.
Neither will I. Neither will I, because he...
Oh, don't say it, Henderson. After all, we don't believe in ghosts, do we?
I believe in what I see, Mason.
Then you didn't see anything. Mind if I help myself? I need it.
Now, please go ahead.
Thanks.
There's just one other thing I didn't tell them at the inquest.
What was that?
Where the hitchhiker grabbed the wheel and swerved the car.
Well?
It was precisely at the spot where David Quinn was killed.
The Hitchhiker by Alan King was item 3 in a 4-part series of tales of the supernatural, written for and presented by the Mystery Theater, with John Vernon as Sam Henderson, Cease Linder as George Kirby, Frank Perry as Larry Mason, and Hugh Watson as Old Quinn. Beth Lockerbie was heard as Biddy, Tom Harvey as Chuck, Jack Creeley as the coroner, and Alan Doremus as the state trooper. Sound effects were by Alex Sheridan. Technical operation by John Skillen. This is Bill Lawrence speaking.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
The wheels of chance, like the hands of time, move slowly. But time is more dependable. Chance is not only a gambler and a knave, it's also a playwright. And like the egotistical creature it is, it plays all the parts, including the hero and the villain. Tonight I'd like to tell you of one of its masterpieces, which chance co-authored with its very good friend, Coincidence. A fine pair, chance and coincidence, and a lusty match for anyone. Well, the place, Somerville, a drowsy little town with a population of 2,704, including Mrs. Wilson's twins, which were born last week. Somerville's vital statistics are recorded in the town hall, And if you look up the figures on crime, you'll find that Somerville is a very law-abiding place. The last outbreak of violence occurred on June 4th, 1943, when 2 young boys swiped 3 or 4 potatoes from the bin in front of Mr. Gorsey's general food store. The punishment was swift and just, and was meted out by the culprit's parents. The principal character in our story is a man named Howard Williams, a recent arrival in Somerville. He has a wife and 2 children, a boy and a girl, and 2 occupations, accounting and minding his own business. The time? Well, the time is now.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Williams.
Good evening, Mr. Hawley. I took 2 of your papers from the stand outside, the Star and the Gazette.
Oh, that's 8 cents. Anything else?
Not just now, thank you.
Good. I understand you got yourself fixed up at the cottage on Spring Street.
Yes, it was quite a break. Houses aren't easy to rent these days.
I take it then that you'll be staying in Somerville for a while, hmm?
I'm going to make it my home, Mr. Hawley.
Oh, now that's fine. That's real fine. You'll find that folks hereabouts are plain, not very exciting, but they're nice people to know.
I think we're going to like it here.
I'm sure you will. You like detective stories?
Not particularly, but my wife does.
Oh, fine. Well, now, look, I got a new issue in today. I thought you might like a copy. nice for reading by the fire and scaring the tar out of you on a long winter's night.
I'll buy a copy for Hazel. She gets a big kick out of stuff like that.
Oh, good. Here you are, Mr. Williams. That's 23 cents in all. Thank you.
Hey, this first story sounds like a thriller that's a crime that was almost perfect. Oh, Hazel should like that. She's always getting me into arguments about the perfect crime. She reads so much of this stuff, she believes the perfect crime is impossible.
Impossible? Well, don't you?
Oh, it seems to me there's many an unsolved murder case in the police files. Of course, I don't know much about those things, but I imagine a man could kill another man and get away with it if he planned it carefully enough.
Ah, yes, but there's always a slip-up, isn't there?
Well, maybe there is. I couldn't say. No, my business is accounting. I prefer leaving the criminology to someone else.
It's a good idea.
I want a pack of cigarettes, Kensington.
Very good. Here you are, ma'am.
Do you know where I can get a room for the night?
Somerville Hotel is just about 3 blocks up.
No, I tried that. I phoned. They don't have anything.
Well, the only other place I know of is Mrs. Kopp's rooming house.
Where's that?
It's just outside town, about 2 miles up.
Is there a bus that goes in that direction?
Well, yes, you can catch it right in front of the door.
Oh, good. Thanks very much.
Oh, don't mention it. A stranger in town, I guess. Mighty pretty, too, eh?
Well, I think I'll be on my way, Mr. Hawley. I'm afraid I'm late for dinner.
Well, I'm certainly glad to hear you're going to make Somerville your home, Mr. Williams. We're one big happy family in this town, and we always welcome newcomers.
It's good to have friends, Mr. Hawley. Lots of friends. And I hope to make them here. I'm a simple man with simple tastes, and I've always wanted to raise my family in a community like this.
Drop in again soon, Mr. Williams.
I will, and thanks.
Good night.
The weather's awful, isn't it?
It looks like we're in for a storm. It's beginning to hail.
How often do those buses run past?
I'm not sure. Every 15 minutes, I imagine.
Maybe I can get a cab.
I'm going in your direction.
You are?
And I have a car over there. Can I give you a lift?
Well, I'd hate to put you to any trouble.
No trouble at all.
Maybe you'd better not.
Why?
Oh, well, I guess it's all right. Which car did you say was yours?
The gray sedan.
Oh, let's go.
Do you mind if I stop at this gas station for a minute? My tank's a little low.
No, it's all right with me.
I'll fill her up, mister?
Yes, please, and check the oil.
Do you have a phone inside?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I'll be right back.
No hurry.
Rough night, ain't it, mister?
Blowing up.
Better watch the road out of town. This hail ain't gonna do it much good.
Well, I'm not going very far.
Say, your left front tire's kind of smooth. You better get it changed.
I intend to buy a whole new set next week.
Oh, can I take your order for it?
I suppose you can. My name is Williams. I'll run by here on Wednesday or Thursday and let you put them on.
Okay. Say, you're new in town, ain't you, mister?
We've just been here a little over a week.
Well, welcome to Somerville.
Thank you very much.
My name's Pete. I run this gas station. Anytime you need any advice about your bus, just drop in. No charge for advice to neighbors.
That's very kind of you.
Yep. We're a small town, maybe, but we get along nicely. City's a good place to visit, but it's no place to live. You never get to know folks the way you do here in Somerville.
And they seem like worthwhile people to know.
Well, I'll check your battery and your water.
You ready?
Just about.
Look, I changed my mind. I'm not going to that rooming house just yet. Do you know where the turnpike is?
It's a mile from here. But it's only a crossroads.
Are you driving past?
Yes?
Then I'll get off there.
But there's nothing up the turnpike. Well,
Are you giving me a lift or aren't you?
Why, of course.
Then let's get going, and you can drop me off where I asked you to, at the turn. You certainly are a careful driver, mister.
It's hard to see the road in this weather.
How far are we from the turnpike now?
Half a mile, I guess. I'll
Well, what's the matter?
I'm almost afraid to look. Just a second. I thought so.
What is it?
Blowout.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I'm sorry. I don't like it any more than you do. It won't do my clothes any good to get down in this mud on my hands and knees, but it looks as if I'm elected.
Well, I'm leaving.
Well...
There's nothing I can do to help, and I'm in a hurry. The turnpike's up ahead, isn't it?
Well, just keep walking. You can't miss it. If you wait a few minutes, though, I'll change this
No,
tire.
I can't wait. Thanks for the lift. We'll be seeing you.
Be careful. The road's very slippery. Well, I better get started. Looks like I'll be home a good deal later than I thought. What's the trouble?
The road is blocked. There's been a crack up. You'll have to detour.
Which way do I go? I live on Spring Street.
Well, you better turn back and make a left turn on Maple.
Oh, apparently I'll never get home.
Sorry, mister. Nice night for ducks, anyway.
Yeah, ducks and murder. Maple, did you say?
That's right, mister, and take it easy.
Howard Williams, you ought to be spanked.
Now, don't be angry with me, Hazel. I couldn't help it.
We'll have to send those clothes to the cleaners immediately. I only hope they can get all the mud off.
Well, it's nice to be home again in front of the fire.
Is that robe warm enough for you, dear?
Now, stop worrying, dear. I don't catch colds as easily as that.
Howard, I met one of our neighbors this afternoon, Mrs. Harvey. Oh, she was awfully nice. She kept asking me if there was anything she could do to help make us comfortable.
Everyone here seems to be that way, Hazel. It's going to be nice living in Somerville.
After all we've been through, it'll be like making a brand new life for ourselves.
You promised me you wouldn't think about what happened.
It was like a bad dream. But I'll forget about it. In time.
I did all I could for Mr. Cagle. Sorry it ended up the way it did, then, that's all.
If only he hadn't dragged you into it. Your reputation.
Hazel, well, let's not discuss it, huh?
Are you happy, Howard?
Right now, I'm very happy. There's a great deal more to living than making money, Hazel. When you have peace and contentment, when you have good friends and neighbors.
Oh, I'll take it, dear. Hello?
Mr. Williams there, please.
Who's calling?
My name is Mallory. Lieutenant Mallory, State Police.
Police. Just a moment.
Police?
Yes.
Hello?
Mr. Williams?
Yes?
Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Williams, but I was wondering if you might give me some information.
About what?
You know a woman named Laura Pearson?
Why, no.
Are you sure?
Quite sure.
We didn't think you'd know her, but Mr. Hawley mentioned something about your being in his stationery store when she came in for cigarettes. A tall girl, good-looking, bleached blonde hair.
Oh, yes, I remember now.
Good. I wonder if you'd mind dropping into headquarters for a few minutes.
Now?
Well, if it's not too much trouble, we won't keep you long, but you may be able to help us out.
Well, if it's important.
Yeah, it's very important. See, we found Laura Pearson about an hour ago. She'd been strangled to death.
Yes, the town of Somerville is very small, and you'd never find it on the map. But things do happen in Somerville. On this particular evening, for instance, at exactly 8:45, Howard Williams stepped into Lieutenant Mallory's office at police headquarters and was formally introduced to Fear.
Sit down, Mr. Williams. Sit down. Do you remember Pete, the owner of the gas station?
Oh, hello, Pete.
Hello.
Pete told me you'd met a couple of hours ago.
He's the guy, Lieutenant. She was riding with him when he stopped for gas.
According to Pete, Mr. Williams, Miss Pearson was seen in your car just before her body was found.
I could have told you that myself if you'd asked.
Naturally. How did you come to pick her up, Mr. Williams?
I didn't pick her up.
No?
No. I gave her a ride.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I put it in the wrong terms. Exactly what occurred between you and Miss Pearson this evening, Mr. Williams?
Well, I met her outside the stationery store and offered her a lift to Mrs. Carp's. She made a phone call at the gas station.
Is that right, Pete?
I guess so.
Well, of course it's right. Why should I lie to you?
Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to infer that you'd lie. Please go on with your story.
Well, that's about all there was to it. Instead of going to Mrs. Carp's, she asked me to drop her off at the turnpike.
Oh, why?
She didn't say why.
Mr. Williams, the turnpike is over a mile from Mrs. Carp's. That's an odd place for a young girl to go in weather like this.
Well, it wasn't any of my business why she was going there, and I didn't ask her. I only...
Just a minute, please. Flanagan, send Mr. Hawley in.
I'm afraid I can't help you out very much in connection with Miss Pearson. I never saw her before tonight, and I...
Oh, come in, Mr. Hawley.
Howdy.
Good evening, Mr. Hawley. I said good evening.
Yes, I heard you.
Mr. Hawley, did Mr. Williams and the Pearson woman recognize each other when they met in your store?
Well, I can't recollect that they did. All I know is that it... Say, that's very funny.
What is?
Weren't you wearing a brown suit about 3 hours ago, Mr. Williams?
Why, yes.
Why did you change your clothes?
Well, because my other suit. Wait a minute. What is this, Lieutenant Mallory? I'm beginning to feel as if you're questioning me like a suspect.
Oh, no, not at all. We merely want whatever information you can supply. But I won't question you anymore right now, Mr. Williams. Perhaps I'll get in touch with you again tomorrow. Thanks a lot for coming in.
That's all right.
Oh, just a second. Mr. Hawley tells me your wife reads detective stories.
What about it?
He said that you and she were discussing the perfect crime this evening.
Perfect crime?
I know how it is, Mr. Williams. I sometimes read detective stories myself. Good night.
What happened, Howard?
I don't know. He questioned me about this girl. And that was all.
They certainly don't think that you had anything to do with it.
Of course not. I saw her before the murder, so naturally they want me to give any information I can. Why, I never even met the girl before. It's ridiculous. They haven't got anything on me. They can't prove anything. Hey. Hazel.
Yes, dear?
You know I had nothing to do with this, don't you?
You don't have to defend yourself to me, Howard.
Defend myself? What? Yes, that's what I'm doing now, isn't it? Defending myself. Just doesn't make sense. I have nothing to defend myself against, Hazel. Have I?
Sorry to disturb you again, Mr. Williams.
What is it now, Lieutenant?
There's a man named Cy Parker who lives about a mile north of the turnpike.
I'm afraid I don't know who he is.
Well, he may know you, however.
He does?
He seemed to give me a pretty good description of you. He said he warned you away from the roadblock early this evening.
Oh, he must be the man who told me to detour.
That's right. He also said you were alone.
What about it?
That you looked like you'd been through some kind of a crack-up yourself.
Did I look like a...
He said he noticed mud on your face and hands, and you seemed to be rather annoyed at being held up.
Well, naturally, the weather was foul, and as far as the mud was concerned...
Those your clothes on that chair there?
Yeah.
Brown suit. Were you wearing it tonight?
Yes.
Muddy, isn't it?
Well, I had to fix it a flat tire.
Ah. Mr. Williams, you'll have to return to headquarters with me.
What for?
Well, there are 2 or 3 loose ends that have to be cleared up.
Loose ends? What do you mean?
When we found Laura Pearson's body, her clothes were also covered with mud.
Have another beer, Si?
Yeah, I don't mind if I do.
I never would have figured him for it. Didn't look like that kind of guy to me. You mean you really think he killed that gal? Well, no, I'm not the type who'd pin a man against the wall without proof, and I believe in fair trial by jury. According to law, a man's innocent until he's proven guilty, right? Right. But between you and me, Si, who else could have done it?
Yeah, nice sort of way he looked at her when she come into my store, I tell you. I don't care if he never seen her before. I know what goes on in a man's mind when he sees a girl like that.
He's got a wife and 2 kids besides.
Say,
you think maybe he's crazy, Hawley?
Crazy? Look, a lunatic don't plan a killing the way he planned this one. Look at how slick he did it. Oh, no. No, he ain't no crazier than I am, a murdering rat.
Well, Judge, he was sitting with this woman in the car, and it seemed to me they knew each other a lot longer than he said he did. Anyway, he told me to fill up his tank, and I figured he was going for a ride, a long ride, with her.
He was as nervous as a cat, Judge, and dirty in the mongrel, too. He kind of stared at me when I mentioned something about the weather and said it was a nice night for murder.
He talked like he knew a lot about crime, Judge. We had this argument about the story, see? And he said to me, wait till I get the words right. He said, I imagine a man could kill another man and get away with it, if he planned it carefully enough.
When the body was examined, the coroner concluded that she'd only been dead for half an hour. He filled his gas tank at 7:10. Cy Parker steered him away from that roadblock at 7:40. It's only a 10-minute drive from the gas station to the roadblock at the most, but apparently it took Williams almost 40 minutes. We also discovered that the defendant had been involved in an embezzlement case in Chicago. He was acquitted. He left the city soon after.
And it is the judgment of this court, Howard Williams, that you be sentenced to hang by the neck until you are dead.
Well, I haven't been very kind to poor Howard Williams so far, have I? But let's see what I have in store for him as his wife visits him in the cell.
Howard.
Hello, Hazel.
Howard, they just told me there'd be no reprieve.
I know. You told me an hour ago.
Howard, what are we going to do?
What can we do?
They can't kill an innocent man. I don't believe it. They couldn't.
You're the only one who believes I'm innocent, Hazel.
Oh, why did we come here? Why did we ever come to this horrible place?
Don't. How are the kids?
They asked for you.
Hazel, I want you to leave now.
Leave?
It'll make it easier for both of us.
Will this be the last time I'll be able to see you?
Yes.
Howard.
No, don't say any more. Tell them outside that I want to see the prison chaplain. I refused to talk to him earlier, but I've changed my mind. Goodbye, Hazel.
No, I won't say goodbye. You still have time. There's still a chance. There's still a chance.
I'm afraid there isn't, Mr. Williams. Hello, Lieutenant. Hello, Williams. You asked to see me? Yes. Open the cell door, Haggerty. You can leave us, Haggerty. Hazel, will you leave us, too?
I'll wait outside.
Pretty tough on her. Yeah. Even tougher than it is on me. I'm sorry, Williams. Mallory, I have a favor to ask you. Yeah? What is it? One day, Mallory, you'll find that I was innocent. Will I? You're a good detective. One of the best in the state. Something will turn up. Something that'll make you think. And reopen this case. Perhaps. All I ask is that when you do hit on new evidence, you'll prove me innocent. It won't do me any good, I know, but at least my name will be cleared. And my family will be happier. I see. I know it's a lot to ask, but I swear to you that I didn't murder that woman. I'm going to die in a couple of hours, and I wouldn't lie at a time like this. You've got to believe me, Mallory. I'm not guilty.
I believe you, Williams.
You know?
I not only believe you, but I'm sure you're telling the truth.
You're sure? Did you say?
Yeah.
But how can you be sure? I mean...
It's very simple.
Simple?
Uh-huh. I know you're innocent because I also know who killed Laura Pearson.
Well, then why didn't you tell him? Why in the name of heaven don't you tell him that you know?
I can't, Williams. You see, I killed her myself.
What?
I was the one who called. She called that night from the gas station. I was the one she met, Williams, at the turnpike.
No.
She deserved to die. She was a blackmailer, a cheat. She wouldn't take no for an answer when I told her we were through. I have a family of my own to think about.
You'd tell me that now.
You wouldn't expect me to mention it in the courtroom, would you? Yeah, I killed Laura Pearson. There are only 2 people who know about it now, Williams. And after tonight, there'll only be one.
You're wrong, Mallory.
Wrong?
There's someone else you didn't count on. He's just outside the cell door.
What?
Did you hear what he said, Chaplain? Did you hear?
Yes, I heard. Chaplain, as a man of God, you've got to keep a confidence. You can't tell them. You won't.
No, Lieutenant. I won't. But you will, my son.
Yeah, you're right, Chaplain. I guess I will.
And that is the story of Howard Williams as recorded by the clock. Chance and coincidence. Collaborators extraordinary. Their scenarios are always good, and I ought to know, because time is their editor. I'd be very honored if you'd join me again in exactly 10,050 minutes' time, or, if you prefer it, in exactly 167.5 hours' time, when I'll be here to tell you another of my stories. Until then, I wish you all happy time.
The Clock will be heard next week in exactly 10,050 minutes' time from this same station. Written by Lawrence Clee with Hart McGuire as narrator, you heard Charles Tingwell as Howard Williams and Ken Wayne as Mallory. Others in the cast were Wendy Playfair, Joe McCormick, Don Crosby, and June Salter. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. One puff won't tell you.
One sniff won't tell you.
It takes day in, day out smoking to find out how mild a cigarette is, how well it agrees with your throat. Make the sensible cigarette test, the 30-day Camel mildness test, and see just how mild a cigarette can be.
Yes, and you'll find out why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, the Milton Borough of Homicide.
Pretty bad.
Oh, hi, Helen.
What are you doing?
Playing canasta.
Who's there?
Well, just me and that Japanese beetle I found hiding in my bills.
Japanese beetle?
Yeah.
And you're playing canasta?
Well, what do you expect us to do? I'm tired. He just finished giving me my judo lesson.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you believe me.
Oh, sure I do. Who's winning?
I am. He can't speak English. Besides, I make up the rules.
Mm-hmm. Am I going to see you tonight?
Well,
You what?
I don't know. Something just came into my office.
Client?
I don't know. Here comes another one.
One what?
Well, beats me, but they're pretty strange. Hey, where'd you leave your saucer, fellas? Maybe they're shills for the beetle. I'll call you back.
Bye.
Bye. Well, what can I do for you? Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, that was a piece, Salvador. Now pick him up, drag him over to the chair.
Sure thing, Yuki. He is certainly very unconscious.
He seems to be. See if you can revive him, Salvador.
A pleasure. Would you mind holding my nuts, Yuki? I don't want I should break his jaw by accident.
Such a nice man. You are so considerate. I would be happy to hold your knucks for you, Salvador.
Diamond. Diamond. He is very out.
Well, here, Salvador, try this pitcher of water. Wait, I'll remove the gladiolus.
I felt as if I was lying in the middle of a crowded sink and someone had piled all the dishes on my head. They turned on the faucet and I floated up with a dirty coffee cup and took a look around. I treaded water and squinted through my dewy eyelids at two of the ugliest dishwashers I had ever seen.
Look, he's twitching. You see, Salvador, it's just a little lazy. How do you feel, Diamond? Let us know when things start making sense.
What's going on? What happened?
He's confused. Yeah. I think maybe you sapped him too hard.
Yuki, I take that as an insult. You know how careful I am.
I apologize, Salvador.
Thank you.
Hey, how'd you monkeys get in here anyway?
Well, it sounds like he's collected most of his marbles.
Looks like a complete recovery, Yuki.
I want to know what this is all about.
Obliged to man, Salvador.
Sure.
But keep him with us.
Naturally.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
That's enough, Salvador. That's enough. Can you hear me, Diamond? It's going to be obstinate. I don't think he likes it. Belt him across the ears. He'll listen. Can you hear me now, Diamond?
He's nodding his head. I guess he don't want to open his mouth and let the blood out.
Oh, that's fine. Now, listen, Diamond. In a while, you'll get a call from a Mr. Wharton. He'll offer you a job, but you will not take it. Do you understand? Salvador, please, see if he understands.
He says, yeah, he understands. But now he's got a sore arm.
Remember, Mr. Wharton, you don't want to work for him.
I think he understands, Yuki.
Yeah? But he looks tired from the strain.
He certainly does. Look at those dark circles under his eyes.
Well, put the man to sleep, Salvador.
Certainly. Night.
Mr. Diamond? Mr. Diamond, can you hear me, Mr. Diamond?
This is going to get monotonous. Go away, will you?
Should I call the police, Mr. Diamond?
What? Oh, I was expecting uglier company.
Can you sit up?
I'll take a crack at it. I'll bet your name's Wharton.
Oh, that's right. How did you know?
Get out of here.
Well, I want to talk to you.
Well, I just had one long conversation. It was too one-sided. Now, go on. My health is doubtful, but it's fun to have it around for company.
Maybe $500 would pick you up.
It might for a while, but I don't like to waste that kind of money on funerals.
$750.
Yes, so they line the coffin with velvet.
$1,000.
Well, you're beginning to make a short life sound practical.
If you do the job successfully, there'll be another $1,000.
You just bought yourself a corpse. Then you wash up. Talk some more. I can hear you.
Well, it's my son, Roger. He thinks he killed a man.
He thinks. What do you want me to do? Find out for sure so he can brag about it?
Ever heard of a John Alter?
Oh, sure. Walt Levinson sent him up 5 years ago on a manslaughter rap.
Well, he doesn't like it up there, and he'd like to get out.
I don't blame him. What's this got to do with your son?
I'm chairman of the parole board. Yeah, you look much better now, Mr. Diamond.
So you're chairman of the parole board?
Yes. Some of Alter's friends promised to keep quiet about my son if I let Alter go free when he comes up before the board next week.
Uh-huh. You think maybe your son was framed?
Yes. About a month ago, he met a girl in Florida. Her name is Lenore Brown, and she's a friend of Alter's. When Roger went to pick up the Lenore girl at her apartment, he found her struggling with some man.
That happens.
It looked like he was trying to kill her. There was a gun on the floor, and she called to Roger for help. He picked up the gun and shot the man. She told Roger he'd killed him and that he must get out. When we went back, they were both gone. About a month later, some of Alter's friends got in touch with me.
They forgot about the killing if you let Alter out of Sing Sing, huh?
That's right.
Well, I don't remember reading anything about it in the papers.
You're the first one outside of Alter and his friends who knows anything about it. You see, they say they're hiding the corpus delicti, so there was no report of the murder.
You think maybe they staged the killing, put blanks in the gun, and after your son beat it, the dead man walked out under his own steam?
Well, that's what I want you to find out.
Uh-huh. The man your son thought he killed, what did he look like?
Dark man with a scar from his nose to his chin.
Mm-hmm.
If my son is innocent, I want you to bring the parties responsible to justice.
Amen.
Well, here's a check for $1,000.
Thank you.
If you find the girl and prove my son innocent, there'll be another 1,000 in your pocket.
Well, I'll sew up the holes. Thanks, Mr. Warden. I'll start right away.
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond. You can reach me at the Wentworth Hotel. I'm staying there until this matter gets cleared up.
Well, I won't get in touch with you unless I find something. The guys who worked me over are pretty set in their ways, and there's no sense in you tripping over a lot of dead bodies. I grabbed a pack of Camels, looked at the $1,000 check, thought about the warning the two bruise-itis had given me, and decided it was a toss-up. If I spent the $1,000 like I knew I would, I'd wish it was dead anyway. So I left the building, grabbed a cab for the 5th Precinct. 10 minutes later, I walked into the squad room and spotted Sergeant Otis, looking like an advertisement for a sour stomach.
Well, Richard Diamond, Private Sleuth.
Well, Sergeant Otis, Private Sloth.
Huh?
Well, look it up. S-L-O-T-H.
I will.
Under S.
I know.
The three-toed variety. And get your uniform pressed, won't you? Looks like you've been hanging it in a taffy machine.
Oh.
Well, hello, Rick. Hey, you must get tired changing your face every day. Somebody shove you around again?
I've been catching up on my patty cake. Tell me, Walt, do you ever know a girl named Lenore Brown?
Yeah, sure. John Alter's expense account. They used to hold hands before I sent him up.
Know where I can find her?
Alter's still got her staked out. When he gets out, he's going to come back and dig up the claim. You better forget about it. She's got the antidote for lonely nights, but some of Alter's boys are protecting it.
I know. They gave me a pep talk this afternoon.
Then listen to them. It's better watching the game from the bench.
Oh, you never can tell. I might make a score.
Well, you're outweighed, outclassed, and liable to be outlived. But she used to work at the Black Swan in Florida. We heard Alter was trying to get a parole, and she came to New York to be close to him.
Any line on her here in town?
No, but if she's seeing Alter, you might spot her on a visitor's day.
Well, Rick, how are you? It's been a long time.
I know a lot of people who wouldn't like to hear that, Warden. How are you?
Oh, fine. What's on your mind?
Well, I hear Johnny Alter's been having company. I'd like to take a look at her.
Oh, Miss Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't blame you.
Well, I just want to spot her and see where she goes.
You can't miss. If she walked through the yard, there'd be a jailbreak tomorrow.
What time are visiting hours?
Well, if she's seeing Alter today, she should be downstairs right now. Like to take a look?
Uh-huh.
I'll have a guard take you down.
Good.
Well, on second thought, I'll go myself.
There she is, sitting at the end table, talking to Alder.
Well, now I know why Alder needs a lot of money. She's wearing enough mink to carpet Radio City.
You should get a load of her on a warm day.
Well, the coat doesn't stop me. She'd show up, she was wearing a tent. How long has she got with Alder?
About another 5 minutes.
Warden, maybe I'll let you put me away for a couple of years. With something like that to look forward to on Visitor's Day, I might go for the change.
You'd get tired of just talking.
I hung around by the big gray buildings until she came out. She walked over to a long white convertible and got in. I decided to let her buy me a new fuse, so I walked over to the car. Going into town?
Oh. Back up 3 feet and I'll let you know.
3, okay.
Mm-hmm. Your tailor couldn't do all of that. Get in. Visiting?
Oh, yeah, the warden's an old friend.
How many years did you know him?
Baby. I've been going home every night all my life.
Every night?
Well, almost.
What do you do with the, almost?
It depends. Everybody likes something different.
You must get tired thinking up new ideas.
Oh, I don't think much. It's more fun being surprised. Hey, what's the idea?
Surprise.
Oh, yeah. And a nickel-plated one. Look, baby, you don't have to pull a gun. If I'm getting fresh, I'll get out and walk.
You'll sit right there, Diamond.
Name dropper.
Mm-hmm.
Expecting company?
Mm-hmm. And you've met them before, honey.
Well, it's nice. I wouldn't want you to get stuck with the introduction. Those your friends driving up?
It should be. Now, you hold real still. They'll only shoot you this time.
When a gal's got a gun, you don't stand much of a chance unless she's got her mind on something else. This one did. And when she looked up in the rearview mirror to make sure it was her boys, I tagged her. My 2 playmates were just pulling up, and I jumped out of the car.
There he is, Yuki! He's slugging north. She's out cold. Well, shoot him, Salvador! Shoot him!
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
One reason is flavor. Camel's costly tobaccos have a rich, full flavor you won't find in any other cigarette.
Another reason is mildness, proven mildness. In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own Camel 30-day test. The sensible, thorough test. Not just a sniff of the tobacco. Not just a puff of smoke. Only by day in, day out smoking can you discover how well a cigarette agrees with your throat.
Smoke Camels for 30 days and see how mild Camels are, pack after pack, week after week. See why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
There he goes. Get him, Salvador.
I was running through the trees then, and I could hear Salvador somewhere behind me, falling all over himself. I pulled my gun and thought about waiting for him. But I had another idea. I stopped and listened.
He's around here somewhere, Suki. Well, come on, we're spread out, Salvador.
They were somewhere behind me, and both of them were looking now. So I cut off to my left and headed back to the highway. The cars were about 100 yards down the road, and I used my last lung getting there. Lenore was still unconscious, so I climbed in the white convertible with the unconscious nylons and drove off. I'd been driving for about 15 minutes when I noticed something lying on the seat beside the still sleeping Lenore. It was her purse, and she didn't wake up when I grabbed it. Doing a rummage job at 80 miles an hour isn't easy, but there wasn't much of interest anyway, just a little black book. I needed a gimmick, so I stuck it in my pocket. I put the purse back on the seat just as she started coming around. Well, now that's it, baby. Sit up and look at the scenery.
How did you get here? Where's Yuki and Salvador?
Playing Peter Pan. Jaw hurt?
Yes, you heal.
Well, play rough and you get hurt. Where do I take you?
My apartment, I guess.
I drove her to her place on East 51st and walked her to the door. She looked at me like a fat woman eyeing a French pastry, and her mouth slipped down to her shoelaces when I gave her a peck on the cheek and left her standing with an old front doorknob in her hand. I went back to the office and took out her little black book. There were a lot of names, and some of them I knew. Yuki, and after it, likes his work. And Salvador. And after his name, has own gun. And oh, yes, Richard Diamond, too. I never did figure out what the 3 stars were for, but 3 other names and addresses put me in second gear. One was in the village, another down by the East River, and the last was somewhere in Chinatown. All of them were a setup for a dead man who wanted to make himself scarce. I wanted to talk with Wharton before I started hunting, so I called him at the Wentworth.
Did you find out anything yet, Diamond?
Not yet. Look, Mr. Wharton, you said the man I was looking for was dark with a scar,
Yes, from his nose to his chin.
Well, thanks. Maybe I'll call you tomorrow.
I hope you clear this thing up in a hurry.
Well, so do I. I want to get my nerves untangled. I took the easy address first, grabbed a cab, and 30 minutes later I was walking down the steps of a shabby little dive on the east side of Greenwich Village.
You want something, Mac?
Yeah, a pound of egg noodles. Just sweep them up off the floor. Hey, you know anyone around named Lenore?
Sure, Lenore Brown. She comes in here about once a week, listens to the kid at the piano. Now, why would a classy dame like that go out with him? He don't play the piano so good.
You ever see a guy with her? Man with a scar from his nose to his chin?
No, she always does a single.
Oh, well, thanks. You've been swell. I walked out, got back in the cab, and marked off Greenwich Village in the little black book. The second address, down by the East River. The night was black, and the fog had rolled in, staked out a claim all the way to the Hudson. I stopped cold, looked down at 2 gleaming eyes like 2 pieces of polished glass shining in the glare of the dim street lamp. Steady, boy, steady. Steady.
Hold it, Lucifer.
Yeah, hold it, Lucifer.
He won't hurt you, mister, unless I tell him to.
Well, think about it for a while, will you? I'm a poor substitute for horse meat.
What do you want?
Do you know a Lenore Brown?
You a cop?
Shamus.
Beat it, Lucifer.
Yeah. Thanks, pal. I couldn't hold my breath much longer.
You can come on up on the porch. You're looking for Lenore Brown, huh?
Yeah, you know her?
I met her. My wife works for her.
Is your wife in?
Yeah. Esther, come here. Some private dick wants to talk to you. She's Miss Brown's private maid.
Yes?
Your husband tells me you work for Miss Brown.
Yeah, what's she done?
She got many friends?
Man friends?
Yeah. Oh, you know a man with a scar?
Sure, I know lots of them.
What are you talking about, woman?
I meant someone who Miss Brown knows.
What did you mean by that, mister?
Look, I really don't know anybody with a scar now. You better beat it.
Yeah, get moving. And I want to talk to you, woman. Get in there.
Yes, honey.
I knew she was going to get bruised, but he looked rough enough to cut my windpipe, and I wanted someplace to pour my coffee down in the morning. So I got out of there fast and headed for the last address in the little black book. The place was on one of those narrow, dark streets that looked like the inside of a grave. The sign above the door read Tangy, so I pushed open the door and went in. If I didn't find the man with the scar here, I was out on 2 strikes. It was a little restaurant on the bottom floor of a two-story building. A quiet waiter slipped up and showed me to a booth. He shoved a menu in my hand and disappeared before I could ask him anything. The place was empty except for an old couple sitting near the door. The waiter said something to them, and they looked quickly over at me, and then they left in a hurry. The room was completely empty now. Even the waiter had disappeared. I looked up at a flight of stairs at the far end of the room. A pair of very healthy ankles came into view, and they were holding up a pair of legs that ran my blood pressure up to 190 again. I eased my gun out and held it under the table. She turned the corner and started down toward my booth like a loose snake in a rabbit pen.
Mind if I sit down?
Well, it's your party.
Shame on you. Don't you know it's not nice to pilfer a lady's handbag? Now Lenore will have to spank.
Looks like the last address paid off.
If you're buying shrouds, it did.
Where's the guy that young Wharton was supposed to have killed?
Upstairs. But he's very unsociable. Hates long conversations.
I only need a couple of lines.
He can't even do that. He likes to keep on breathing.
The old man figures Alter framed his son. He's not going to let your boyfriend out of Sing Sing until he finds the man with the scar.
Think he can do it better than you did?
I found him.
Was it worth dying for?
I don't know. I can tell you better after I talk to him.
Mama's going to have to spank sooner than she expected. Come on in, boys.
Well, look who's here. Are Mama's two big idiots out collecting blood? Where are your buckets?
He's bitter, Yuki. A peasant.
You've met Yuki and Salvador before, haven't you?
Yeah, on the end of a fist.
They want to show you the town.
I know the beat.
Well, I'll bet you've never seen it from the bottom of the East River.
No, but if you'll put on a bathing suit, I might buy the idea.
It's too bad we'll never make the beach together. I'd like to show you the sights. Boys, you'd better help Mr. Diamond out of the booth. I think he's stuck. You know how it is. Boys like to keep moving.
Sure. And so do I. I shot once and caught Yuki in the stomach, and I dumped the table over on Salvador. He grabbed like he was going to waltz with it and went down on his back. I didn't even have to get up. I just shot him through the table. Lenore was out of the booth fast and running for the stairs.
Look out, Tony! Tony, look out!
I caught up with her at the foot of the stairs, and she started up. I saw him standing on the upper landing, scar and all. All, meaning gun in his hand. He missed me, but nailed her halfway up. She spun around and fell all over me. With both of us down, he was in a good spot to finish the job, but my arm hit the lower post of the staircase and swung me right into line. I just rested my elbow on the banister and let him have it. You should have kept your nose up, mister. A bad landing washes you out. Walt, I'm bushed. Tell me, did Wharton's son identify the man with the scar?
Yeah, he was the one he thought he killed.
Mm-hmm. But the old man's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, just left. He's happier than Otis on payday.
Who was the guy with the scar?
A cheap hood, record, named Lucio.
The girl and Alter had him hidden out in that place so he wouldn't be seen, and
I don't think you're funny, Diamond.
What's the matter, Otis?
Yeah, what do you want, meathead?
I looked it up, the three-toed variety.
Oh?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I called him a sloth.
Yeah, a sloth. You should see the picture in the dictionary. It's an animal.
Well?
It's funny looking with 3 toes on each foot.
Well?
And it's noted for its laziness. Okay, Lieutenant. Just forget it.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
That question was asked of doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
The brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Friends, buy your Camels the handy, thrifty way, by the carton. That way you always have Camels when you want them.
How mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Camels deem it a privilege to send free cigarettes each week to hospitalized servicemen and veterans. This week's Camels go to Veterans Hospitals Topeka, Kansas, and Oakland, California. U.S. Army Percy Jones General Hospital, Battle Creek, Michigan. U.S. Naval Hospital, Portsmouth, Virginia. More than 194 million Camels have now been sent to servicemen, servicewomen, and veterans. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, was written by Blake Edwards. Our director is Helen Mack. Then, for pipe smoking pleasure, get Prince Albert, the national joy smoke. Prince Albert's choice tobacco is rich and flavorsome. It's crimped cut for smooth, even burning, and specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Yes, PA is America's largest selling smoking tobacco. Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Time now for Rocky Jordan, brought to you today by Del Monte Tomato Products. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against the backdrop of antiquity. Del Monte Foods presents Rocky Jordan and this week's story, Gold Fever.
It all started when the phone at the head of the Tambourine Bar opened up along in the afternoon. Chris was serving a lonely customer at one of the side tables, so I got up front and answered it. Yeah, Cafe Tambourine.
Hello.
Hello, who is it?
I must speak to Jordan Bay.
This is Jordan Bay.
I must make no mistake. Are you sure?
Look, I don't know who I am. What is it?
You must hurry, Jordan Bay. Come as quickly as you can.
Who said so?
Pete Servos. He must see you at once without delay.
Wait a minute. Who did you say?
Pete Servos.
Servos?
Come right away, Jordan Bay, as quickly as you can.
Well, where do I find him? Hello? Where do I find him? Where... Oh, great. Pete Servos. That could be only one man, and his name meant only one thing, gold. The kind you never find. Only dirt and sweat and too much heartache. Yeah, Servos had gold fever the worst way. I guess he'd always had it. He talked me into scratching around with him in the High Sierras once a long time ago. All the gold we ever found could have been picked up on the point of a pin. Well, I got my fill of it and finally gave up, but Pete was off to chase some other rainbow. And that was the last I'd seen of him. And why he was in Cairo and what he wanted to see me about was anybody's guess. And where I'd find him was a little point my caller had neglected to tell me.
A disturbing phone call, Mr. Jordan?
With my mind on the servos puzzle, I only half heard the voice. It came from my lone customer at a nearby table. He'd been frequenting the Tambourine the last few days. A big, ruddy, solid-set man. A combination of poise and strength named von Rundstedt from across Africa in the Boer country.
Not that it is any of my affair, understand? Light for your cigarette, Mr. Jordan?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
I fear that I am becoming a fixture in your cafe. Well, a wanderer gets the habit of settling in a spot where he feels at home.
Well, stay as long as you like.
You are generous. Will you sit down?
Yeah, okay.
You, been around the continent much, Mr. Jordan?
Africa? Oh, not much.
Remarkable changes since the war, especially in the past few months.
Hmm?
The recent gold strike in South Africa, for example.
Gold strike? What brought that up?
Oh, just a passing thought. You know, they tell me you're something of an adventurer. Oh, still worried about the phone call, Mr. Jordan?
Huh? Oh, sorry, Mr. Van Rundstedt.
I was just wondering why you have not thought of chasing after some of the yellow stuff.
Oh, no. Gave that up years ago.
You can never be sure. Once he has felt it, the lust for gold lies dormant in every man.
Yeah, maybe so, but it's not for me.
That is easy to say, but after all, when he least expects it, a man's luck might show him a rich vein, one way or another. Is that not so?
Yeah, you might say that.
One never knows, Mr. Jordan. One never knows.
Von Rundstedt broke it off about then and went out into the street. I stayed close to the phone, and what seemed like hours later, it began ringing again. Hello, Tambourine.
Hello. I must speak to Jordan Bay.
Look, I'm Jordan Bay.
Oh, where are you, Jordan Bay?
Where do you think I am? Where's Servos?
Pete Servos? He's waiting for you. Why do you not come?
One little detail. How do I find him?
I told you. Are you Jordan Bay?
For the last time, where is he? Where does he live? The address.
Oh, so careless of me.
Come on now, let's have it.
Room 207 at the Pyramid House. Hurry, Jordan Bay.
I got outside, flagged down a taxi, and made a quick deal with a driver to look up the Pyramid House. He hunked his way across the Muskie Bazaar and finally pulled up in front of an ancient brownstone affair, a little more on the ratty side than most. I told the cabbie to wait around. Then I was up the steps, down a dark hall, and knocking at 207.
Who is it?
It's Rocky, Pete.
Get inside, Rocky.
Pete, what's the matter with you?
Better help me to bed.
Sure. Come on. Now, take it easy.
Thanks. I've been looking all over for you, Rocky.
I can see now why you had to send somebody else. What happened?
A couple of bullets I picked up.
Oh, we better take care of it.
No, I'm all right. Just slowed me down a little.
Yeah, bullets will do that.
Won't they, though?
How'd you get them?
A lot anybody cares.
Same old thing, huh, Pete? Gold?
Yeah, same old thing. I don't give up, Rocky.
I told you to forget it while you could.
You think I could? It's been in my blood, and what can I do about it? I've been digging ever since I could hold up a pig.
Yeah, and what did it get you? A couple of bullets and a bunch of tattoos on your arm.
Plenty of new ones since I saw you last.
Oh, yeah. Hey, why the numbers tattooed there on your right arm?
Oh, there? That's my Social Security number.
At this rate, you'll never live to collect it.
I won't need it.
Still think you'll strike it, don't you, Pete?
Nobody's stopping me. Not even that no-good wife of mine.
Well, I didn't know you were married.
And I don't know why. What kind of a woman is it that won't stay by you? Share your dreams. Even help you dig.
It's a tough life, Pete.
How do you think it is for me? Yeah, stay home, she says. Give it up. But she'll be around plenty quick when there's gold. I know her.
Where is she now?
Right here in Cairo, wouldn't you know? Checked into the Continental last week. And she can stay there.
Look, Pete, if you didn't send for me about the bullets, what is it?
What do you think?
Well?
Rocky, I've finally struck it.
What? You trying to tell me...
I found gold. A vein bigger than we ever dreamed about. South Africa lode. After all these years, I found it.
That doesn't concern me.
Cut it out, Rocky. You're not over the fever any more than I am.
I told you, Pete, I'm through with it.
Yeah? Wait till you hear this, Rocky. I'm putting the whole mine in your name.
My name?
Let Clarissa try and get her hands on it then. Let her try. It's all yours. She can't touch it.
Now, wait a minute, Pete. You can't do that.
We'll share 70-30. 70 goes to me. That's all right, ain't it?
That's not the idea.
It's ours, Rocky. Enough gold to keep us both on easy street the rest of our lives.
I told you I got over the gold fever a long time ago.
Don't be silly. It's great having a gold mine, ain't it? From now on, we worry about nothing. No more digging and sweating and dying.
You're getting tired, Pete. Come on, let's just forget it, huh?
What's there to forget? It ain't like I'm asking you a favor.
Take it easy, Pete. Maybe I'll see you later.
Yeah? Well, you'll be back, Rocky. I ain't worrying. You'll be back.
The lock snapped on the inside, and I went down the hall and down the steps. Well, that was a new one. A guy offering you a gold mine on a silver platter. But I didn't want it. I didn't want any part of it. All I wanted was some fresh air. Just as I reached the front door, somebody drew back away from the glass. I got outside in time to see him dodge into a doorway a little way down. I was sure it was my customer from the tambourine, Van Rutstedt. Right away, I remembered all his talk about gold fever. I wanted to know what he was doing there, so I went out after him. Hey, Van Rutstedt! Van Rutstedt, come back here! He ran without looking back, and all at once he was in a car and driving fast. My taxi was still waiting, so I got back and shook the cabbie awake.
Do not be impatient, sir.
Try and follow that car, quick.
Oh, I have the very fine taxi. At times it can go very fast.
And take this pound note and get going.
We are going, Effendi.
He took that turn to the left.
Oh, there is the car, far ahead.
All right, don't lose it. Come on, step on it.
There is no finer taxi in all of Cairo. As I say, it can go fast.
Another pound note if you catch that car.
It is a deal.
He swung off to the right. Can you make it?
Hold tightly, sir. Sir, look ahead.
Pull up, cabby, pull up.
The car stands across the road. We are blocked.
Use the brakes. Stop it.
I am trying, but
too late. We hit the car broadside, and the taxi front crumbled like a paper cup. One glance told me the cabbie was all right, so I was out and running to the other car. And it didn't take any time to see the car was empty. Van Rutstedt was gone.
Del Monte Foods is presenting tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Hey, here comes Joe Johnson in the house after a long, hot day's work in the garden.
Man, am I thirsty. I sure could use something cold and refreshing to drink. Oh, I wonder what's in the refrigerator. Hey, Del Monte tomato juice. That's for me. Opener. Glass.
Right, Joe. For refreshment, there's nothing like Del Monte tomato juice.
Del Monte tomato juice is fresh tasting.
Yes, indeed. Del Monte tomato juice is made from fresh, ripe Western tomatoes, the flavor tomatoes.
Del Monte tomato juice is natural tasting.
True. Del Monte tomatoes are rushed directly from field to cannery to protect their fresh, natural taste.
Del Monte tomato juice is refreshing.
Right. Del Monte tomatoes are pressed immediately at the cannery to preserve all the sunny, rich goodness of those deep red, vine-ripened tomatoes.
Fresh tasting, natural tasting, and refreshing.
Fresh, natural, refreshing. That's Del Monte tomato juice. Look for it at your grocer's. Keep a can or two in your refrigerator. And remember, for real refreshment, buy fresh-tasting Del Monte tomato juice every time. And now back to Rocky Jordan and tonight's story, Gold Fever.
Well, it took some time trying to pacify the little driver for the damage to his taxi, but I had other problems. Like Van Rutstedt following me to Pete's house, and why he'd run off when I tried to question him. Yeah, and I was thinking about a rich gold strike in South Africa that Service wanted to hand over to me, just to keep his wife Clarissa from getting any part of it. I decided it was time for a talk with her, so I went over to the Continental Hotel. Clarissa was there, but not exactly like I'd expected her. She was still young and pretty, like you want an American girl to be pretty. but there was something gone. She was thin, and the skin was taut across her cheekbones. She wasn't sure about letting me in.
Who are you?
My name's Jordan. Rocky Jordan.
That means nothing to me.
I've just been talking to your husband.
I see. What does he want with me?
Not a thing, Clarissa. But he's going to get well, if that interests you.
What do you mean?
A couple of bullets he picked up somewhere. Or didn't you know?
I didn't know. How could I?
He's your husband.
Oh. And didn't Pete tell you I've come halfway around the world to Cairo to find him? To make one last try to get him to come home?
Did you think he would?
I don't know. Pete was such a good guy. He was a little like I think you are, Rocky.
He's still the same to me.
We might have been happy. But every time we got settled with a home, he'd learn of some new strike, and he was gone.
Well, you must have known that about him before you were married.
Oh, yes. But I didn't know what it meant. I didn't realize there was no end to it. Now he won't even see me. So now I don't care.
He's still got gold on his mind, Clarissa.
Yes. Well, I hate it. Hunting for gold is foul and stupid, and I hate it.
How about finding gold?
He'll never find it.
It so happens he has.
What?
Pete's finally struck it rich.
I told you, Rocky, I don't care.
Are you sure?
What do you mean?
What would you say if Pete put that mine he found in my name?
I'd say he can do anything he wants with it. I'm going back home now. And forget Pete's service if it's the last thing I ever do.
There's another one for you. Pete puts the mine in my name to keep his wife's hands off of it. Only she tells me she doesn't want any part of it or him either. That's when I doubled back to Pete's place to get a few things straight. When I got there, the first thing I noticed was the door smashed open. Inside, the mattress was half off the bed, the bureau drawers open. Pete wasn't around, but somebody else was. Captain Sabaya, Cairo Police.
Well, Joel...
Sam, what's this all about?
You will touch nothing.
What's happened to Service? Where is he?
Pete Service at this moment is on his way to the morgue. He's dead.
Dead?
Does that surprise you so much, Jordan?
I knew he had some bullet holes, but he said he was recovering.
The bullets which killed him were fired within the past hour, and a very thorough job.
Any idea who did it?
A man hasty in his opinions is neither wise nor honorable.
I think you better look for somebody named von Rutstedt, Sam.
Jordan, a certain informant tells me you were here to see Service this afternoon. For what purpose?
Just a friendly visit.
Indeed. What did you talk about?
Oh, old times, Pete's gold strike.
Is that all?
What are you driving at?
Would you have killed Service for his mine?
Sam, you know me better than that. Service was an old friend.
Jordan, someday you will learn that withholding information serves you no good.
I've told you everything, Sam.
Then how do you explain this letter?
Letter? Where'd you get it?
I found it among papers in his desk. It is addressed to Rocky Jordan. I, Pete Service, hereby grant to you full and complete ownership of my gold stake in South Africa on the one condition that I receive 70% of the profits from said mine throughout my life. Signed, Pete Service.
Let me see that.
It will be held for possible evidence, Jordan.
Oh, but the letter's to me.
Do not fear, Jordan. It appears certain that you are the complete owner of a gold mine. Now that Service is dead.
Yeah, looks that way.
And now, Jordan... You will kindly tell me where the gold mine is located.
Where it's located?
Yes, Jordan.
You know something, Sam? I haven't any idea.
Come, Jordan. You mean to say a man gives you a mine, but he does not tell you where it is?
That's right.
Indeed. Come with me, Jordan. I have something to show you.
Sam put me in his black limousine with him, and we made the trip to headquarters without saying much. There, he nodded me down some familiar steps that led to the morgue. Halfway along the big room, he drew back a sheet that covered Pete's Service.
Observe, Jordan.
It's Pete, if that's what you're asking.
You say you knew him well.
Long time ago.
Notice the forearm near the wrist.
Looks like a bad burn or something.
It is a burn. Put there after the killing.
What about it?
The killer obviously wanted to erase whatever was recorded there. A tattoo mark, perhaps.
Oh, he had a lot of tattoos.
But this one, can you recall what it was?
Afraid not, Sam.
Very well. However, if your memory should suddenly return, let me know.
I had noticed some numbers on Pete's arm that afternoon, but they wouldn't come back to me. After all, I wanted to clear up Pete's death, and the numbers might help. I had a hunch von Rundstedt knew, but going back to Clarissa was quicker. There was a chance she could help. The news of Pete's killing had been a shock to her, but she was packing to leave.
Can't we just forget about it, Rocky?
We've got to find the killer, Clarissa.
Why? It had to end this way sooner or later. Will you hand me that grip, please?
Oh, yeah. Here you are.
Thanks.
Pete had some numbers tattooed on his right arm. They've been burned off. What were they?
I don't remember any numbers.
You sure?
Yes, Rocky, yes. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Do you have any pictures of Pete around?
Box in the top bureau. I was about to throw them away.
Oh, thanks. These all you have?
Yes, they're all I have.
This one here in the bathing suit. How long ago was it taken?
What? That was at Daytona Beach. Just before he left me for South Africa 6 months ago.
The numbers weren't on his arm then.
I told you they weren't.
Yeah, that means he had them put there after he made the gold strike.
What difference does it make?
Don't you see? They could be the location of the mine, in longitude and latitude. The numbers are all we need.
I see. Rocky.
Huh?
Just why did you come here?
I'm trying to clear up Pete's death, Clarissa.
Are you?
Whoever killed him is after that mine. He knows where it is.
And you'd like to know, too, wouldn't you, Rocky?
That has nothing to do with it.
Are you sure it hasn't? You said you'd put gold out of your mind a long time ago.
You said the mine didn't matter to you.
Well, it doesn't, Rocky, but can't you see what happened to Pete? I hoped it wouldn't happen to you. You got the fever now, haven't you? You want that mine.
Look, the gold's there and it belongs to me. Why shouldn't I try to find it?
Yes, why not? Gold can change a man so quickly.
Are you trying to stop me?
No. No, go ahead. I feel sorry for you, Rocky. I feel sorry.
What she was driving at didn't set with me. I got out into the Cairo night. As I tried to walk it off down the Sharia El Mar, I made up my mind I was finding von Rundstedt if it took digging out every hole in Cairo. That turned out too easy. He was waiting in a doorway, a gun leveled at my ribs.
Take care, Jordan. Walk ahead.
You're kind of hard to catch, von Rundstedt.
We will talk in good time.
About who? Service?
To the left. Down the alleyway.
Oh, we're going to make it real private.
Shut up. No. Stand there now, with your back to the wall.
Right, you're calling it.
No tricks if you are wise.
I'm getting wise to a lot of things.
Oh, that I followed you after the phone call in your cafe this afternoon? Yeah, it is true.
Yeah, right to Service's place. Did you kill him?
There is no reason to hide it from you. We talked for a while. Then I killed him.
And burned the numbers off his arm. Why? Because they told the location of the mine?
No one knows where the mine is except me. And you, Jordan.
I forgot the numbers.
I could never be sure.
So you figure burn them out of me?
There is no other way.
One little request, huh?
It is your last.
In close and clean.
As you wish.
Last step was his mistake. That's when my shoe caught his shin hard. He doubled for a split second, and my hand came down with a judo cut on the back of his neck. Von Rundstedt dropped flat in his face, and the gun clattered away. I scrambled over and came up with it. It was that easy.
You're around, Jordan.
All right, come up, von Rundstedt.
I should have shot you while I could.
Now we'll talk about the mine. Clear it up.
Yeah, you will want to know, Jordan. If Servos did not tell you, he did not find that mine. It was I who made the strike.
That's not what he told me.
You fool. Why do you think he gave the mine to you? Why should he put it in your name?
To keep it away from his wife.
How can you believe that, Jordan? Servos stole that mine from me. Before I could file, he was ahead of me. It was in his name. And it was too late.
Well, it's in my name now.
Yeah. Servos thought that would protect him from me. But I killed him for only one reason. Because he took what was mine. I killed him just as I will kill you.
Only I got the gun.
That poses a problem for you, does it not? I alone am in your way now. Unless you shoot me. Well, go ahead, Jordan. Pull the trigger and get what you want.
I was looking at him, but all at once I was seeing myself. Yeah, what Sam and Clarissa and now Von Rundstedt had said about me getting gold fever was right. I did want that mine, bad enough to kill. I could shoot, and I was safe, and this was my big chance.
Go ahead, Jordan. You have only to pull the trigger. Self-defense, you can call it, and then you will be free of me.
You deserve to die. You murdered Service.
Ah, that is it. Just try yourself, Jordan. Gold fever has no regard for fair play. I can see it in your eyes. You want to kill me, don't you? So you can get the mine.
You'd have killed me.
So now is your chance. You will find the mine somehow. The mine is all yours now. Just raise the gun, Jordan. Sam, pull the trigger. Shoot, Jordan.
No. I'm not going to kill you, Von Rundstedt. That won't be necessary. Not for me.
It was a difficult decision, was it not, Jordan?
The police.
Sam, how long you been there?
I witnessed everything. Ali, Greco, take this Van Rundstedt away quickly.
Yes, Captain.
Sam, you won't be needing that service pistol.
For which I am very happy. I would have hated to see you raise the gun to kill him.
He killed Service, Sam.
Yes, Jordan. I know. You see, the police have not been idle.
Looks like you've been way ahead of me.
But Van Rundstedt was right. The mine was stolen from him by Pete Service. In fact, I have learned many things from the South African authorities.
Huh? Including what else?
Van Rundstedt was a most strange and unpredictable man, known throughout South Africa.
Oh, and I'm listening.
He, too, had gold fever, but of a most severe nature. In his time, he had discovered a dozen mines. Each of them, to him, worth a fortune.
To him? What are you getting at, Sam?
Just this, Jordan. Both you and Pete Service were fooled by a man with hallucinations who owned a mine that was worthless.
More from Rocky Jordan in just a moment. Let's step outdoors and join the Ellis family at their barbecue.
Boy, those hamburgers look good. I'm starved, honey. How long do I have to listen to them sizzling there on the griddle?
Take it easy, darling. All in good time. I'll just turn it over. There, that's about it. They're ready.
Let me at 'em.
Toasted bun. Hamburger patty. Here you are.
Oh, no. Oh, no, you don't. Not plain like that. Where's the catsup? The one you served yesterday with the special flavor.
Oh, you mean Del Monte catsup.
You bet he means Del Monte catsup. The catsup with that special flavor. Tomato flavor at its best. It's lively, it's tangy, it's rich. Blended and simmered down according to a treasured recipe, Del Monte catsup on sizzling hamburgers, steak, or chops is a real flavor treat. And Del Monte catsup costs less than many other quality brands. Look for it at your grocer's. Remember, for flavor first, it's Del Monte catsup every time. Back now to Rocky Jordan.
Well, there wasn't much more to clear up. Sam and his men took care of Von Rundstedt, and all that was left for me to do was to have a little talk with Clarissa. I bought her a cup of coffee in an all-night cafe and told her what had happened.
Well, Rocky, I'm glad it's over.
Me too. You know, I just took the cure. I'm out of the gold business.
I hope for keeps.
You can count on it.
So it was all for nothing, then. Pete dreamed and stole and died for a mine without any gold.
That's right.
You know, somehow I'm glad he never found out.
What about you now, Clarissa?
Me? I need to go home for a while.
Wish you didn't.
Maybe sometime I'll come back to Cairo. Perhaps I'll see you then.
Not scared of gold fever anymore?
No. But there are other kinds of fever, Rocky. Let's wait and see.
For the finest in tomato flavor, enjoy the whole family of Del Monte tomato products.
Del Monte ketchup and chili sauce.
Del Monte tomato sauce and canned tomatoes.
And Del Monte tomato juice.
Remember, buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Remember, you have a date next week at the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Same time, same station. And the story is Cairo Vendetta. Rocky Jordan, written by Larry Roman and Gomer Cool, stars Jack Moyles in the title role and is directed and produced by Cliff Howell with original music by Richard Arant. Here's a cool suggestion for a hot day. Chilled Del Monte fruit cocktail and cottage cheese. Everybody likes colorful, delicious Del Monte fruit cocktail. Serve tempting Del Monte fruit cocktail, the brand that puts flavor first. Larry Thor speaking. Rocky Jordan is presented over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WOR, New York. 7 o'clock by Longines, the world's most honored watch. A Longines Whitnor product.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight's adventure, the case of the very best butter. Well, here we are once again on the threshold of Dr. Watson's cheerful study. The lamplight streams over the handsome bindings of his library, and the fragrance of many bowls of hyacinths fills the room. The curtains move gently in a slight evening breeze. And I, for one, am glad to sit down and just listen, Doctor.
Sounds like a bad case of spring fever, Mr. Harris. Yes, I have an idea tonight's story may make you forget that. But before we discuss the case of the highly emotional lady who took a violent interest in butter, suppose you say a few words on a subject every self-respecting male takes quite an interest in nowadays.
You mean how to present a well-groomed appearance without bankrupting his budget. Well, this is an important announcement because it affects the cost of your living. You know very well that the cost of many things you buy has risen considerably. Some costs are still rising. The reasons are many. Increased costs of material, increased labor costs, and so on. Now, it's true manufacturing costs are higher. However, in the face of sharply mounting costs, Clippercraft brings you superbly tailored suits at only $40 and $45. Beautifully made top coats, including fine coverts and worsted gabardines, at only $40 and $45, and sport jackets at only $26.50. Tropicals, too, at $33.75 to $40. Clippercraft offers these amazing values even today because of the unique Clippercraft plan, concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, making possible steady year-round operation, affecting tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. Only comparison will prove what this means in money saved on your spring clothing budget. Yes, compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, back to the lady who was so interested in butter.
Yes, it occurred while I was sharing lodgings with Holmes at 221B, Baker Street.
Honest, Injun, was there ever really such an address as 221B Baker Street?
Oh, this modern generation. Nothing but doubting Thomases. You know, would you believe it? There are people who go so far as to suspect that Sherlock Holmes is nothing but a figment of my imagination.
Why, sacrilege, Doctor.
Well, it's worse than that. So to silence all skeptics once and for all, I'd like to read a small item from that guidebook to end all guidebooks, the well-known Baedeker. It's right here on the first shelf somewhere. Yes, Baedeker's Paris, Baedeker's Rome. Oh, here we are, Baedeker's London and the environs.
Don't tell me Baker Street is actually mentioned in Baedeker.
Oh, it is indeed. Yes, I have the page marked somewhere. Yes, just Marylebone Road, Queen Charlotte's Maternity Hospital. No, that's not it. Baker Street Station. Yes, here we are. Baker Street. Chief thoroughfare between Oxford Street and Marylebone Road. Mrs. Siddons lived from 1817 till her death in 1831 at number 27 Upper Baker Street. House demolished. Tablet. Lord Lytton, the novelist, was born at number 68 in 1803. Tablet. And William Pitts lived in 1802-04 at number 120. Tablet. Sherlock Holmes also had rooms there.
Don't tell me there's no tablet at 221B, Doctor.
Oh, well, not yet. Give us time. After all, Holmes is still mortal. Tablets are for the immortals, Mr. Harris.
Well, that certainly should settle any doubts about Mr. Sherlock Holmes' reality once and for all.
I certainly hope so. Well, as I was saying, it was in the good old Baker Street days. It was rather latish of a gloomy afternoon. I'd remained indoors all day, for the weather had taken a sudden turn to rain, and my practice wasn't too thriving at the moment. With my body in one easy chair and my legs upon another, I listened with growing irritation to Holmes as he practiced interminable scales, roulades, glissandos, and what have you on his violin. At last, a particularly screeching dissonance was more than my frazzled nerves could bear. Holmes, must you do that?
Calm yourself, my dear Watson. I was not responsible for that last bit of cacophony. It was caused by the scraping of a carriage wheel against our curb. Yes, we are about to receive a client. A rather portly lady of means, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Oh, how can you possibly tell? You haven't even bothered to look out of the window.
The outraged creak of the carriage springs as its passenger descended to the pavement indicates a person of substance. The tap of French heels on the pavement indicates the person's a lady. And the fact that the vehicle remained at the curb indicates that it's either a private carriage or a public conveyance that's been told to wait. Either eventuality indicates a person of means.
I swear I heard nothing except the first scrape against the curb. I must say, Holmes, you have ears like a hawk.
Your metaphor is a trifle mixed, my dear Watson, but I accept your tribute. Come in.
Mr. Holmes? Mr. Holmes? Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Naturally. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Oh, how do you do?
Thank heavens you're at home. You must dine with me tonight, both of you. I may need a doctor as well as a detective.
Interesting. I mean, what brings you to that rather startling conclusion?
I am in grave danger, and you are the only person who can save me.
How, madam?
My husband wishes to be rid of me. I am being poisoned, systematically, cold-bloodedly poisoned. That is, I was, until I hired an old nurse of mine to do the cooking, and refused to eat anything that wasn't served to everybody in the house on a common plate, pot or tureen.
So that if poison were present, all members of your household would be in equal danger.
Exactly. I'm no fool.
How many members of your household are there, Mrs.
I am Madame de Pavane. My husband is Puvis de Pavane, the famous violinist.
Oh, yes, I've heard him in concert. Remarkable technique. They tell me his trills compare favorably with Paganini.
Oh, yes, Puvis is a great violinist. If you've heard him play, you have doubtless also seen my daughter, who plays his accompaniments. My husband, my daughter Therese, and myself. There are only three of us in the household. We are, I may say, the eternal triangle. Puvis is infatuated with Therese.
Well, really?
Your daughter, I gather, Madame de Pavane, is the child of a previous marriage.
Yes and no. As a matter of fact, she's my stepdaughter, the child of my first husband by his first marriage.
Rather a complicated ménage, Watson?
Quite.
Huh, I was a fool to marry a man so much younger than myself. But Puvis was, well, ardent. You know what these Latins are, Mr. Holmes. Swept me right off my feet. Would you believe it? He refused to eat or sleep until I named the day. It all happened in the south of France, that land of languor and romance.
Oh, I see it all. The courtship, the honeymoon, the return home, the meeting with the daughter of the household, the inevitable call of youth to youth.
Puvis isn't that young, Dr. Watson. I'm not a cradle snatcher. And besides, he'd known Therese long before I met him. She accompanied him on a concert tour, much against my better judgment, I will say. I sometimes think their romance may have blossomed even then.
Yes, but in that case, why did Monsieur de Pavane marry you, and not your stepdaughter?
Because, Dr. Watson, I happen to be the one who has the money.
These realistic Frenchmen, eh, Watson? Tell me, Madame de Pavane, when did you first suspect you were being poisoned?
About a month ago. I began to have a marked distress after every meal.
You don't think it could have been flatulence brought on perhaps by overeating?
Certainly not. I have an extraordinarily good digestion plus an excellent appetite.
Obviously.
I will say Puce has tried to persuade me to eat less of the fattening foods, but I tell him that here in England men appreciate fine figure of a woman. No, Mr. Holmes, I know the difference between flatulence and a definite and even painful burning sensation in the pit of my stomach. And I can guess what causes it when I see that the weed killer I keep for the garden is disappearing in the middle of the winter.
Weed killer? But that's full of arsenic.
I know that. I'm no fool. That's why I sent for Nanny 3 weeks ago to do the cooking.
What a pity you didn't come to me instead. I should have enjoyed making the Reinsch test on the contents of your stomach. Now, of course, after 3 weeks, it would be very difficult to prove the presence of arsenic in your system. Short of an autopsy, of course.
Well, I'm not giving anyone a chance for that. Not if I can help it.
I take it you've had no further distress since your nurse was brought in to do the cooking?
No, that I haven't.
Then why do you come to me at this late date?
Because I think Pubis is getting set for another try. He leaves tonight for a concert tour of the continent. I have forbidden Therese to accompany him. But just half an hour ago, I heard them plotting together. I was counting the silver in the butler's pantry when I heard them come into the dining room. They didn't know that I was listening.
I don't care what she says. I can't. I won't go without you.
But you'll have to, Pubis. You have a week before your first concert. You'll be able to find another accompanist in Paris.
But I don't want another accompanist, Therese. I want you. You know I can't do anything if you aren't with me. You've got to come with me. Sneak out of the house when she's not looking.
But I can't do that, Pubis, dear. She'll disown me. I'll be disinherited. We'd both starve.
Oh, confound the woman. If she only weren't so big-headed and so rich.
I've tried to persuade her, Pubis, but she won't listen.
She won't listen to words, perhaps. But there are other ways of persuading people. Therese, promise me that if anything should happen, you will come to me by the next boat.
Of course. But what could happen?
Don't worry. I have a plan. A neat little plan. And it shouldn't take too long to work out.
A rather ambiguous conversation, if you'll permit me to say so, Madame de Pavane. What makes you so sure your husband will try to poison you at dinner tonight?
First, because it's his last meal at home. The boat train leaves at 9:30. And second, because I found this bottle in the waste paper basket in his study.
A pharmacist's bottle with the label partly torn off. The letters P-O-I-S still visible.
P-O-I-S. Holmes, if you add O-N, that spells poison.
Brilliant, my dear Watson. Positively scintillating. There seems to be a small bit of white crystalline powder still left at the bottom of the bottle. What do you make of it, Watson?
Well, from the look and the smell, it might be Epsom salts. Holmes, what are you doing?
Tasting it.
What?
Just the slightest suspicion of a taste, Watson. Yes, it's slightly acrid and metallic. That, too, might be Epsom salts. Want to try it, Watson?
No, thanks. I'm not interested in tasting anything that comes in a bottle marked poison.
Perhaps you're right. Yes, I think perhaps we should try some more extensive tests before we make up our minds about the contents of this bottle, madame.
I don't care what you do, but don't be late for dinner. We dine at 7:30. The address is 49 Rathbone Place. You enter from Oxford Street. It's close to Tottenham Court Road.
We shall be there, madame. On the dot.
Well, here we are, Holmes. Rathbone Place. The name sounds vaguely familiar.
Yes, you may have heard me mention it, Watson. The street is named after a distant, connection of mine.
I say, just what did you find in the bottom of that bottle, Holmes?
Antimony.
Antimony? But that's deadly poison.
Quite. It's also a constituent of many quack pills. Monsieur de Pavane may be dosing himself for anything from blood pressure to hangnails.
Well, just the same, it doesn't improve my appetite to know we're dining at a house where there's poison about. What if he gets in the wrong person's soup?
Perhaps we should have brought your stomach pump.
Don't be indelicate, Holmes. Personally, I shall follow Madame de Pavan's example and eat or drink nothing that doesn't come from a community dish.
Very sensible, Watson. Very sensible indeed. Yes, here we are. Number 49. Give the bell a pull, Watson. There's a good chap.
Righto. Well, I must say there's nothing particularly sinister looking about the house, eh, Holmes? Nice, cheerful little ruffled curtains.
Yes. The poisoners have been known to live in the most innocuous surroundings.
Holmes, I do wish you'd refrain from indulging your sepulchral sense of humor.
Yes, sir.
That is, if Madame de Pavan lives here, I believe we're expected.
But this is a great honor. Come in, gentlemen, come in. Who will believe me when I say I have the honor of entertaining the world's master detective and his ami, the good doctor?
Oh, then you recognize us?
Naturally. Who does not know the great Sherlock Holmes? Besides, my wife has taken great trouble to impress upon me just who it is she has invited to dinner.
Oh, that's certainly forthright of her, eh, Holmes?
Madame is a forthright person. She says what she thinks, even when she changes her mind. But will you not step into the parlor? We shall have a glass of sherry. Madame and her charming daughter will be down directly.
Thank you, but I don't think that is... not before dinner. I mean, it might take away my appetite.
Oh, come, Dr. Watson. It is such excellent sherry. Here, I pour from the decanter for you, for the great Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and for myself.
Oh, well, in that case, eh, Holmes?
Sunday, monsieur, to your continued good health. But what do you wait for? Bottoms up, as they say. I see. You wish to see if I drink first. Very well, so. You see, it is quite harmless.
Well, that's a relief.
May I say, monsieur, it is no secret to me why you are here. My poor wife thinks she is being poisoned, and she suspects me.
Well, that's dashed frank of you, I must say.
Why not be frank, monsieur docteur? I have nothing to hide. Yes, you are a medical man. You must realize that many women, particularly if they are well-bred, and shall we say, a bit high-strung, when they come to a certain age, they develop curious ideas. You do not know how quickly Madame Pavin recovers from her little eccentricities. You know how these things are, Dr. Watson?
No, yes. I must say if the lady is suffering from, an idée fixe, you're very wise to go away and give it a chance to blow over.
You are planning to go alone, Monsieur de Pavan?
But of course.
What about an accompanist?
Oh, you mean Therese. I think at this time it is best she stay with her mother. After all, I do not want to leave her entirely alone. She might develop a melancholia.
Very understanding of you, Monsieur de Pavan.
But I am a man of the world. I have traveled. You see, I know many women. I understand them better, perhaps, than you, Englishmen.
Perhaps.
And now, if you will excuse a moment, I must see if Madame needs my assistance. Her maid is not very strong, and since Madame has put on a few pounds, she needs a man to, what you call, hook her up the back. Please do pour yourself more sherry in my absence. Now that you know it is safe. Au revoir, monsieur.
Well, Watson, what do you make of our friend, the violinist?
Well, you know, Holmes, he may be perfectly right. Madame de Pavan may be suffering from a slight form of female hysteria.
Then in that case, why has he booked 2 passages to France? See, here are the tickets sticking out from beneath this blotter. One is for tonight. The other is for a week from now.
So, Sherlock Holmes didn't think Monsieur Pavin was as innocent as he pretended to be, Doctor.
No, Mr. Harris. Don't ask me what Holmes thought. No one ever knew that, not even I, until afterwards. Well, pretty soon the maid announced...
Here you are, sir.
What's that?
The sherry flips you ordered, Dr. Watson, for you and Mr. Harris.
Oh, yes, thank you, Kitty. Right on cue.
Well, Dr. Watson, this is what I call hospitality.
Yes, I thought we might take a breather and drink a toast to our sponsor's continued success.
Righto. Fine local independent stores in every community report increasing demand for Clippercraft. So every day, even more millions of men are becoming acquainted with unrivaled Clippercraft values. These values are the result of the Clippercraft plan, which is just about the best possible example of the true American way in production. The famous Clippercraft plan concentrates the buying power of 136 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. Perfectly amazing economies result, and here's the answer. You can secure truly fine Clippercraft suits this spring for only $40 and $45, And superb top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine at only $40 and $45. Sport jackets for only $26.50. And tropicals at $33.75 to $40. See these remarkable values tomorrow. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Well, now that we've had our pause for refreshment, suppose we return to our story, huh?
Fair enough, Doctor.
As I was saying, pretty soon the Pavans' little parlour maid announced dinner. Holmes and I repaired to the dining room where we found Madame de Pavan and her stepdaughter, a rather toothy female, already seated at either end of the table. Monsieur Pavan stood in back of his chair at the far side. Madame, who was ladling soup out of a large tureen, her napkin tucked well over her bodice, turned and pointed imperiously to the two empty chairs at the near side.
You sit here, Mr. Holmes, next to me. Dr. Watson, you sat there, next to Therese.
Oh, delighted, I'm sure.
I'm afraid this soup isn't as thick as it should be. Old Nanny isn't the best cook in the world, but at least I know that it won't give me a stomachache.
Oh, darling, you have such a delightful sense of humor. Soup of the evening, beautiful soup. You know the songs from Alice in Wonderland, Mr. Holmes? They've been so charmingly set to music by Lisa Lehman.
Never mind Alice in Wonderland, Pubis. You may pour out the claret.
Certainly, my dear.
No, not from that bottle. The one that's not been opened, with the cork still sealed.
Perhaps Dr. Watson will do the honors. He looks like a person who could handle a bottle.
What, sir?
I confess quite freely that I have never been able to master that little object you call the corkscrew.
Oh, of course, if you like.
Here it is.
Aha, a magnificent vintage, madame.
My father laid down quite a respectable cellar before he died.
Bravo, bravo. And now to add further to the festivity of this occasion, I have a special surprise for my dear little wife.
Oh? What's that?
Butter. You may not know it, Mr. Holmes, but ordinarily I do not approve of butter on the dinner table. Bread, I believe, should be eaten in the continental fashion, with just a pinch of salt. My wife, however, bless her dear little heart, has a weakness for butter, even though it is forbidden by the doctor. However, tonight, being my last meal at home, and to honor two such distinguished guests, I myself went out and bought a roll of butter. And here it is, in a beautiful silver butter dish.
Oh, it is pretty. But I really don't think I ought to...
Come, my dear. There is no possible danger. It is all in one piece. You can cut off your portion for yourself, and we will all follow suit.
Does look so good.
I assure you, my dear, it's the very best butter. That, too, is from Alice in Wonderland, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, yes, that tea party. Another, shall we say, unusual meal?
Ah, delightful, delightful. Allow me, my dear. I'll cut you a piece of butter from this end.
No, thank you. I'll do it myself. From the other end.
As you please. And now, for our guests. 1, 2 pieces. And another piece for little Therese, who is almost as fond of butter as her charming mamma.
Oh, Pubis.
And last but not least, I too shall indulge. There. Now, my dear, if you will pass the bread.
Oh, allow me.
Oh, my gown.
Watson, how could you? You've spilled your wine all over Mr. Range's frock.
Clumsy fool.
But I wasn't anywhere near the
Your
glass.
best blue frock, Therese. It's not rain.
That will do, Pubis. Therese's frock isn't that important. If it spoils, I'll buy her a new one.
I apologize for my friend, madame. There are times when he's like a great big Newfoundland dog.
What?
I know you didn't mean to, old boy.
No, as my wife says. What is a dress? Therese will have many more. I apologize if I have been hasty. My nerves, you understand, before a concerto are always a little on the edges, as you say in English. But come, let us enjoy the meal. If I may trouble you for the bread, Mr. Holmes.
Certainly. Well, bon appétit, as you say in French.
Another cup of coffee, Pubis?
No, my dear. Many thanks. Excellent meal. I only hope I shall not regret crossing the channel.
Let us hope that you will not regret many things crossing the channel.
A very cryptic remark, Mr. Holmes. But if by any chance anything should occur, you are here to prove my conscience is clear, n'est-ce pas? Nothing like having the greatest of all detectives as a witness to one's innocence.
You two may know what you're talking about, but I assure you it's gibberish to the rest of us.
Beg pardon, madame.
Yes, what is it?
The master's carriage, the one he ordered to take him to the station, is waiting outside.
Yes, I must not miss my train. Pardon my hasty departure, but you know how it is. My dear, did you pack my goggle?
It's in your medicine case, Pubis, with your toothwash and your hair tonic and your bismuth and your eye wash. My husband, Mr. Holmes, is a veritable traveling chemist shop.
I hope he carries the antidotes for all of his medicines.
Antidotes? You speak in parables, Mr. Holmes. And why should I use an antidote? I have merely one of my wretched sore throats coming. Well. Au revoir, Dr. Watson. Au revoir, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Bon voyage, Monsieur de Pavane.
Morning, Holmes.
Morning.
Well, I must say that was a curious dinner party last night. What's for breakfast?
Kippers, and don't monopolize them.
Tasty. Well, I gather Madame de Pavane survived the evening. I left word that she was to send for me immediately if she felt the slightest qualms. If you ask me, Monsieur de Pavane was quite correct in his diagnosis. Pass the toast, please.
Yeah.
The old girl's stomach aches and suspicions were probably a mild form of female hysteria.
I wasn't concerned in the least for Madame de Pavane's safety, Watson. It was her husband I rather wondered about.
What do you mean?
You haven't read the morning papers, I take it. Here, take a look at this item.
Famous violinist dies in channel crossing. Puris de Pavane succumbs to nausea and convulsions. Good Lord, what...
Yes, I rather thought he might. As I suspected, the butter was poisoned. Antimony.
Poisoned?
Careful, Watson, you spilled your coffee.
But I ate some of that butter. You ate some of it. So did everyone else.
Calm yourself. The poison was all in the end portion where Monsieur de Pavane so carefully put it. The piece that Madame de Pavane cut off for herself.
Yes, but he offered her the other end.
Naturally, Watson. He knew she'd be contrary. Monsieur de Pavane was a very shrewd judge of his wife's character.
Oh, but great Scott, suppose she hadn't turned it around. One of the rest of us might have had the poisoned slice.
No, Watson, I rather imagine if that had happened, Monsieur de Pavane would have continued serving from the harmless end and left the poisoned bit instead of serving from the other end. It was this, shall we say, change of direction that made me suspect he was up to no good.
Yes, but look here, Holmes, it still doesn't make sense. It wasn't Madame de Pavane who died, it was her husband.
Naturally. Why do you think I upset that glass of claret over the daughter's dress?
I might have known it was you.
I did it in order to create a diversion, so I could shift Monsieur and Madame's butter plates without anyone being the wiser. Of course, even there was no proof that the butter was poisoned. I did it just in case.
Then you didn't actually know the butter was poisoned until you read the morning's paper?
Oh, no, Watson, but antimony, as you doubtless remember, is rather a slow-acting poison. One of the first symptoms, however, is a soreness of the throat. I suspected the little Frenchman had taken a dose of his own poison when he inquired about his gargle. That's why I advised him to use an antidote, remember?
You think he understood that warning?
Quite.
Well, but then why didn't he take the antidote?
He knew we were onto him, Watson. Rather than face the consequences of his crime, he decided to let nature take its course. Yes, spare me another kipper, Watson. If you can spare it.
Well, that was a lurid dinner party, Dr. Watson.
Yes, Mr. Harris. Meals with Sherlock Holmes were often rather rough on the nervous system. Oh, the doses of bicarbonate I used to consume. Well, that's neither here nor there. I dare say you'd like to inquire about next week's story, Mr. Harris.
That's right, Dr. Watson. What are we to have next week?
No more poisoned butter, that I can promise you. No, next week I think I'll tell you how Holmes and I encountered a strange 17th century highwayman on the wilds of Hampstead Heath. He was known as Jack-o'-lantern because he carried a lighted skull for a lantern. There was another Jack in the story as well, the Jack of Diamonds.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next Sunday to Sherlock Holmes in The Return of the Jack of Diamonds. Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS. Ordinary citizens who to this question answered yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Tonight's story, Seeds of Doubt, concerning an OSS agent who tracked down Nazis in American uniforms, is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
I'm glad I wasn't there when Celeste got my message. If I had been, I might have called the whole deal off. Found some other way to carry out my mission. What I did was pretty brutal. I know just how it must have been. I gave the note to the baker's delivery boy, Henri. He must have driven the dilapidated old truck through those majestic iron gates of the Chateau Breton, 12 miles south of Paris, circled the huge house and come to a stop at the servants' entrance. And perhaps it was Muriel herself, Celeste's personal maid, who answered the door.
Pour mademoiselle.
Merci, monsieur. Pour vous, monsieur.
Merci, madame.
And then Muriel began that long climb up to Celeste's room. 3 flights of marble stairs and then down the carpeted corridor to the 4th door on the right-hand side.
Mademoiselle? Entrez. Entrez, Muriel.
Celeste was probably reading. She always was in those days. It was a way of passing time while she waited for some word from my friend, Paul Blanchard.
A message, mademoiselle. A message? From Muriel? I do not know. It was all so mysterious. A baker's truck was at the door, and the boy... No, never mind. Give it to me. Voilà, mademoiselle. Oh, there's handwriting. Mademoiselle, it is not from the moment. Claire. Oh, mon Dieu. But then it is... C'est ça. It is Paul. Oh, my Pearl, he is here in Paris. He is waiting for me in the cafe in Montparnasse. Oh, le bon Dieu. I was afraid he was dead.
That's how it must have been. And all the while I sat in a dingy little room in the back of the Café de Trois Chars, drinking cognac, feeling like a dog, waiting. I waited about an hour, and then...
Paul. Oh, Paul.
Oh, Mademoiselle Breton?
Oh, you are not Paul.
No.
Where is he?
Mademoiselle, I was a friend of Paul Blanchard.
But where is he? Where is Paul?
Mademoiselle...
Answer me.
Very well. Paul is dead. Like I say, it was brutal. But is there any way of saying it that isn't brutal? She tottered toward the table and then slumped into a chair.
Dead.
Her face was deathly white. And yet it was still the loveliest face I'd ever seen.
But this note, it is Paul's handwriting.
Well, a forgery, mademoiselle. The OSS is well equipped to forge any man's handwriting.
The OSS? Oh, I begin to understand. You are a...
Lieutenant Martin Ingalls, Morale Office, OSS.
And you deliberately told...
That's right. I had to see you, but I couldn't come to the chateau. And I knew you wouldn't ignore a note like that.
I see. I will aid you for this, Lieutenant. As long as
That'll be rather awkward, considering our future relationship.
We shall have no future relationship. You and I.
I think we will. I've come to Paris to take Paul's place.
Take his place?
Yes, as your fiancé. At first, that is. And then, later, as your husband. She sat down again, slowly, and listened in stony silence as I told her how I'd met her fiancé in North Africa. I told her how he'd described me, and then how he described their swift, frenzied courtship in Geneva just before Paul joined the Free French forces. Then I told her how he died.
Paul loved France.
Yes. And he told me once that you loved her, too. And that's why I'm sure you won't refuse to make your own sacrifice for her.
And that is what, monsieur?
Allowing me to pose as Paul. Letting everyone think I'm the man you met in Switzerland.
How do you know you could pose as Paul? That someone who might not recognize you.
The OSS has made sure that it'll be perfectly safe. You see, Paul's father was a government official in Madagascar for 20 years before the war. Paul visited France only once, and that was the age of 8. And from that age until he met you in Switzerland, he hadn't set foot in Europe. So you see, no one would know the difference.
I would know it.
Of course. That would be your sacrifice.
And how would France benefit by my suffering?
I couldn't blame her for putting it like that, but I wasn't exactly flattered. I tried to explain my mission. D-Day was 6 months behind us, and most of France had been liberated. But now there was Bastogne, the Battle of the Bulge, von Rundstedt's big offensive. And black warfare is a game two can play. Morale, or the lack of it, can help decide a war. The OSS knew that. And so did the Nazis. And that's why there are German agents floating around Paris, doing their best to plant seeds of doubt and to destroy Allied morale.
Nazis here in Paris? But how is it they're not caught?
Well, that's my job. It's not going to be easy because most of them are in GI uniforms.
Impossible.
Why? We send agents behind German lines. They send them behind ours. Black warfare was Hitler's first great weapon. Why do you think Poland, the Low Countries, yes, even France collapsed so fast in 1940? Because the Nazis had agents behind the lines. Fifth columnists, doing the same thing then that they're doing now.
But that was in 1940.
The war isn't over yet, mademoiselle. Far from it. And the longer these Nazi agents operate in Paris, the longer the war is going to last. Now, that's why it's important that the OSS smoke them out, and fast.
But I do not see why it should be necessary for you to...
To become your husband? Well, because then I'd be the master of Chateau Breton. And what could be more natural for a wealthy Frenchman and his wife out of gratitude to the Americans than to throw open their home to lonely GIs in Paris?
Ah, you mean...
Parties, mademoiselle. Cocktail parties, dinners, dances, whatever might attract the GIs.
And the German agents, n'est-ce pas?
Right. It's at affairs like that they do their work. They spread rumors and lies, stir up dissension. And it wouldn't take me long to spot them.
It is a very clever scheme, Lieutenant. There is only one thing wrong with it. I do not care to be your wife.
It would be a strictly impersonal arrangement. And just as soon as my job is done...
No. It is out of the question.
Very well, mademoiselle. I'm sorry Paul was wrong.
Wrong?
About you. That was another dirty trick, playing on her memory of Paul, her love for him. But it worked. In a half hour, we were engaged.
Do you, Celeste Breton, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband?
I do.
And do you, Paul Blanchard, take this woman to be your
Not
lawful
one of the
wedded
Paris
wife?
blue bloods who crowded into the church suspected that the headquarters colonel wasn't really a minister. And I guess I was the only one who wished he were. After the ceremony, Celeste and I drove out to the chateau and settled down to housekeeping.
Yes? Who is he?
Your husband.
Well, what is it you want, Lieutenant?
Well, I just got back from the USO. I announced our first open house for Saturday. Looks like we're going to have quite a mob.
We should be ready for them.
You don't mind my stepping in? We can talk about it.
But we just did talk about it. No?
Yeah, yes, I guess we did.
Then good night, Lieutenant.
And that was married life at the Chateau Breton. It's a good thing our series of parties did start then. Took my mind off other things. It looked like every Joe in the European theater attended those parties. The champagne flowed, the canapes vanished. Each clam bake was a bigger success than the one before it. Except I didn't spot any Nazi agents. Yes, there were plenty of rumors, sure. That's one thing an army always has plenty of.
I tell you, I hear we're getting our brains beat out at Bastogne. This man's war ain't over yet, pal. The guy was telling me the other day how the brass snafu things at Cambrai.
Like a guy was saying the other day, if Hitler wants to negotiate, well, let's negotiate and get it over with so we can go home.
I heard Hitler's got a secret weapon. Bacteriological stuff. He's just waiting for the right time to use it.
If I'd arrested every guy I heard repeating a rumor, I'd have had half the GIs in Paris in the clink. The guy I was looking for was a guy who did all the talking the other day. I knew he was one of the guys lounging in the living room or sprawled on the patio or loafing in the gardens. Yes, but which one? For several days, I didn't get anywhere. And then I noticed Corporal Alan Chester. I might never have paid any attention to him if he hadn't paid so much attention to Celeste. Every time I looked up, they had their heads together, and Celeste was smiling. And the time I found them sitting on a bench in the garden, she was actually laughing.
Oh. Hello, Paul.
Well, if it was a good story, you're going to have to tell it again, Corporal.
It was a very good story. You have met my husband, haven't you, Alain? This is Corporal Chester, Paul.
We've met so many times, it's getting embarrassing. I've already apologized to your wife, monsieur, for wearing out my welcome.
No apologies necessary.
My only excuse is I can't stay away. Your chateau's the first place I've felt at ease since I left home.
Where is home, Corporal?
Lafayette, Indiana.
Lafayette? Well, an American town with a great French name.
That's right. Maybe that's why I feel like I found a second home right here, 20 kilometers from Paris.
It wasn't much to go on. Just a word that didn't ring quite true. I took Celeste aside and asked her about it.
Alan Chester? You think he might be... You are a fool, Lieutenant.
Maybe. But I still want to know why he said kilometers. In Indiana, they say miles.
Perhaps if I told you he was a Harvard graduate.
They say miles at Harvard, too. Only Europeans say kilometers.
C'est ça. And because of that, you suspect him of being a Nazi agent. How absurd. He is the most charming of all the men who have come here.
I noticed you thought so.
Did you, Lieutenant? Then maybe that is the reason you suspect him.
I admitted she might have something there. I admitted it to myself, that is. Not to Celeste. An hour later, a jeep with 4 GIs in it rolled through the gates of the chateau, and one of the GIs was Corporal Alan Chester. And 30 seconds later, I was behind the wheel of Celeste's little Jaguar, following the jeep. Dusk was falling, and the road to Paris was lined with traffic, and it wasn't too hard to keep a few cars behind the jeep, seeing without being seen. In town, the jeep pulled up in front of a cafe on the Boulevard Saint-Germain, and Corporal Chester climbed out and waved goodbye to the other 3. Luckily, it was a gloomy joint. He walked straight across the dance floor. I hugged the walls and moved in the same direction. He didn't stop at the bar. He didn't sit down at a table. He headed straight for a back door. He opened it, and he went out. I gave him 10 seconds. Then I went out the back door, too. It was an alley, and as dark as only a Paris alley can be. So dark, I thought there was only one guy leaning against the building.
Pardon, monsieur. Est-ce que vous avez une cigarette?
I dug into my pocket for a cigarette. That's when I knew that there were 2 guys. I whirled around. The second one was standing behind me, and there was something in his hand that looked like a blackjack. My fist shot out quick. It connected. But number 1 was on me then with a hold that hurt. I broke away, and I let him have it. And that's when I found out what it was the other man held that looked like a blackjack. It was a blackjack. I hit the cobblestones. For a moment, I saw number 2 standing over me and heard a girl singing far away. And I didn't see or hear anything more for a long time. It was dawn when I climbed up to the 3rd floor of the chateau. If Celeste was sleeping, she woke up plenty fast. And if she had to get into that shimmery house coat she wore, she must have done it in record time.
Lieutenant, mon Dieu, you look terrible.
I didn't tell her that she looked wonderful. I didn't ask her if I could come in either. I just walked past her and I sat down on a divan. I told her what had happened in the alley off the Boulevard Saint-Germain. But all the time I talked, I was thinking of something else. That we were alone. But she was very beautiful.
And so now, of course, you are quite certain that Corporal Chester is a German agent.
Well, that's how it adds up, doesn't it?
Perhaps I am not so good at figures. These men may have been thieves. They took your money, n'est-ce pas?
Well, that doesn't prove anything. Well, that could have been a cover-up.
But why would Corporal Chester have wanted you beaten up?
Well, to stop me from tailing him. Now, that cafe may be a regular hangout, and his boys may hang around outside to take care of any shadows who show up.
Oh, then you think he did not know you were following him tonight, huh?
Well, his boys may have reported that they slugged a guy in the alley, but they can't be sure who I was, or even that I was tailing him.
I see.
I look that funny?
No. I am just thinking what a fool you are, Lieutenant.
Strange. I was thinking the same thing myself.
What do you mean?
A man who has a wife as lovely as you doesn't even kiss her. He is a fool, isn't he?
He would be even more of a fool if he tried. Have you forgotten that bargain? A strictly impersonal relationship, you said.
I said it when you said you'd be loyal to Paul Blanchard's memory.
Then am I not being loyal?
I don't know. But the way you smiled at Alan Chester wouldn't suggest you are.
Oh, you do not like the way I smile at him, huh?
I don't like it at all.
Then, naturally, you would not wish me to accept this invitation.
What invitation?
That is why I call you a fool, Lieutenant. You think Alan hires men to keep anyone from finding out where he is staying. Why, then, is he so careless with me? Why does he invite me to his room?
Why, that...
Oh, of course, if I went, I could tell you where he is staying. Perhaps I could tell you a great deal more. If he's a Nazi agent, I would surely find it out. Oh, but you do not want me to go.
You're to go whether I want it or not.
Oh, noble you are, Lieutenant.
So she kept her date with Corporal Alan Chester, and I paced the rooms of the chateau and waited for her. And suffered. It was dawn when she got back. Well, let's have the report.
The personal one, Lieutenant, or the impersonal one?
The impersonal one is the only one that concerns me.
Maybe. Well, I found out nothing. And I am more certain than ever that there is nothing to find out.
Okay. Thank you. Well, maybe you'll try again some other night.
Tomorrow night. It is all arranged.
I see.
And I will give you the personal report too, Lieutenant, even though it does not concern you. I had a lovely time.
It was the next night when I began to suspect her. I suppose I started even before she came home. I tried to look at things straight, and I asked myself if I were being taken for a ride. She walked in an hour later.
You are wasting precious time, Lieutenant. I still think Alan is just what he says he is, an American soldier on detached service in Paris. I have seen his orders.
Well, orders can be fake.
Ah, c'est ça. Then, if you are still suspicious, I will keep another date with him. Tomorrow night.
I decided there'd better be three of us on that date. She told me the name of his hotel, an old and honorable one, in the Rue de Vaud-Girard. I slipped into its musty lobby early the next morning. An old man with bushy brows and a faintly familiar face eyed me as I approached the desk. I told him I was Paul Blanchard, the master of Chateau Breton.
If you say you are Paul Blanchard, monsieur, then you are Paul Blanchard.
Any reason to suppose I'm not?
Mais non, monsieur. None at all. Just as there was no reason during the resistance to suppose that you were an OSS agent.
I remembered him then. He'd been in the Marquis unit I'd worked with on a mission before D-Day. He was Pierre Salon, a patriot. It was a break, and I knew that I was safe. Safe enough to tell him as much as necessary.
It shall be done, Lieutenant. This Corporal Chester is in room 613. Room 612 will be vacant all evening. Here's the key to it, Lieutenant. The door between the two rooms will be unlocked. Unfortunately, the walls are paper-thin.
5 minutes after Celeste had left that night, I was on the road to Paris. At the hotel, I went straight to room 612, let myself in. It was empty. Pitch black. There was no sound from 613. Celeste and Corporal Chester had probably gone to a cafe first. It might be a long wait. It was a long wait. And a hot one. The windows were closed. The room was stuffy. I stood there in the blackness, and the sweat poured down my face. And the minutes ticked by. Then, at last, the door to 613 opened. I pressed my ear against the wall.
Oh, at last.
Pierre was right about that wall. It was paper thin.
I thought we'd never get up here, darling, where I could kiss you. I've been wanting to kiss you all evening.
Oh, Alan.
The sweat was rolling down my face harder than ever.
I don't see how I'm ever going to be able to leave you, Celeste.
This is really our last meeting.
I'm leaving Paris tomorrow morning.
It is very hard to feel. Alan.
Yeah?
If I were not married, if Paul were not really my husband.
What's the use of saying it? He is your husband.
But what if I tell you he is not? What if I confess it is all a sham and mockery?
I wasn't sweating anymore. Now I was so cold I shivered.
I don't understand, Celeste. You mean he's only pretending to be your husband?
Marie, only pretending.
But why?
In order to trap you. He is an American, an officer in the OSS. He thinks you are an association.
The butt of my revolver was cold, too. My hand squeezed tight around it.
Is this true, Celeste? He actually thinks I'm a German?
Yes. And I think so, too. I know you are.
Celeste.
But I don't care. I would not have told you my secret if I did. I love you.
How long would you go on loving me if I were an enemy of France?
What is France to me? What is any country to any woman? I would love you no matter what you are.
All right, Celeste. You're right. I'm a member of the intelligence service of the Third Reich.
I twisted the knob, jerked open the door, and stepped into room 613.
Lieutenant.
Thank you for selling me out, mademoiselle. If you weren't a traitor, I might never have been sure about Corporal Chester. With a lamp on the table, the only light in the room, and it stood behind him. As I spoke, a swift movement of his arm sent it crashing to the floor. Now there was darkness again, enveloping all three of us. We all moved. We changed our positions swiftly, silently. None of us could speak without tipping off where we were. Neither Chester nor I could fire for fear of missing. So we circled the room. We waited for our eyes to grow accustomed to the dark. And then, he must have thought he saw me. He missed me. The bullet struck something near the door. But the flash of his gun was all I needed. I fired. And then on the third shot... It wasn't until old Pierre Chalon opened the door and light from the hall flooded the room that I saw what the late Corporal Chester's bullet had hit. It mistaken Celeste for me. She lay dead where she had dropped.
Ah, c'est dommage, Lieutenant. C'est dommage. In this war, even the innocent must die.
The innocent? She was a traitor, Pierre.
No, Lieutenant,
She
no.
deserved to die just as much as that rat over there.
But if that is so, then I should not have told her, Lieutenant. I am sorry.
You told her what?
She passed by the desk. I thought she was working with you. You did not mention.
Yes, but what did you say to her?
I said, all is well, mademoiselle.
What?
The lieutenant has arrived. He is in room 612.
Good Lord. Then she knew all the time. Then the only possible reason why she would have told him who I was to persuade him to confess who he was. She'd have been crazy to say what she did otherwise, knowing that I was listening.
Then she did not betray you.
No, Pierre. No, she didn't betray me.
Perhaps it was you she loved then, Lieutenant.
No, Pierre. It was France she loved. The rest was easy. In Corporal Chester's room, he found a list of names and code. We broke the code before dawn the next morning. And by that night, we had every Nazi agent in GI uniform corralled.
And once again, the report of another OSS agent closes with the words,
Mission accomplished.
Listen again next week to another true adventure from the files of the OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in tonight's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Lieutenant Ingalls was Chuck Webster, Celeste, Alice Frost, Corporal Alan Chester, Joseph Julian. Others were Carl Weber, Evelyn Juster, Jerry Jarrett, Louis Soren, Horace Bram, and Anna Karen.
The script was written by Ken Field, and music was under the direction of John Gart. Sound effects by Manny Siegel and John Powers. Engineering by Don Abbott. Tonight's OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This program was produced by Louis G. Cowan and Alfred Hollander under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
The sealed book.
Once again, the keeper of the book is ready to open the ponderous volume in which is recorded all the secrets and mysteries of mankind through the ages. All the strange and mystifying stories of the past, the present, and the future. Keeper of the book, what tale will you tell us this time?
What tale shall I tell you? I have tales here of every kind. Tales of murder, tales of madness, of dark deeds and events strange beyond all belief. Let me see. Yes, here's a tale for you. The strange and terrible story of 2 old ladies and how they tried to escape from their doom. I call the story Escape by Death. My story begins in a big, shabby old house in the country, fully a mile from any other habitation. In a large ground-floor room, which is both their bedroom and sitting room, Martha and Louise Abbott listen to the wind howl outside. Louise is an invalid, confined to a wheelchair. Martha, though able to walk, can only hobble a few steps at a time, so that to them the lonely house is almost like a prison.
Oh, listen to that wind, Louise. Oh, I do hate living out in the country like this. We're so isolated from everybody.
Oh, yes, Martha. It was so much nicer when we lived in our own house in the village.
Even if Roger and Hester are our nephew and niece, we should never have let them persuade us to move out here with them. Oh, what is it, Toby? Queenie? Oh, our mother's darling's hungry. Even Toby and Queenie don't like living here.
Yes, they do seem unhappy. Queenie hasn't been eating well.
Louise, it's very foolish for us to stay here with Roger and Hester. I think I hear Hester coming now. We'll tell her right away that we want to go back to our old home.
Here I am at last, Aunt Louise. Aunt Martha, I brought you tea and some cake I just made this afternoon.
Thank you, dear.
I have the Daily Sentinel for you. George Gibson just delivered it. I haven't even opened it yet.
Thank you. Roger, Louise and I have been talking things over. It was very kind of you to invite us to live here with you, but We were much happier living in the village. We want to go back.
But, Aunt Martha, it's much better for you here. Really it is.
Of course, you're just homesick, both of you.
And you'll get over it. Pretty soon you'll love the country as much as we do.
Now, we don't want to hear another word about your leaving us. We couldn't be happy thinking of you alone and helpless in the village. Come along, Roger. Let them drink their tea.
All right, Heston. See you both later.
Oh, I do wish they'd let us go back. There's no reason why we shouldn't.
You remember the teas we used to give? Mary Thompson came over every afternoon. It was so nice.
There's no reason we can't move back and give those teas again. We won't be alone or helpless either. With all the money Father left us, we can afford a dozen servants. Louise, we are going back. I've made up my mind.
Oh, Martha, I'm so glad.
Listen to Toby and Queenie. They're glad we're going back, too. Aren't you, you fat old darlings?
Oh, they understand you, Mother. They know we're not going to stay here much longer.
Of course they do. Well, now that's settled. Let's see what's in the Sentinel. Let's see now.
Oh, Martha, let's look at the obituary notices first.
That's just what I was turning to, Louise. Here we are.
Did anyone we know die?
Now, let me see. Yes. You remember Amos Wilson, don't you?
Yes.
He died 2 days ago.
Oh, poor Amos. He was about your age, wasn't he, Martha?
Certainly not. He was a good deal older.
Oh, Martha, look at this. Why, it says that Mary Thompson is entering the county home for the infirm.
The poorhouse? Oh, no, it can't be.
You can read it for yourself. Oh, that dreadful place. I'd rather be dead than in that home.
Poor Mary.
Martha, after we move back to the village, can't we have Mary come to live with us?
Yes, of course. Why, going to the poorhouse would be the death of her.
No, it can't be.
What can't be?
Read what it says there in the real estate column. The old Abbott mansion, owned by the Mrs. Martha and Louise Abbott, has been put up for sale by their nephew, Roger Clark.
What? Why, that must be a mistake. We never told Rogers to sell our house. Roger!
Now, Martha, we mustn't get excited.
But why should he want to sell our house? I don't permit it.
You calling me, Aunt Martha?
Yes, Roger. What's this in the Sentinel about our house being up for sale?
Oh, is it in the Sentinel? Oh, I'm so sorry.
It is a mistake, isn't it, Roger?
Well, no, Aunt Louise. But since the house isn't being used, I thought it would be a good idea to sell it.
But you had no right to put the house up for sale without telling me.
Now, don't get yourself excited, Aunt Martha. You don't want the house sold, I'll remove it from the market.
You must, Roger. We couldn't live if the house was sold.
All right. Now I'll take care of everything. Don't you worry. Everything's going to be all right.
I don't like it, Louise. I don't like it at all. Why should he try to sell it without telling us?
It does seem strange.
Louise, we must get in touch with Judge Morris at once. He's the administrator of Father's estate. He'll take care of everything for us the way we want it. I didn't like the look in Roger's eyes just now. I've always been suspicious of Roger, and if you want my opinion, he and Hester are up to something. Is Mother's beautiful Queenie hungry? Well, here's a nice piece of meat from the lovely supper Hester just brought us.
Oh, Queenie is hungry, Martha. She's got her appetite back since she learned we intend going back to the village.
Yes, she has, but where's Toby? I don't see him around any place.
He's probably in the kitchen. Martha, when are you going to speak to Roger and Hester again about our leaving?
And I'm waiting until we can get in touch with Judge Morris. He'll come get us whether Roger wants us to go or not. There's been something very strange about Roger's manner ever since we told him yesterday we didn't want to stay.
Martha, look. Queenie's ill. That meat you gave her, it's made her sick.
Queenie, what's the matter with Mother's darling?
Oh, Martha, there's something terribly wrong with her.
Queenie, what is it? Oh, Louise, what can we do?
Give her some water. Maybe that'll help.
Martha, she's fallen down. She's dead, Louise. Queenie is dead. Oh, no, she can't. But she is. Though she was perfectly all right until I gave her that meat.
She was so hungry, she just bolted it down. Oh, Martha, she must have choked on it. She's choked to death.
Did she? I'm not so sure.
Martha, what do you mean? What else could it have been?
She acted more as if she were poisoned.
Poisoned?
Yes, I'm sure of it. The meat was poisoned. That's why Queenie died.
But how's that possible?
It was poisoned because that meat was meant for us.
Martha, you don't mean that Roger and Hester...
Yes, Louise. Oh, I see it now. That's why they brought us out here. Why they won't let us leave. They're planning to kill us. They're after our money.
Oh, Martha, what are we going to do?
We've got to get in touch with Judge Morris right away. He'll save us.
But, Martha, how can we? The telephone is upstairs in Hester's room, and neither of us can climb stairs.
I know that. We've got to figure another way to reach him. Louise, our lives depend upon it.
All that night, the two old ladies, terror in their hearts, tossed and turned in an effort to think of a way of escape from the horrible trap in which they found themselves. In the morning, they thought they had discovered how to do it. When George Gibson, the rural mail carrier, came by, Louise called to him and gave him a frantic message to Judge Morris, which he promised to deliver. However, a few minutes later, encountering Roger, their nephew, George Gibson told him what had happened, and Roger managed to persuade him not to deliver the message. Then Roger hurried home to consult with Hester.
Roger, you say that while Martha was out here in the kitchen with me, Louise was giving George Gibson a message for Judge Morris?
Yes. And she seemed so excited that George stopped me on the road to tell me about it. Hester, I'm afraid they suspect.
Oh, no, they mustn't. We mustn't let them.
I should say not, after all the trouble we've gone to. We would ruin everything. We've got to quiet their suspicion somehow. We've got to make them like it here, so they'll be perfectly content to stay with us until they die.
And now to return to the story of escape by death, as it is written in the sealed book. For 24 hours, Martha and Louise have waited in trembling impatience for George Gibson to bring word that Judge Morris has received their frantic appeal for help.
Oh, Martha, where can George be? He's more than an hour late.
Well, he's probably just been delayed. Maybe the car broke down. He'll be here soon.
Yes, here he comes now. He's turning up the drive. Oh, Martha, I was so worried.
I told you he wouldn't fail us.
But there's Roger taking the mail from him. Suppose Roger doesn't let him see us. He might...
Louise.
What is it, Martha? What's wrong?
That isn't a much younger man. Now he's leaving. Roger's coming back in the house.
Martha, where do you suppose George is?
I don't know. I don't understand.
Perhaps he's sick today.
Shh. Here comes Roger.
Hello, Aunt Martha. Aunt Louise. Here's a magazine that came in the mail. I thought you might like to see it.
Thank you, Roger.
Why didn't George Gibson deliver the mail today?
Oh, you saw that there was a new driver. Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but yesterday afternoon, poor George was killed.
Killed?
Oh, no.
He had a bad accident as he was returning to the village.
An accident?
Yes. I'd rather not talk about it anymore now. It'll just upset you. Hester will bring you some supper soon.
Poor George.
Well, that means Judge Morris didn't get our message.
Oh, Martha.
Don't you see, Louise? That wasn't any accident. George was killed to keep him from going to Judge Morris.
Martha, you can't mean that Roger and Hester...
Yes, Louise, they'll stop at nothing to get our money.
But what are we going to do? We can't get a message to anyone. And they're poisoning our food. We haven't eaten a thing since poor Queenie died. We can't go on throwing the food away or we'll starve.
There's only one thing to do, food.
You mean to see if it's poison?
Yes. It's dreadful, having to risk poor Toby's life, but it's the only thing we can do. Here you are, Toby. A nice piece of meat for Mother's darling.
Oh, Martha, I get so frightened every time I see Toby eating something. I keep remembering Queenie. The dreadful way she died.
Now, Louise, we mustn't think of that. Here, Toby, dear.
Martha, why are you feeding Toby?
Well, he gets plenty to eat in the kitchen. He'll die of overeating if you aren't careful.
I've always fed Toby from my own plate. He expects it.
But, Aunt Martha, if you feed that meat to the cat, there won't be enough for you.
No. And if you're to get well, you need all that food. Now, I don't want you feeding Toby any more of it.
Here, Toby. Come on, boy. Come on. Come on out the kitchen there. Martha and Louise eat their supper.
Here you are, Aunt Martha. Aunt Louise, I've bought you your lunch. Doesn't it look good?
Yes, Hester. It's very nice.
Here, Toby. Here, kitty. Hester, have you seen Toby?
No, Aunt Martha, I haven't.
Oh, but where could he be? Toby's always on time for meals.
Oh, he's probably someplace around the house. Now, eat your lunch before it gets cold.
Oh, Martha, where can he be?
Toby'll be along in a few minutes. We won't touch a bit of this food until he's eaten some of it.
I do wish he were here. I'm so hungry.
Louise, don't touch a thing on that tray. It isn't safe.
Here, Toby. Here, kitty.
Good evening, Aunt Martha. Aunt Louise, how are you?
Good evening, Roger.
I have supper here for you, too. Why, Aunt Martha, neither of you ate your lunch. What's wrong?
We weren't hungry, Hester.
Have you found Toby yet?
No, I've looked everywhere for him, but he seems to have disappeared.
Oh, no.
Now, you mustn't worry. I'm sure he'll turn up all right.
Aunt Martha, you and Aunt Louise can't afford to miss meals in your state of health.
Certainly not. Now, we want you to eat everything that Hester's brought you.
Mm-hmm. You'll make us very unhappy if you don't. Now, please eat it while it's hot. Come along, Roger. I'll get you your supper.
All right, dear.
Did you hear what she said about Toby, Louise?
Yes. He's vanished.
Nonsense. They've killed him. You saw how angry they were last night when we fed Toby from our plates. They've killed him so he won't spoil their plans.
Oh, Martha, what are we going to do? I'm so hungry that my head spins and I'm dizzy.
I know, Louise. So am I. Oh, I hate them. I hate them.
We're leaving them our money and our wills. They'll get it soon enough.
why must they kill us? Because they're nothing but common murderers. I distrusted Roger from the minute Hester first brought him to our house.
Yes, it's his fault. He's changed Hester. She used to be such a sweet girl.
Oh, there was only some way to get word to the village, or to bring somebody here to help us. Louise, I have an idea.
What is it, Martha?
There's one way to bring people here.
What, Martha?
If we were to set fire to the house, somebody would be sure to see the flames.
Yes, of course. And then the fire company would come out.
Then we'd be able to tell them we'd be saved.
Oh, but Martha, Hester and Roger would put out the fire before it could get big enough to be seen.
Louise, I know a way we can prevent them from putting out the fire.
You do?
Yes, we can save ourselves, Louise. We can save ourselves.
Martha, why are you looking down the cellar stairs like that? Now, you should be in your room.
Certainly should. It's drafty out here in the hall. Now close the cellar door and go back to your room.
But I heard Toby crying. He's down in the cellar, and I won't go to my room until I get him.
But Aunt Martha...
Roger, just to put Aunt Martha's mind at ease, why don't you go down the cellar and see if Toby is there?
Oh, all right. But if you ask me, it's such a waste of time.
Please help him look for Toby, Hester. You'll find him so much quicker if you both look for him.
Aunt Martha... Oh, very well. But you go back to your room so you don't catch cold. Roger, do you see him?
Doesn't seem to be any place here in the cellar.
Now we'll see just how smart you are, trying to poison us. You won't stop us from escaping now. Let's get Louise. Louise, it worked.
You mean you were able to lock them in the cellar?
Yes, and with the door locked, they can't get out.
They found out they're locked in.
Now, don't you worry about it, Louise. I'll take care of everything.
What are you doing with that kerosene lamp, Martha?
Pouring the kerosene around the room so it will burn better. There. Are you ready to leave, Louise?
Yes, Martha.
Now strike a match and start the fire.
How quickly it's starting to spread.
Yes, we've got to leave. I'll push your wheelchair, Louise, and you try to help by rolling the wheels. Yes, Martha. We're coming along nicely. Good more, dear. Come on. Just a little bit more.
Martha, I do hate to do this.
Louise, you mustn't waste any pity on them. Even if they are our niece and nephew, they're nothing but common murderers.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Now, I'll just open the front door, and we'll be free. Now, roll the wheels a bit, Louise. And just a few feet more, and we'll be safe. Yes, that's it. There. Now we're far enough away from the house to be perfectly safe.
Oh, my. The whole house is on fire. Do you think they can see it in the village by now, Martha?
I'm sure they do. Now remember, Louise, when the fire company gets here, we don't know what happened to Roger and Hester. We just managed to get out ourselves.
Yes, Martha.
If we told them what we were forced to do to escape, we'd have to reveal that our own niece and nephew were poisonous, murderers. We don't want to disgrace the family name, Louise.
Oh, no, Martha, of course not. Look, Martha, look! The roof is going!
Oh, and here comes the fire engine. Louise, we're saved. We're saved. Good morning, Judge Morris.
Good morning, Miss Martha, Miss Louise. I trust you're well after that terrible ordeal last night.
Oh, we're feeling much better. Thank you, Judge Morris.
I know it'll be painful for you, but now that your niece and nephew are gone, we must plan for your future.
Oh, you don't have to bother, Judge. All we want to do is move back to our old house, hire a few servants, and live as we used to.
Yes.
And I was wondering if you could arrange to have Mary Thompson come live with us. I won't hear of her going to that dreadful home for the infirm. Why, the poorhouse would be the death of her.
Oh, no, we can't let her go there.
With all the money Father left us, there's no reason why she should.
Ladies, I'd hoped I'd never have to reveal the truth to you, but now it appears I must.
The truth? I don't understand, Judge.
Some weeks ago, the bonds in the trust fund your father left you became utterly worthless.
What?
Your nephew and niece were afraid the shock of learning you were penniless would be too much for you. So it was decided to keep the news from you. That's why the three of us persuaded you to move in with them. Your house here in the village had to be sold to meet the debts of the estate.
But that can't be. Father left us so much.
It's all worthless now. Perhaps I should have told you this a month ago. But your niece and nephew wouldn't hear of it. In spite of the fact that they had only Roger's salary to live on, they were determined to prevent you from ever learning of your misfortune.
Oh, but the deaths of poor Queenie and Toby, of George Gibson.
George Gibson?
Yes.
I'm afraid I don't understand. Surely you heard that he was killed. The tire blew out and his car turned over.
You mean he wasn't murdered?
Certainly not.
Oh.
You feeling well? Has my news been too much for you?
No.
Well, now that your niece and nephew are gone, there's no one to support you, I'm afraid there's only one thing left.
One thing left? What's that?
I'm sorry to say, believe me, I am. The county home for the infirm.
Oh.
The poorhouse.
That is the tale of escape by death, as it is written in the sealed book. Louise and Martha, because they could not believe that the death of their cat was an accident, convinced themselves that they were in danger of being killed, and in their frantic efforts to escape, ruthlessly destroyed their only protectors. Strange are the ways in which fate plays tricks on mere mortals. But the sound of the great gong tells me it's time to close the sealed book once more.
One moment, keeper of the book. What story from the sealed book will you tell us next time?
Next time? What kind of a tale would you like? A story of ghosts, of vampires, of werewolves howling in the night? A tale of dark plots and evil deeds? Of a strange fate overtaking the guilty? Let me see. I'll find one for you in just a moment.
And now, keeper of the book, have you found the story that you'll tell next time?
Yes, I found one for you. It's the amazing story of a woman's jealousy, so great that it would not let her lie quietly in her grave, but made her seek revenge even from behind the dark veil of death. I call it Death at Storm House.
Be sure to be with us next time to hear another strange and mysterious story from
The Sealed Book.
The sealed book, written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, is produced and directed by Jock McGregor.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Sam Spade Detective Agency?
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam, I'm so glad you called.
Why?
I don't know. I always am. Was it a good case, Sam?
I didn't like it.
Where are you?
Morgue, San Mateo.
Oh, was somebody killed?
Yes?
Well, do you know who did it?
Yep.
That's good.
No, that's bad.
Bad?
Believe it or not, F, I wish I didn't know who killed who.
I don't understand. Oh, Sam, you sound so downhearted.
Well, I'm sorry. I'll try to loosen up. Stay where you are, sweetheart. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the champion caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Before bringing you tonight's mystery, I'm going to take 28 seconds to tell you something that isn't a mystery. It's no mystery why so many millions of men, women, and children have well-groomed hair these days when America's favorite hair tonic, Wild Root Cream Oil, costs so little. Just 25 cents will buy you a get-acquainted bottle and show you how neatly and naturally Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair, how it relieves annoying dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Oh, Sam, I read the afternoon paper. I don't understand it either.
Stop that.
Really, after all this time, you'd think I'd be acclimatized to all kinds of human storms. I've got my pencil already. I'm myself again. I'm ready, Sam. Sam, date? Date August 7th, 1949. To whom, Sam?
Jack Manelli.
To Detective Lieutenant Manelli, Homicide Detail, San Mateo Police. From Samuel Spade, license number 137-596. Subject? Are you listening, Sam?
Subject, the champion caper. Dear Manelli. You were there for the end of it, and I was there for the start of it, which is in the reception office of Elliot Champion's brokerage house in San Mateo, and where I first met Mildred Champion. Remember that old salve, how a woman in love is always beautiful? When I went in, I had no idea she was in love and no idea she was beautiful. Not because she had lately been crying, but her sallow face without makeup, framed in a wisp of blonde hair, wasn't flattered by the shapeless black dress, cotton stockings, and low-heeled shoes she was wearing. Certainly not the going idea of beauty. Nor did her conversation reveal anything to indicate love.
Oh, yes. May I help you?
Mr. Elliot Champion, my name's Spade.
Spade. S-P-A-D-E?
You don't have to write it. He's expecting me.
Your business, Mr. Spade?
Private.
I'll have to have a little more than that, I'm afraid.
Always this hot here?
Mr. Champion can't stand fresh air.
Obvious.
That's what makes it so warm in here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is hot. Just flip the switch and tell him I'm here.
Well, what is it, Mildred?
I was just going out. Mr. Spade is here. Says you're expecting him. But I don't find him listed in your appointment book.
Don't be an idiot. Send him in. Send him in.
You may go in now, Mr. Spade.
He always like that?
He's nice today.
Sorry, Mildred. That's your name, isn't it?
His office is the first on the right.
Don't bother. I'll find it.
Thank you. I'll just go to lunch.
Mr. Champion?
Well, don't just stand there. Come in and shut the door. What I have to discuss with you is private. I don't want that snoopy niece of mine listening to our conversation.
She's out to lunch now. But does she listen in often?
All the time. Why?
She didn't know who I was.
I outsmarted her there. I called you from the drugstore on the corner. I don't want anyone to know who you are, why you're here. Oh, now, where did I put that lighter?
Behind the inkwell.
Oh, yeah. I'm a dangerous man to play games with. Joseph's found that out once, and if he keeps this business up, he's going to find it out again.
No games? You're dangerous.
Say, are you mocking me, Spade?
Just wondering what you're talking about.
I just told you got ears, haven't you? Joe Josephs is back in town, and I'm not going to fool around with him.
Mildred told me you were nice today.
Oh, she did she? Well, Mildred talks too much. That's what's the matter with her. She talks too much.
And you'd fire her, only she's your niece, and you'd have to pay somebody else 3 times what you pay her to take everything she has to take.
Get out of my office. Oh, no. Wait a minute, Spade. Oh, it's just hot, I guess.
Who has turned on the heat?
It's Joe Josephs. He was released from San Quentin this week. And I've been receiving telephone calls from him telling me to beware and to watch out and a lot of other nonsense.
What was he doing at San Quentin?
2 to 5 on an embezzling count. He's an ungrateful scoundrel, that's what he is. Why, I took him into my office as a junior executive, and 6 months later...
He got tired of the $20 a week you were probably paying him and decided to dip into the bin. Only he did a bad job, got caught, you testified against him, now he's out and he's sore, and he's threatening you.
And every time you yell cop around this town, there's always some snoopy reporter hanging around the sergeant's desk.
Ain't that the truth?
Listen, Spade, I've got $500,000 tied up in this business, and I don't want anybody thinking I might get knocked over by some loony with a grudge.
And that's why you didn't tell the police?
Don't you believe me?
It'll do for now. You'll think of something better.
Now, see here, impertinence is one thing...
25 a day and... No. That'll be 45 a day in expenses.
I want you to find Joe Josephs and bring him to me.
Nuisance warrant?
More than that. I've got enough stuff in that desk drawer to send him back to Quentin if I have to.
Oh, what kind of stuff?
Left over from his trial. It'll be grand larceny this time, and they don't stop at 5 years for that kind of thing.
You withheld evidence?
I withheld...
Get down! My back was only 8 feet from the window, and it came through from the other building across the court. The silencer either ruined the marksman's aim, or he was just a bad shot, because out of 6 tries, he didn't connect with a thing but the desk lamp and a wastebasket. By that time, Champion and I were both on the floor, Champion on top of me. I kicked out to get loose, and he kicked me back. I gave that up and twisted around for my gun. Across the court, a window was open about 6 inches, one corner of which was full of a dark-sleeved hand and a gun arm. I fired at it from what is known as number 6 position.
It's him! It's him! Get him, Spade! Get him, Spade! What do you think I hired you for?
I didn't bother to answer him. I went through the window, onto the fire escape, and over to the next building. I did more. I went in that building, which was apparently vacant, down the stairs, and started out the back entrance.
Hey,
Oh, sorry.
Shirley, watch it, will you? What's the big hurry?
Hey, he came out of this building. Which way did he go?
Who came out of what building?
This building, right here, just a second ago.
Here?
Yes.
Who?
Him.
Who?
The guy who just ran down
What'd
these
he look
stairs.
like?
Well, he was...
Well, what'd he look like? I say, what'd he look like?
Huh?
Who?
What?
Where?
Thanks.
Don't mention it, Curly, anytime.
I couldn't tell her what he looked like because I hadn't seen him. After a careful search of the building, which revealed nothing, I decided my suspect had eluded me for good, and I returned to the office of Elliot Champion. He was sitting on his green leather chair, wearing an expression to match.
Missed him, huh, Spade?
What does Josephs look like?
Oh, I've got a couple of snapshots here somewhere. Oh, yes, here.
Let's have a look. I was later to regret having those snapshots in my person. They showed a tall, thin-faced, haunted-looking guy, an old-looking 28, good face, shock of black hair, and dark eyes. I've seen plenty of cons, embezzler type, and he wouldn't have been cast in the part in my movie. There was nothing about him to indicate that he'd embezzled $2,000 or use a silencer on a gun. I dug 238 slugs out of Champion's wall and went down to the street.
Spade! Oh, Spade!
He was a heavy-set man in a dirty white Panama hat and seersucker suit that didn't fit him around the middle.
Hey, just a minute, Spade, just a minute.
He crawled out of a black sedan, jammed a cigar in his mouth, and began sweating. He needed a shave. He'd always need a shave.
Hot afternoon, ain't it? Yes, sir. Sure is hot. Sure is a hot afternoon. Here, my card.
Lemuel Drigger, Confidential Investigations.
Guess I should ought to have some new ones printed up, huh?
I guess you should order, Lem, and change the name while you're at it.
Huh?
Didn't the commissioner bounce you 9 years ago for rolling a pack before you did the booking?
Oh, let bygones be bygones, Spade. I'm in business for myself now.
How's business, Lem?
Punk.
Try another racket, Lem.
Spade, you been in to see old man Champion, maybe?
Maybe.
I was just going to go in to see him myself when I spot you pull up. I recognize you from the pictures in the paper last week. I figure maybe you and me ought to talk.
What did you figure you and me maybe ought to talk about, Lem?
Oh, you make it tough for a guy, Spade. We're in the same business, you know. What'd you go see him about?
So long, Lem.
Wait a minute. I'm an old gumboot, huh? A fat old gumboot who couldn't get a trick as a housekeeper or tailing a punk. Is that it? Okay, Spade, okay. You're full of vinegar now, but just you keep my card. You'll want to see Lem Drigger before it's all tied up. You'll want to see me.
Screw, Lem. But he was right. I did want to see him because when I got down to the Chronicle office and looked up a morgue on the Joe Josephs trial, the first thing that jumped out at me was the name Lemuel Drigger. Lemuel Drigger, private detective who had been employed when Mr. Champion had become suspicious of Joseph's account irregularities, and who, together with Mr. Champion, caught Josephs red-handed, and who willingly offered his testimony the same at the trial which convicted Joe Josephs to San Quentin for 5 years. The file also gave the name of Joseph's lawyer, a man named Anthony Spies. The phone book showed an apartment address on Geary.
That you, Aggie? Hold on a minute. I was just trying to get dinner over before you showed up, but I guess I'm late tonight. Who are you?
Mr. Spies?
That's right.
My name's Spade. I'm a private investigator. I'm trying to locate a former client of yours, a man named Josephs.
Come in. I was expecting Aggie, but come in.
Thanks.
I always fix my own dinner, poached egg and half. Ulcers. Name Spade?
Yeah.
Want an egg?
No thanks. I'm on duty.
Mind if I finish?
It's up to you.
Who's your client, Spade?
Elliot Champion. Joe Josephs is back in town, and he's been making telephone threats and throwing 38s around.
38, huh?
Mm-hmm. You know where he is?
Joe was a nice kid, but a calendar job. Born with one war going on, a depression on deck, and another war in the hole. Makes a difference. The calendar got him. Everything was against him at the trial, too. I couldn't do anything. He thought I let him down and told me so. He got real sore when they read the book at him. Threatened Champion and that private dick,
Lem Drigger.
Drigger and everybody else. Said he was railroaded.
You were his attorney?
I know, but he didn't have a chance in a million of beating that rap. He thought I ratted when I took the guilty plea in court's mercy, all for a lousy $2,000. Well, he's done his time and he's out now.
He hasn't gotten in touch with you?
Nope.
No threats?
Nope.
Ever write to you from prison?
Nope.
Any idea where he'd be in town?
Nope.
Is it possible he has a mother?
Nope.
Then I guess I leave you to Aggie.
We play records. Aggie used to be a violinist.
Well, it's up to her.
Spade.
Yeah?
If you find Joe, tell him where I live. I'd like to see him.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe I just want to see what 5 years in the pen does to a kid like that.
Yeah. I'll bet you do. Yeah?
Is this you, Mr. Spade?
Who's this?
This is Mildred Champion. Remember me in my uncle's office?
I remember.
Mr. Spade, you're looking for Joe, aren't you? Well, I know you are. You don't have to answer me. I think I can help you find him. I must talk to you right away before something terrible happens. Please come out to the house before something terrible happens. It's right in the corner.
I got out to the house as fast as I could, but not before something terrible had happened.
Spade!
The front door was open and all the lights were on, and Elliot Champion was lying at the foot of the stairs in the front hall, holding his lapel as if it would get away from him.
Spade, don't touch me. Don't try to move me. It's in my lungs somewhere, and I never thought.
It didn't look like there'd be much use, but I beat it up the stairs to the hall phone to call emergency ambulance.
Hello?
What the?
This is Joe. So you hired a private eye to look me up, huh? Well, he'll never find me, but I'll find you. Yeah, Mr. Champion, I'll be seeing you real soon.
I didn't get it then, but I got it a second later. I grabbed for the banister, missed, and hit the top railing. A pair of hands held me up long enough to go through my pockets and then let me go, and that's the last thing I remember.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children too. And now, back to the Champion Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
The neighbors had complained of gunshots, which was fortunate for me. I still might have been lying at the bottom of those stairs in Champion's house, Lieutenant, if you hadn't walked in, applied first aid, asked me my name, and listened to my story. You considered the threatening phone call after my client's death as a cover-up and promptly sent out a general alarm on Joe Josephs. I took an aspirin and a taxicab for home. Halfway uptown, I discovered the pictures of Joe Josephs were missing from my wallet. And that is why I was absent at the medical examiner's inquest this morning. Instead of going home, I went out to San Mateo, jimmied the lock of Champion's office, and violated City Ordinance number 352B. My dead client's desk revealed one important item. An income tax voucher dated August 17, 1944, noting him delinquent. Then I found another important item, same for 1943. His secretary's desk was even more interesting. What I found there led me to, 1, call her home. Result, no answer. And 2, to revisit Attorney Spieser. I found him poaching another egg.
All right, I'm here. It's late, Aggie. What's the idea? Unless it's Beethoven, I don't... Oh, Spade.
Aggie ever show?
Yeah, left early. Has to work tomorrow.
Oh, it's too bad.
What's with you? Still looking for Joe?
Yep.
Any leads? Wish I could help you, Spade.
Elliot Champion was shot and killed in his home tonight.
No.
That all you have to say?
Joe do it?
Maybe.
Well,
You don't seem scared for a mouthpiece Joe didn't like.
if you mean should I be next, no. I'm not scared, Spade. The kid should realize by this time I liked him and did all I could.
You've been here all evening?
Aggie?
Could you prove it?
Yep.
You may have to. Did you know Mildred Champion was married to Joe Josephs?
Yeah. How'd you know? It's a secret.
I found this marriage license in her desk drawer.
Nosy, huh?
I found something else. Champion didn't pay his income taxes all the time.
A lot of people are like that, Spade. Me,
Lem Drigger testified against Joe at the trial, so did Champion. Mildred worked in the office, but she didn't testify.
Wife can't testify against husband. Real good story, Spade. But what about Joe?
Champion had something on Lem Drigger, and Drigger had something on Champion. Joe's in between. You tell me, huh?
Huh?
All right, I'll tell you. It's all about a green kid hired into a brokerage firm to be framed on a phony embezzling charge to cover up a tax delinquency. You want to finish it?
I can't. I don't know it.
You've got ideas, though.
Yeah, Spade, you're right. I've got ideas. And all of them make me sick inside. That kid stood there and told me he was innocent. He said it 1,000,000 times if he said it once. And he told me he thought Champion was short with the income tax people.
And if Champion was short, he could phony up a book and get a worn-out private detective like Drigger to testify that there'd been a fraud, and Joe takes the rap.
If that's what happened, they did it pretty good.
Did you mention anything like this at the trial?
Surmise is not admissible. There was no way to investigate it and no way to prove it. Joe was a nice kid, Spade, and he told a good story. I've been fooled a lot of times. What do you think?
I haven't met him yet.
All right, he's done his 5 years. He came out, and now they want him for killing the man who sent him up. His whole life's gone. And for what? Spade, I hope you don't find him. I hope nobody ever finds him.
But we did find Joe Josephs, Lieutenant. He was right under our noses all the time. When I called you, you told me to come on down to the morgue of the county hospital. We both stood and looked at Joe Josephs.
It's a funny thing, Sam. We had an alarm out for an hour on this guy. We've been looking all over for him, and he turns up right here. Only he's dead. He's been dead since last night about 7.
7? Same time Champion was killed.
TB. Just got the whole story. Had it awful bad in prison, on a sick ward his last 2 years.
Yeah.
Wanted out awful bad. When his time was up last week, he made him release him. But he wound up here, died in the hospital. He looks awful young to be a con and all. I don't know, Sam. He's just a kid, isn't he?
Up until then, you had some kind of case against Joe Josephs. But when the medical examiner reported that my client had been shot with a .32, the rest of it began to fall into place. Lem Drigger's office was a dirty room over a shoe repair shop on Mission Street. The glass in the door hadn't been washed in 5 years, and neither did anything else. You could hardly tell where the office left off and Lem began.
Oh, hello, Spade. I've been waiting for you. I thought you'd get over for some talk.
What made you think that, Lem?
Well, you're here, ain't you?
All right, let's make talk. Did the silencer ruin your gun?
Huh?
Come on, I want it all.
Hey,
You phoned tonight after Champion was killed. You've been phoning him right along saying it was Joe.
No, just a minute, Spade. We're in the same racket.
And you shot at him with a silencer on your .38 this afternoon to make it look real good.
You can't prove anything. I didn't kill him.
One slug out of your gun will match that up. Every cop carries a .38. You were a cop once.
Now, Spade, you got this all
you
wrong.
You him because you thought he'd called you in for protection. He'd called you in once on another job.
Listen, I know what you're thinking,
and
but
business was so bad you had to drum it up, didn't you? Josephs was released from prison, and it was a natural, only it didn't work. Champion called me instead, and you tried to shake me down.
Well, I only thought we could kind of work together. Make it a good thing.
I told you once you should try another racket. But you didn't take my advice. Now you're going to have to.
What do you mean?
Because your license will be revoked pretty quick. You got into a lot of trouble about 2 minutes from now.
I did? I was right here. What are you trying to...
I swore out a complaint on you for assault and battery.
Hey, wait a minute. I ain't done nothing to you. Champion's dead, and
yes,
I tell you
did, Lem. You tried to strike me, and I had to defend myself. And I did make out a complaint, Lieutenant. I phoned your office, and 2 of your men were on the way out to pick him up when I heard a footstep outside the door. I knew who was there and what she was there for, and I did the only thing I could think of at the moment. And it was lucky I did it. Her own .32 was in her hand when she came in the door. She looked at me, and Lem's smoking gun in my hand, looked at him stretched out on the floor, then she looked back at me, and the gun fell from her hand, and she began to cry. Hello, Mildred.
I wanted to do it. I came here to do it.
I know.
Why? Why did you?
To stop you.
Why?
My bullets went into the ceiling. He's just knocked out.
No, he ought to be dead. Dead.
No. Not anymore, Mildred.
You tricked me. You knew I was coming here. And you know he should die. You know it.
That won't bring Joe back.
How many real tramps have you met in your life, Mr. Spade?
Lots. And some who just thought they were.
Well, you met the genuine product yesterday. My uncle, for example. He stole money from himself and made it look like Joe did it.
I know about that.
And this one? Why didn't you let me kill him, too? Why?
Oh, easy.
When I went over to see him in the hospital the first time, I knew he was dying. He had that look in his eyes, helpless. And he knew what they'd done to him, and he couldn't do anything about it.
But you figured that you could. So you killed your uncle when you found out Joe died, and you came here to kill them.
They killed him. They killed Joe and they sent him to prison. 5 years I waited for him to get out of that awful place. I waited to hold him in my arms and tell him it was all over. 5 years I waited to help him forget his hate, my hate. 5 years I loved him so much every day.
Oh, easy.
And then he came back to me the way he did. Those pictures were all I had left of him after 5 years of waiting, loving him. Now he's dead. What can you or I or anybody do about what they've done to him? Look at me, Mr. Spade. Go ahead, look at me. I'm not what you'd call beautiful. I'm not even very pretty. Nobody would ever look at me twice. Well, Joe looked at me, and he loved me. Now he's dead, and I'm dead inside. I'm dead inside, and I'll be glad when I'm dead outside.
Period and a report.
Oh, Sam, they were so unhappy.
Yeah. Add a notation that I won't be around for the coroner's inquest.
Sam, you can't do
This
that.
report, when duly notarized, should be admissible as testimony. I want to get out of town for a few days. Sour ragged.
And now, listen to this. Later this evening, if you happen to stroll down to the corner for cigarettes or ice cream, why not also pick up some Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic? Your whole family will like the way Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. And ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Well, here it is, Sam. Didn't make any mistakes.
Of course you didn't.
Are you really serious about getting out of town for a few days?
I am?
The world's too much with you, huh, Sam?
Effie.
Well, I know it's poetry, Sam, but it seems kind of appropriate right now. I don't care if she did kill those two men. I feel sorry for her.
What's that got to do with poetry?
Well, it's kind of poetic justice.
Oh.
Why did she dress the way she did in that black dress and low heels?
A form of penance, I guess. Of mourning, of absence of her missing lover. Yeah, no. Look, you'll have to type it all over if you keep that up.
But, Sam, it's all so beautiful and tragic.
Yeah.
And you watched it all happen with such understanding. I'm so proud of you. Oh, Sam.
Come on now, come on. Dry up and go home.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade was written for radio by E. Jack Newman. Music was directed by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee and Pierre Garrigang. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. This is Dick Joy reminding you to get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie, keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Charlie. Get Wild Root right away. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape to the waterfront of Havana and to an underworld where men live and sometimes die by a bizarre code of their own. As Burnham Carter tells it in his exciting story, Night in Havana. Something was wrong. Halfway up the street of Pious Works that evening, I realized that something was wrong. None of the regulars were to be seen. Assuredly, something was wrong. But what? And then I remembered that since I had decided to live an honest life, it was really no concern of mine. As I came abreast of the Why Worry restaurant, I saw the Dutchman, Maru, who owned a cabin cruiser and who was, consequently, a man of some prominence in the smuggling trade. He was standing on the weighing machine near the door, slapping it with his big hands.
Tio, you have a penny?
A penny? See, here.
Thanks. 193 pounds. When I reach 195, I'll switch from beer to coffee. When I hit 190, I go back to beer.
It's like the rise and fall of the tide in Havana Harbor.
2 pounds of beer to go. If you're headed for the Cafe Mosca, I'll join you.
Well, bueno. Hey, come along.
Tio, got a few dollars to lend me?
I have not seen any money in weeks. I was hoping to find a purchaser for my gun this evening.
Oh, Tio, you're kidding. You're going to sell your gun?
See?
How will you live?
Honestly.
Honestly,
Maru,
you...
Please, you are attracting attention. Quiet, you have attracted attention. Quiet.
What?
The police, Lieutenant Molina, across the street.
Oh, here they come. Who's that with him?
Sergeant Ortiz, newly promoted, very ambitious, and... No, I missed the highlight game last night, Maru. I remained at home and read instead.
You, stand where you are.
Why, it is Lieutenant Molina and Sergeant...
Search these ones, Sergeant.
Nothing, Lieutenant. This one conceals nothing.
You see, I lead a dull and peaceful life.
I see that you do. Use your handkerchief, Tio. Your lips bleeding. They seemed upset.
I bear them no ill will. They have a hard life, too. Still bleeding, huh?
Yeah. You can doctor it at the Cafe Mosca.
They must have been told to get someone for something.
You know, I held my breath doing that frisk. I was afraid you might be carrying your gun.
Oh, I was? But when I saw them coming toward us, I put it in your pocket.
Oh.
May I have it now, please?
Here. That is not what I would call honorable, Tio.
Maru, there is so little honor in this world that one is just not able to toss it about indiscriminately. Tell me, does my lip look bad?
It's beginning to swell.
Amalia will be very upset.
Amalia? Who owns the Mosca?
Yes, we are betrothed.
No, I did not know that. Congratulations.
Gracias.
Come. I buy you a beer. Come on, step up to the bar.
Later, perhaps. Thank you, but now I must see Amalia.
Tio, little one. Oh, Tio, your lip.
Oh, there's nothing, Amalia. Nothing. The police were in a petulant mood. There is nothing.
The police, yes. They were here. Lieutenant. Wait, he gave me his card. Yes, Lieutenant Molina.
Tell me, did he mention the cause of all this ill feeling?
An American tourista. A very rich one. A very gay one. She has been robbed.
And so soon after the police chief let it be known that American tourists were not to be robbed.
Si.
Amalia, what did she lose?
An emerald. An emerald of great size.
Oh.
She had it in her purse, left the purse in the Cafe Diablo. Tio, you had nothing to do with this matter, did you?
Oh, no, my fair one, nothing. I wish I had.
You promised, Tio, you promised.
I know, but Amalie, it's not easy to be honest. I would have been honest years ago. Could I have earned money at it?
Little one, listen to me. After each of your transactions, they have kept you in the jail. It is like my account books. One malefaction, one payment in jail.
See.
Now you owe them nothing. There are no debts.
But you have a debt. The mortgage of $2,100 on this cafe.
Oh, let that be. Little by little we shall pay it.
But there is my pride to consider, my dove. To this marriage, you bring the Cafe Mosca. I bring nothing.
Ay, Tio. You bring your love. Is that nothing?
Oh, in your eyes it is much, see, but in the eyes of the bank, it's nada. Who is this American tourista who carries emeralds in her purse? Huh?
Oh, Mrs. Turner. She is here with her husband. They have great wealth. They came from Miami in their own cruiser. It is called the Seabird, and it is almost as large as Maru's. Tio, promise me you will not become involved.
I promise that if I do, it will be within the law.
Oh, little one, I beg
It will be within the law. I swear it to you. Did Lieutenant Molina mention a reward?
No. He said that if I acquired information concerning the emerald, I was to inform either him or Mr. and Mrs. Turner at the Hotel Flores.
Well, perhaps it would be best to learn whether there is a reward and of a size sufficient to warrant time and effort. I am going to see Senor Turner, Amalie.
Tio, little one, I am afraid.
Oh, there is nothing to fear. An honest man need never have anything to fear. Let me have Lieutenant Molina's card, my dove. It may help me to impress the Americans.
Yes?
Senor Stern.
Yeah?
I am Lieutenant Molina of the secret police. My card.
Well, come in, Lieutenant Molina. Tell me, is there another detective with that name? It seems to me that...
Well, it is a common patronym, like in your country, Smith.
Yeah. Well, have you found the emerald?
Regrettably, senor, no. But I would like to talk about it.
Well, I'll call my wife. She's the one who lost it. The knucklehead. Lucille!
Here I am. Don't yell so, Ducky.
This is Lieutenant Molina of the secret police.
It is a great honor, senora.
You see that, Ducky? It's just my hand.
I saw. Now, sit down, Lieutenant. You care for a drink?
No, thank you. Not while on duty.
Well, what's on your mind, Lieutenant? My wife and I have a dinner date
It has
tonight.
occurred to us, the chief and I, that although we will, of course, eventually catch the thief, it will take some time. You understand, there are 1,000 rat holes and rats of many nations and much cunning.
We don't have much time. Mrs. Sterner and I are leaving Havana tomorrow afternoon.
And that brings me precisely to my point. The matter of a reward.
Oh, no. Not another nickel. If I can't grease the wheels with $750, they just won't be greased. I'm a reasonable man, Lieutenant, but I'm no sucker.
Of course you are not. 750.
Ducky, I'm sure the lieutenant knows his business. If he thinks the reward ought to be boosted, then boost it. I want that emerald back.
Now, look, Lucille,
Would
I don't...
1,000 be better, Lieutenant?
Oh, indeed it would, senora.
Then offer 1,000, Ducky.
You see, senor Sterner, whether I go between...
Yeah, I know how it works. Okay, call it 1,000.
$1,000? It would not pay the mortgage on the Cafe Mosca, of course, but considering that virtue is said to be its own reward for being, it was handsome. I spent the next 2 hours seeking knowledge of the emerald, but the activities of the police had forced the best of the regulars into hiding, and I learned nothing. And then, as I was walking along the street of souls in the old city, a voice spoke to me from the darkness of the gateway to the ancient convent known as El Corazon.
Tio Martinez.
Your servant, senor.
Got a matter we'd like to talk to you about.
We?
Him and me.
Oh, your pardon. I could not see your friend in the shadows.
We got a mutual acquaintance. Georgie Young.
Georgie Young? Oh, see. I have not seen him since the profitable years of Prohibition.
Before we left Miami, he said to look you up if we ever needed someone to work an angle. He gave us this letter of introduction.
Oh, thank you. Strike a match, please.
Yeah.
A little closer, please. Dear friend Tio, these muchachos are okay. I have a deal with them, just like in the old days. Georgie. Well, you know my name. What is yours?
Moore, Gus Moore.
My name's none of your business.
Stop it, Leo, will you? His name's Leo Walsh. We only been here in Cuba a little while.
You said that you needed somebody to work an angle.
Yeah. We got a shipment on the Florida coast, just beyond Key West. We want it brought here tonight. There's 400 rifles.
Please. I am not interested in the nature of your cargo. You tell me that you are importers, and that is all an honest man need know.
Yeah.
Is it George Young who provides you with the merchandise?
Oh, yeah.
Just like in the old days. It can be done, gentlemen, but it will cost money, of course. $1,500.
That's highway robbery. Let me rough him up a little.
Stop it, Leo, will you? Okay, Martinez, $1,500. Cash on delivery.
Half of it now.
$300 now.
I'm sorry, no.
Well, that's all the cash we have.
How do you propose to get more?
How much is this worth?
The American Turistas Emera.
Huh?
What's so funny?
Oh, just the ways of fortune. I'm sorry you will not understand.
You talk too much.
Yeah. See, one of my great failings.
I can fix that.
Cut it out, Leo. Well, how about it? That rock's worth more than $1,200.
Oh, much more. But the question is, what can one unload it for? Tell me, how did you acquire this? Huh?
Oh, a dame I picked up at a bar while the husband was dead drunk. Well?
I will make the arrangements. You give me $300 on the emerald.
Yeah, you get the $300 now as a binder. I'll hand you the stone when you've delivered.
Very well, I agree. Now, you listen carefully to me. You will both meet me at the Cafe Mosca at 11 o'clock. Mm-hmm. We shall drive from there to a certain beach where we pick up the boat. Is that clear?
Yeah. Leo will meet you.
And you?
Oh, I'm staying at Havana. I got to make arrangements for the truck. I'll meet the boat when it comes back and hand over the emerald. Just tell me where.
The beach at Marianao. There's a dirt road. You cannot miss this. Now, 3 hours to Key West, 15 minutes to load, 3 hours back to Cuba. Mm-hmm. The boat will arrive at Marianao by 5 tomorrow morning. Is it well?
Yeah. Here's your $300.
Much thanks, senor.
You know what I do to chappies who talk too much?
Stop it, Leo, will you? He'll meet you at the Mosque at 11.
It will be my pleasure. Well, is that coffee you drink, Maru?
Oh, sit down, Tio. Sit down. Yeah, it's coffee, all right. I hit 195 a half hour ago.
Well,
what's up?
If you are not too busy tonight, there's a little shipment to be moved in from Key West.
Oh, how much?
$1,000 for you.
And for you?
Only 100.
Go on. What do you think? I'm stupid?
Oh, you are a devil. One can hide nothing from you. Very well, I receive 150.
You.
Is it a deal?
What time do we leave?
Around 11.
I'll have the boat ready just off Guanabaco. You know the dock, sir?
Yes.
Brings 1,000 with you.
I will give you the 1,000 tomorrow, soon after we return.
Bring it with you, or we do not even leave. Well?
I will bring it with me.
Good. Have some coffee.
No, gracias. It is necessary now to see Amelia. Until 11, then.
Until 11.
Theo, I was worried, little one. You were gone so long.
Oh, I had much business to transact. Oh, Amelia, I am working on a deal, a very big deal. So big that I need $1,000 to swing it.
Theo.
See, I have 300 and I need 700 more. Amelia, will you lend it to me?
I have but 800 in the whole world.
Well, lend me 7. Oh, if this deal proceeds as planned, Amelia, you and I will be married this week, and then I shall settle down as an honest cafe keeper.
Theo, for that I would give all the money there is.
Where is this boat? I don't see it.
Impatient, Senor Walsh. It's the end of the dock.
A dock, he calls it. Some crummy
No,
dock.
quiet, please. Maru.
Here, Tio.
Captain Maru, this is Senor Leo Walsh.
Uh-huh. Yeah. You, have some money, Tio?
Here. $1,000 as agreed. Senor Walsh will guide you to the exact spot at Key West. And, gentlemen, I wish you both a good journey.
Save your wishes for somebody else. You're coming with us.
No. I make it a point never
I
to...
say you are, so does this.
I have a repugnance for guns between associates.
And I don't trust people who talk so much. You're coming with us. Now get in.
I shall do as you say.
All right, now you, Skipper.
Thank you.
Some tub.
You'll never see a faster one.
How fast?
40 knots.
All right, shove off. How come you're so quiet, big mouth?
Oh, I was just thinking. I was thinking that the life of honesty contains almost as much interest as the kind I have formerly led.
In just a moment, we will return to Escape. But first, a favorite program with CBS listeners who want to keep abreast of the times is the News Report by Alan Jackson, broadcast every Sunday morning over most of these same CBS stations. Jackson is one of CBS's ace reporters who has covered important world events in New York, London, and Berlin. Now stationed in CBS Washington News Bureau, Alan Jackson brings you the news in a clear, informed manner that has become a CBS tradition. Remember to listen this Sunday to Alan Jackson and the News, a regular CBS feature.
Tune in this fall for the shows that you love best of all. Listen carefully, here's the address. It's CBS.
And now back to Escape and the second act of Night in Havana.
In 3 hours, we were passing through the Florida Keys. Maru had no difficulty in following Senor Walsh's directions. There was a place where a finger of land got into the water, an old rum runner's landing base, which I remembered well. A truck was waiting, and 3 men who came forward as we tied to the dock of rotting planks. Senor Walsh spoke to them briefly, and in 10 minutes the heavy crates were on board and we were off again, clearing the land quietly at a low speed and then roaring into the open.
Come on, pour it on.
I'm giving it full throttle now. Relax, Sonny.
Listen, squarehead.
You talking to me?
Who else? I don't like for you to call me Sonny.
I do it because you're so bright.
How would you like a third eye?
Senor Walsh, Maru, enough. Carry this as far as you please once we are on shore, but until then...
Yeah, we will go into it further after we
I led them to the squabbling, stretched out on the bench in the cockpit, my head on my arms, gazing into the sky, and soothed by the powerful hum of the engines, so steady that they were in themselves a sort of silence. I thought of Amalia, and how soft and comfortable she was, and that we were both at the right age for marriage. Steady people who knew that what we had was worth a dozen romantic flights to the moon. And I thought of how now there would be a little money for the raising of the mortgage and the Café Mosca. And then I dozed. And then...
What's the matter? How come you cut the motor?
Shut up. Tio, are you awake? Do you hear it?
See. Where are your binoculars?
Binoculars? What are you looking for?
Coast Guard.
Where are we, Maru?
About 2 miles off the coast between Matanzas and Havana.
I see them. They're to the west, about the same distance south. What is the time?
4:20. Sun will be up in less than 2 hours. Which way are they heading?
I cannot... Wait. There's a searchlight. They see us.
They were tipped off. They were looking for us. Somebody talked. Martinez?
Shut up.
It's radar. They're also equipped. I have heard that. They come toward us.
Dump the cargo. When they come, we've been fishing.
No, every cent I got is tied up in those boxes.
I said dump the gun.
And I said no. We'll run for it. This boat's faster than that one.
At this angle, they have us cut off from the open sea. If we go west, we pass Havana. If we go east, Matanzas. As soon as we move, the radio for help, we call.
And I said we'll run for it. Now take the wheel, fat boy, and pour it on. But on. They're moving fast.
I command you.
No, you don't. This does. Get back to the wheel.
Careful, Maru. Careful. He's frightened.
Put away your gun, Sonny.
Stand where you are.
I said... Shoot me, will you?
Enough, Maru, enough. His spine has cracked like a banana stalk. Enough, I say.
Gio, I hurt bad.
Lie down here. Let me see.
Well?
Ugly, Maru. Very ugly.
Help me to the wheel.
Yeah.
Then drop the dinghy and roll to shore. I try to make it back to Key West.
You need care immediately. We'll both go to shore in the dinghy.
But my boat's a Coast Guard.
I will turn it out to sea and set the throttles. She'll give them a run for their money.
But once they overtake us, they'll find the cargo. They know the boat is mine.
One step at a time, Maru. At the moment, we will do as I say. First, we feed Senor Wharf to the fishes. Then the dinghy goes over the side. Then you and I. I landed the dinghy only a short distance below the place where I'd left the car. Before 5:30, Maru was in good hands, and I was at the Flores Hotel, knocking at the door of the suite occupied by Senor and Senora Stern. At that moment, I would have surrendered all thoughts of profit for this night's labor in return for assurance that only Amalia's $700 would not be lost.
Lieutenant Molina, this is a sweet time.
I give you 1,000 apologies, Senor. Only an emergency forces me to do this. We can't get your emerald now. Do you understand?
Yeah, sure, but...
Only we need your cruiser. You must come with me in your cruiser. And now, I assure you it is our only chance. There is no danger, Senor.
All right, I'll get dressed.
I'll be waiting for you across the street in the black touring car. You come quickly, wear dark clothes, bring the money. But quickly, Senor, quickly.
Where are we going?
We are bound for the beach called Marianao.
I never heard of it.
Has a wooden pier. Should be just about light enough to distinguish. We arrived at... Hey, you have brought the cash.
Yeah. How much do I have to pay?
The maximum, Senor, $1,000. They would not do it for less. I am sorry.
No, it's okay. I didn't think you could keep him down even to that. Am I on course?
Yes, exactly on course. We are almost there. I think that you had better give me the money now.
Yeah, it's in my right hip pocket, Lieutenant. Help yourself.
Much thanks. Senor, I am sorry that our regional laxity in guarding the possessions of your wife has put you to all this trouble.
No, forget it. It's one piece with the rest of the trip. I've had a lousy time.
Oh, I am most sorry. We naturally prefer to have the touristas love Cuba.
No, it's not your fault. I was mostly too drunk to see any of it.
I have always tried... Senor, there is more than $1,000 in this pocket. There is 1,100.
Oh, yeah. I meant to tell you. The 1,000's for the emerald, the other 100's for you, for all of your courtesy and attention.
Oh, regulations forbid me to accept, Senor. But since it would be discourteous, much thanks. We are past Caminitas now, I think. Yes, there's the dock at Maranao. Hey, let me take the wheel.
There's someone on shore is blinking a light there. 3 times.
I have noticed.
Hey, what are you doing? Heading out to sea?
No. I will back in. So. And now comes the most important part, Senor. Now, when I bring the boat to a halt at the dock, you must take the wheel and keep your hand on the throttle with the motor running. And when I say to you, now, you throw in the clutch and full speed ahead. Do you understand me, Senor?
Well, sure, but why? It's all arranged, isn't it?
Si, it is arranged, and this is the most crucial part of the arrangement.
Okay, whatever you say, Lieutenant.
All right, you take the wheel. Now remember, keep your hand on the throttle.
Don't forget easy.
Here comes my man along the dock now. Remember, when I say now.
Go ahead, let's get this over with.
Senor Moore?
Martinez?
Si, everything has gone well.
Where's Watch?
At the wheel.
Oh, good. Throw me a line. I'll get my boys to start unloading.
First, before you tie us up, we will conclude our affair, huh? You have the emerald for me?
Oh, yeah. Here, take it.
Good. Much thanks. Here is our cable. Make fast the boat, huh?
Yeah, I got it.
Now, senor, now! Lie down on the deck.
What?
But quickly, you will not be surprised forever. Lie down, stay there.
Well, I don't understand.
I think we'll soon be out of range.
You lead an interesting life, Molina.
It has its moments.
When I saw you hand him the cable, I was sure I'd rip the stern off her as soon as I gave it throttle.
Well, senor, I took the precaution to untie it on our side first. Look, the sun is rising. Senor, do you know of any satisfaction to compare with that accompanying a good job well done? 3 days later, I was sitting at a table in the Cafe Moscow with Maru. His wounds still trouble him, and he had lost much weight. A matter he was remedying as quickly as he could.
2 more beers.
Better make it 3. Visitor porches. No. Don't turn your head. It's Lieutenant Molina.
Oh, they found my boat.
You are ready with the story?
It was stolen while I was ill. I know nothing of it.
Bueno. I will testify to it. No, Maru. I have lost my taste for reading. I now spend most evenings at the highlight games, and I find
Captain
that
Maru? Yeah? The Coast Guard has found a boat that belongs to you. Do you have so many that one may be lost without your feeling the necessity of reporting it?
I've been ill. I've not been down to the harbor these 3 days.
I have a question to ask.
Ask it, then.
They found several large crates on board.
They did?
Do you know what we discovered in them? Scrap metal.
Scrap metal? I use it for ballast. Careful, beer?
See, to celebrate my wedding, which occurs this afternoon.
So I have heard. You are going to lead an honest life, Tio?
See. I have been experimenting with it, and I find that it suits me.
Well, keep it confidential. Otherwise, the budget for the police department may be cut to the bone.
Goodbye, Lieutenant. Go with God.
You heard what he said? The crates contain scrap metal.
I'm not surprised. In a note my friend Georgie Young sent to me, he wrote that he was in on a deal just like in the old days.
Huh?
Well, in the old days, he sold many a bootlegger barrels of whiskey which contained only water. In that way, you see, he did not break the law and may be said to have earned his money honorably. As I may be said to do, too.
You call owning a cafe earning money honorably?
Well, it depends on the clientele.
Huh?
And in that respect, Maru, perhaps it would be better, after the wedding, of course, if you took your custom elsewhere.
Suppose I tell you that from now on, I will be as honest as you yourself. Will you let me patronize this bar?
Oh, gladly, Maru. But, of course, I will be doubly watchful of the cash register.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Night in Havana by Burnham Carter, adapted for radio by Walter Brown Newman. Featured in the cast were Tony Barrett as Tio, Alan Reed as Maru, and Janet Nolan as Amelia and Mrs. Sterner. Also heard were Ted Von Eltz, Bill Conrad, Jeff Corey, and Jack Webb. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week...
You are tortuously worming your way inch by inch through a narrow pipe deep under the ground, unable to turn back, not knowing what lies ahead. Possible death or escape.
Next week, we escape with William Corcoran's grim story, The Blue Wall. Good night, then, until the same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. Young and old benefit by the Community Chest Red Feather Services. When you make your contribution this year, you'll be helping to support the Boy and Girl Scouts, the YMCA, and the YWCA, child guidance clinics and day nurseries. So give generously to the Red Feather Services. Stay tuned now for Sing It Again, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. When it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race.
Say the way you wake up has an important effect on the whole of your day. Coming awake peacefully sets you off to a relaxed, poised beginning. So I came out of my nocturnal fog to the sound of...
Now, listen, you're going to talk to him if I have to beat your brains? Oh, now, look what you did. Just because you want to be stubborn.
Mark, for Pete's sake.
Oh, are you awake?
Am I awake? What are you trying to do, break my lease?
Well, we just want to talk to you.
You both wanted to talk to me? And somehow I have the idea that the desire isn't exactly mutual.
But this guy's in trouble, Frank, and he's a friend of mine. His name is Bob Kennedy, and he drives a hack, just like me.
It was cold outside, and all Kennedy had on for a coat was a worn Army field jacket. He needed a shave. And the way he shaped up, he could have done with some solid meals. His features were distorted with fear.
I've been telling him, Frank, if anybody can help him, you can. Go on, Bob, spill a story.
Oh, look, Mark, we're wasting time. I got to get out of town. It's my only chance.
Your only chance for what?
He thinks his wife is in the morgue, Grace.
Any connection with that item in yesterday's paper? An unidentified girl?
Yeah, that's it. Same description, her clothes.
The report said there was plenty of indication that she might have been murdered. How do you fit in, Bob?
Well, would you believe me if I say I didn't do it?
Now, let me get dressed. I think we'd better go to the morgue and have a look at that girl. And on the way, you can break this down for me. He was an ex-GI, studying architecture on a BA program. His wife had been an English war bride. He told me about it as we drove.
I didn't marry into the royal family or anything like that. She worked the factory during the war making ammunition. But she was pretty. No guy could have a better wife.
Yet you had a fight.
Yeah. We picked a great place to pull it off. In a cafeteria with a million people around. She left me there. That's all I know.
Where might she have gone, Bob?
Oh, I don't know. Unless it was to look for a job.
Ah, this is it. And I know the boys in here, so you might let me do the talking. The girl in the morgue was Bob Kennedy's wife, all right. She still looked pretty and young, even lying there. Bob's stricken eyes came up to meet mine, staring at me. I shrugged at the attendant, and he replaced the sheet. I think you ought to go to the police, Bob.
Oh, after that fight? You know what else? We had insurance policies on each other. Double indemnity endowments. Yeah, they were her idea. For our old age and to protect the kid. There's the big fat motive they're going to pin on me.
You have a child.
2 years old. Boy.
That money could be important to her.
Sure. Sure it could.
You'll never use a quarter of it if the court declares you guilty of murdering his mother. And hiding out now is going to look bad. You turned yourself in.
Not a chance. I haven't got a prayer, and I know it. I'm going to say thanks and get lost.
Mark's cab stood at the curb. Mark shot me a warning look as I came out. There was reason for his attitude. On the sidewalk waited a couple of gentlemen who might have been ward heelers just getting out the boat. The smaller of the pair intercepted me at the bottom of the steps.
You're Frank Race, ain't you?
That's right. You?
What's the idea of casing them all?
Maybe I live here.
You don't, but you might. What's the story?
Sorry. Saving that for my biography.
Yeah? Well, we'll see how long you save it. Okay, get in the cab.
He had his argument in his hand. A snub-nosed automatic. So I shrugged and moved toward the taxi. At the same time, Mark slid across the seat and stepped out as though to open the door for us. And immediately pinwheeled into action with a 14-inch end wrench.
Take the big guy, you
Watch it, Mark.
Hey, missed me. Get on this, Eddie!
It is washed up. As of now.
And you too, Marlowe. Oh, brother, that wraps him up. Come on, Frank, let's get out of here before that shot brings the poison flu.
Yeah, as soon as I unload this gun. What's the story on that Milo personality? Seem to know him.
Milo Morgan? He belongs to Larry Carmichael, the racket boss. Why?
Yeah, Larry Carmichael. Good lad, Marcus. You steered me into the lead I've been looking for. I knew Larry Carmichael. Big fellow with blonde curly hair that was going gray. Found him in his nightclub office practicing billiard shots.
Hey, what's the pitch on you anyway? You come in here for the first time in a year and all you do is ask questions.
Too nosy?
I don't like questions. You ought to know that.
Ever hear of a girl called Fay Kennedy?
I know lots of people.
I saw her a little while ago. On a slab in the morgue.
Go on out to the bar. Have yourself a drink. I sell good liquor.
But you don't want to talk about the Kennedy girl.
I gave a party. I had lots of guests. Your dame was there. I never knew it. And if you keep playing cop, I'm going to get sore.
I left him as he muffed his third shot. It wasn't like him. It was still early in the evening, but several people were sitting at the bar. As I went by, a voice tagged me.
Steve, too, Frank. It's martini time.
Well, Larry Carmichael, Jr. You've grown up.
Sit down, Race. This is Bunny Covington.
Hello, Ray.
Dusky hair and blue eyes are always tough on a man. When they go with everything else this girl had to offer, you wanted to sit down. Slowly. Bunny Covington, #1 glamour deb in season. Top of the bottle for looks, poise, or money.
Quit staring, Ray. She's going to stay a while. What have you been doing?
I just finished chatting with your father.
How'd you find him?
His billiard game is off. His disposition's off with it.
If he's playing billiards, he's feeling happier than he did yesterday. Might be a good time for me to interview him. Stay put, children. I'll be back.
So the kid has made the big league.
Meaning me?
According to the Rotos, you're an ultra-exclusive package.
People talk about you, too.
Yeah, I'm not as pretty, though.
Well, you make an impression. I understand you enjoy getting into trouble.
Kids like Larry are inclined to exaggerate.
Is that what you're doing now? Getting into trouble?
If you're talking about this very moment, I'd say the answer was yeah.
I'm going to enjoy you, Ray. How would you like to take me somewhere else? I'm in the mood to patronize several spots tonight.
Well, what young Larry?
Oh, he's a charming boy. But I'm not wearing fraternity pins this season.
Well, then, I must make a phone call first.
Well, go ahead and make it. And to ease your conscience, I'll say goodbye to Larry Jr.
My call was to the Homicide Bureau. A friend by the name of Lieutenant Vander. I asked him if the girl in the morgue had been identified.
Sure, capable of Fay Kennedy.
How's it going, the book? Homicide?
She was found alongside the highway, dead, blown dead. What do you?
Picked up anyone yet?
What's your interest in this, Frank?
Just curiosity.
You and your curiosity.
Still like to know if you've made an arrest.
Well, we brought in the girl's husband about an hour ago.
And calling it open and shut?
No, not this, sir. But the guy was skipping town when we took him.
I don't think he did.
Does that mean you know something, Frank?
I'll keep you posted, Lieutenant.
Listen, Frank.
You ready to go now?
I'll have to call a cab.
Oh, we can use my car.
What about Larry Jr.?
Still talking money with his dad. The child has to live, you know.
We went out to the parking lot, and they brought her car around. I had to repress an exclamation when I saw it. One of those export jobs they're sending out of Europe these days. The tune of about $7,000.
I'm flattered that you like it, Ray. Jump in and drive.
I should think you'd want an exclusive on that.
Oh, not I, darling. My whim runs to handsome chauffeurs. You know something?
What?
3 nightclubs in a row adds up to a lot of nightclubs, even for me. How about going into that drive-in for hamburgers?
We're in.
Oh, it's dark.
Must be the exercise. Yeah, we won't need many, miss. Make it hamburgers, French fries, and coffee.
Oh, this is nice. But you're not going to take me right home, Ray. I'm determined to make a night of it. This is the first time in a week that I haven't been bored.
Poor little rich girl.
Tell me something, Ray.
If I can.
What do I have to do to get you to take me seriously?
You might tell me something about yourself.
Ask me anything.
How long have you been running around with young Larry?
Oh, a few days. Just for laughs.
Were you at the Carmichael party the night before last?
As a matter of fact, I was. Why?
There was a girl at that party who was found dead the next day. The police think she was murdered.
You're talking about the girl the police identified today?
That's right. Faye Kennedy.
Well, how do you tie her in with the party race? The paper said something about the body being found on some highway.
Well, I'll move around, ask a few questions, listen to a few answers. Good answer.
That girl, are you working on the case?
Not professionally. Just trying to help someone out of a jam.
Would I be helping someone out of a jam if I told you I saw that girl at the party?
Keep giving.
She was one of the extra girls hired as maid. I noticed her when I heard her talk. That English accent. I liked her. I tried to engage her to work for me.
What happened?
She didn't want a steady job.
You know what happened to her later?
Yes, I do. It was almost morning when I talked to her about working for me. Most of the guests had left, and she couldn't get a cab. So Larry loaned her one of the house cars, a Ford coupe.
And she left by herself? All alone? You sure of that?
Well, yes, I'm positive. I watched her drive away. What's the matter? Don't you like my information?
I'm thinking what it probably means for her husband. Trial and conviction for murder.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I've had cases that have been failures, plenty of them. But when a kid has been accused of murdering his wife, the mother of his son, and something tells you he's innocent, you don't like the thought of failure. So I called it homicide and it brought to Lieutenant Vander doing some desk work.
Sit down, Frank. What can I do for you?
Well, I'd just like to get a look at Faye Kennedy's effects.
Well, I happen to have them right here. Look all you like. There's compact, lipstick, 4 pennies, and the photograph of a small boy.
That all?
That's the business.
Did you know that she worked as a maid?
Yeah, we know. She only worked a few days at a time. But I guess she was looking for a regular job because she just applied for a Social Security card. Now it's your turn, Frank. What do you know about her?
Nothing worthwhile yet. When I do, I'll bring it to you. Where are they holding the child?
Juvenile hall. Fine.
I'd like to see him.
Hey, mister, can you use a cab?
A good man, that's against the law. You know it.
Stop making one of the funnies, Frank. Come on, get in here and I'll give you a lift.
I was going over to Juvenile Hall to see Bob Kennedy's kid. What were you doing around here?
I was going to see if I get a pass to go in and see Bob. I'll make it later.
Brief me on something, Mark.
Sorry.
What do you know about Larry Carmichael, Jr.?
Crazy kid. Always getting into jams.
What kind of jam?
Dames, mostly. They're always taking them for dough. I guess that's why the old man tightened up on a bank roll. Why?
I've sort of had him on my mind. What about Larry Sr.? Has he ever been arrested?
Oh, yeah. But they never proved nothing against him. He was indicted by the grand jury about 8 years ago, but he beats the rap.
What was he charged with?
They hooked him as head of a ring that had been clouting hot shorts.
Doing what?
Clouting hot shorts. You know, stealing cars.
Didn't they have enough on him?
He was too clever. By the time he got finished repainting him and everything, even the insurance companies couldn't identify him.
Where did he do all this painting and changing?
Garage he's got. Orange State Street.
Does he still have it?
Yeah, but it's strictly legit now.
Just the same, I think I'll postpone my trip to Juvenile Hall for a while. Drop me off and you can go and visit Bob Kennedy.
Okay. Where you want it? Where you going now?
To pay another call on Larry Carmichael Sr.
Hello, Race. You back again?
Oh, I just thought you might want to talk to me now.
I might. Care for a drink?
You can owe me one.
Hey, I thought you and me were friends.
We are. Aren't we?
The way you mauled a couple of my boys yesterday.
Oh, come on. You wanted to prod me around with pistols.
Oh, they thought you were somebody else.
They knew me.
I still think they made a mistake.
Why don't you call him in here? You could ask him a few questions.
Well, they're not around right now.
Why were they casing the morgue, Larry?
Would you believe me if I told you I didn't know?
Come on. Go ahead and tell me.
Who are you working for, Frank? What are you so busy about?
Now you're making sounds that don't mean anything. You know the story.
Kennedy girl?
Didn't want to talk about it yesterday.
No, I didn't know I was going to have you breathing down the back of my neck. What are you trying to prove?
I don't want to see your husband go to the block for something he didn't do.
You got ideas I'm the one that tripped him up, huh?
Did you, Larry?
Look, Race, I thought you worked for insurance companies.
That's right.
Well, go back to work for them. You'll be happier.
Tell me something, Larry. You own a big garage, don't you? One of those open all-night affairs?
I own a service station. So what?
Oh, just a casual question. I want to sell you some advertising one of these days.
What are you talking about?
If it's about me, I want to hear all of it. Hello, Ray.
Hello, Bunny.
Going somewhere?
As usual.
Take me?
I don't hang around here, baby.
Sorry, Larry. I need some fresh air. How about it, Ray? I've got your favorite car outside.
It won't be exciting.
Let me decide that. Where are we going?
To see a little kid. He was tiny and tow-headed. It looked as though he'd usually have a cute, ready grin. But there was evidence that he'd been crying. Crying a lot. And when I lifted him, I caught a soft, tired sob deep in his throat. I was told he'd be kept there until the disposition of his father had been decided, either by the police or by the court. Later, when Bunny Covington and I got outside, there seemed to be more clouds in the sky than when we'd gone in. More bleakness to the day.
What did they call him, Race? I didn't get it.
Kimmy. His first name's Cameron. Let's go.
What'll happen to him if his father's convicted?
I'm not sure.
Go ahead, you drive. They'll probably put him up for adoption, won't they?
No, something like that. Whatever happens, it's going to be rough on him.
How are you doing on this case?
So far, I've walked up a lot of blind alleys. I keep getting the feeling that I'm overlooking something. Something I've already seen.
Well, what about the police? Can't they help?
Well, they've got the husband. No, I don't know. Maybe they're right, but...
But you'll keep trying.
That's right. Incidentally, this Greyhound of yours is running low on gas.
Oh, well, there's a station across the street.
I know. Let's go to that garage with Larry Carmichael. Can't help being curious about that Ford coupe unit. service station was one of Larry Carmichael's pet enterprises, one of those super service subdivisions that peddle everything from windshield wipers to body and fender work. It was toward the body and fender building that I made my inquisitive way. Well, the car took time off the gas, and Bunny took time off pretty up. No activity going on, but the Dent and Scratch Emporium was open, so I prowled in. I've been peering around for about 5 minutes, and someone switched on a light. One of those uniformed private police boys. The moment I caught his malevolent grin, I knew something ugly had turned up. While I was thinking this, he leveled a .38 at me. I dove behind a Buick station wagon, trolled as far as the rear wheels of a Dodge truck, where I jumped up and tore for an open door at the far end.
What's the matter, Ray?
Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, whatever happened?
The man set me up for a pigeon. He almost won Cupid off.
Oh, it's never a dull moment with you, Ray. Shall we drop in somewhere for a drink?
It sounds enticing, but on the way I'd like to patronize the first public telephone we see.
More cops and robbers?
Getting shot at seemed to have blown the fog from my brain. I just caught the idea that might wrap up this package.
Good. Then maybe you'll have a little time for thinking about me.
I spent 45 minutes in one of those sidewalk phone booths. I called Vander at Homicide and asked him to relay a message to Bob Kennedy in his cell. When Vander called back with the answer, I talked to him into securing another item of information from the motor vehicle department. When I got back with Bunny, everything had finally gelled.
You know, I've discovered what makes you so attracted to me, Ray. It's because I'm always having to wait for you. Do you know that you're the first person I've ever waited for in my life?
Drive on, Duchess.
Now, you take the wheel.
You know, I've been thinking about that.
About what?
The fact that you never want to drive.
Well, I told you the reason. I like handsome chauffeurs.
Want me to tell you the real reason?
Go ahead.
Your driver's license has been revoked. Too many convictions for speeding, for reckless driving.
All right, so I'm a good little girl. I let others drive for me.
You drove the other night, though. You drove and you had an accident with this car.
Race, you're upset. You haven't been getting enough sleep.
You bought the car new, didn't you, Duchess? How long have you had it?
6 weeks.
Both the front fenders have been refinished. I can tell because the rubber fittings are coated with paint. That's always the tip-off to a repaint job.
Do you read palms, too, Race?
It all ties in with what happened to Faye Kennedy. You see, when you offered her that maid's job, she didn't turn you down. She accepted it. She'd been looking for a job, so you took her home with you when you left the party. Which would have been all right, except that on the way, you couldn't resist showing off the speed of this rocket. You ran it off the road into some brush. You didn't hurt yourself, and the car was still drivable. But you fractured that girl's skull. So you pushed her out and left her there, alongside the road. Because you knew that with your record, you'd face a charge of manslaughter.
Darling, you are upset. Let's go and have that drink.
Sorry, Duchess. No drinks.
Oh, Race, you can't really believe all this. Oh, I admit I cracked up the car, but the rest of it... Oh, you're letting your imagination run away with you.
No. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it because you lied. You lied when you said you saw that girl drive a Ford away from the party.
I did see her, Race. I can prove it.
No, Duchess. Faye Kennedy was born in England into a poor family. Poor families, they don't have cars. She didn't have a driver's license either because she never learned how to drive a car.
All right, Race. You've put it together. But you're not going to be difficult about it, are you? After all, manslaughter isn't murder.
You'd have turned it into murder. You'd have let that girl's husband go to the chair.
Oh, they wouldn't have given him the chair, Race. Life imprisonment, maybe, not the chair.
Just life in prison. You have no trouble being casual with other people's lives, do you, Duchess? Tell me, how much did you have to pay Larry's private cop to shoot me for a trespassing?
Race, I was in a jam. Race, give me a chance. Give me a chance to show you my real inner feeling for you.
I had a look at your inner feeling, Duchess, when we saw that baby. You were about as sympathetic as a pole axe.
Where are we going, Race?
To Center Street, Homicide Bureau. Last year, debutante, you came out. This year, you're going in.
Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins, came to you from Hollywood. The series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time, 1 week from today, for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production.
This is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a stay of execution and ended with the death of a man's soul.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
I didn't like it. I didn't like any part of it. It's bad enough that a guy's got to die without being constantly reminded of it. Okay, so you can't live forever. I know that, but when the time comes, it should just end quick, with no warning, no anticipation, no nothing. Just like that. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not scared of the idea. That is, no more than the next guy. I just don't like it constantly tossed up in my face. That's why the managing editor could never sell me on covering the hospital beat of the city morgue. And an obituary is something that absolutely refuses to write itself out of my typewriter. That's what I was trying to tell the guy on the desk when he told me over the phone I had to go down to Joliet to cover an execution.
Sure, Randy, I understand, but...
No, you don't understand. He'd send somebody else.
How many times I gotta tell you I got no one else?
How about one of the guys on the day side? Hold him over.
Impossible.
What's the matter? Afraid to shell out for a little overtime?
Cut it, Randy. It's late now. You're gonna have to go some to make it as it is.
Now, look, Garrison, I don't want to pull rank on you. But when I took over this night beat, the managing editor assured me my assignments were completely my own. I found my own stories where I pleased. I was all through being a leg for the desk.
Well, I've got news for you, Randy. When he gave me this job, he told me he was making me an executive, and all I'd have to do was sit back and tell the boys what to do. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm telling you, get down to the depot and on that train as fast as you can. The execution has got to be covered. And you better hurry. There's a storm coming up.
So I grabbed a cab. It was clouding up. When I got to the depot, the sky was as black as a city editor's heart. It wasn't my idea of traveling with her, but it's only a short run. We made it to Joliet before the storm broke. The train ground to a stop. It started to rain, and when I was in the taxi on the way out of the prison, it really came down. A perfect setting for the undignified event I was going to be forced to witness. I showed them my press card at the main gate, and they took me straight to the warden's office. Randy Stone, Warden, Chicago Star.
Come in, Randy. I'm sorry you had to come down on a night like this.
Well, I can take the storm better than the execution, I'm afraid, Warden.
Oh, then you haven't heard.
Heard what?
Well, you should have been notified. There's been a stay.
A reprieve? When?
The governor ordered a stay of execution about an hour ago. His office was going to telephone the press. Oh, it's too bad you had to come all the way down.
It's a great pleasure, Warden, I assure you. Come next election, I might even vote for the governor.
Well, I'm pretty relieved myself. I've executed a lot of men, Randy, and I don't like it.
Must be pretty tough having to kill a man, even when the law tells you you've got to.
It's the toughest part of any warden's job, Randy. They're all human beings, and everyone with a story.
Yeah, but not the kind I like to write, thank you.
You driving back to Chicago?
No, I came by train.
Well, there's no train for a couple of hours. You're welcome to wait here.
Oh, thanks, Warden. I think I'll go on into town. Maybe catch a newsreel theater for train time.
Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Hello. Yes, this is the warden. Oh, Dr. Graham. Yes, doctor. Just a minute, please. Randy.
Yeah.
Pick up the receiver on that other phone and listen to this.
Okay, sure.
Yes, doctor.
I said I wanted to come over and visit you, Warden.
Well, are you sure you want to come out here to the prison, doctor?
Yes, Warden, I feel I've got to come out there. I have to...
Yes?
Have to see it.
Have to see what, doctor?
Electric chair. I've got to see it.
Are you sure you want to see it, doctor?
Yes, I've got to. You've got to let me, Warden.
But you've telephoned so many times before, doctor, and then you haven't come.
I couldn't. But this time I'll come.
Well, all right. If you feel that it's really what you want, you come ahead, and I'll take you over and show you the chair.
Thanks, Warden. This time I'll come. Thanks.
That's all right, doctor. Goodbye.
What is this? This supposed to be some kind of a joke?
I'm afraid not.
Well, how morbid can a guy get calling you this time of the night so he can come out and see the electric chair?
No, he won't come. He never does.
You mean this goes on all the time?
Whenever he's been drinking like this.
But a doctor, what did you say his name was?
Graham. Howard Graham.
Well, it doesn't make sense. No rhyme or reason.
No, he has a reason, all right. A pretty grim one.
It'd have to be.
His son was executed in the electric chair.
Oh, that poor doctor, no wonder.
He hasn't ever forgotten it.
What did the boy do?
He killed a girl. She was going to have a baby. They weren't married, and I guess he couldn't bear to disgrace his family.
Oh, and so he did this to his family instead. Theodore Dreiser wrote a book once called An American Tragedy. How many times do these things have to happen before people learn?
It doesn't seem they ever learn, Randy.
Oh, that poor old doctor. Why does the guy go on torturing himself like that?
I don't know. Maybe what psychologists call a substitution of guilt. The father feeling guilt for the crime committed by his son.
Yeah, but why? Why?
Who knows, Randy? You're the writer. You're the one that's supposed to have the answers about people.
Yeah, a lot of answers I got. Mind if I look this guy up?
No, not at all. I'll give you his address.
Might be a column in it.
I wouldn't bother him with too many questions, Randy. It's tough enough to forget as it is.
He doesn't seem to be doing too much forgetting by himself. The warden sent me into Joliet in his own car. We got to the business district. I switched to a cab and headed out to the doctor's address. If my life depended on it, I couldn't have told you why I suddenly had this intense desire to see Dr. Graham. I'd like to think it wasn't just a morbid interest in the other guy's grief, but then it wasn't in my line of duty either. Maybe my reason was as simple as the question, why? But if I'd stopped to analyze it, then I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have gone. Graham lived in one of the better residential neighborhoods, a two-story brick house looking smug and comfortable behind a wide apron of lawn. I left the cab at the curb, walked up the path to the front porch. There was a light on inside. I rang the bell, waited for somebody to answer the door. The rain had let up for a while.
You ring the bell?
Yes, I hope I didn't disturb you.
What is it you want?
Are you Mrs. Graham?
She's dead.
Oh, I...
Killed herself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Over the boy.
I didn't know.
I thought everyone knew. I'm the housekeeper.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm a newspaper reporter, and
He'll be next. You wait and see.
Dr. Graham?
Well, who else you think I meant?
Well, I don't know, lady. Is the doctor in, please?
This time of evening?
You have any idea where he might be?
Where he always is. Not here.
Does he have an office?
Yeah, but I don't know what for. I don't have no practice left.
Would you mind giving me the address?
Morrison Building downtown, but it won't do you no good.
Oh, you don't think he'll be there?
Yeah, more likely in the hotel next door to the Morrison Building. In the bar.
I see.
Drinking himself to death.
Well, thank you.
If he ain't killed himself already.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good night. I thought things like that only came out on Halloween. Oh, well. I climbed back in the cab more curious than ever about Dr. Graham and the macabre set of characters and circumstances that seemed to have been lousing up his life. There was still an hour and a half until train time, so I asked the cabby to drive me downtown to the Morrison Building. The night watchman took me up in the elevator. I walked down the dim hallway to a door marked Dr. Graham, but the housekeeper was right. The doctor wasn't in his office. The night watchman evidently expected me to be coming right back down. The elevator was still waiting at the end of the hall when I got back.
Now?
Yeah, I was looking for Dr. Graham.
Yeah, figured you were.
Well, he's not in. The office is dark.
I could have told her that.
Well, what did you let me come up here for? Why didn't you tell me he wasn't in?
You didn't ask me. I'm one for minding my own business. They come and go, but listen, they ask me. I don't butt in.
Well, I'm asking you, do you happen to know where I might find Dr. Graham?
Well, you might find him at home.
Oh, I just came from there.
The only other place he'd be is next door.
What, in the hotel?
In the bar.
Oh, swell, swell. Would you mind taking me down?
Sure thing.
You seem to know the doctor pretty well.
Oh, so?
You know his son, too? The one that, had the trouble?
He got the electric chair.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you know him?
That's right. That's what. Knew the girl, too. The one was killed.
You did?
Yeah, one of the old doc's patients. Rode her up in the elevator quite a few times.
Doc is, not doing too well these days, I hear.
No, kind of gone out of practice, you might say, since the trouble.
Uh-huh. Oh, thank you. I think I'll try and find him next door. By the way, what does the doctor look like?
Don't you know him?
No, that is, I've only talked to him on the telephone.
Oh, well, he be at the bar. He's a kind of middle-aged man, heavy set. He looks like a doctor. You'll know him all right.
I'm sure I will.
Yeah.
I went back out to the street and told the cab driver not to wait. Then I went next door to the hotel, walked through the half-empty lobby, and into the bar. Just like the watchman said, I didn't have a bit of trouble spotting Dr. Graham. He was the only customer in the place, sitting on a high stool at the far end of the bar. I climbed up alongside him and motioned to the bartender who had his ear in the jukebox. Hey,
Yeah. What's it gonna be?
Make it a gimlet. That's,
Gimlet?
Yeah, you know, it's in a martini glass.
Of course I know. You're trying to tell me how to run my business?
No, certainly not. I just didn't know if you understood.
17 years I've been mixing drinks in the finest places.
Look, fella, now don't get me wrong.
Shaved ice, dry gin, little sugar, lemon peel, and lime juice.
That's right. There's no worry.
Only. Lime juice got to be imported.
Oh, I didn't know that.
We ain't got it. Not imported.
Well, that's all right. Just make it a martini, then.
In taste, you can't tell the difference if lime juice is imported or regular. So I make you a gimlet. That's what you order, huh?
Sure. Make it any way you like. Imported, regular. What's the difference?
Nobody ever complains before.
I'm not complaining. Look, what's the matter with everybody in this town? Everybody I meet tonight gives me double talk. All I want's a drink. I don't care what you bring me.
Bring the gentleman what he wants, bartender.
Okay, Doctor.
Well, thank you, Doctor.
That's all.
Yeah, I can really use a drink tonight. I'm a little on the jumpy side.
Oh, nerves can be a treacherous thing.
No, it's more than that. I've been over to the state prison.
Tonight?
Yes, I came down to witness an execution.
In the electric chair?
It was called off. There was a stay of execution.
I've seen many men die. I'm a doctor, you know.
Yes, I know.
But I've never seen a man die in the electric chair.
Well, it's pretty rough.
Have you ever seen the electric chair?
Yeah.
Would you mind very much describing it to me?
Well, I'd rather not, Doctor. See, I know who you are.
I'm Dr. Gray.
Yes, my name is Randy Stone.
One gimlet, just like you order.
Okay, thank you very much. As I was saying...
Aren't you going to taste it?
Well, sure, later.
Or maybe you don't like it.
Well, sure, I like it. Here, if it'll make you happy. Oh, yes, it's fine. It's just fine.
Sure, I told you.
I'll call you when I'm ready for another one.
17 years I'm mixing drinks. He tries to tell me how to make a kid.
As I was saying, Doc, I know who you are. I was in the warden's office tonight when you telephoned.
Warden's office?
Yeah. I'm a newspaper man. It's only fair that you know, because I want to ask you a couple of questions.
What kind of question?
They're rather personal.
Well?
For one thing, why do you keep on telephoning the warden?
Didn't he tell you?
Yeah, he told me.
Because I want to see the electric chair.
Now, look, Doc, that's not going to help. You know it isn't.
I know I'll never be able to go and see it, but I've got to call him. It's compulsion. I drink and I telephone him, and I drink some more. It's kind of a circle.
But don't you realize you'll never forget that way? You're just torturing yourself.
No. Down deep, I know why I call him. But it's a secret. Nobody's supposed to know. You see, I I'm the one that's guilty. It should have been me who died in an electric chair.
Look, Doc, I know how you feel, but you got it all wrong. A father can't go on being responsible for the sins of his son. Even in the Bible, it's the other way around. Try to bring up your kids the best way you know how, but after they reach a certain point, there's nothing you can do. You did your best, it just didn't work out.
No, you don't understand. It was my child. I'm the one who's guilty. I'm the one who should have paid. That's why I telephoned the warden. That's why I got to see the electric chair.
You're listening to Chem FM's Theater of the Mind. And now the conclusion of Night Beat.
By the time the bartender got through proving to me that he really knew his business, it got to be kind of late and just a little wet out, so I missed my train. As the evening grew more and more confused, so did Dr. Graham. And somehow, after talking to him, I didn't feel quite so sorry for him. He seemed to be enjoying his strange fixation on the electric chair. It was different from just a father's grief. The guy seemed to be going off his rocker. I vaguely remember pouring him into a cab after the bar closed and then checking into the hotel for the night. When I woke up, the sun was beating through the window. I put in a call to Chicago and got the paper on the phone.
Good afternoon, the Star.
Afternoon? Honey, is it that late?
I beg your pardon?
What time is it?
Oh, one moment, please. I'll give you our information, sir.
No, wait a minute, honey. It's Randy Stone.
Oh, Randy, why didn't you say so? Gee, everybody's been calling for you all morning.
Oh, fine. Give me the desk.
Just a second, Randy. I'm ringing.
Thank you.
City desk.
How are you, Phil? Randy Stone.
Randy, for the love of Mike, where have you been?
In Joliet, where you sent me last night, remember?
I know, but that was last night. Where are you now?
In Joliet.
But the execution was called off. Why didn't you come back?
I had to stay over. There was a storm.
Oh, rats. The trains were running.
Well, maybe next time you won't send me out of town on an assignment I didn't want in the first place.
All right. When are you coming back?
As soon as I can get dressed and catch a train.
Get dressed? At this time of day?
I work the night beat, remember? When you dayside lads are catching up on your beauty sleep, I'm working.
Yeah, just exactly what kind of work were you up to last night, Stone? Or does that come under the heading of personal?
Personal, my eye, was following up a contact, a human interest yarn the warden touted me on.
And?
Well, it fizzled out, that's all. There was a doctor here whose son was executed last year for murder.
That's nice. Be sure and check in at the office when you get back.
Okay, I'll see you later, Phil. Hey, Phil, you worry too much.
Goodbye.
That guy's going to get himself a Nelson. Yeah.
Mr. Stone.
Talking.
This is Dr. Graham. I met you in the bar last night. Do you remember?
Oh, certainly. How are you, Doctor?
I wasn't sure whether you were still in the city.
Well, I kind of overslept. By the way, how did you know I was staying over at the hotel?
Why, you mentioned that you were going to last night before I left you.
I didn't think you'd remember. You were feeling no pain when I put you in the cab, Doc.
I always remember. Everything. That's my difficulty.
Well, what can I do for you, Doctor?
I said a lot of foolish things last night.
No, I don't think so.
It was the alcohol talking, not me.
Well, maybe the alcohol just made it a little easier for your heart to put it in words.
Did you believe the things I said?
Well, yes, certainly.
Everything?
Of course. I just didn't approve of everything.
I was hoping you wouldn't remember.
Well, fortunately, I do.
Yes. Unfortunately.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
It isn't good to remember some things. They cause such unhappiness.
What are you trying to say, Doctor?
I shouldn't want them to bring you unhappiness. That would be such a pity. You'd be better off dead.
What the... Hello. Hello, Doctor.
Operator.
Oh, is this the outside operator?
No, this is the hotel operator. Can I help you?
I was just talking with somebody and I was cut off. Can you connect me again?
I'm sorry, sir, but that was an outside call and your party's disconnected. You have the number. I will be glad to call it for you.
No, thank you. No, thanks very much. Never mind. I have an idea my party hung up. After that choice bit of dialogue, and before breakfast, mind you, I was convinced that the telephone, like the noble horse, had outlived its usefulness. I took a fast shower and climbed into yesterday's clothes and then stopped off at the barbershop in the lobby to get rid of the stubble on my chin. It was now after 2 o'clock. I could either have breakfast or stop at the bar to take care of the butterflies that seemed to be nesting in my stomach. The butterflies won out. My bartender friend of last night was back on duty listening to the same tired old recording.
Yeah. What's it going to be?
Oh, hello. The doc around?
No, a little early for him. What's it going to be, gimlet?
No, I don't think so.
But you were drinking gimlets last night?
Yeah, I know.
You don't like them?
Well, not today. Thank you. I'll try a stinger.
You didn't like the lime juice because it wasn't imported.
I loved it. I just happen to want a stinger today. Something to settle my stomach.
But stinger tastes like licorice.
I know. It's the anisette in the brandy.
Well, licorice is not good for the stomach. Maybe something with bitters.
Oh, no, not again. Look, just forget the whole thing. Forget I ever came in here.
What's the matter? You mad?
No, I changed my mind. I'm in no mood for another basic course in bartending. I think I'll have breakfast instead. With a little tomato juice and coffee under my belt, I felt some better, but not nearly so good as I would when I got out of this town and back to my own. I seem to be living upside down on a Ferris wheel ever since I got on that train yesterday afternoon. Or maybe it was just my subconscious still fighting against my undue familiarity with the general subject of death. Oh, I shook that ugly word out of my mind. After settling up with the cashier and checking the desk clerk about my train time, I made my formal exit from the hotel. The fresh air and the bustle of traffic picked me up, and I started walking in the general direction of the train station. There was a dark blue sedan parked in front of the hotel and started up just as I swung out of the lobby, but I didn't pay any attention to it. Not until I got to the corner, that is, and started to cross the street. The car had been inching along behind me, and just as I stepped out into the intersection, its engine roared, and the car came straight at me. This was no accident. The car didn't stop. Whoever it was had deliberately tried to run me down. I got a fleeting glimpse of the rear of a blue sedan as it sped down the street. I couldn't make out the license number, but right above it was one of those little green crosses, a doctor's car. Dr. Graham, it must be. And he tried to kill me. I wasn't hurt, but I was mad. I couldn't believe that I'd almost been killed. It didn't make any sense. I couldn't figure out why Dr. Graham or anyone for that matter would want to kill me. Unless the poor guy was really unhinged and he resented my putting my nose into his affairs. But that'd make him more than just psycho. It would make him homicidal. And that was something I just couldn't walk away from now. I brushed some of the street off the seat of my pants and headed back to the hotel bar. There was a question or two I wanted to ask the fancy drink mixer.
Well, you back again, huh?
Yeah, same guy. How about turning off that tune, huh?
What's the matter? Don't you like it?
I like it, but I've heard it before. Huh?
Okay. Gimlet?
Yeah, make it double.
Okay, double gimlet. You see? I don't give you no argument. Mm-hmm. You say double, I give you double.
Thank you. Say, has Dr. Graham been in here in the last hour since I was in before?
Sure. You didn't see him?
No.
I told him you was looking for him.
Well, I checked out of the hotel.
Yeah, he was asking about you.
He was asking about me. Now, what do you want to know?
Well, just if you ask me anything about him.
Oh, I see. How long have you known the doc?
Oh, I don't know. He comes here.
Has he been coming here long?
Oh, mostly since the boy was... You know.
Yeah, I see. Before that?
Once in a while. Never drinks much before.
He come in with his son?
No. He come in sometimes with a girl, though.
What girl?
His patient. The girl the boy killed. They had a big argument in here one night.
With the doctor and the girl?
That's right. Doc kept saying he would kill his wife if she found out.
Found out what?
I don't know. Just if she found out. But the boy, I guess.
About the boy or about himself?
About the boy, of course.
And last night, why did he say the child is mine? I'm the one that's guilty.
What are you talking about? You crazy?
Now, sure, I must be crazy. It couldn't be true. So why would the doctor try to kill me?
Who'll try to kill you? When?
Never mind. Tell me. Have you ever seen Dr. Graham's car?
Sure, lots of times.
What kind is it?
Sedan.
What kind of sedan?
Blue sedan. Why?
Now, where's your phone?
Booth in the corner.
Thank you. Graham, Gates, Gordon. Oh, good. Albert, Charles, David, Elmer, Frederick, Howard, Graham, physician residence. Hello, Dr. Graham there.
He ain't in.
You know where I can reach him? It's urgent.
He's at his office.
Are you sure it's terribly important?
I said he's at his office.
just talked with him there.
Uh-huh.
You the man he was expecting?
Yes. Yes, I guess I am. Thank you very much. Now I knew it. Dr. Graham was a murderer. He was literally guilty, not just a substitution guilt. And last night he told me more than he wanted to. Sure, that's why he'd asked me on the phone if I'd believed him. He was as guilty as he could be. But of what crime? Once again, I took the elevator up to Dr. Graham's office, and this time he was in. I opened the door, walked into the reception room. Another door marked private was standing open. Inside, the doctor was waiting for me, seated at his desk, a small black revolver in his shaking hand.
Come in.
Well, I see you were expecting me, Doctor.
Yes. I was expecting you. Close the door.
Certainly.
You know, don't you?
Oh, yes. I know, but I can't understand it. Can't understand how any human being could possibly do such a thing.
You know. But you'll never tell. Because I'm going to kill you.
Oh, no, you won't, Doctor. Because you're afraid. You're a coward, Dr. Graham. You're afraid if you kill me, you'll be caught. Wouldn't be anyone left to blame it on this time. Wasn't your son, it was you who killed that girl, wasn't it?
You know.
She wasn't the boy's girlfriend at all. She was yours. Isn't that so, Doctor?
Don't say that.
An affair with one of your patients, and you were afraid your wife would find out. Wasn't that it?
It would have killed her.
Well, what about this? Didn't this kill her? And your boy, your own son, I don't see how anyone...
No. It was his idea. He wanted to take the blame so his mother would never find out. It would have killed her. He knew that. This way, it wouldn't be so hard on her, he said. The good lawyer could fix things so that he wouldn't have... So that he wouldn't have to...
Die in the electric chair?
The electric chair. Now you know why I had to see. Why I had to keep telephone. Why I could never go and see it. You're right, Mr. Stone. I'm a coward. I can't.
Well, that's why you're not going to kill me now. You're afraid. You know you're safe as long as I don't tell, and I won't tell, Dr. Graham. The police will never know. You'll never go to trial, and you'll never be sentenced. You'll never see the electric chair, Doctor. Every hour of every day, you'll pay for your crime. You'll die again and again and again. God pity you. Well, here I sit doing the one thing I swore I'd never do. Writing an obituary instead of a story. Dr. Howard Graham, age 51, died from heart attack following confession of murder. Let me see, what day is this? Monday, August 21st, 1950. Contributing cause, death of son, death of wife, and of his own soul. Yep. But who are we to judge? As it says in the book, leave him to heaven. Copy, boy.
The Columbia Network takes pleasure in bringing you Suspense. Suspense, a new series of programs with one strict purpose in view, your entertainment. Each week at this time, CBS sets aside 30 minutes to excite you, to mystify you, and on occasion to horrify you with a catalog of the world's great thrillers, dramas from the stage and screen, from fiction and radio, dramas that bring you suspense. This, the second offering of a new series, is a unique one. Certainly, it is one of the very few pieces of suspense literature that somehow manages to tickle your funny bone while busily engaged in tingling your spine. Make no mistake, though, nobody's kidding. CBS presents its adaptation of John Collier's well-known short story, Wet Saturday.
Yes, it's a wet Saturday. Never saw it rain harder. I'm Princey, Frederick Princey, just an ordinary family man. I have a son, a daughter, and a wife. I might be out golfing now if it hadn't been for the rain.
I'm Mrs. Princey. I plan to drive over to the nurseries this afternoon for some arbutus. The boarders, you know, but...
Oh, the whole lot of them make me sick. Yes, I'm George, son and heir. I had a date to go punting. Couldn't find the blasted punt in this weather, so I'm home, too.
I'm Millicent. I was going to play croquet. That's how I happened to have a mallet.
Yes, that's the Princey family. We find them at home. Mrs. Princey, Millicent, George sprawled on a couch, Mr. Princey biting on a dry pipe. Their living room is dull and overstuffed. Rain beats at the windows. They are any middle-class family at home on a wet day, except for one small item. As you sit with them in the living room, you can see through the door to the sun porch a pair of men's feet, encased in black boots. They look like the feet of a curate. There's a tenseness in the room. The air is charged with excitement, but the feet are very still.
Don't keep staring at them. Listen to me, all of you. Don't you see? They'd hang her. That's what they do. They'd hang her.
Oh, Fred, it's too awful.
Awful? It's catastrophic. A supposedly sweet, gentle, intelligent girl, respected, loved by the whole village, doing a thing like this. Think of the publicity, the disgrace. You think I'm going to resign from the bench, the vestry, sell out and live in some foggy hotel abroad? Oh, no.
No, I'll kill myself. I will.
Don't be a fool.
Any more than you have been, the governor means.
Be quiet. Wouldn't be so bad if it were you. Everybody in the village knows you're not responsible. George.
Yes?
Get off that couch. Sit up on your spine. You might be of a little use here if you could think.
Listen, Governor, this isn't my funeral.
Oh, shut up. As long as I can remember, George, you've been a trial and a tribulation to me.
Oh, I can't stand it.
You've got to stand it, my dear. And keep that hysterical note out of your voice. Do you hear?
Yes.
We are talking about the weather. Now, George.
Yeah?
George, if he fell down the old well, say, striking his head several times, what about it, eh?
I really don't know, Governor. What about it?
Don't be an ass. I'm asking you to think. He'd have had to hit the sides several times in 30 or 40 feet and at all the correct angles. No, I'm afraid not. We'll have to go over it all again, Millicent.
Oh, no, Father. No. I couldn't.
Millicent, we must go over it all again.
Oh, Fred, you're torturing her.
Oh, face facts, Mater. With him lying there, there's no use pretending it's a picnic.
They might hang you, Millicent. Oh, stop that shaking. Stop it here. You must stop it. You must keep your voice quiet. Millicent, we are talking of the weather. Now, we will proceed.
I can't. Not with those boots.
Oh, should have thought of those boots, Millie. I'm not moving them.
Oh, sit up, George. Stop shuffling your feet. Now, Millicent, look at me. Answer me truthfully, you hear? Answer me. You were in the croquet court.
Yes.
Who knew you were in love with this wretched curate?
Who? The whole village. They've been sniggering about it at the pub for 3 years past.
What a filthy mess. Millicent, we continue. You were on the croquet court.
Yes.
You were putting the croquet set into its box?
Yes. It was starting to rain. I was carrying the balls and mallets into the sun porch. The box was there.
You heard someone enter the garden gate and come across the yard?
Yes.
Could you see who it was?
Oh, not at first. I was going into the sun porch. I threw down all the mallets but the red one and turned around.
It was Withers?
Yes.
So you called him?
Yes.
Loudly? Did you call him loudly? Could anyone have heard?
No, Father, I'm sure not. I didn't really call him. I just spoke his name. He saw me as I went to the door. He just waved his hand and came over.
How can I find out from you whether there was anyone about? Whether he could have been seen?
I'm sure not, Father. I'm quite sure.
So, you both went into the sun porch?
Yes. It was raining hard then.
What did he say?
He said, "Hello, Millie," and excused his coming in the back way, but he set out to walk over to Liston.
Yes?
And he said, passing the park, he'd seen the house and suddenly thought of me. And he thought he'd just look in for a moment. He had something to tell me.
Go on.
He said he was so happy. He wanted me to share it. He'd heard from the bishop he was to have a vicarage. And it wasn't only that. It meant he could marry. Then he began to stutter, get all confused. And of course, I thought he meant me.
Don't tell me what you thought. Tell me exactly what he said, nothing else.
Well...
Oh, stop crying. It's a luxury you can no longer afford. Tell me what happened.
He said, no. He said it wasn't me. It's Ella Bragdon Davis. And he was sorry and all that. Then he went to go.
And then?
I went mad. He turned his back. I had the red mallet of the croquet set in my hand. I forgot to drop it in the box when he came.
Did you shout or scream? I mean, as you hit him?
No, I'm sure I didn't.
Did he? Come on, speak up.
No, Father.
And then?
I threw it down. I came straight in here. I went to look for Mother. That's all.
My poor baby.
No one.
Leave the child alone, Fred.
Not such a child, Mater. Millie, I had no idea
Keep quiet. I'm thinking. You see, George, he probably told people he was going to Liston. Certainly no one knows he came here, for he didn't decide until he crossed the park. He might have been attacked in the woods. We must consider every detail. A curate with his head battered in.
Don't, Father, don't.
A curate, head battered in. Now, who would want to kill Withers?
To kill Withers? Well, I would with pleasure. How do you do, Mrs. Princey?
Captain Small.
Oh, sit down, pray. Mustn't get up for me, Mrs. Princey. You either, Millicent. My word. Just being neighborly on a bad day. I wanted to ask you about those dahlia bulbs, Princey. Took a shortcut on account of the rain and walked right in. Knew you wouldn't mind.
Oh, he heard you, Father.
My dear, we can all have our little jokes. Don't pretend to be shocked. This way, Smollett. This chair, facing the fireplace. Sit down, Mother.
Just straightening the curtains to the sun porch, dear.
It looks so gloomy out there. Might as well shut the rain out.
Just talking about a little theoretical cure at killing, Smollett. You know, young people these days like thrillers.
Parsonicide. Justifiable parsonicide. If you heard about Ella Bragdon Davis, I shall be most properly laughed at.
Why? Why should you be laughed at, Smollett?
No, and a shot in that direction myself. She half said yes, too. Hadn't you heard? She told most people. Now it'll look as if I got turned down for a white rat in a dog collar.
Oh, too bad.
Oh, fortune of war.
Yes, fortune of war. Odd how it happens, isn't it? Sit down, Smollett. Millicent, console Captain Smollett with your best light conversation. You too, Mother. George and I have something to look at outside. This rain, you know, but it's bad, very bad. Come, George.
Righto, Governor. Maybe we'll need raincoats, what?
Oh, I don't think so. Just make yourself at home, Smollett. Make yourself at home.
A cigarette, Captain Smollett?
Thank you. Oh, nasty day to be going out.
It's something about the old well, just off the sun porch door, you know. This terrible sodden weather seems to have loosened some of the stones.
Oh, too bad. Dash too bad. Spoils the tennis and croquet, a day like this. Doesn't it, Millie?
Oh, yes, it does. She was practicing out on the croquet court earlier, but, do pull your chair nearer the fire, Captain. It was so damp, we thought it would be cozy to light it.
Thank you, I'm quite comfortable.
I hope you don't feel too bad about Ella Davis.
Can't always win. Can't see, though, what you women see in these bloodless clerics.
Oh, I always thought Mr. Withers is a very charming man.
Quite agree, but why should anyone want to marry him? You wouldn't want to marry him, would you, Millie?
Not now. That is, I used... Oh, no, of course not.
Smollett.
Yes, Princess. Good Lord, man, you come in on a fellow suddenly.
Guess I did. Oh, don't mind this old double-barrel shotgun. Been working on it. Smollett, may I have your attention for a minute? There's something on the sun porch I'd like to show you.
Why, yes, of course.
Smollett, George and I went out to see if we could shoot some rats which have been driven out of the old well by the high water. Afraid they might get into the house. Now, you must listen to me very carefully. Very carefully, or you will be shot by accident.
Princey, what's got into you?
You heard me ask as you came in, who would kill Withers? You also heard Millicent make a comment, an unguarded comment.
Well, what of it?
Very little. Unless you were to hear that Withers had met a violent end this very afternoon. And that, my dear Smollett, is what you are going to hear.
What? Withers?
Yes.
Who killed him?
Millicent.
Good Lord.
Yes, it's a mess. And of course, you would have remembered and guessed.
Maybe, yes, I suppose I should.
Therefore, you constitute a problem.
Why did she kill him?
Oh, it's one of those disgusting things. Pitiable, too. She deluded herself that he was in love with her.
Good heavens, Millie. Oh, yes, of course, I see.
He had told her about the Davis girl.
I understand.
Now, I have no wish, as you will comprehend, that she should be proved either a lunatic or a murderess. I could hardly go on living here after that.
I suppose not.
On the other hand, you know about it.
Yes, I see that makes me a problem. You're wondering if I could keep my mouth shut. If I promise...
I am wondering if I could believe you.
But if I promise...
If things went smoothly, yes. But not if there was any sort of suspicion, any questioning. You would be afraid of being an accessory.
Why, I don't know.
I do. What are we going to do?
I can't see anything else. You'd never be fool enough to do me in. You can't get rid of two corpses.
Oh, I regard it as a better risk than the other. It could be an accident. Or you and Withers could both disappear. There are possibilities in that.
Listen, you can't.
I can, but there may be a way out. There is. Smollett, you gave it to me yourself.
I did what?
You said you would kill Withers. You have a motive.
Oh, look here, I was joking. Of course you saw that.
You are always joking. Listen, Smollett, I can't trust you. You must trust me. Else I will kill you now in the next minute. I mean that. You can choose between dying and living.
Go on.
Now, there's the old well just outside the sun porch door. That's where I'm going to put Withers. No one outside knows he has come up here this afternoon. No one will ever look there for him unless you tell them. You must give me evidence that you have murdered Withers.
I murdered him? Why do you want that?
So that I shall be dead sure that you will never open your lips on the subject.
I see. What evidence?
George, hit him in the face.
Sure.
George, darling.
Keep out of this.
Oh, Captain, you should be more careful. Look what your teeth did to my knuckles.
Again, George.
Okay.
Oh, I can't stand it. Oh, how can you?
Keep quiet. You women keep out of this. I'm sorry, Smollett, but there must be traces of a struggle between you and Withers. Then it will not be altogether safe for you to go to the police.
But can't you take my word, man?
I will when we are finished. George?
Yes?
Get the croquet mallet.
Right, Governor.
Take your handkerchief to it. In there on the sun porch floor.
Yes. Yes. I got it, Governor. There, Captain. There's the weapon.
As I told you, Smollett. Now, you'll just grasp the end that mashed Withers' head. I shall shoot you if you don't.
But good Lord, you can't. All right.
There. That's it. Now deposit it out by the side of the house. Out of the rain, of course. No. Wait, George.
Yeah?
First, you'd better pull a few hairs out of his head and put them under the nails of Withers' right hand.
Princey, have you gone mad? Do you know what you're doing?
With this gun, yes. Go ahead, George.
Sorry to muss your hair up, Captain.
Shut up, Smollett.
There. That's all we need. Now for Withers, and we'll fix it right up. Be right with you, Governor.
Smollett, you may turn around. Withers is just there in the sun porch. Draw back the curtain.
Good Lord, Princey.
Yes, messy. But we'll get him fixed up. Now, you, Smollett, you've just got to drag him through the door and dump him in the old well.
Just beyond the door, Captain.
I won't touch him. I won't.
All right. Stand aside. Out of range, George.
Right.
Only one place I want this bullet to go.
Father. Oh, Father.
Keep quiet. My aim's none too good.
Wait a minute.
That's better, Smollett. Much better. Go on now. In here. You'll have to take him outside.
By the shoulders ought to do it, Captain.
Keep quiet, George. Go on, Smollett. Go on. You've seen dead men before. Drag him. Drag him. I'll just hold the gun here to make sure that everything goes all right.
Oh, Mother, come away from the dim window, dear. Don't look. But, Captain Smollett, your father is a very resourceful man, Millicent. I'm sure what he's doing is right. But the Captain, I can't stand it. You mustn't question your dear father.
I say, are you two still at it? There's enough trouble around here without blubbering.
I'm not blubbering, George Princey.
So, you see, Smollett, everything is perfectly safe. They'll never look in our well. You see how safe it is?
I guess it is.
Oh, good heavens, man, you're dripping wet. Why didn't you slip your raincoat on? Tea ready, my dear?
In just a minute, dear. I'll ring for Bridget.
Exactly what you need, Smollett. Cup of tea. Best thing in the world to ward off a cold. Sit down, won't you? Oh, don't mind getting the chair wet. Cigarette? Help yourself. I stick to my pipe, you know. Funny how...
Princey, everything's hot, ma'am. Oh, Bridget, yes. Put the tray in front of me here, on the table. Yes, ma'am. That's it.
I say, Captain, you've gone and cut your lip.
I just knocked it.
Oh, how dreadful. Here, Bridget, give the captain this cup.
No, thank you. I rather think I'll be running along now, if you don't mind.
Why, Captain Smollett, without any tea?
If you don't mind, Mrs. Princey, if I could just have my raincoat.
Oh, I'll get it for you, Captain.
Oh, this is very distressing, Smollett, very. Oh, I'll be all right presently, I'm sure.
Here we are. Now, let me help you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, young man.
There.
Better go out the front way, Smollett. The walk is dry.
Oh, let me hold the door for you, Captain.
Don't worry, old fellow. Don't worry at all.
No.
Good afternoon. Nothing serious, I imagine. A little rest and he'll be as right as rain. By the way, Millicent, you're not looking any too well.
No, not well at all. I'm sure it was that croak he caught. Being outdoors in weather like this is simply foolhardy.
The mater's right, Millie. You saw what happened to Captain Smollett.
Oh, come along, dear. I shall give you a hot foot bath and put you to bed. And a couple of days in bed, and you'll be fine again.
Get plenty of rest, Millicent, and don't worry about a thing. That's the best cure.
Well, I guess I'll have a little rest too, Governor. It's a fine afternoon for a nap.
Indeed it is, son. Well, enjoy yourself. I'll see you later. I'll see you all later.
Your number, please.
Oh, would you get me the police station, please?
Police station? Right away, sir.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Yancey speaking.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. This is Princey of Abbott's Road. I believe you know me.
Oh, indeed I do, Mr. Princey.
Sergeant, a horrible thing has just happened. Quite extraordinary. Murder, in fact.
Murder?
I'm afraid it looks rather bad for a close friend of ours, unfortunately. We saw him do it. I think you'd better send someone over right away.
Well, our man should be there right about now, Mr. Princey.
I beg your pardon?
I say, our man should be there now. Constable Martin has his post right below your house there. Just rang in. Seems Captain Smollett was with him.
Captain Smollett?
He reported some rather queer goings-on at your place, but I certainly didn't understand it was murder. Just don't touch anything, Mr. Princey. And don't worry. Don't worry at all.
No. No. I won't, Sergeant. Thank you.
Governor, where are you?
I'm right here. Stop shouting.
We have some visitors, Governor.
Oh, yes. Yes, I can see that. Well, Constable, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Princey.
And Smollett, I say what a remarkable fellow you are, coming back like this. Here to reenact the crime?
Only the one against me, Princey. The one against the curate I'll leave to you people.
Extraordinary sense of humor.
Mr. Princey, I just had a look at what's in your well. Not a pretty sight, that. Not pretty at all.
Yes, Captain Smollett was thorough, if nothing else.
You saw him when he did it, sir, out in the back?
Oh, quite. We were just returning from a walk. Smollett evidently had been laying for the curate, hiding out in those bushes by the road, I imagine.
He was never inside this house?
Never.
And you say, Captain?
I say that while I was inside this house, a guest of the family, I was coerced into dragging the curate's body outside and dumping it in the well.
Well, there we are.
Not entirely, Constable. I'll just remove my raincoat. There. And demonstrate how damp I got my clothes when I went outside without it.
No. That's interesting, isn't it?
Quite. He undoubtedly removed his coat at some point between here and your post. I might as well tell you that his weapon, a red croquet mallet, is out by the side of the house. I shouldn't be at all surprised, but that you'd find his fingerprints all over it.
All over the end of the mallet, Constable. The end that mashed Withers' head. And not the end I'd have had to grasp in order to do the mashing.
Governor. That's a decent try, Smollett. But it won't work. There must be other evidences, Constable. You'll undoubtedly find them when you examine the body.
Oh, he means my hair under Withers's nails. Well, sir, if you look carefully, I believe you'll find a few of my precious hairs under his son's nails, too.
Here, what are you trying to... Shut up. Constable, this is an utter waste of time. So far as the violent struggle between Smollett and Withers is concerned, Smollett's face speaks for itself. Quite eloquently, I believe.
Oh, but no more eloquently than your son's knuckles. As you see, Constable, a fresh abrasion. He did that on my teeth. Or did he?
What?
I say, or did he? He might have done that on Withers's teeth.
Oh, I see. I see what you mean. But I didn't. Governor, he said I... Oh, keep still, you nitwit. Let me think.
As a matter of fact, George, the more I think of it, the more I'm convinced it was your voice I heard. Quite a vigorous quarrel. Something about the curate jilting your sister.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Smollett.
Very well, Princey. If your son didn't do it, who did?
That's what I'd like to know. How about it, Mr. Princey?
Well, that is a sticker, all right.
George, my boy, it looks like you're elected.
Elected? What do you mean? I didn't do it. Why, I had nothing to do...
Keep your mouth shut, will you?
I won't. I'm not going to take the blame for her. Millie did it. She did it with that mallet. I saw her.
You could prove that?
Prove it? Yes. Her fingerprints on the mallet. The handle.
Why, George, don't you remember when you made me touch the mallet? When you picked it up with your handkerchief?
No,
George, I'm sure you wiped that handle clean. Oh, well, I could hardly expect you to remember that if you can't even remember killing the curate.
Governor,
I told you to keep still.
But, Governor, you're not going to turn me over.
As long as I can remember, George, you've been a trial and a tribulation to me.
Governor,
You shouldn't have done it, son. You really shouldn't. No, George, that was definitely wrong. I say, Princey, I think I'll have that cup of tea after all. Nothing like it in weather like this.
Wet Saturday, from the short story by John Collier. You have just heard the second in Columbia's new series, a series designed to bring you the best in thrill entertainment. Outstanding dramas from the field of fiction and radio, stage and screen. Dramas of pure suspense. This Columbia feature is produced and directed by Charles Vanda, with script by Harold Medford and score by Bernard Herrmann. Be with us again next week at this same time when we present Suspense. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the NBC Theater. From the NBC Theater in Hollywood, an hour-length dramatization of J.P. Marquand's latest novel, Point of No Return. For more than a decade now, J.P. Marquand has been painting a literary mural of New England in such notable books as Wickford Point, the late George Apley, H.M. Pullum, Esquire, and B.F.'s Daughter. His latest novel, Point of No Return, was one of the literary excitements of 1949, and we bring it to you today in a radio version by Milton Wayne. This version concentrates on the contemporary aspects of the book, the material which Mr. Marquand himself has subtitled, Banking is an Art. The performance fee for today's broadcast, incidentally, is being turned over by Mr. Marquand to the Children's Theater, or rather the Children's Hospital in Boston, which is now being made into a national center for children's diseases. At intermission time on NBC Theater, we will bring you a recorded commentary on the writings of J.P. Marquand by the noted author, scholar, and radio personality, John Kieran. Here now is Point of No Return by J.P. Marquand.
wake up.
No. The day begins at 7. Life begins. Life begins at 40, so they say. But what about 43, Mr. C? What happens to a man's life at 43? The life in question being that of myself, Charles Gray, husband, father, homeowner in Sycamore Park, Connecticut. Also one of the assistant vice presidents of the Stuyvesant Bank on Upper Fifth Avenue, New York City. I know what happens, and I don't like it a bit. I've been seeing it like a trailer for an unpleasant coming attraction. Well, nothing has changed yet. Probably won't till Friday, 4 days from now. 43 years against 4 days. Everything's still the same, but now summing up different because something different in me. I'm off my heels now, all tiptoeing, uncertain as the pitch of a $10 trumpet. Charlie, my boy, let's face it, square. Say it right out to ourselves. We're afraid. Suddenly. Suddenly I'm afraid. Often that way before an unhappy thing. It's been a long and fairly merry flight, but now it's here. I've come to it. The point of no return. The point of no return.
Charlie, wake up.
I'm awake. Nancy, what's it doing out?
Raining.
Oh, terrible morning, isn't it? I have a headache.
If you'd only remember not to drink after dinner.
Oh, I hate sitting around with a lot of people just talking after dinner.
Now, darling, who was it who wanted to go to the Cliffords?
Well, she gets me down, and I can't help feeling sorry for Brad.
Everybody's always sorry for him. We should start feeling sorry for yourself.
All right. All right.
Now, don't go to sleep again.
I have to go down and cope with a coffee.
All right. It's still raining?
Hard now. The windshield wipers on the car hardly ever work.
Swell. That makes it just swell.
I thought that might get you up.
Yeah.
You'd better wear your herringbone suit. I've put your discharge button on it.
Oh, take it off, will you? I'm not running for any office.
Oh, yes, you are. Don't you keep forgetting it. You're right in there polishing apples. Hear me?
All right.
Now, don't forget. Wear the herringbone. And don't take that thing out of the buttonhole. No matter how well Roger Blakesley looks, he hasn't got a duck.
No, that's right. He was too bright to get one. Maybe he's just bright enough to get the vice presidency.
Oh, which reminds me, we're going to the Burtons Friday night. Don't forget to tell Mr. Burton you're looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it, all right. I think that'll be D night.
What's that?
D for decision.
Darling.
What?
You know, it's nice driving you to the train again. Sort of like coming back to where we started.
Yes, I know what you mean. It's funny, but when I came down to breakfast this morning, the whole place seemed ready-made.
Ready-made?
Yes. Just as though I'd never done anything about it.
I know. I'm too efficient.
No, that isn't what I mean.
No, someday you're going to say you don't like it. I'm afraid of that. Darling, why don't you ask Tony Burton what the score is? Aren't you tired of waiting?
It'll get over. Everything does.
Well, if we just had the cards on the table, if you just said to him...
Oh, no, don't tell me what to say to him, because I'm not going to say anything.
Well, I hope Roger Blakesley likes it. Do you know what Molly said to me yesterday? She said, Roger's so glad you're back at the bank and settled down.
Oh, that's swell. I just wish Roger would get over acting as if I'd just gotten out of the service and was still adjusting. If the officers and directors want him for the job, they'll take him.
Yes, but you'll have to resign. Didn't Walter Gibbs once tell you? They don't like you well enough to move you up. It's time to get out. You'll have to get out.
Next thing, you'll be asking me to think of the children.
What's so funny?
No, not funny, no. Just contrived. Like something out of Tennyson or a Victorian novel. The little woman kissing her husband goodbye. Everything depends on this moment. So goodbye, darling. And don't come back to me without being vice president of the trust company. That's all I mean.
Don't say that.
Why not?
Don't say it. Because maybe you're right.
Now, wait a minute.
Because if you say that, well, if you mean that, maybe it isn't much, but it's all we have. Maybe it isn't much, but then maybe we aren't much. And if you feel that way, there won't be anything anymore.
Now, listen, Nance, let's not get so emotionally involved.
Involved with what?
With each other. Let's get some sense of proportion.
Oh, look, don't talk about proportion. There isn't any time. If you're not taking the 5:30, call me up. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'll make the 5:30, all right? Times. Right. Thank you.
Hi, hello, Charlie.
Hello, Roger. Lousy morning.
The radio says it'll clear up by noon. Hope so. Listen, Charlie, will you have any time in your hands today?
Not much, Roger. How about lunch?
Oh, I can't make it. I've a date with Tony at the University Club. After that, Mapes is coming in. But we've got to check up on that Catlin thing before we meet with the attorneys.
Well, we can go over it on the train if you want to. I have the papers here.
Boy, I simply can't. Tony wants me. He's saving me a seat.
There's a lot more to banking than you think, isn't there? It's an art, isn't it?
Oh, Charles, you're always so subtle in the morning. Well, I'll see you in the studio.
Right. Don't mix your colors wrong, Roger. Roger doesn't answer. He's already bounding up the steps of the third coach. He's always been quick on his feet. And this sort of thing has been going on long enough for me to understand all the shades of meaning. I'd give odds that Tony Burton, coming down from Stamford, hadn't asked Roger to sit with him. Well, find a seat by a window. Open the Times to the financial page. In this corner, weighing 172, wearing rimless glasses and a blue Brooks Brothers pinstripe number and carrying a degree from the Harvard Graduate School of Business Administration, Roger Blakesley. My fellow assistant vice president in the trust department. My mortal competition. We both worked almost everywhere in the bank. Very bright boys, both of us. But I just shade Roger. And Tony Burton undoubtedly knows it. I guess. I hope. Tony Burton. Ah. It was a great day for the Charles Grays back there before Pearl Harbor when he made the great suggestion.
Look here, fella. Why not cut out this sir business? Why not just call me Tony?
Great joy and relief. Mostly relief. And after only 11 years in the bank, too. I could hardly wait to tell Nancy.
Darling, we ought to have a drink of something, shouldn't we? I knew it would happen sometime. I'm pretty proud of you, Charlie.
A week later, we found out that Mr. Burton had also asked Roger Blakesley to call him Tony. And we never did find out which one of us he'd asked first.
Good morning, Mr. Gray.
Good morning, Miss Marvel. What's on the agenda?
Nothing on your calendar before the meeting, but Mrs. Whitaker has just called you.
All right. Get her for me in 5 minutes.
Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Tony.
I didn't see you on the train.
Didn't see you either. Mrs. Whitaker is after me.
Well, as long as she's after you and not me. We'll see you at dinner Friday, won't we?
You can count on it. Absolutely.
Yes, I suppose we can, Charlie. You boys are getting together at 11, aren't you?
Yes.
I'll be there.
Did he just weigh every word the way I did? Why should he have? But maybe it was there between the lines and I muffed it. No. Just a bland, routine conversation. Friendly, all right, and nothing more. What else could it be with Roger's desk right beside mine? Forget it.
Mrs. Whitaker's on the telephone now.
Oh. Good morning, Mrs. Whitaker. This is Mr. Gray.
Oh, Mr. Gray, it's so nice to hear your voice. Hewitt and I are so dreadfully worried, Mr.
Why,
Gray.
I'm sorry. What have you to be worried about?
Well, we have to sell something, Mr. Gray, and right away. We literally haven't got a cent of money. We simply don't know what to sell. Everything shows a profit.
Oh, well, most of our friends like it better that way. Let me see. You have a number of short-term governments.
Oh, Mr. Whittaker doesn't want to sell those. He says we must back up the government no matter what it does. I believe that, don't you?
Well, I wouldn't say it would be disloyal to sell. Short-term governments are about the same as cash.
Suppose we try to think of something else.
Yes. I'd better get a picture of the whole situation. If you're not well enough to come in yourself, I could send Mr. Joyce over to see you.
I don't think Mr. Joyce has the experience, do you? And, Mr. Thingamajig, what's his name? The one Mr. Burton turned me over to last time when you were out. He was indefinite, too. And besides, I thought he was a little chétif. That brown-faced pussycat man with the glasses.
You don't mean Mr. Blakesley, do you?
That's it, Mr. Blakesley.
Oh, I know him pretty well. I wouldn't say he was a pussycat.
It's a compliment to you, Mr. Gray, that Hewitt and I both want you to help us. And we simply have to find $100,000 somewhere.
All right. I'll see you at 5, Mrs. Whittaker.
Goodbye, Mr. Gray.
Mr. Gray, here's a gentleman to see you.
Oh. Good morning.
Well, if it isn't Charlie Gray. Charlie, don't you remember me at all? Come on, I could tell you anywhere. The child is father to the man.
Did I know you when I was a child?
No, you didn't. You knew me when I was 32 and you were 22. Oh, listen, Charlie. I'm Malcolm Bryant.
Malcolm? Well, I'll be a son of a gun.
You're looking fine.
Here,
fine.
sit down.
Thank you. I just dropped in to cash a government check, and the cashier asked if anybody could identify me. I looked around. There you were.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me have it. I'll initial it. Joe?
Yes, sir?
Would you get this cash, please?
Right away, sir.
Well. How's Clyde?
I don't know, Malcolm.
Aren't your family still living there?
Oh, my father's dead, and my mother is living with Dorothea in Kansas City.
Oh, so Dorothea's married?
Yes. Mm-hmm. She married a man named Elbridge Stern, metallurgist, and he's in Kansas City now.
Oh, yes, Elbridge, yes. What about the old house?
Oh, I guess it's still there. We sold it. I haven't been there for a very long time.
Massachusetts ghost town. A vital sort of ghost town. That's the way I described it in the introduction.
Introduction?
Haven't you seen my book on Clyde?
No.
It's the best thing the Foundation ever got out. I'll give you one.
Why, thank you, Malcolm. What's it called?
Yankee Persepolis. That's what I call Clyde.
Why Persepolis?
Well, that's where the Persians worship memories. I stopped off there in 35 on my way to India. I was studying some dog worshippers there.
Oh, no.
Here's your cash, Mr. Gray.
Oh, thank you, Joe. Yes, Miss Marble.
It's 11 o'clock, Mr. Gray.
Thank you. Well, here's your wampum, Malcolm. You better count it.
No, it's only paper. It has less intrinsic value than shell money. It's symbolism. Where are you going?
I have to go to a meeting.
How about lunch? Come on over to the Harvard Club.
Miss Marble, have I a luncheon engagement?
Why, no. Not today, Mr. Gray.
Oh. See you there, then, at 12:30. Goodbye, Charlie.
Ready to go down for the meeting, Charlie?
Yes, just let me get these papers away, Roger.
Now, on this matter of the Eastern loan, gentlemen, are there further questions?
Why didn't he go to his own bank? Not that it's any of my business.
May I say something on that, Tony?
Go right ahead, Roger.
It was because I met him first, Charles, and I'm selling him on the personal service of a small bank. I met him playing golf. I've seen quite a good deal of Godfrey Easton. He's a friend of Sam Summerby. You know him, Tony. Sam Summerby from Baltimore.
You've made a good point there, Roger. A very good point, old boy. Nobody's missed it that he's promoted a nice piece of business with a Stuyvesant, which is more than I've done lately. And he did it because he gets around and sweetens contacts and plays golf with people like Samuel Summerby. And nobody here has missed that Roger as good as said that it's too bad Charlie plays such a rotten game of golf. They're waiting. I've got to say something. Are you on a first-name basis with him, Roger?
Oh, of course I am. I've known Godfrey Easton for a year. Everybody at the club knows Godfrey.
Well, I rather liked him myself. He's breezy, but he has an agreeable personality. But Charles has put the finger on it. Why should he come around to us?
Because he liked us, Tony. He told me he liked you very much personally.
And why shouldn't he? I'd love Tony myself if he'd lend me $300,000. That's the way it is, love and money.
You're so right, Charlie.
As a matter of fact, gentlemen, Easton's putting up enough collateral. There's only one security I question. Now, here's an unlisted company from a place called Clyde, Massachusetts. The Nickerson Cordage Company. Wait a minute. Clyde, let's see. Charles, don't you come from a place called Clyde?
Yes, sir, I was born there. I haven't been there in quite a while.
What about the Nickerson Cordage Company?
Well, they make rope and twine and fishnets.
Well, if Godfrey Easton has money in it, it must be good.
Well, gentlemen, we'll leave this for now. It's getting on toward lunchtime.
What am I doing here in this conference room? How did I get here? I guess we're all here because banking is dignified and fashionable. There isn't much else but business when you finish college. 12:10. Out of here soon. That's a break. Roger is getting a little difficult. Both of us assistant VPs and showing off before the bank officials like college boys bucking for manager of some team. Doing it in a nice way, of course. And both of us justified. It's warfare every minute. Maybe I'd better join that bunch around Tony Burt and show some eagerness and zeal. Not too much, just the right touch of each.
You can't always tell beforehand. It may sound a little strange, but when I was a sophomore at Yale, I studied Greek. And, gentlemen, I can tell you that Greek verbs have taught me more about corporate figures than anything else I ever learned at Yale.
Well, it's pretty clear, as you've often said, Tony. Everything fits into banking somewhere.
Exactly, Charles. Everything. Banking deals with all the most fundamental hopes and aspirations of human beings. In fact, honestly, I don't. I don't like to think of banking as a business or even as a profession, but as an art. The last of the arts, perhaps, but the oldest of the professions. Let's get some lunch, gentlemen. Sorry to keep you waiting, Charlie. Let's go in the dining room and have some lunch. Oh, I see you've been looking over my opus.
I was just glancing through it while you were on the phone.
Huh?
It's funny, I never heard of it before.
Oh, well, it's a professional sort of book. Everybody has to publish something.
It has a lot of facts, but it doesn't sound much like Clyde.
Oh, well, good Lord. It isn't meant to be Clyde. It's only meant to represent a characteristic social unit. Oh, here. Let's not wait on ourselves. Let's get a table at the end.
All right, Malcolm. You're paying for it. I can't. I'm a likable Dartmouth boy.
So you read that piece, did you?
I just glanced at it. There wasn't much time.
Well, Charlie, what'll you have? Order anything you like.
Yeah, the regular lunch is fine, thanks. I really haven't much time.
Charlie, that book, I thought everything was pretty well scrambled in it, but you picked yourself out, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Yes. The Smith family.
I'm afraid it made you sore. Well, get it out of your head that it's personal.
I wouldn't say I was sore. But, of course, it's personal. And I can't say I like the idea.
No? What idea?
Oh, well, you know. Well, you might have put our family in the middle upper classification instead of the lower upper. Did you ever get married? You were always talking about marriage.
No, never mind it. Women always forget me when I go away.
Oh?
What happened about you and Jessica?
Never mind it now.
Oh? All right. What's happened to you since? I mean, since I used to know you. What have you been doing, Charlie?
Oh. Well, let's see. Back in 30, I got a job in the statistical department of the Stuyvesant. Did it well enough so that I held it all through the Depression. I married a girl who worked downtown in the law office. We have 2 children. We've built a house in Connecticut that I'm still paying for. Right now, there's the vice presidential vacancy at the bank. It rests between me and another man. That's about all I've been doing.
Well, of course, you haven't filled in many details. For instance, do you love your wife?
Oh, I thought you'd ask that. The answer is yes, I love my wife. I love my home and my children.
I thought you would. You're an essentially monogamous type. Oh, so you've been to the war. Yeah.
Oh, yes. I'd forgotten the button.
Well, I was in, too. OSS.
I was with the 8th Air Force, but only good for staff work.
Now you're back, don't you ever get to wondering, Charlie, what everything's about, whether everything is worthwhile?
Well, it's a little tough to answer that one. I'm just Tom Smith from Dartmouth, trying to get along. Someday, you ought to take a trip to the USA and do a study on the race of bankers.
That's not a bad idea at all. What are they like?
Well, I can only speak about the employees of the Stuyvesant. We're all specialists in understanding rich clients. We know all the pains and drawbacks of being rich, although we're not rich men ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's hear some more.
All right. Find yourself spending the working day discussing investments of hundreds of thousands of dollars, only to go home yourself and worry because the butcher bill is up $20 over the last one, and whether you can afford to have your kids' teeth straightened. In time, this gives you a split personality. In time, you can't have a change from being a banker. Stuyvesant's president likes to talk about the banker's responsibility to society. Well, personally, I've never felt like a social worker, but I do feel that responsibility. Oh, it's 2:15. I've got to go now.
No. Oh, no, not yet. We've only just begun to talk, Johnny.
Wish you hadn't made me talk about myself all the time.
Charlie, you've got a lot of guts.
How do you mean guts?
Mm-hmm. Saying what you do, doing what you do. It takes guts to be your type these days. Goodbye. Good luck, Charlie.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater is bringing you a radio version of Point of No Return by J.P. Marquand. If you're interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC Theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, John Kieran.
It's rather curious that John Marquand's characters seem to have lost themselves just where the author has found himself. John Marquand wrote all over the field, so to speak, for some years, and then he hit upon a winning character, financially, in his celestial detective, Mr. Moto. But money alone wasn't good enough for John Marquand, just as it is never good enough for the characters he developed when he said goodbye to Mr. Moto and began his series of New England novels. His Wickford Point, The Late George Apley, B.F.'s Daughter, and Point of No Return are something like a New England division of Balzac's Comédie Humaine. One reason for the excellence of this gallery of New England portraits is that John Marquand was writing out of personal experience and family background. He lived that life. He knows those persons and their problems. He's satirical about their tribal ways, but it's often a sympathetic satire. The title of this book, Point of No Return, is the theme of the story. It's the tale of a nice young man of energy and intelligence who wanted to free himself from all the bonds of family background that seemed to map out his whole life along a narrow path. He planned to break loose, but New England customs and family ties hindered him at every turn. And as he followed the path mapped out for him, he finally discovered that he had passed the point of no return. He couldn't turn back. In fact, he couldn't even turn aside. He had to go on. Except for the flashback technique that gives the early biography of the principal figure, the whole action in Point of No Return takes place in a mere matter of weeks, during which nothing much happens of any great moment to the world at large. There is nothing earth-shaking in this book. The characters are quiet, almost noiseless persons. To be loud or dramatic is to be vulgar in the circle in which they move. And at the end, when Charlie Gray and his family can look forward to an expanding life of ease and prestige, is Charlie Gray a success? Is he a failure? He doesn't know. He does know that he was never master of his fate or captain of his soul. He was hemmed in by tradition. He was hampered by his family. He was held back by his own sense of decency. He wore a tight-fitting code of morals. It's a good story, And it shows how many of us, like Charlie Gray, are never the bold, energetic, defiant souls we would like to be, but men and women whose lives are, to a great degree, determined by the invisible bonds of our family background and the inescapable barriers of our environment.
Thank you, Mr. Kieran. Our radio version of Point of No Return will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Anything new, Miss Marvel?
Nothing new, Mr. Gray. I called up Mrs. Gray and told her you couldn't catch the 5:30. She said to remember that you're going to the country club tonight.
Mm-hmm. Well, call her again. Tell her I'll meet her there. I have that 5 o'clock date with Mrs. Whitaker.
Mr. Seelig is coming in at 2:45, the one who wants to open an account. I thought you'd like to see the credit department memorandum.
Seelig?
The matter that Mr. Burton asked you yesterday to handle.
Oh, yes.
He's not back from lunch.
Which makes it natural to Mr. Seelig, we hope, that I do the dusty work.
Here's the memorandum.
Thank you. Bert J. Seelig, part owner of the Teddy Club, La Casita nightclub, real estate Palm Springs, real estate Miami, stockholder, indicted for income tax fraud, but indictment quashed. What's the use of going on? It's all decided. Would have been handled by letter, but Tony Burton disapproves of anything so permanent. Tony Burton approves, and Tony Burton disapproves. A jaunty, white-haired god at a roll-top desk. Indefinite about yes or no. Very positive about maybe.
Excuse me, Mr. Gray.
It's all right, Joe.
Mr. Seelig, this is our Mr. Gray. He'll take care of you.
Oh, thank you. I'm happy to meet you, Mr. Gray.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Burton asked me to see you. I have all the details. Won't you sit down, Mr. Seelig?
Yes, thank you. Nice little place you have here. Very nice.
Just a small bank.
That's what draws me to it, Mr. Gray. I know some lovely people banking here, some of my best friends. Oh, well, I suppose you've looked me over. I hope I passed through the lineup by now. I'm used to being looked over in my position.
Anyone in business gets looked over.
That's right. Well, what's the story? Do you people want my account or don't you?
Our officers have been over the question very carefully. We would value your account in a great many ways, Mr. Seelig. But we really feel that you'll be better off with another bank. There's nothing personal intended. We often find the needs of some depositors are better filled by other banks.
I'm not used to being given a runaround. Why didn't they say that the first time I came in?
Well, I'm sorry you put it that way. Mr. Burton was very impressed by your references.
So you're fronting for the crowd, eh? Tell me how much they pay you. 10 grand a year? Guys like you, they fascinate me. Look, how would you like 25 grand a year?
What for?
For what you're doing here. Fronting for the crowd.
Thanks. I'm afraid I couldn't use it. But I appreciate your asking.
Yeah. You guys fascinate me. Money everywhere. You don't want money.
Maybe we get too used to it. Maybe we get tired of seeing so much of it around.
Yeah, that's just what fascinates me. All of it around, you don't take it. Well, no hard feelings.
No, not at all. We're very sorry, Mr. Seelig.
Yeah. Takes poise. I wouldn't have the poise.
I wouldn't call it poise. I'd call it temperament and timidity. Goodbye. We're sorry, Mr. Seelig.
How was he, Charlie?
Oh, a perfect gentleman, Roger. Asked me if I was fronting for the crowd.
Yeah, Charlie, has Seelig called?
Yes, Tony, he's just left.
Well, I'm glad I missed him. How'd he take it?
His feelings were hurt, But then mine would have been, too.
There aren't any complications, then?
No, Tony, I don't think so.
This sort of thing always worries me.
Oh, Mr. Burton.
Yes?
Have you, got time to see me for a minute?
Yes, if it's only for a minute, Roger.
Easy now, easy now. Stop sweating inside. Keep yourself blank and busy. Why should Roger ask to see him now? Why didn't he just go over to the desk without any appointment? We always do. Maybe Roger's getting tired of waiting. He'll step right over and ask right out, how about the vice presidency? All right. So he does it. What's the point of getting my stomach all knotted and hanging by my fingernails? What use is it? Nothing. There's no way to stop it. Might be different if Tony knew somebody else wanted me for the same salary. Instead, he knows that times are tight and uncertain. And Tony is stalling. Tony is mulling and weighing and balancing, vacillating.
Speak to him, Charlie. Ask Tony the score.
Poor Nancy. That would tear it, but good. And still, it's something to think about. To walk right over and be upright, downright, and straightforward. Well, listen, Tony, let's face facts. Everybody here in the bank knows you're considering proposing either Roger Blakesley or me for this vice presidency. And they're making bets on it in the washroom. It isn't dignified. Now, you know everything about me, Tony. I've been around here long enough. This thing's been going on for months, and I'm tired of staying awake at night. And Nancy's getting tired, too. How about it, Tony? Yes?
Mr. Gray, Mr. Burton wants to know if you can see him for a moment.
Yes, I'll be right over.
Sit down, Charlie. Have a cigarette and relax.
What's on your mind, Tony?
How did you represent things to Seelig?
I told him he'd be happier elsewhere.
Why didn't you tell him we'd have room for him in the quite near future?
Because he wouldn't have believed it.
Well, he has a lot of good connections. And that's the trouble with life these days. There's no pattern. You don't know where you're at anymore. Now, my girls keep going to La Casita, but we can't handle Selig's account. Well, let's forget it, Charlie. There's one other thing.
Yes, sir?
About the loan.
Which loan, sir?
The one we were discussing this morning, that cordage company. You said you were born up there. What's the name of the place?
You mean Clyde?
Yes, that's it, Clyde. Now, somebody ought to see that company, and it just occurred to me, since you lived up there and know the background, you'd better go up for a day or two and look things over, just quietly. I envy you getting away for a while. You're looking a little tired, Charles.
Do you mind if I ask you a question, Tony?
Why, no. Of course not, Charles.
Did you think up this idea yourself?
Why, no. Now that you mentioned it, it wasn't entirely my idea. I suppose Roger ought to go. It's his responsibility. But he doesn't know Clyde. Let's see. You'll be back by Friday, won't you? Remember, you're coming to dinner on Friday.
Oh, I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Well, relax and have a good time, Charlie.
That's the second time you've told me to relax.
Well, then do it. I'll see you Friday. Just you and Nancy are coming. You and I'll have a good long talk about the whole situation here on Friday.
Hello, Cyril. Mind if I cut in? I'll
Charlie.
take Nancy off your hands.
Give him the devil for being late, Nancy. Have fun.
Oh, thank heavens you've come. I've been dancing with him for ages. Is there any news?
No, nothing much. I can't talk about it here, Nancy.
What have you been doing all day?
I'm stuck in the Whitaker's apartment.
Oh, the Whitakers. Did anything else happen? Did you say anything to Tony Burton?
No. No, not exactly.
How do you mean, not exactly?
Just that, not exactly.
Roger Blakesley's here tonight. You seen him?
Not yet. I've seen him at the bank all day.
He looks exuberant.
Oh, does he?
You look a little tired, darling.
Well, I am tired.
Did the children get you your supper?
Oh, yes. Thanks for leaving the car.
Charlie,
Yeah.
before we go, be sure to dance with Molly Blakesley.
Aye, aye, sir. To answer you truthfully, Molly, no, I don't know what Roger was saying the other night.
Roger was saying how fond everyone is of you at the bank. And he was saying how wonderful it was that we were all such good friends. And he hoped we always would stay friends, no matter what happens at the bank. You know what I mean. It's so embarrassing, isn't it?
Oh, it needn't be embarrassing, Molly. Roger and I are grown up.
You know, I think the war did you a lot of good, Charlie. Roger thinks so, too. I think it was pretty splendid of you, with a wife and 2 children, to give up everything and go to war. Roger thinks so, too.
Just a sort of compulsion. Wasn't wise. I wasn't much use when I got there.
May I cut in?
See you later, Charlie.
Thank you, Molly.
Perhaps we can do something Sunday. Roger would love it if we could.
Move over, Charlie. I'll drive.
All right. Nancy, did you have a good time?
Yes, in a sort of long-term way.
What do you mean, long-term way?
Oh, you know. It's what I've told you before. I like feeling we belong somewhere. It's what I've always wanted.
Well, so do I. So does everyone.
Oh, well, it isn't the same for a man. He always belongs much more than a woman, up to a certain point. Woman just has to tag along. Oh, it's nice when she likes tagging.
What did you do all day?
You always ask that. You don't have to.
Oh, I know that, but I just want to know.
I've had a good day. You wouldn't understand why. It's partly being a woman. I took the car and I got the wipers fixed, and then I went to the A&P and bought some corned beef, and then I left Bill's shoes at the shoemaker's. Then I returned your book to the lending library, and then I bought some soap. Still keep buying soap whenever I see it. And then I came back and did the breakfast dishes, and the men came to wax the living room floor. And then I went upstairs, and I made the beds, and I counted the laundry. And then I went over and had lunch with Polly Martin, helped her run up some new curtains, because she's going to lend me her sewing machine. And then I came back, and I worked on the bills.
How were they?
Terrible. Then there was supper, and the Martins called, and we all went over to the club. That's all. But it was a very nice day.
I'm glad you liked it. But I don't see why.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because I'm married to a very nice man. It's the only possible reason I can think of. Now, my beamish boy, you can give me a kiss. Charlie, it's a lovely house.
Yeah, it's a swell house.
Come in and see what a nice job they did waxing the living room floor. We ought to use this room more, shouldn't we? I wonder why we don't.
Well, that's easy. It's because we're afraid of it.
Well, let's not be afraid of it. Charlie, take off your coat. Sit down on the sofa. I'll get rid of my slippers. There. Now, don't you say we're afraid of this room. I don't like it.
Why not?
Because I don't like being afraid. I don't mean that I'm afraid of anything. I only mean I don't like the idea. Oh, you know what I mean.
Nance, we didn't used to be afraid.
Oh. Are you afraid, too? You might have told me.
It's all relative.
What's relative?
The more you get, the more afraid you get. That's all I mean. Maybe fear is what makes the world go round.
Not love? I used to hear that it was love.
Everyone's afraid of something. Afraid of living, afraid of dying. Maybe that's better than being afraid of losing money. That's what the boys are afraid of downtown. Do you know what I wish? I wish we weren't always being pushed around. I would like, for once in my life, to be able to tell someone where to go.
Darling. You know, basically, you have the most expensive tastes. You better just tell me where to go. Better go at that.
But it isn't the same thing, is it?
No, maybe not. But I'm awfully glad we're afraid of the same thing. It's healthy to have things in common. I'm awfully glad we're in the same boat, darling.
That's what Roger said tonight. Oh, wait. There's something else I've got to tell you. I'm taking the plane to Boston first thing in the morning. I'm going up to Clyde for a day or two on business for the bank.
How did Clyde get into it?
Why do you always get edgy whenever I mention Clyde?
You know very well why. Clyde makes you difficult. It's a queer place full of ingrown people. You say so yourself.
I can't help it if I was brought up there. I didn't ask to go up there now.
Roger will make time at the bank while you're away.
I don't think it'll make much difference. I think Tony Burton has about made up his mind which of us he wants.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, why doesn't he tell you instead of letting us...
Because perhaps he doesn't like to do it. Tony's quite a nice guy, as far as anyone like him can be nice. I think we'll get the news Friday when we go there to dinner. He almost said so. Besides, maybe it's just as well for me to be away. Tony knows Roger worked it. At least I think he knows. Maybe Roger will try a little too much. Tony's rather bright sometimes.
He picks out that darn fool he isn't too bright.
I only said he's pretty bright sometimes.
If you'd only get mad.
You were just saying it's a luxury. There's no use getting mad at a system. We're part of a system where there's always someone waiting to kick you in the teeth in a nice way.
What'll you do if he takes Roger?
Oh, Nance, let's not think about it now.
Why not? Let's dig in. Has a nice ironic flavor. After years of proud work, you become specialized. You become used to the ways of one organization. You become too old to start again in a new one. You've seen plenty of men your age looking for a job. There. Haven't solved anything, but at least I've said it.
Sure, why not?
Oh, well, guess we'd better go to bed.
You go ahead. I'll be up in a little while. Good night, Nance. Oh, no. Don't, Nance. The show isn't over.
I'm sorry, darling. I'm all right now. You always hate having me cry, don't you?
Yes.
Are you sorry you married me?
Of course not.
Are you sorry we had the children?
No, of course I'm not.
They were my idea more than yours. Are you sorry we built the house?
Now listen, Nancy. It happened. Like the children. Now go on up.
Well, what are you going to do? Just sit here and worry? Because if you are, well, we might as well do it together.
I'm going to read. I'm pretty well worried out tonight. Good night, Nancy. I'll be in the library.
Don't.
Now go on up.
Well, what are you going to do? Just sit here and worry? Because if you are, well, we might as well do it together.
I'm going to read. I'm pretty well worried out tonight. Good night, Nancy. I'll be in the library.
Don't be long. I won't be able to sleep till you come up.
Let's see. Where did I put that book? Yankee Persepolis. A social study by Malcolm Bryant. Final and considered summation of a study made some years ago of a typical New England town. Its culture and its social implications. Typical of a lower upper family are the Henry Smiths, father, mother, son, and daughter. Like other lower upper families, they dwell on a side street, yet are received on Mason Street. Mr. Smith with investment interests in Boston. Mr. Smith. Alias John Gray, father of Tom Smith, alias me. Father. The big-time stock market operator at the end. On his way to $1 million and finally quitting. But that was October 29. He was just a week too late in getting out. And I found him, asleep forever. With a Bible and a bottle of sleeping pills in the chair by his bed. Father I loved. Father I never wanted to be like. And yet I am.
You can't beat the system, Charlie.
What system, Father?
The one under which we live. There's always a bundle of hay out ahead for any ass who wants to get on. And they make it look like a very pleasant bundle.
Well, who are they?
That's an intelligent question, even for a recent Dartmouth graduate. They are the people who run the system. They tell you there's plenty of hay for anyone who can get it. But the main thing is, Charlie, they don't really want you to get it. Now, if I were you, I wouldn't try too hard for the hay. You might be disappointed, Charlie.
You were right, old man. I didn't have what it took to beat the system that said there's a Grand Canyon between Spruce Street and Johnson Street. We should have remembered we were Spruce Streeters. And I should have remembered Jessica Lovell and her father were Johnson Streeters. Why do I think of it now? Why can I still be hurt by Jessica's father?
I've thought this over carefully, Charles. I've been over it thoroughly with Jessica. We've been most unhappy. It's an impossible situation, Charles. We must end it. It can't go on.
Here I am in Clyde again, walking the streets in the rain, reviving old ghosts and yet enjoying their presence.
You've got to beat the system, Charlie.
I never did beat the system called Johnson Street. Never did catch up with the happiness called Jessica Lovell. The old small-town story. Likeable lad trying to climb higher, being smacked down nicely. I got up off the canvas, hurt and ambitious, and left Clyde to beat the system.
It was all very good for you. It's made you into a very nice guy. Maybe it's made you too nice.
Now I'm back here in Clyde, 17 years later, still trying to move from lower upper. But now there's no stopping, no turning back. I'm the airplane pilot on a long flight, steadily approaching the point where it takes more gas to get back than to go on to my destination, distant as it is and stormy. I've passed my point of no return.
Well, tell me about it, Charlie. What was it like being back in Clyde? Was it good?
It was quite an experience. Jackie Mason's got everything now.
Who?
Jackie Mason. I told you about him. He used to live next door to us.
Oh, yes, of course. What about him?
Well, he's the director of the Dock Street Savings Bank, the trustee of the library. He's in the Tuesday Club. He's going to marry Jessica Lovell.
Well, you could have done all that, too.
I'm glad I didn't. But at the same time, he hasn't got anything. That's what I'm trying to say.
Who hasn't got anything?
Jackie Mason.
Oh, to the devil with Jackie Mason.
All right.
I'm sorry, Charlie. I just can't concentrate. Let's both stop trying to talk as though we weren't thinking about the same thing.
Yes, I know.
Charlie, what's the matter?
Oh, Lord. I wish everything weren't so contrived.
Contrived? What do you mean, contrived?
Oh, just that. The bank president and the big job and what will happen to Junior and whether a boiled shirt will help. The values of it are childish. It hasn't any values at all. Nancy, don't be so tense. This isn't as important as all that. I've done everything I can. Let's change the subject.
You're acting licked already. I hate it when you act that way.
All right, maybe I am licked. Maybe I don't give a rap. Roger Blakesley is pretty fast on his feet. Faster than I am.
Charlie, if... Well, what are you going to do? Haven't you even thought what you're going to do if Roger...
I'm sick of thinking.
Oh,
Nancy.
It isn't fair. It isn't fair.
Well, never mind it, Nancy. It doesn't matter if we're late.
I'm all right now. Better be on time at the Burtons. Don't look at me, Charlie. Don't say anything. And darn everybody.
Tony. I don't know what you're talking about.
Althea, all I'm saying to you and Nancy and Charlie is that I wish we might all be friends.
Well, of course, we'll always be friends, Tony.
Well, I really hope we can be, in spite of anything that may happen in the future. And now, if you girls will excuse us, I'm going to take Charlie into the library. Charlie and I want to have a little talk, but we'll be back as soon as we can.
Now, don't stay too long and don't get too interested.
Come along, Charlie.
Can't we be friends? The needle is all the way in now. This is the bad news. It's all ending now, in this little walk across the hall. I can sell the house. Real estate is still high. I'll never again be where I am. Oh, I'll have some commercial value as an educated wheel horse if I'm nice and know my place. But I'll never have to try so hard again. It's over. Thank God. It's over.
This friendship in business, it's always bothered me. They shouldn't be mixed together.
They don't mix together. Don't try to make them, Tony.
And yet they must mix. None of us can help it, Charlie. If you see somebody every day, you get interested in him. Now, take Blakesley. What do you think of him, Charlie?
What do you want me to think?
Well, it isn't what I want. You and I are alone here. I want your opinion. Do you like him or don't you?
All right. As long as it doesn't matter anymore, Tony. He's conscientious, energetic, and well-trained, but I don't like him much. Why should I?
I rather like him. He's been on my conscience lately. He's so very anxious, so very much on his toes. He's always in there trying.
Well, what else do you expect, Tony? I've been trying pretty hard myself.
Yes, but not in the same way, Charlie. You're subtler. You've developed. You've matured.
Thank you. But I wouldn't say I've been very subtle.
Well, of course, I'm out of touch with things, being where I am, but it seems to me Roger's got some idea we're considering him for the vice presidency. Do you know anything about this?
Oh, good Lord. Oh, good Lord. What did you think Roger was considering, Tony?
Well, I didn't give it much thought until about 10 days ago. When anyone gets ideas like that, it's a problem what to do with him later. He was useful while you were away, but he's not the right material. Why, it never occurred to me you'd have any doubts about it. Your name's coming up before the directors on Monday. Now, what do you think we'd better do about Blakesley?
You'd better tell him something, Tony, instead of teasing him to death.
Oh, I'm sorry about the whole thing. Well, perhaps he'd better resign. That was all I meant in the dining room. Now that we'll be working together more closely, Charlie, I hope that we'll always be friends. We'd better join the girls. I don't suppose this comes as any great surprise, Nancy.
No, I can't say I'm surprised. But it's nice to know definitely, Tony.
As long as we're all in the family. I was just telling Charlie that I've been worried about Roger Blakesley. Do you suppose he really may have thought he was being considered?
Now that you mention it, I think perhaps he did. A little.
Here it is, Charlie. You're a vice president now. It's what you dreamed of long ago, and yet it's a strangely hollow climax. I suppose it was written in the stars, and I couldn't have changed a line of it, being what I am. At least Nancy will be pleased. We'll sell the house at Sycamore Park, get a larger place, turn in the Buick for a new one. The children will get their sailboat. No, it may not be what you dreamed of, Charlie, back in the Clyde of your father and Jessica Lovell. But it has its compensations.
Charlie.
No, I'm sorry. What were you saying, Tony?
I said I don't think I've ever seen you smoke a cigar before.
Oh, I don't often, but I rather feel like it tonight.
You have been listening to Point of No Return, an NBC theater production of the J.P. Marquand novel. If you wish to increase your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest that you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC Theater. For full information, write to NBC Theater, in care of one of the following universities or colleges: the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky; the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma; Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas; Washington State College, Pullman, Washington; the University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona; Texas College of Arts and Industries, Kingsville, Texas; or Brooklyn College, Brooklyn, New York. You also have a chance to win a set of the famous Encyclopedia Britannica. Several of the universities and colleges offering these courses are giving the encyclopedia as prizes to the students doing the best work. Enroll in a supervised course, and you may be one of the fortunate ones to win the Encyclopedia Britannica. Next week, be with us again at the NBC Theater for a production of William Faulkner's tragic novel, The Wild Palms, and the following week for a first radio production of Thomas Wolfe's You Can't Go Home Again. Point of No Return was adapted for the NBC Theater by Milton Wayne. Larry Dobkin was Charles, Lynn Whitney, Nancy. Frank Gerstle was Roger, Ted Von Eltz, Burton, John Daner, Bryant, Tony Barrett was Selig, William Lally, Cyril, Marion Wilkins, Molly, Stephen Chase, Father, Margaret Brayton, Mrs. Burton. Your announcer, Don Stanley. Our intermission commentator was John Kieran, whose commentary was recorded. The director of the NBC Theater is Andrew C. Love. This program came to you from Hollywood. What's on NBC tonight? Well, you'll hear Phil Harris and Alice Faye in another rib-tickling 30 minutes of family comedy. And then you'll want to stay tuned to hear The Adventures of Sam Spade, starring Howard Duff. Yes, for the best in mystery and for the best in comedy, listen today to NBC for the Harris and Faye Show and The Adventures of Sam Spade. You're tuned for the stars on NBC.